Plato. The Socratic Dialogues, Early Period, Volume 2. Gorgias, Protagoras, Meno, Euthydemus, Lesser Hippias, Greater Hippias. Translation by Benjamin Jowett. Read by David Rintoul and Cast. Gorgias. In Gorgias, Socrates put sophistry and rhetoric under his questioning spotlight. Both were standard subjects for the education of the youth of the time, Gorgias himself being a leading proponent and teacher. But Socrates was highly critical, as this dialogue shows. The art of philosophy, he argues, must underlay and be the guiding ethical light for demonstrations of the skill of rhetoric, the so-called art of persuasion. Socrates debates with Gorgias himself, then Polus, a pupil of Gorgias, and finally with his host, Callicles, another Gorgias pupil, young and argumentative. Persons of the dialogue: Socrates, Chaerephon, Gorgias, Polus, and Callicles. Scene: the house of Callicles, who opens the dialogue.
The wise man, as the proverb says, is late for a fray, but not for a feast, Socrates.
And are we late for a feast?
Yes, and a delightful feast, for Gorgias has just been exhibiting to us many fine things.
It is not my fault, Callicles. Our friend Chaerephon is to blame, for he would keep us loitering in the agora.
Never mind, Socrates. The misfortune of which I have been the cause I will also repair, for Gorgias is a friend of mine, and I will make him give the exhibition again, either now or, if you prefer, at some other time.
What is the matter, Chaerephon? Does Socrates want to hear Gorgias?
Yes, well, that was our intention in coming.
Come into my house, then, for Gorgias is staying with me, and he shall exhibit to you.
Very good, Callicles. But will he answer our questions? For I want to hear from him what is the nature of his art, and what it is which he professes and teaches. He may, as you, Chaerephon, suggest, defer the exhibition to some other time.
There is nothing like asking him, Socrates, and indeed to answer questions is a part of his exhibition, for he was saying only just now that anyone in my house might put any question to him and that he would answer.
How fortunate. Will you ask him, Chaerephon?
What shall I ask him?
Ask him who he is.
What do you mean?
I mean, such a question as would elicit from him, if he had been a maker of shoes, the answer that he is a cobbler. You understand?
I understand, and will ask him. Tell me, Gorgias, is our friend Callicles right in saying that you undertake to answer any questions which you are asked?
Quite right, Chaerephon. I was saying as much only just now, and I may add that many years have elapsed since anyone has asked me a new one.
Then you must be very ready, Gorgias.
Of that, Chaerephon, you can make trial.
Yes, indeed. And if you like, Chaerephon, you may also make trial of me, Polus. For I think that Gorgias, who has been talking a long time, is tired.
And do you, Polus, think that you can answer better than Gorgias?
What does that matter if I answer well enough for you?
Not at all. And you shall answer if you like.
Ask.
My question is this. If Gorgias had the skill of his brother Herodicus, what ought we to call him? Ought he not to have the name which is given to his brother?
Certainly.
Then we should be right in calling him a physician.
Yes.
And if he had the skill of Aristophon, the son of Aglaophon, or of his brother Polygnotus, what ought we to call him?
Clearly, a painter.
But now, what shall we call him? What is the art in which he is skilled?
Oh, Chaerephon, there are many arts among mankind which are experimental and have their origin in experience. For experience makes the days of men to proceed according to art, and inexperience according to chance. And different persons in different ways are proficient in different arts, and the best persons in the best arts. And our friend Gorgias is one of the best. And the art in which he is a proficient is the noblest.
Polus has been taught how to make a capital speech, Gorgias, but he is not fulfilling the promise which he made to Chaerephon.
What do you mean, Socrates?
I mean that he has not exactly answered the question which he was asked.
Then why not ask him yourself?
But I would much rather ask you, if you are disposed to answer, for I see from the few words which Polus has uttered that he has attended more to the art which is called rhetoric than to dialectic.
What makes you say so, Socrates?
Because, Polus, when Chaerephon asked you what was the art which Gorgias knows, you praised it as if you were answering someone who found fault with it, but you never said what the art was.
Why, did I not say that it was the noblest of arts?
Yes, indeed, but that was no answer to the question. Nobody asked what was the quality, but what was the nature of the art, and by what name we were to describe Gorgias. And I would still beg you briefly and clearly, as you answered Chaerephon when he asked you at first, to say what this art is, and what we ought to call Gorgias. Or rather, Gorgias, let me turn to you and ask the same question. What are we to call you, and what is the art which you profess?
Rhetoric, Socrates, is my art.
Then I am to call you a rhetorician?
Yes, Socrates, and a good one, too. If you would call me that which, in Homeric language, I boast myself to be.
I should wish to do so.
Then pray do.
And are we to say that you are able to make other men rhetoricians?
Yes, that is exactly what I profess to make them, not only at Athens, but in all places.
And will you continue to ask and answer questions, Gorgias, as we are at present doing, and reserve for another occasion the longer mode of speech which Polus was attempting? Will you keep your promise and answer shortly the questions which are asked of you?
Some answers, Socrates, are of necessity longer, but I will do my best to make them as short as possible, for a part of my profession is that I can be as short as anyone.
That is what is wanted, Gorgias. Exhibit the shorter method now, and the longer one at some other time.
Well, I will. And you will certainly say that you never heard a man use fewer words.
Very good, then. As you profess to be a rhetorician and a maker of rhetoricians, let me ask you, with what is rhetoric concerned? I might ask, with what is weaving concerned, and you would reply, would you not, with the making of garments?
Yes.
And music is concerned with the composition of melodies.
It is.
By hero, Gorgias, I admire the surpassing brevity of your answers.
Yes, Socrates, I do think myself good at that.
I am glad to hear it. Answer me in like manner about rhetoric. With what is rhetoric concerned?
With discourse.
What sort of discourse, Gorgias? Such discourse as would teach the sick under what treatment they might get well?
No.
Then rhetoric does not treat of all kinds of discourse.
Certainly not.
And yet rhetoric makes men able to speak.
Yes.
And to understand that about which they speak?
Of course.
But does not the art of medicine, which we were just now mentioning, also make men able to understand and speak about the sick?
Certainly.
Then medicine also treats of discourse?
Yes.
Of discourse concerning diseases.
Just so.
And does not gymnastic also treat of discourse concerning the good or evil condition of the body?
Very true.
And the same, Gorgias, is true of the other arts. All of them treat of discourse concerning the subjects with which they severally have to do.
Clearly.
Then why, if you call rhetoric the art which treats of discourse, and all the other arts treat of discourse, do you not call them arts of rhetoric?
Because, Socrates, the knowledge of the other arts has only to do with some sort of external action, as of the hand. But there is no such action of the hand in rhetoric, which works and takes effect only through the medium of discourse. And therefore I am justified in saying that rhetoric treats of discourse.
I am not sure whether I entirely understand you, but I dare say I shall soon know better. Please to answer me a question. You would allow that there are arts?
Yes.
As to the arts generally, they are for the most part concerned with doing, and require little or no speaking. In painting and statuary, and many other arts, the work may proceed in silence, and of such arts, I suppose you would say that they do not come within the province of rhetoric.
You perfectly conceive my meaning, Socrates.
But there are other arts which work wholly through the medium of language, and require either no action or very little, as, for example, the arts of arithmetic, of calculation, of geometry, and of playing draughts. In some of these, speech is pretty nearly coextensive with action, but in most of them the verbal element is greater. They depend wholly on words for their efficacy and power. And I take your meaning to be that rhetoric is an art of this latter sort?
Exactly.
And yet I do not believe that you really mean to call any of these arts rhetoric. although the precise expression which you used was that rhetoric is an art which works and takes effect only through the medium of discourse, and an adversary who wished to be captious might say, "And so, Gorgias, you call arithmetic rhetoric, but I do not think that you really call arithmetic rhetoric any more than geometry would be so called by you."
You are quite right, Socrates, in your apprehension of my meaning.
Well then, let me now have the rest of my answer. Seeing that rhetoric is one of those arts which works mainly by the use of words, and there are other arts which also use words, tell me what is that quality in words with which rhetoric is concerned? Suppose that a person asks me about some of the arts which I was mentioning just now. He might say, "Socrates, what is arithmetic?" And I should reply to him, as you replied to me, that arithmetic is one of those arts which take effect through words. And then he would proceed to ask, "Words about what?" And I should reply, "Words about odd and even numbers, and how many there are of each." And if he asked again, "What is the art of calculation?" I should say, that also is one of the arts which is concerned wholly with words. And if he further said, "Concerned with what?" I should say, like the clerks in the assembly, "As aforesaid, of arithmetic," but with a difference. The difference being that the art of calculation considers not only the quantities of odd and even numbers, but also their numerical relations to themselves and to one another. And suppose again I were to say that astronomy is only words, he would ask, "Words about what, Socrates?" And I should answer that astronomy tells us about the motions of the stars and sun and moon and their relative swiftness.
You would be quite right, Socrates.
And now let us have from you, Gorgias, the truth about rhetoric, which you admit, would you not, to be one of those arts which act always and fulfil all their ends through the medium of words?
True.
Words which do what, I should ask? To what class of things do the words which rhetoric uses relate?
To the greatest, Socrates, and the best of human things.
That again, Gorgias, is ambiguous. I'm still in the dark. For which are the greatest and best of human things? I dare say that you have heard men singing at feasts the old drinking song, in which the singers enumerate the goods of life, first health, beauty next, thirdly, as the writer of the song says, wealth honestly obtained.
Yes, I know the song. But what is your drift?
I mean to say that the producers of those things which the author of the song praises, that is to say, the physician, the trainer, the money-maker, will at once come to you, and first the physician will say, "Oh, Socrates, Gorgias is deceiving you, for my art is concerned with the greatest good of men, and not his." And when I ask, "Who are you?" he will reply, "I am a physician." "What do you mean?" I shall say. "Do you mean that your art produces the greatest good?" "Certainly," he will answer, "for is not health the greatest good? What greater good can men have, Socrates?" And after him, the trainer will come and say, "I too, Socrates, shall be greatly surprised if Gorgias can show more good of his art than I can show of mine." To him again I shall say, "Who are you, honest friend, and what is your business?" "I am a trainer," he will reply, "and my business is to make men beautiful and strong in body." When I have done with the trainer, there arrives the money-maker, and he, as I expect, will utterly despise them all. "Consider, Socrates," he will say, "whether Gorgias or anyone else can produce any greater good than wealth." Well, you and I say to him, "And are you a creator of wealth?" "Yes," he replies. "And who are you?" "A money-maker." "And do you consider wealth to be the greatest good of man?" "Of course," will be his reply. And we shall rejoin, "Yes, but our friend Gorgias contends that his art produces a greater good than yours." And then he will be sure to go on and ask, "What good? Let Gorgias answer." Now, I want you, Gorgias, to imagine that this question is asked of you by them and by me. What is that which, as you say, is the greatest good of man, and of which you are the creator? Answer us.
That good, Socrates, which is truly the greatest, being that which gives to men freedom in their own persons, and to individuals the power of ruling over others in their several states.
And what would you consider this to be?
What is there greater than the word which persuades the judges in the courts, or the senators in the council, or the citizens in the assembly, or at any other political meeting? If you have the power of uttering this word, you will have the physician your slave, and the trainer your slave, and the money-maker of whom you talk will be found to gather treasures, not for himself, but for you, who are able to speak and to persuade the multitude.
Now I think, Gorgias, that you have very accurately explained what you conceive to be the art of rhetoric, and you mean to say, if I am not mistaken, that rhetoric is the artificer of persuasion, having this and no other business, and that this is her crown and end. Do you know any other effect of rhetoric over and above that of producing persuasion?
No. The definition seems to me very fair, Socrates, for persuasion is the chief end of rhetoric.
Then hear me, Gorgias, for I am quite sure that if there ever was a man who entered on the discussion of a matter from a pure love of knowing the truth, I am such a one, and I should say the same of you.
What is coming, Socrates?
I will tell you. I am very well aware that I do not know what, according to you, is the exact nature, or what are the topics of that persuasion of which you speak, and which is given by rhetoric, although I have a suspicion about both the one and the other, and I am going to ask, what is this power of persuasion which is given by rhetoric, and about what? But why, if I have a suspicion, do I ask instead of telling you, not for your sake, but in order that the argument may proceed in such a manner as is most likely to set forth the truth? And I would have you observe that I am right in asking this further question. If I asked, what sort of a painter is Zeuxis, and you said, the painter of figures, should I not be right in asking, what kind of figures, and where do you find them?
Certainly.
And the reason for asking this second question would be that there are other painters besides, who paint many other figures.
True.
But if there had been no one but Zeuxis who painted them, then you would have answered very well.
Quite so.
Now, I want to know about rhetoric in the same way. Is rhetoric the only art which brings persuasion, or do other arts have the same effect? I mean to say, does he who teaches anything persuade men of that which he teaches, or not?
He persuades, Socrates. There can be no mistake about that.
Again, if we take the arts of which we were just now speaking, do not arithmetic and the arithmeticians teach us the properties of number?
Certainly.
And therefore persuade us of them?
Yes.
Then arithmetic, as well as rhetoric, is an artificer of persuasion.
Clearly.
And if anyone asks us what sort of persuasion, and about what, we shall answer persuasion which teaches the quantity of odd and even, and we shall be able to show that all the other arts, of which we were just now speaking, are artificers of persuasion, and of what sort, and about what.
Very true.
Then rhetoric is not the only artificer of persuasion.
True.
Seeing, then, that not only rhetoric works by persuasion, but that other arts do the same, as in the case of the painter, a question has arisen which is a very fair one. Of what persuasion is rhetoric the artificer, and about what? Is not that a fair way of putting the question?
I think so.
Then if you approve the question, Gorgias, what is the answer?
I answer, Socrates, that rhetoric is the art of persuasion in courts of law and other assemblies, as I was just now saying, and about the just and unjust.
And that, Gorgias, was what I was suspecting to be your notion. Yet I would not have you wonder if, by and by, I am found repeating a seemingly plain question, for I ask not in order to confute you, but, as I was saying, that the argument may proceed consecutively, and that we may not get the habit of anticipating and suspecting the meaning of one another's words. I would have you develop your own views in your own way, whatever may be your hypothesis.
I think that you are quite right, Socrates.
Then let me raise another question. There is such a thing as having learned.
Yes.
And there is also having believed.
Yes.
And is the having learned the same as having believed? And are learning and belief the same things?
In my judgment, Socrates, they are not the same.
And your judgment is right, as you may ascertain in this way. If a person were to say to you, "Is there, Gorgias, a false belief as well as a true?" you would reply, if I'm not mistaken, that there is.
Yes.
Well, but is there a false knowledge as well as a true?
No.
No, indeed. And this again proves that knowledge and belief differ.
Very true.
And yet those who have learned as well as those who have believed are persuaded.
Just so.
Shall we then assume two sorts of persuasion, one which is the source of belief without knowledge, as the other is of knowledge?
By all means.
And which sort of persuasion does rhetoric create in courts of law and other assemblies about the just and unjust, the sort of persuasion which gives belief without knowledge, or that which gives knowledge?
Clearly, Socrates, that which only gives belief.
Then rhetoric, as would appear, is the artificer of a persuasion which creates belief about the just and unjust, but gives no instruction about them.
True.
And the rhetorician does not instruct the courts of law or other assemblies about things just and unjust, but he creates belief about them, for no one can be supposed to instruct such a vast multitude about such high matters in a short time.
Certainly not.
Come then, and let us see what we really mean about rhetoric, for I do not know what my own meaning is as yet. When the assembly meets to elect a physician or a shipwright or any other craftsman, will the rhetorician be taken into counsel? Surely not, for at every election he ought to be chosen who is most skilled. And again, when walls have to be built, or harbours, or docks to be constructed, not the rhetorician, but the master workman will advise. Or when generals have to be chosen, and an order of battle arranged, or a position taken, then the military will advise, and not the rhetoricians. What do you say, Gorgias? Since you profess to be a rhetorician and a maker of rhetoricians, I cannot do better than learn the nature of your art from you, and here let me assure you that I have your interest in view as well as my own, for likely enough some one or other of the young men present might desire to become your pupil, and in fact I see some, and a good many too, who have this wish, but they would be too modest to question you, and therefore when you are interrogated by me, I would have you imagine that you are interrogated by them. What is the use of coming to you, Gorgias, they will say. About what will you teach us to advise the state? About the just and unjust only, or about those other things also which Socrates has just mentioned? How will you answer them?
I like your way of leading us on, Socrates, and I will endeavour to reveal to you the whole nature of rhetoric. You must have heard, I think, that the docks and the walls of the Athenians and the plan of the harbour were devised in accordance with the counsels, partly of Themistocles and partly of Pericles, and not at the suggestion of the builders.
Such is the tradition, Gorgias, about Themistocles, and I myself heard the speech of Pericles when he advised us about the middle wall.
And you will observe, Socrates, that when a decision has to be given in such matters, the rhetoricians are the advisers. They are the men who win their point.
I had that in my admiring mind, Gorgias, when I asked what is the nature of rhetoric, which always appears to me, when I look at the matter in this way, to be a marvel of greatness.
A marvel indeed, Socrates. If you only knew how rhetoric comprehends and holds under her sway all the inferior arts. Let me offer you a striking example of this. On several occasions I have been with my brother Herodicus, or some other physician, to see one of his patients, who would not allow the physician to give him medicine, or apply the knife or hot iron to him, and I have persuaded him to do for me what he would not do for the physician, just by the use of rhetoric. And I say that if a rhetorician and a physician were to go to any city, and had there to argue in the ecclesia or any other assembly as to which of them should be elected state physician, the physician would have no chance, but he who could speak would be chosen if he wished. And in a contest with a man of any other profession, the rhetorician more than anyone would have the power of getting himself chosen. For he can speak more persuasively to the multitude than any of them, and on any subject. Such is the nature and power of the art of rhetoric. And yet, Socrates, Rhetoric should be used like any other competitive art, not against everybody. The rhetorician ought not to abuse his strength any more than a pugilist or pancratiast or other master of fence, because he has powers which are more than a match either for friend or enemy. He ought not therefore to strike, stab, or slay his friends. Suppose a man to have been trained in the palestra, and to be a skilful boxer. He, in the fullness of his strength, goes and strikes his father or mother, or one of his familiars or friends. But that is no reason why the trainers or fencing masters should be held in detestation or banished from the city. Surely not. For they taught their art for a good purpose, to be used against enemies and evildoers, in self-defence, not in aggression. And others have perverted their instructions, and turned to a bad use their own strength and skill. But not on this account are the teachers bad, neither is the art in fault or bad in itself. I should rather say that those who make a bad use of the art are to blame. And the same argument holds good of rhetoric, for the rhetorician can speak against all men and upon any subject. In short, he can persuade the multitude better than any other man of anything which he pleases. But he should not, therefore, seek to defraud the physician or any other artist of his reputation merely because he has the power. He ought to use rhetoric fairly, as he would also use his athletic powers. And if, after having become a rhetorician, he makes a bad use of his strength and skill, his instructor surely ought not on that account to be held in detestation or banished. For he was intended by his teacher to make a good use of his instructions. But he abuses them, and therefore he is the person who ought to be held in detestation, banished, and put to death, and not his instructor.
You, Gorgias, like myself, have had great experience of disputations, and you must have observed, I think, that they do not always terminate in mutual edification, or in the definition by either party of the subjects which they are discussing, but disagreements are apt to arise. Somebody says that another has not spoken truly or clearly, and then they get into a passion and begin to quarrel, both parties conceiving that their opponents are arguing from personal feeling only, and jealousy of themselves, not from any interest in the question at issue. And sometimes they will go on abusing one another until the company at last are quite vexed at themselves for ever listening to such fellows. Why do I say this? Why? Because I cannot help feeling that you are now saying what is not quite consistent or accordant with what you were saying at first about rhetoric. And I'm afraid to point this out to you, lest you should think that I have some animosity against you, and that I speak not for the sake of discovering the truth, but from jealousy of you. Now, if you are one of my sort, I should like to cross-examine you, but if not, I will let you alone. And what is my sort, you will ask? I am one of those who are very willing to be refuted if I say anything which is not true, and very willing to refute anyone else who says what is not true, and quite as ready to be refuted as to refute. For I hold that this is the greater gain of the two, just as the gain is greater of being cured of a very great evil than of curing another. For I imagine that there is no evil which a man can endure so great as an erroneous opinion about the matters of which we are speaking. And if you claim to be one of my sort, let us have the discussion out. But if you would rather have done, no matter, let us make an end of it.
I should say, Socrates, that I am quite the man whom you indicate. But perhaps we ought to consider the audience, for before you came I had already given a long exhibition, and if we proceed the argument may run on to a great length, and therefore I think that we should consider whether we may not be detaining some part of the company when they are wanting to do something else.
You hear the audience cheering, Gorgias and Socrates, which shows their desire to listen to you. And for myself, heaven forbid that I should have any business on hand which would take me away from a discussion so interesting and so ably maintained.
By the gods, Chaerephon, although I have been present at many discussions, I doubt whether I was ever so much delighted before, and therefore, if you go on discoursing all day, I shall be the better pleased.
I may truly say, Callicles, that I am willing, if Gorgias is.
After all this, Socrates, I should be disgraced if I refused. especially as I have promised to answer all comers. In accordance with the wishes of the company, then, do you begin, and ask of me any question which you like.
Let me tell you then, Gorgias, what surprises me in your words, though I dare say you may be right, and I may have misunderstood your meaning. You say that you can make any man who will learn of you a rhetorician.
Yes.
Do you mean that you will teach him to gain the ears of the multitude on any subject, and this not by instruction, but by persuasion?
Quite so.
You were saying, in fact, that the rhetorician will have greater powers of persuasion than the physician, even in a matter of health.
Yes, with the multitude, that is.
You mean to say with the ignorant, for with those who know he cannot be supposed to have greater powers of persuasion.
Very true.
But if he is to have more power of persuasion than the physician, he will have greater power than he who knows.
Certainly.
Although he is not a physician, is he?
No.
And he who is not a physician must obviously be ignorant of what the physician knows.
Clearly.
Then, when the rhetorician is more persuasive than the physician, the ignorant is more persuasive with the ignorant than he who has knowledge. Is not that the inference?
In the case supposed, yes.
And the same holds of the relation of rhetoric to all the other arts. The rhetorician need not know the truth about things, he has only to discover some way of persuading the ignorant that he has more knowledge than those who know.
Yes, Socrates. And is not this a great comfort? Not to have learned the other arts, but the art of rhetoric only, and yet to be in no way inferior to the professors of them?
Whether the rhetorician is or is not inferior on this account is a question which we will hereafter examine, if the inquiry is likely to be of any service to us. But I would rather begin by asking whether he is or is not as ignorant of the just and unjust, base and honourable, good and evil, as he is of medicine and the other arts. I mean to say, does he really know anything of what is good and evil, base or honourable, just or unjust in them, or has he only a way with the ignorant of persuading them that he, not knowing, is to be esteemed to know more about these things than someone else who knows? Or must the pupil know these things, and come to you knowing them before he can acquire the art of rhetoric? If he is ignorant, you, who are the teacher of rhetoric, will not teach him, it is not your business, but you will make him seem to the multitude to know them, when he does not know them, and seem to be a good man, when he is not. Or will you be unable to teach him rhetoric at all, unless he knows the truth of these things first? What is to be said about all this? By heavens, Gorgias, I wish that you would reveal to me the power of rhetoric, as you are saying that you would.
Well, Socrates, I suppose that if the pupil does chance not to know them, he will have to learn of me these things as well.
Say no more, for there you are right. And so he whom you make a rhetorician must either know the nature of the just and unjust already, or he must be taught by you.
Certainly.
Well, and is not he who has learned carpentering a carpenter?
Yes.
And he who has learned music a musician?
Yes.
And he who has learned medicine is a physician, in like manner. He who has learned anything whatever is that which his knowledge makes him.
Certainly.
And in the same way, he who has learned what is just,
To be sure.
and he who is just may be supposed to do what is just.
Yes.
And must not the just man always desire to do what is just?
That is clearly the inference.
Surely, then, the just man will never consent to do injustice.
Certainly not.
And according to the argument, the rhetorician must be a just man,
Yes.
and will therefore never be willing to do injustice.
Clearly not.
But do you remember saying just now that the trainer is not to be accused or banished if the pugilist makes a wrong use of his pugilistic art? And in like manner, if the rhetorician makes a bad and unjust use of his rhetoric, that is not to be laid to the charge of his teacher, who is not to be banished, but the wrongdoer himself, who made a bad use of his rhetoric. He is to be banished. Was not that said?
Yes, it was.
But now we are affirming that the aforesaid rhetorician will never have done injustice at all.
True.
And at the very outset, Gorgias, it was said that rhetoric treated of discourse, not, like arithmetic, about odd and even, but about just and unjust. Was not this said?
Yes.
I was thinking at the time, when I heard you saying so, that rhetoric, which is always discoursing about justice, could not possibly be an unjust thing. But when you added shortly afterwards that the rhetorician might make a bad use of rhetoric, I noted with surprise the inconsistency into which you had fallen, and I said that if you thought, as I did, that there was a gain in being refuted, there would be an advantage in going on with the question, but if not, I would leave off. And in the course of our investigations, as you will see yourself, the rhetorician has been acknowledged to be incapable of making an unjust use of rhetoric, or of willingness to do injustice. By the dog, Gorgias, there will be a great deal of discussion before we get at the truth of all this.
And do even you, Socrates, seriously believe what you are now saying about rhetoric? What? Because Gorgias was ashamed to deny that the rhetorician knew the just and the honourable and the good, and admitted that to anyone who came to him ignorant of them he could teach them, and then out of this admission there arose a contradiction, the thing which you dearly love, and to which not he but you brought the argument by your captious questions? Do you seriously believe that there is any truth in all this? For will anyone ever acknowledge that he does not know or cannot teach the nature of justice? The truth is that there is great want of manners in bringing the argument to such a pass.
Illustrious Polus, the reason why we provide ourselves with friends and children is that when we get old and stumble, a younger generation may be at hand to set us on our legs again in our words and in our actions. And now, if I and Gorgias are stumbling, here are you who should raise us up, and I, for my part, engage to retract any error into which you may think that I have fallen, upon one condition.
What condition?
That you contract, Polus, the prolixity of speech in which you indulged at first.
What? Do you mean that I may not use as many words as I please?
Only to think, my friend, that having come on a visit to Athens, which is the most free-spoken state in Hellas, you, when you got there, and you alone, should be deprived of the power of speech. That would be hard indeed. But then consider my case. Shall not I be very hardly used, if, when you are making a long oration and refusing to answer what you are asked, I am compelled to stay and listen to you, and may not go away? I say rather, if you have a real interest in the argument, or, to repeat my former expression, have any desire to set it on its legs, take back any statement which you please, and in your turn ask and answer, like myself and Gorgias. Refute and be refuted, for I suppose that you would claim to know what Gorgias knows, would you not?
Yes.
And you, like him, invite anyone to ask you anything about which he pleases, and you will know how to answer him?
To be sure.
And now, which will you do? Ask or answer?
I will ask. And do you answer me, Socrates, the same question which Gorgias, as you suppose, is unable to answer. What is rhetoric?
Do you mean what sort of an art?
Yes.
To say the truth, Polus, it is not an art at all, in my opinion.
Then what, in your opinion, is rhetoric?
A thing which, as I was lately reading in a book of yours, you say that you have made an art.
What thing?
I should say a sort of experience.
Does rhetoric seem to you to be an experience?
That is my view, but you may be of another mind.
An experience in what?
An experience in producing a sort of delight and gratification.
And if able to gratify others, must not rhetoric be a fine thing?
What are you saying, Polus? Why do you ask me whether rhetoric is a fine thing or not, when I have not as yet told you what rhetoric is?
Did I not hear you say that rhetoric was a sort of experience?
Will you, who are so desirous to gratify others, afford a slight gratification to me?
I will.
Will you ask me what sort of an art is cookery?
What sort of an art is cookery?
Not an art at all, Polus.
What then?
I should say an experience.
In what? I wish that you would explain to me.
An experience in producing a sort of delight and gratification, Polus.
Then are cookery and rhetoric the same?
No, they're only different parts of the same profession.
Of what profession?
I'm afraid that the truth may seem discourteous, and I hesitate to answer, lest Gorgias should imagine that I'm making fun of his own profession. For whether or no this is that art of rhetoric which Gorgias practices, I really cannot tell. From what he was just now saying, nothing appeared of what he thought of his art, but the rhetoric which I mean is a part of a not very creditable whole.
A part of what, Socrates? Say what you mean, and never mind me.
In my opinion, Gorgias, the whole of which rhetoric is a part is not an art at all, but the habit of a bold and ready wit, which knows how to manage mankind. This habit I sum up under the word flattery, and it appears to me to have many other parts, one of which is cookery, which may seem to be an art, but, as I maintain, is only an experience or routine and not an art. Another part is rhetoric, and the art of attiring and sophistry are two others. Thus there are 4 branches and 4 different things answering to them. And Polus may ask, if he likes, for he has not as yet been informed, what part of flattery is rhetoric. He did not see that I had not yet answered him when he proceeded to ask a further question, whether I do not think rhetoric a fine thing. But I shall not tell him whether rhetoric is a fine thing or not until I have first answered what is rhetoric, for that would not be right, Polus. But I shall be happy to answer if you will ask me what part of flattery is rhetoric.
I will ask, and do you answer. What part of flattery is rhetoric?
Will you understand my answer? Rhetoric, according to my view, is the ghost or counterfeit of a part of politics.
And noble or ignoble?
Ignoble, I should say, if I am compelled to answer, for I call what is bad ignoble, though I doubt whether you understand what I was saying before.
Indeed, Socrates, I cannot say that I understand myself.
I do not wonder, Gorgias, for I have not as yet explained myself, and our friend Polus, colt by name and colt by nature, is apt to run away.
Never mind him, but explain to me what you mean by saying that rhetoric is the counterfeit of a part of politics.
I will try, then, to explain my notion of rhetoric, and if I'm mistaken, my friend Polus shall refute me. We may assume the existence of bodies and of souls.
Of course.
You would further admit that there is a good condition of either of them?
Yes.
Which condition may not be really good, but good only in appearance. I mean to say that there are many persons who appear to be in good health, and whom only a physician or trainer will discern at first sight not to be in good health.
True.
And this applies not only to the body, but also to the soul. In either there may be that which gives the appearance of health, and not the reality.
Yes, certainly.
And now I will endeavour to explain to you more clearly what I mean. The soul and body, being two, have 2 arts corresponding to them. There is the art of politics, attending on the soul, and another art attending on the body, of which I know no single name, but which may be described as having 2 divisions, one of them gymnastic, and the other medicine. And in politics there is a legislative part which answers to gymnastic, as justice does to medicine, and the 2 parts run into one another, justice having to do with the same subject as legislation, and medicine with the same subject as gymnastic, but with a difference. Now, seeing that there are these 4 arts, 2 attending on the body and 2 on the soul for their highest good, flattery, knowing, or rather guessing their natures, has distributed herself into 4 shams or simulations of them. She puts on the likeness of some one or other of them, and pretends to be that which she simulates, and, having no regard for men's highest interests, is ever making pleasure the bait of the unwary, and deceiving them into the belief that she is of the highest value to them. Cookery simulates the disguise of medicine, and pretends to know what food is the best for the body. And if the physician and the cook had to enter into a competition in which children were the judges, or men who had no more sense than children, as to which of them best understands the goodness or badness of food, the physician would be starved to death. A flattery I deem this to be, and of an ignoble sort, Polus, for to you I am now addressing myself, because it aims at pleasure, without any thought of the best. An art, I do not call it, but only an experience, because it is unable to explain or to give a reason of the nature of its own applications. And I do not call any irrational thing an art, but if you dispute my words, I am prepared to argue in defence of them. Cookery, then, I maintain to be a flattery which takes the form of medicine, and tiring, in like manner, is a flattery which takes the form of gymnastic, and is knavish, false, ignoble, illiberal, working deceitfully by the help of lines and colours and enamels and garments, and making men affect a spurious beauty to the neglect of the true beauty which is given by gymnastic. I would rather not be tedious, and therefore I will only say, after the manner of geometricians, for I think that by this time you will be able to follow, as gymnastic is to physical training, so sophistry is to legislation, and as cookery is to medicine, so rhetoric is to justice. And this, I say, is the natural difference between the rhetorician and the sophist, but by reason of their near connection, they are apt to be jumbled up together. Neither do they know what to make of themselves, nor do other men know what to make of them. For if the body presided over itself, and were not under the guidance of the soul, and the soul did not discern and discriminate between cookery and medicine, but the body was made the judge of them, and the rule of judgment was the bodily delight which was given by them, then the word of Anaxagoras, that word with which you, friend Polus, are so well acquainted, would prevail far and wide. Chaos would come again, and cookery, health, and medicine would mingle in an indiscriminate mass. And now I have told you my notion of rhetoric, which is, in relation to the soul, what cookery is to the body. I may have been inconsistent in making a long speech when I would not allow you to discourse at length, but I think that I may be excused because you did not understand me, and could make no use of my answer when I spoke shortly, and therefore I had to enter into an explanation. And if I show an equal inability to make use of yours, I hope that you will speak at equal length. But if I am able to understand you, let me have the benefit of your brevity, as is only fair. And now you may do what you please with my answer.
What do you mean? Do you think that rhetoric is flattery?
Nay, I said a part of flattery. If at your age, Polus, you cannot remember, what will you do by and by when you get older?
And are the good rhetoricians meanly regarded in states under the idea that they are flatterers?
Is that a question, or the beginning of a speech?
I am asking a question.
Then my answer is that they are not regarded at all.
How not regarded? Have they not very great power in states?
Not if you mean to say that power is a good to the possessor.
And that is what I do mean to say.
Then, if so, I think that they have the least power of all the citizens.
What? Are they not like tyrants? They kill and despoil and exile anyone whom they please.
By the dog, Polus, I cannot make out at each deliverance of yours whether you're giving an opinion of your own or asking a question of me.
I am asking a question of you.
Yes, my friend, but you ask two questions at once.
How two questions?
Why, did you not say just now that the rhetoricians are like tyrants, and that they kill and despoil or exile anyone whom they please?
I did.
Well, then I say to you that here are two questions in one, and I will answer both of them. And I tell you, Polus, that rhetoricians and tyrants have the least possible power in states, as I was just now saying, for they do literally nothing which they will, but only what they think best.
And is not that a great power?
Polus has already said the reverse.
Said the reverse? Nay, that is what I assert.
No, by the great, what do you call him? Not you, for you say that power is a good to him who has the power.
I do.
And would you maintain that if a fool does what he thinks best, this is a good? And would you call this great power?
I should not.
Then you must prove that the rhetorician is not a fool, and that rhetoric is an art, and not a flattery, and so you will have refuted me. But if you leave me unrefuted, why, the rhetoricians who do what they think best in states, and the tyrants, will have nothing upon which to congratulate themselves, if, as you say, power be indeed a good, admitting at the same time that what is done without sense is an evil.
Yes, I admit that.
How, then, can the rhetoricians or the tyrants have great power in states, unless Polus can refute Socrates and prove to him that they do as they will.
This fellow!
I say that they do not do as they will. Now refute me.
Why, have you not already said that they do as they think best?
And I say so still.
Then surely they do as they will.
I deny it.
But they do what they think best.
I?
That, Socrates, is monstrous and absurd.
Good words, good Polus, as I may say in your own peculiar style, but if you have any questions to ask of me, either prove that I am in error or give the answer yourself.
Very well. I am willing to answer that I may know what you mean.
Do men appear to you to will that which they do, or to will that further end for the sake of which they do a thing? When they take medicine, for example, at the bidding of a physician, do they will the drinking of the medicine, which is painful, or the health for the sake of which they drink?
Clearly the health.
And when men go on a voyage or engage in business, they do not will that which they are doing at the time, for who would desire to take the risk of a voyage or the trouble of business, but they will to have the wealth for the sake of which they go on a voyage.
Certainly.
And is not this universally true? If a man does something for the sake of something else, he wills not that which he does, but that for the sake of which he does it.
Yes.
And are not all things either good or evil, or intermediate and indifferent?
To be sure, Socrates.
Wisdom and health and wealth and the like you would call goods, and their opposites evils?
I should.
And the things which are neither good nor evil, and which partake sometimes of the nature of good, and at other times of evil, or of neither, are such as sitting, walking, running, sailing, or again, wood, stones, and the like. These are the things which you would call neither good nor evil.
Exactly so.
Are these indifferent things done for the sake of the good, or the good for the sake of the indifferent?
Clearly, the indifferent for the sake of the good.
When we walk for the sake of the good, and under the idea that it is better to walk. And when we stand equally for the sake of the good.
Yes.
And when we kill a man, we kill him, or exile him, or despoil him of his goods, because, as we think, it will conduce to our good.
Certainly.
Men who do any of these things do them for the sake of the good.
Yes.
And did we not admit that in doing something for the sake of something else, we do not will those things which we do, but that other thing for the sake of which we do them?
Most true.
Then we do not will simply to kill a man, or to exile him, or to despoil him of his goods, but we will to do that which conduces to our good. And if the act is not conducive to our good, we do not will it. For we will, as you say, that which is our good, but that which is neither good nor evil, or simply evil, we do not will. Why are you silent, Polus? Am I not right?
You are right.
Hence we may infer that if anyone, whether he be a tyrant or a rhetorician, kills another, or exiles another, or deprives him of his property, under the idea that the act is for his own interests, when really not for his own interests, he may be said to do what seems best to him.
Yes.
But does he do what he wills if he does what is evil? Why do you not answer?
Well, I suppose not.
Then, if great power is a good, as you allow, will such a one have great power in the state?
He will not.
Then I was right in saying that a man may do what seems good to him in a state, and not have great power, and not do what he wills.
As though you, Socrates, would not like to have the power of doing what seemed good to you in the state. Rather than not, you would not be jealous when you saw anyone killing or despoiling or imprisoning whom he pleased. Oh, no.
Justly or unjustly, do you mean?
In either case, is he not equally to be envied?
Forbear, Polus.
Why forbear?
Because you ought not to envy wretches who are not to be envied, but only to pity them.
And are those of whom I spoke wretches?
Yes, certainly they are.
And so you think that he who slays anyone whom he pleases, and justly slays him, is pitiable and wretched?
No, I do not say that of him, but neither do I think that he is to be envied.
Were you not saying just now that he is wretched?
Yes, my friend, if he killed another unjustly, in which case he is also to be pitied, and he is not to be envied if he killed him justly.
At any rate, you will allow that he who is unjustly put to death is wretched and to be pitied.
Not so much, Polus, as he who kills him, and not so much as he who is justly killed.
How can that be, Socrates?
That may very well be, inasmuch as doing injustice is the greatest of evils.
But is it the greatest? Is not suffering injustice a greater evil?
Certainly not.
Then would you rather suffer than do injustice?
I should not like either, but if I must choose between them, I would rather suffer than do.
Then you would not wish to be a tyrant?
Not if you mean by tyranny what I mean.
I mean, as I said before, the power of doing whatever seems good to you in a state. Killing, banishing, doing in all things as you like.
Well, then, illustrious friend, when I have said my say, do you reply to me. Suppose that I go into a crowded agora and take a dagger under my arm. Polus, I say to you, I have just acquired a rare power and become a tyrant. For if I think that any of these men whom you see ought to be put to death, the man whom I have a mind to kill is as good as dead. And if I am disposed to break his head or tear his garment, he will have his head broken or his garment torn in an instant. Such is my great power in this city. And if you do not believe me, and I show you the dagger, you would probably reply, Socrates, in that sort of way, anyone may have great power. He may burn any house which he pleases, and the docks and the triremes of the Athenians and all their other vessels, whether public or private. But can you believe that this mere doing as you think best is great power?
Certainly not doing as this.
But can you tell me why you disapprove of such a power?
I can.
Why then?
Why, because he who did, as you say, would be certain to be punished.
And punishment is an evil?
Certainly.
And you would admit once more, my good sir, that great power is a benefit to a man if his actions turn out to his advantage, and that this is the meaning of great power. And if not, then his power is an evil and is no power. But let us look at the matter in another way. Do we not acknowledge that the things of which we were speaking, the infliction of death, exile, and the deprivation of property, are sometimes a good, and sometimes not a good?
Certainly.
About that, you and I may be supposed to agree?
Yes.
Tell me, then, when do you say that they are good, and when that they are evil? What principle do you lay down?
I would rather, Socrates, that you should answer as well as ask that question.
Well, Polus, since you would rather have the answer from me, I say that they are good when they are just, and evil when they are unjust.
You are hard of refutation, Socrates, but might not a child refute that statement?
Then I shall be very grateful to the child, and equally grateful to you if you will refute me and deliver me from my foolishness, and I hope that refute me you will, and not weary of doing good to a friend.
Yes, Socrates, and I need not go far or appeal to antiquity. Events which happened only a few days ago are enough to refute you, and to prove that many men who do wrong are happy.
What events?
You see, I presume, that Callicles, the son of Perdiccas, is now the ruler of Macedonia?
At any rate, I hear that he is.
And do you think that he is happy or miserable?
I cannot say, Polus, for I have never had any acquaintance with him.
And cannot you tell at once, and without having an acquaintance with him, whether a man is happy?
Most certainly not.
Then clearly, Socrates, you would say that you did not even know whether the great king was a happy man.
And I should speak the truth, for I do not know how he stands in the matter of education and justice.
What? And does all happiness consist in this?
Yes, indeed, Polus, that is my doctrine. The men and women who are gentle and good are also happy, as I maintain, and the unjust and evil are miserable.
Then, according to your doctrine, the said Callicles is miserable.
Yes, my friend, if he is wicked.
That he is wicked I cannot deny, for he had no title at all to the throne which he now occupies, he being only the son of a woman who was the slave of Alcetus, the brother of Perdiccas. He himself, therefore, in strict right, was the slave of Alcetus, and if he had meant to do rightly, he would have remained his slave, and then, according to your doctrine, he would have been happy. But now he is unspeakably miserable, for he has been guilty of the greatest crimes. In the first place, he invited his uncle and master, Alcetus, to come to him, under the pretence that he would restore to him the throne, which Perdiccas has usurped, and after entertaining him and his son, Alexander, who was his own cousin and nearly of an age with him, and making them drunk, he threw them into a waggon and carried them off by night, and slew them, and got both of them out of the way. And when he had done all this wickedness, he never discovered that he was the most miserable of all men, and was very far from repenting. Shall I tell you how he showed his remorse? He had a younger brother, a child of 7 years old, who was the legitimate son of Perdiccas, and to him of right the kingdom belonged. Archelaus, however, had no mind to bring him up as he ought, and restore the kingdom to him. That was not his notion of happiness. But not long afterwards he threw him into a well and drowned him, and declared to his mother Cleopatra that he had fallen in while running after a goose, and had been killed. And now, as he is the greatest criminal of all the Macedonians, he may be supposed to be the most miserable, and not the happiest of them. And I dare say that there are many Athenians, and you would be at the head of them, who would rather be any other Macedonian than Archelaus.
I praised you at first, Polus, for being a rhetorician rather than a reasoner, and this, as I suppose, is the sort of argument with which you fancy that a child might refute me, and by which I stand refuted when I say that the unjust man is not happy. But, my good friend, where is the refutation? I cannot admit a word which you have been saying.
That is because you will not, for you surely must think as I do.
Not so, my simple friend, but because you will refute me after the manner which rhetoricians practice in courts of law, for there the one party think that they refute the other when they bring forward a number of witnesses of good repute in proof of their allegations, and their adversary has only a single one, or none at all. But this kind of proof is of no value where truth is the aim. A man may often be sworn down by a multitude of false witnesses who have a great air of respectability, and in this argument nearly every one, Athenian and stranger alike, would be on your side if you should bring witnesses in disproof of my statement. You may, if you will, summon Nicias, the son of Niceratus, and let his brothers, who gave the row of tripods which stand in the precincts of Dionysus, come with him. Or you may summon Aristocrates, the son of Celeus, who is the giver of that famous offering which is at Delphi. Summon, if you will, the whole house of Pericles, or any other great Athenian family whom you choose. They will all agree with you. I only am left alone and cannot agree, for you do not convince me. Although you produce many false witnesses against me in the hope of depriving me of my inheritance, which is the truth. But I consider that nothing worth speaking of will have been effected by me, unless I make you the one witness of my words, nor by you, unless you make me the one witness of yours, no matter about the rest of the world. For there are 2 ways of refutation, one which is yours, and that of the world in general, but mine is of another sort. Let us compare them, then, and see in what they differ. For indeed we are at issue about matters which to know is honourable, and not to know disgraceful, to know or not to know happiness and misery. That is the chief of them, and what knowledge can be nobler, or what ignorance more disgraceful than this? And therefore I will begin by asking you whether you do not think that a man who is unjust and doing injustice can be happy. Seeing that you think Archelaus unjust and yet happy, may I assume this to be your opinion?
Certainly.
But I say that this is an impossibility. Here is one point about which we are at issue. Very good. And do you mean to say also that if he meets with retribution and punishment, he will still be happy?
Certainly not. In that case, he will be most miserable.
On the other hand, if the unjust be not punished, then according to you he will be happy.
Yes.
But in my opinion, Polus, the unjust or doer of unjust actions is miserable in any case. More miserable, however, if he be not punished and does not meet with retribution, and less miserable if he be punished and meets with retribution at the hands of gods and men.
You are maintaining a strange doctrine, Socrates.
I shall try to make you agree with me, O my friend, for as a friend I regard you. Then these are the points at issue between us, are they not? I was saying that to do is worse than to suffer injustice.
Exactly so.
And you said the opposite.
Yes.
I said also that the wicked are miserable, and you refuted me.
By Zeus, I did.
In your own opinion, Polus.
Yes, and I rather suspect that I was in the right.
You further said that the wrongdoer is happy if he be unpunished.
Certainly.
And I affirm that he is most miserable, and that those who are punished are less miserable. Are you going to refute this proposition also?
A proposition which is harder of refutation than the other, Socrates.
Say, rather, Polus, impossible, for who can refute the truth?
What do you mean? If a man is detected in an unjust attempt to make himself a tyrant, and when detected is racked, mutilated, has his eyes burned out, and after having had all sorts of great injuries inflicted on him, and having seen his wife and children suffer the like, is at last impaled or tarred and burnt alive, will he be happier than if he escape and become a tyrant, and continue all through life doing what he likes, and holding the reins of government, the envy and admiration both of citizens and strangers? Is that the paradox, which, as you say, cannot be refuted?
There again, noble Polus, you are raising hobgoblins instead of refuting me. Just now you were calling witnesses against me. But please to refresh my memory a little, did you say, in an unjust attempt to make himself a tyrant?
Yes, I did.
Then I say that neither of them will be happier than the other. Neither he who unjustly acquires a tyranny, nor he who suffers in the attempt. For of two miserables, one cannot be the happier, but that he who escapes and becomes a tyrant is the more miserable of the two. Do you laugh, Polus? Well, this is a new kind of refutation. When anyone says anything, instead of refuting him, to laugh at him.
But do you not think, Socrates, that you have been sufficiently refuted when you say that which no human being will allow? Ask the company.
Oh, Polus, I am not a public man, and only last year, when my tribe were serving as prytanes, and it became my duty as their president to take the votes, there was a laugh at me because I was unable to take them. And as I failed then, you must not ask me to count the suffrages of the company now. But if, as I was saying, you have no better argument than numbers, let me have a turn, and do you make trial of the sort of proof which, as I think, is required, for I shall produce one witness only of the truth of my words, and he is the person with whom I am arguing. His suffrage I know how to take, but with the many I have nothing to do, and do not even address myself to them. May I ask, then, whether you will answer in turn and have your words put to the proof? For I certainly think that I and you and every man do really believe that to do is a greater evil than to suffer injustice, and not to be punished than to be punished.
And I should say neither I nor any man. Would you yourself, for example, suffer rather than do injustice?
Yes, and you too. I or any man would.
Quite the reverse. Neither you, nor I, nor any man.
But will you answer?
To be sure, I will, for I am curious to hear what you can have to say.
Tell me then, and you will know, and let us suppose that I am beginning at the beginning. Which of the two, Polus, in your opinion, is the worst? To do injustice or to suffer?
I should say that suffering was worst.
And which is the greater disgrace? Answer.
To do.
And the greater disgrace is the greater evil?
Certainly not.
I understand you to say, if I am not mistaken, that the honourable is not the same as the good, or the disgraceful as the evil. Let me ask a question of you. When you speak of beautiful things, such as bodies, colours, figures, sounds, institutions, do you not call them beautiful in reference to some standard? Bodies, for example, are beautiful in proportion as they are useful, or as the sight of them gives pleasure to the spectators. Can you give any other account of personal beauty?
I cannot.
And you would say of figures or colours generally that they were beautiful either by reason of the pleasure which they give, or of their use, or of both.
Yes, I should.
And you would call sounds and music beautiful for the same reason?
I should.
Laws and institutions also have no beauty in them, except in so far as they are useful or pleasant, or both.
I think not.
And may not the same be said of the beauty of knowledge?
To be sure, Socrates. And I very much approve of your measuring beauty by the standard of pleasure and utility.
And deformity or disgrace may be equally measured by the opposite standard of pain and evil.
Certainly.
Then, when of two beautiful things one exceeds in beauty, the measure of the excess is to be taken in one or both of these, that is to say, in pleasure or utility, or both.
Very true.
And of two deformed things, that which exceeds in deformity or disgrace exceeds either in pain or evil. Must it not be so?
Yes.
But then again, what was the observation which you just now made about doing and suffering wrong? Did you not say that suffering wrong was more evil and doing wrong more disgraceful?
I did.
Then, if doing wrong is more disgraceful than suffering, the more disgraceful must be more painful, and must exceed in pain or in evil, or both. Does not that also follow?
Of course.
First, then, let us consider whether the doing of injustice exceeds the suffering in the consequent pain. Do the injurers suffer more than the injured?
No, Socrates, certainly not.
Then they do not exceed in pain.
No.
But if not in pain, then not in both. Then they can only exceed in the other.
Yes.
That is to say, in evil.
True.
Then doing injustice will have an excess of evil, and will therefore be a greater evil than suffering injustice.
Clearly.
But have not you and the world already agreed that to do injustice is more disgraceful than to suffer?
Yes.
And that is now discovered to be more evil?
True.
And would you prefer a greater evil or a greater dishonour to a less one? Answer, Polus, and fear not, for you will come to no harm if you nobly resign yourself into the healing hand of the argument, as to a physician, without shrinking, and either say yes or no to me.
I should say no.
Would any other man prefer a greater to a less evil?
No, not according to this way of putting the case, Socrates.
Then I say truly, Polus, that neither you nor I nor any man would rather do than suffer injustice. For to do injustice is the greater evil of the two.
That is the conclusion.
You see, Polus, when you compare the two kinds of refutations, how unlike they are. All men, with the exception of myself, are of your way of thinking. But your single assent and witness are enough for me. I have no need of any other. I take your suffrage, and am regardless of the rest. Enough of this. And now let us proceed to the next question, which is, whether the greatest of evils to a guilty man is to suffer punishment, as you supposed, or whether to escape punishment is not a greater evil, as I supposed. Consider. You would say that to suffer punishment is another name for being justly corrected when you do wrong.
I should.
And would you not allow that all just things are honourable, insofar as they are just? Please to reflect, and tell me your opinion.
Yes, Socrates, I think that they are.
Consider again. Where there is an agent, must there not also be a patient?
I should say so.
And will not the patient suffer that which the agent does, and will not the suffering have the quality of the action? I mean, for example, that if a man strikes, there must be something which is stricken.
Yes.
And if the striker strikes violently or quickly, that which is struck will be struck violently or quickly.
True.
And the suffering to him who is stricken is of the same nature as the act of him who strikes.
Yes.
And if a man burns, there is something which is burned.
Certainly.
And if he burns in excess, or so as to cause pain, the thing burned will be burned in the same way.
Truly.
And if he cuts, the same argument holds. There will be something cut.
Yes.
And if the cutting be great or deep or such as will cause pain, the cut will be of the same nature.
That is evident.
Then you would agree generally to the universal proposition, which I was just now asserting, that the affection of the patient answers to the affection of the agent.
I agree.
Then, as this is admitted, let me ask whether being punished is suffering or acting.
Suffering, Socrates. There can be no doubt of that.
And suffering implies an agent.
Certainly, Socrates. And he is the punisher.
And he who punishes rightly punishes justly,
Yes.
and therefore he acts justly.
Justly.
Then he who is punished and suffers retribution suffers justly.
That is evident.
And that which is just has been admitted to be honourable.
Certainly.
Then the punisher does what is honourable, and the punished suffers what is honourable.
True.
And if what is honourable, then what is good, for the honourable is either pleasant or useful.
Certainly.
Then he who is punished suffers what is good.
That is true.
Then he is benefited.
Yes.
Do I understand you to mean what I mean by the term benefited? I mean that if he be justly punished, his soul is improved.
Surely.
Then he who is punished is delivered from the evil of his soul.
Yes.
And is he not then delivered from the greatest evil? Look at the matter in this way. In respect of a man's estate, do you see any greater evil than poverty?
There is no greater evil.
Again, in a man's bodily frame, you would say that the evil is weakness and disease and deformity.
I should.
And do you not imagine that the soul likewise has some evil of her own?
Of course.
And this you would call injustice and ignorance and cowardice and the like?
Certainly.
So then, in mind, body, and estate, which are three, you have pointed out three corresponding evils: injustice, disease, poverty.
True.
And which of the evils is the most disgraceful? Is not the most disgraceful of them injustice, and in general the evil of the soul?
By far the most.
And if the most disgraceful, then also the worst?
What do you mean, Socrates?
I mean to say, that is most disgraceful has been already admitted to be most painful or hurtful or both.
Certainly.
And now injustice and all evil in the soul has been admitted by us to be most disgraceful?
It has been admitted.
And most disgraceful, either because most painful and causing excessive pain, or most hurtful, or both?
Certainly.
And therefore, to be unjust and intemperate and cowardly and ignorant is more painful than to be poor and sick?
Nay, Socrates, the painfulness does not appear to me to follow from your premises.
Then, if, as you would argue, not more painful, the evil of the soul is of all evils the most disgraceful, and the excess of disgrace must be caused by some preternatural greatness or extraordinary hurtfulness of the evil.
Clearly.
And that which exceeds most in hurtfulness will be the greatest of evils?
Yes.
Then injustice and intemperance, and in general the depravity of the soul, are the greatest of evils?
That is evident.
Now, what art is there which delivers us from poverty? Does not the art of making money?
Yes.
And what art frees us from disease? Does not the art of medicine?
Very true.
And what from vice and injustice? If you are not able to answer at once, ask yourself whither we go with the sick, and to whom we take them.
To the physicians, Socrates.
And to whom do we go with the unjust and intemperate?
To the judges, you mean?
Who are to punish them?
Yes.
And do not those who rightly punish others punish them in accordance with a certain rule of justice?
Clearly.
Then the art of money-making frees a man from poverty, medicine from disease, and justice from intemperance and injustice?
That is evident.
Which, then, is the best of these three?
Will you enumerate them?
Money-making, medicine, and justice.
Justice, Socrates, far excels the two others.
And justice, if the best, gives the greatest pleasure or advantage, or both?
Yes.
But is the being healed a pleasant thing, And are those who are being healed pleased?
I think not.
A useful thing, then?
Yes?
Yes, because the patient is delivered from a great evil, and this is the advantage of enduring the pain, that you get well.
Certainly.
And would he be the happier man in his bodily condition who is healed, or who was never out of health?
Clearly, he who was never out of health.
Yes, for happiness surely does not consist in being delivered from evils, but in never having had them.
True.
And suppose the case of two persons who have some evil in their bodies, and that one of them is healed and delivered from evil, and another is not healed, but retains the evil. Which of them is the most miserable?
Clearly, he who is not healed.
And was not punishment said by us to be a deliverance from the greatest of evils, which is vice?
True.
And justice punishes us, and makes us more just, and is the medicine of our vice?
True.
He, then, has the first place in the scale of happiness who has never had vice in his soul, for this has been shown to be the greatest of evils.
Clearly.
And he has the second place who is delivered from vice.
True.
That is to say, he who receives admonition and rebuke and punishment.
Yes?
Then he lives worst, who, having been unjust, has no deliverance from injustice?
Certainly.
That is, he lives worst, who commits the greatest crimes, and who, being the most unjust of men, succeeds in escaping rebuke or correction or punishment. And this, as you say, has been accomplished by Callicles and other tyrants and rhetoricians and potentates.
True.
May not their way of proceeding, my friend, be compared to the conduct of a person who is afflicted with the worst of diseases, and yet contrives not to pay the penalty to the physician for his sins against his constitution, and will not be cured, because, like a child, he is afraid of the pain of being burned or cut? Is not that a parallel case?
Yes, truly.
He would seem as if he did not know the nature of health and bodily vigour. And if we are right, Polus, in our previous conclusions, they are in a like case who strive to evade justice, which they see to be painful, but are blind to the advantage which ensues from it, not knowing how far more miserable a companion a diseased soul is than a diseased body. A soul, I say, which is corrupt and unrighteous and unholy, and hence they do all that they can to avoid punishment, and to avoid being released from the greatest of evils. They provide themselves with money and friends, and cultivate to the utmost their powers of persuasion. But if we, Polus, are right, do you see what follows? Or shall we draw out the consequences in form?
If you please.
Is it not a fact that injustice and the doing of injustice is the greatest of evils?
That is quite clear.
And further, that to suffer punishment is the way to be released from this evil.
True.
And not to suffer is to perpetuate the evil?
Yes.
To do wrong, then, is second only in the scale of evils, but to do wrong and not to be punished is first and greatest of all.
That is true.
Well, and was not this the point in dispute, my friend? You deemed Callicles happy because he was a very great criminal and unpunished. I, on the other hand, maintain that he or any other who, like him, has done wrong and has not been punished is, and ought to be, the most miserable of all men, and that the doer of injustice is more miserable than the sufferer, and he who escapes punishment more miserable than he who suffers. Was not that what I said?
Yes.
And it has been proved to be true?
Certainly.
Well, Polus, but if this is true, where is the great use of rhetoric? If we admit what has been just now said, every man ought in every way to guard himself against doing wrong, for he will thereby suffer great evil.
True.
And if he, or anyone about whom he cares, does wrong, he ought of his own accord to go where he will be immediately punished. He will run to the judge, as he would to the physician, in order that the disease of injustice may not be rendered chronic and become the incurable cancer of the soul. Must we not allow this consequence, Polus, if our former admissions are to stand? Is any other inference consistent with them?
To that, Socrates, there can be but one answer.
Then rhetoric is of no use to us, Polus, in helping a man to excuse his own injustice, that of his parents or friends or children or country, but may be of use to anyone who holds that instead of excusing, he ought to accuse, himself above all, and in the next degree his family or any of his friends who may be doing wrong. He should bring to light the iniquity and not conceal it, that so the wrongdoer may suffer and be made whole. And he should even force himself and others not to shrink, but with closed eyes, like brave men, to let the physician operate with knife or searing iron, not regarding the pain, in the hope of attaining the good and the honourable. Let him who has done things worthy of stripes allow himself to be scourged, if of bonds to be bound, if of a fine to be fined, if of exile to be exiled, if of death to die, himself being the first to accuse himself and his own relations, and using rhetoric to this end, that his and their unjust actions may be made manifest, and that they themselves may be delivered from injustice, which is the greatest evil. Then, Polus, rhetoric would indeed be useful. Do you say yes or no to that?
To me, Socrates, what you are saying appears very strange, though probably in agreement with your premises.
Is not this the conclusion, if the premises are not disproven?
Yes, it certainly is.
And from the opposite point of view, if indeed it be our duty to harm another, whether an enemy or not, I accept the case of self-defence, then I have to be upon my guard. But if my enemy injures a third person, then in every sort of way, by word as well as deed, I should try to prevent his being punished, or appearing before the judge, and if he appears, I should contrive that he should escape, and not suffer punishment. If he has stolen a sum of money, let him keep what he has stolen, and spend it on him and his, regardless of religion and justice. And if he have done things worthy of death, let him not die, but rather be immortal in his wickedness. Or if this is not possible, let him at any rate be allowed to live as long as he can. For such purposes, Polus, rhetoric may be useful, but is of small, if of any use, to him who is not intending to commit injustice. At least, there was no such use discovered by us in the previous discussion.
Tell me, Chaerephon, is Socrates in earnest, or is he joking?
I should say, Callicles, that he is in most profound earnest, but you may well ask him.
By the gods, and I will. Tell me, Socrates, are you in earnest or only in jest? For, if you are in earnest, and what you say is true, is not the whole of human life turned upside down, and are we not doing, as would appear, in everything the opposite of what we ought to be doing?
O Callicles, if there were not some community of feelings among mankind, however varying in different persons, I mean to say, if every man's feelings were peculiar to himself, and were not shared by the rest of his species, I do not see how we could ever communicate our impressions to one another. I make this remark because I perceive that you and I have a common feeling, for we are lovers both, and both of us have two loves apiece. I am the lover of Alcibiades, the son of Cleinias, and of philosophy, and you of the Athenian Demas, and of Demas, the son of Pyrilampes. Now, I observe that you, with all your cleverness, do not venture to contradict your favourite in any word or opinion of his, but as he changes, you change, backwards and forwards. When the Athenian Demas denies anything that you are saying in the assembly, you go over to his opinion, and you do the same with Demas, the fair young son of Pyrilampes, for you have not the power to resist the words and ideas of your loves. And if a person were to express surprise at the strangeness of what you say from time to time, when under their influence, you would probably reply to him, if you were honest, that you cannot help saying what your loves say unless they are prevented, and that you can only be silent when they are. Now you must understand that my words are an echo too, and therefore you need not wonder at me. But if you want to silence me, silence philosophy, who is my love, for she is always telling me what I am now telling you, my friend. Neither is she capricious like my other love. For the son of Cleinias says one thing today and another thing tomorrow, but philosophy is always true. She is the teacher at whose words you are now wondering, and you have heard her yourself. Her you must refute, and either show, as I was saying, that to do injustice and to escape punishment is not the worst of all evils, or if you leave her word unrefuted, by the dog, the god of Egypt, I declare, O Callicles, that Callicles will never be at one with himself, but that his whole life will be a discord. And yet, my friend, I would rather that my lyre should be inharmonious, and that there should be no music in the chorus which I provided, or that the whole world should be at odds with me and oppose me, rather than that I myself should be at odds with myself and contradict myself.
Oh, Socrates, you are a regular declaimer, and seem to be running riot in the argument. And now you are declaiming in this way because Polus has fallen into the same error himself of which he accused Gorgias. For he said that when Gorgias was asked by you whether, if someone came to him who wanted to learn rhetoric and did not know justice, he would teach him justice, Gorgias, in his modesty, replied that he would, because he thought that mankind in general would be displeased if he answered no. And then, in consequence of this admission, Gorgias was compelled to contradict himself, that being just the sort of thing in which you delight. Whereupon Polus laughed at you, deservedly, as I think, but now he has himself fallen into the same trap. I cannot say very much for his wit when he conceded to you that to do is more dishonourable than to suffer injustice, for this was the admission which led to his being entangled by you, and because he was too modest to say what he thought, he had his mouth stopped. For the truth is, Socrates, that you, who pretend to be engaged in the pursuit of truth, are appealing now to the popular and vulgar notions of right, which are not natural, but only conventional. Convention and nature are generally at variance with one another, and hence, if a person is too modest to say what he thinks, he is compelled to contradict himself, and you, in your ingenuity, perceiving the advantage to be thereby gained, slyly ask of him who is arguing conventionally a question which is to be determined by the rule of nature, and if he is talking of the rule of nature, you slip away to custom, as, for instance, you did in this very discussion about doing and suffering injustice. When Polus was speaking of the conventionally dishonourable, you assailed him from the point of view of nature, for, by the rule of nature, to suffer injustice is the greater disgrace because the greater evil, but conventionally to do evil is the more disgraceful. For the suffering of injustice is not the part of a man, but of a slave, who indeed had better die than live, since when he is wronged and trampled upon, he is unable to help himself or any other about whom he cares. The reason, as I conceive, is that the makers of laws are the majority who are weak, and they make laws and distribute praises and censures with a view to themselves and to their own interests, and they terrify the stronger sort of men and those who are able to get the better of them in order that they may not get the better of them, and they say that dishonesty is shameful and unjust, meaning, by the word injustice, the desire of a man to have more than his neighbours, for, knowing their own inferiority, I suspect they are too glad of equality. And therefore, the endeavour to have more than the many is conventionally said to be shameful and unjust, and is called injustice, whereas nature herself intimates that it is just for the better to have more than the worse, the more powerful than the weaker. And in many ways she shows, among men as well as among animals, and indeed among whole cities and races, that justice consists in the superior ruling over and having more than the inferior. For on what principle of justice did Xerxes invade Hellas, or his father the Scythians, but not to speak of numberless other examples? Nay, but these are the men who act according to nature, yes, by heaven, and according to the law of nature, not perhaps according to that artificial law which we invent and impose upon our fellows, of whom we take the best and strongest from their youth upwards, and tame them like young lions, charming them with the sound of the voice, and saying to them that with equality they must be content, and that the equal is the honourable and the just. But if there were a man who had sufficient force, he would shake off and break through and escape from all this. He would trample underfoot all our formulas and spells and charms, and all our laws which are against nature. The slave would rise in rebellion and be lord over us, and the light of natural justice would shine forth. And this I take to be the sentiment of Pindar, when he says in his poem that law is the king of all, of mortals as well as of immortals. This, as he says, makes might to be right, doing violence with highest hand, as I infer from the deeds of Heracles, for without buying them, I do not remember the exact words, but the meaning is that without buying them, and without their being given to him, he carried off the oxen of Geryon, according to the law of natural right, and that the oxen and other possessions of the weaker and inferior properly belong to the stronger and superior. And this is true, as you may ascertain, if you will leave philosophy and go on to higher things. For philosophy, Socrates, if pursued in moderation and at the proper age, is an elegant accomplishment. But too much philosophy is the ruin of human life. Even if a man has good parts, still, if he carries philosophy into later life, he is necessarily ignorant of all those things which a gentleman and a person of honour ought to know. He is inexperienced in the laws of the state, and in the language which ought to be used in the dealings of man with man, whether private or public, and utterly ignorant of the pleasures and desires of mankind and of human character in general. And people of this sort, when they betake themselves to politics or business, are as ridiculous as I imagine the politicians to be when they make their appearance in the arena of philosophy. For, as Euripides says, every man shines in that and pursues that and devotes the greatest portion of the day to that in which he most excels. But anything in which he is inferior he avoids and depreciates, and praises the opposite from partiality to himself, and because he thinks that he will thus praise himself. The true principle is to unite them. Philosophy, as a part of education, is an excellent thing, and there is no disgrace to a man while he is young in pursuing such a study. But when he is more advanced in years, the thing becomes ridiculous, and I feel towards philosophers as I do towards those who lisp and imitate children, for I love to see a little child, who is not of an age to speak plainly, lisping at his play. There is an appearance of grace and freedom in his utterance, which is natural to his childish years. But when I hear some small creature carefully articulating its words, I am offended. The sound is disagreeable, and has to my ears the twang of slavery. So, when I hear a man lisping, or see him playing like a child, his behaviour appears to me ridiculous and unmanly and worthy of stripes. And I have the same feeling about students of philosophy. When I see a youth thus engaged, the study appears to me to be in character, and becoming a man of liberal education, and him who neglects philosophy I regard as an inferior man who will never aspire to anything great or noble. But if I see him continuing the study in later life and not leaving off, I should like to beat him, Socrates. For as I was saying, such a one, even though he have good natural parts, becomes effeminate. He flies from the busy centre and the marketplace, in which, as the poet says, men become distinguished. He creeps into a corner for the rest of his life, and talks in a whisper with 3 or 4 admiring youths, but never speaks out like a free man in a satisfactory manner. Now I, Socrates, am very well inclined towards you, and my feeling may be compared with that of Zethus towards Amphion in the play of Euripides, whom I was mentioning just now. For I am disposed to say to you much what Zethus said to his brother, that you, Socrates, are careless about the things of which you ought to be careful, and that you, who have a soul so noble, are remarkable for a puerile exterior. Neither in a court of justice could you state a case, or give any reason or proof, or offer valiant counsel on another's behalf. And you must not be offended, my dear Socrates, for I am speaking out of goodwill towards you, if I ask whether you are not ashamed of being thus defenceless, which I affirm to be the condition not of you only, but of all those who will carry the study of philosophy too far. For suppose that someone were to take you, or any one of your sort, off to prison, declaring that you had done wrong when you had done no wrong, you must allow that you would not know what to do. There you would stand, giddy and gaping, and not having a word to say, and when you went up before the court, even if the accuser were a poor creature and not good for much, you would die if he were disposed to claim the penalty of death. And yet, Socrates, what is the value of an art which converts a man of sense into a fool, who is helpless, and has no power to save either himself or others when he is in the greatest danger and is going to be despoiled by his enemies of all his goods, and has to live simply deprived of his rights of citizenship, he being a man who, if I may use the expression, may be boxed on the ears with impunity? Then, my good friend, take my advice and refute no more. Learn the philosophy of business and acquire the reputation of wisdom, but leave to others these niceties, whether they are to be described as follies or absurdities, for they will only give you poverty for the inmate of your dwelling. Cease, then, emulating these paltry splitters of words, and emulate only the man of substance and honour who is well-to-do.
If my soul, Callicles, were made of gold, should I not rejoice to discover one of those stones with which they test gold, and the very best possible one to which I might bring my soul? And if the stone and I agreed in approving of her training, then I should know that I was in a satisfactory state, and that no other test was needed by me.
What is your meaning, Socrates?
I will tell you. I think that I have found in you the desired touchstone.
Why?
Because I am sure that if you agree with me in any of my opinions which my soul forms, I have at last found the truth indeed. For I consider that if a man is to make a complete trial of the good or evil of the soul, he ought to have three qualities: knowledge, goodwill, outspokenness, which are all possessed by you. Many whom I meet are unable to make trial of me, because they are not wise as you are. Others are wise, but they will not tell me the truth, because they have not the same interest in me which you have. And these two strangers, Gorgias and Polus, are undoubtedly wise men, and my very good friends, but they are not outspoken enough, and they are too modest. Why, their modesty is so great that they are driven to contradict themselves, first one and then the other of them, in the face of a large company, on matters of the highest moment. But you have all the qualities in which these others are deficient, having received an excellent education. To this many Athenians can testify. And you are my friend. Shall I tell you why I think so? I know that you, Callicles, and Tisander of Aphidne, and Andron, the son of Androtion, and Narcissides of the deme of Collages, studied together. There were 4 of you, and I once heard you advising with one another as to the extent to which the pursuit of philosophy should be carried. And, as I know, you came to the conclusion that the study should not be pushed too much into detail. You were cautioning one another not to be otherwise. You were afraid that too much wisdom might unconsciously to yourselves be the ruin of you. And now, when I hear you giving the same advice to me, which you then gave to your most intimate friends, I have a sufficient evidence of your real goodwill to me, and of the frankness of your nature, and freedom from modesty I am assured by yourself, and the assurance is confirmed by your last speech. Well then, the inference in the present case clearly is that if you agree with me in an argument about any point, that point will have been sufficiently tested by us, and will not require to be submitted to any further test. For you could not have agreed with me, either from lack of knowledge or from superfluity of modesty, nor yet from a desire to deceive me, for you are my friend, as you tell me yourself. And therefore, when you and I are agreed, the result will be the attainment of perfect truth. Now, there is no nobler inquiry, Callicles, than that which you censure me for making. What ought the character of a man to be, and what his pursuits, and how far is he to go, both in maturer years and in youth? For be assured that if I err in my own conduct, I do not err intentionally, but from ignorance. Do not then desist from advising me, now that you have begun, until I have learned clearly what this is which I am to practice, and how I may acquire it. And if you find me assenting to your words, and hereafter not doing that to which I assented, call me dolt, and deem me unworthy of receiving further instruction. Once more, then, tell me what you and Pindar mean by natural justice. Do you not mean that the superior should take the property of the inferior by force? That the better should rule the worse, the noble have more than the mean? Am I not right in my recollection?
Yes, that is what I was saying, and so I still aver.
And do you mean by the better the same as the superior? For I could not make out what you were saying at the time, whether you meant by the superior the stronger, and that the weaker must obey the stronger, as you seemed to imply when you said that great cities attack small ones in accordance with natural right, because they are superior and stronger, as though the superior and stronger and better were the same, or whether the better may also be the inferior and weaker, and the superior the worse, or whether better is to be defined in the same way as superior. This is the point which I want to have cleared up. Are the superior and better and stronger the same or different?
I say unequivocally that they are the same.
Then the many are by nature superior to the one, against whom, as you were saying, they make the laws.
Certainly.
Then the laws of the many are the laws of the superior?
Very true.
Then they are the laws of the better, for the superior class are far better, as you were saying.
Yes.
And since they are superior, the laws which are made by them are by nature good?
Yes.
And are not the many of opinion, as you were lately saying, that justice is equality, and that to do is more disgraceful than to suffer injustice? Is that so, or not? Answer, Callicles, and let no modesty be found to come in the way. Do the many think, or do they not think thus? I must beg of you to answer, in order that, if you agree with me, I may fortify myself by the assent of so competent an authority.
Yes, the opinion of the many is what you say.
Then not only custom, but nature also affirms that to do is more disgraceful than to suffer injustice, and that justice is equality, so that you seem to have been wrong in your former assertion when accusing me you said that nature and custom are opposed, and that I, knowing this, was dishonestly playing between them, appealing to custom when the argument is about nature, and to nature when the argument is about custom.
This man will never cease talking nonsense. At your age, Socrates, are you not ashamed to be catching at words and chuckling over some verbal slip? Do you not see? Have I not told you already that by superior I mean better? Do you imagine me to say that if a rabble of slaves and nondescripts, who are of no use except perhaps for their physical strength, get together, their ipsissima verba are laws?
Oh, my philosopher, is that your line?
Certainly.
I was thinking, Callicles, that something of the kind must have been in your mind, and that is why I repeated the question, what is the superior? I wanted to know clearly what you meant, for you surely do not think that two men are better than one, or that your slaves are better than you because they are stronger. Then please to begin again, and tell me who the better are, if they are not the stronger. And I will ask you, great sir, to be a little milder in your instructions, or I shall have to run away from you.
You are ironical.
No, by the hero Zethus, Callicles, by whose aid you are just now saying many ironical things against me. I am not. Tell me then whom you mean by the better.
I mean the more excellent.
Do you not see that you are yourself using words which have no meaning, and that you're explaining nothing? Will you tell me whether you mean by the better and superior the wiser, or if not, whom?
Most assuredly, I do mean the wiser.
Then, according to you, one wise man may often be superior to 10,000 fools, and he ought to rule them, and they ought to be his subjects, and he ought to have more than they should. This is what I believe that you mean, and you must not suppose that I am word-catching, if you allow that the one is superior to the 10,000.
Yes, that is what I mean, and that is what I conceive to be natural justice, that the better and wiser should rule and have more than the inferior.
Stop there, and let me ask you what you would say in this case. Let us suppose that we are all together, as we are now. There are several of us, and we have a large common store of meats and drinks, and there are all sorts of persons in our company having various degrees of strength and weakness, and one of us, being a physician, is wiser in the matter of food than all the rest, and he is probably stronger than some, and not so strong as others of us. Will he not, being wiser, be also better than we are, and are superior in this matter of food?
Certainly.
Either, then, he will have a larger share of the meats and drinks, because he is better, or he will have the distribution of all of them by reason of his authority, but he will not expend or make use of a larger share of them on his own person, or if he does, he will be punished. His share will exceed that of some, and be less than that of others, and if he be the weakest of all, he being the best of all, will have the smallest share of all. Callicles, am I not right, my friend?
You talk about meats, and drinks, and physicians, and other nonsense. I am not speaking of them.
Well, but do you admit that the wiser is the better? Answer yes or no.
Yes.
And ought not the better to have a larger share?
Not of meats and drinks.
I understand. Then, perhaps of coats. The skilfullest weaver ought to have the largest coat, and the greatest number of them, and go about clothed in the best and finest of them.
Fudge about coats.
Then the skilfullest and best in making shoes ought to have the advantage in shoes. The shoemaker clearly should walk about in the largest shoes, and have the greatest number of them.
Fudge about shoes. What nonsense are you talking?
Or is this not your meaning? Perhaps you would say that the wise and good and true husbandman should actually have a larger share of seeds, and have as much seed as possible for his own land.
How you go on, always talking in the same way, Socrates.
Yes, Callicles, and also about the same things.
Yes, by the gods, you are literally always talking of cobblers, and fullers, and cooks, and doctors, as if this had to do with our argument.
But why will you not tell me in what a man must be superior and wiser in order to claim a larger share? Will you neither accept a suggestion nor offer one?
I have already told you. In the first place, I mean by superiors not cobblers or cooks, but wise politicians who understand the administration of a state, and who are not only wise but also valiant and able to carry out their designs, and not the men to faint from want of soul.
See now, most excellent Callicles, how different my charge against you is from that which you bring against me. For you reproach me with always saying the same, but I reproach you with never saying the same about the same things. For at one time you were defining the better and the superior to be the stronger, then again as the wiser, and now you bring forward a new notion. The superior and the better are now declared by you to be the more courageous. I wish, my good friend, that you would tell me once and for all whom you affirm to be the better and superior, and in what they are better.
I have already told you that I mean those who are wise and courageous in the administration of a state. They ought to be the rulers of their states, and justice consists in their having more than their subjects.
But whether rulers or subjects, will they or will they not have more than themselves, my friend?
What do you mean?
I mean that every man is his own ruler, but perhaps you think that there is no necessity for him to rule himself. He is only required to rule others.
What do you mean by his ruling over himself?
A simple thing enough, just what is commonly said, that a man should be temperate and master of himself, and ruler of his own pleasures and passions.
What innocence! You mean those fools, the temperate?
Certainly. Anyone may know that to be my meaning.
Quite so, Socrates, and they are really fools. For how can a man be happy who is the servant of anything? On the contrary, I plainly assert that he who would truly live ought to allow his desires to wax to the uttermost, and not to chastise them. But when they have grown to their greatest, he should have courage and intelligence to minister to them, and to satisfy all his longings. And this I affirm to be natural justice and nobility. To this, however, the many cannot attain, and they blame the strong man because they are ashamed of their own weakness, which they desire to conceal, and hence they say that intemperance is base. As I have remarked already, they enslave the nobler natures, and being unable to satisfy their pleasures, they praise temperance and justice out of their own cowardice. For if a man had been originally the son of a king, or had a nature capable of acquiring an empire, or a tyranny, or sovereignty, what could be more truly base or evil than temperance? To a man like him, I say, who might freely be enjoying every good, and has no one to stand in his way, and yet has admitted custom and reason and the opinion of other men to be lords over him, must he not be in a miserable plight, whom the reputation of justice and temperance hinders from giving more to his friends than to his enemies, even though he be a ruler in his city? Nay, Socrates, for you profess to be a votary of the truth, and the truth is this, that luxury and intemperance and license, if they be provided with means, are virtue and happiness. All the rest is a mere bauble, agreements contrary to nature, foolish talk of men, nothing worth.
There is a noble freedom, Callicles, in your way of approaching the argument, for what you say is what the rest of the world think, but do not like to say, and I must beg of you to persevere, that the true rule of human life may become manifest. Tell me, then, you say, do you not, that in the rightly developed man the passions ought not to be controlled, but that we should let them grow to the utmost and somehow or other satisfy them, and that this is virtue?
Yes, I do.
Then those who want nothing are not truly said to be happy.
No, indeed, for then stones and dead men would be the happiest of all.
But surely life, according to your view, is an awful thing. And indeed I think that Euripides may have been right in saying, "Who knows if life be not death, and death life?" and that we are very likely dead. I have heard a philosopher say that at this moment we are actually dead, and that the body is our tomb, and that the part of the soul which is the seat of the desires is liable to be tossed about by words and blown up and down, and some ingenious person, probably a Sicilian or an Italian, playing with the word, invented a tale in which he called the soul, because of its believing and make-believe nature, a vessel, and the ignorant he called the uninitiated or leaky, and the place in the souls of the uninitiated in which the desires are seated being the intemperate and incontinent part, he compared to a vessel full of holes, because it can never be satisfied. He is not of your way of thinking, Callicles, for he declares that of all the souls in Hades, meaning the invisible world, these uninitiated or leaky persons are the most miserable, and that they pour water into a vessel which is full of holes out of a colander which is similarly perforated. The colander, as my informer assures me, is the soul, and the soul which he compares to a colander is the soul of the ignorant, which is likewise full of holes, and therefore incontinent, owing to a bad memory and want of faith. These notions are strange enough, but they show the principle which, if I can, I would fain prove to you, that you should change your mind, and instead of the intemperate and insatiate life, choose that which is orderly and sufficient, and has a due provision for daily needs. Do I make any impression on you? And are you coming over to the opinion that the orderly are happier than the intemperate? Or do I fail to persuade you, and however many tales I rehearse to you, do you continue of the same opinion still?
The latter, Socrates, is more like the truth.
Well, I will tell you another image, which comes out of the same school. Let me request you to consider how far you would accept this as an account of the two lives of the temperate and intemperate in a figure. There are two men, both of whom have a number of casks. The one man has his casks sound and full, one of wine, another of honey, and a third of milk, besides others filled with other liquids, and the streams which fill them are few and scanty, and he can only obtain them with a great deal of toil and difficulty. But when his casks are once filled, he has no need to feed them any more, and has no further trouble with them or care about them. The other, in a like manner, can procure streams, though not without difficulty, but his vessels are leaky and unsound, and night and day he is compelled to be filling them, and if he pauses for a moment he is in an agony of pain. Such are their respective lives. And now, would you say that the life of the intemperate is happier than that of the temperate? Do I not convince you that the opposite is the truth?
You do not convince me, Socrates, for the one who has filled himself has no longer any pleasure left, and this, as I was just now saying, is the life of a stone. He has neither joy nor sorrow after he is once filled, but the pleasure depends on the superabundance of the influx.
But the more you pour in, the greater the waste, and the holes must be large for the liquid to escape.
Certainly.
The life which you are now depicting is not that of a dead man or of a stone, but of a cormorant. You mean that he is to be hungering and eating?
Yes.
And he is to be thirsting and drinking?
Yes, that is what I mean. He is to have all his desires about him, and to be able to live happily in the gratification of them.
Capital. Excellent. Go on as you have begun, and have no shame. I, too, must disencumber myself of shame. And first, will you tell me whether you include itching and scratching, provided you have enough of them, and pass your life in scratching in your notion of happiness?
What a strange being you are, Socrates, a regular mob orator.
Well, that was the reason, Callicles, why I scared Polus and Gorgias until they were too modest to say what they thought. But you will not be too modest and will not be scared, for you are a brave man. And now answer my question.
I answer that even the scratcher would live pleasantly.
And if pleasantly, then also happily?
To be sure.
But what if the itching is not confined to the head? Shall I pursue the question? And here, Callicles, I would have you consider how you would reply if consequences are pressed upon you, especially if in the last resort you are asked whether the life of a catamite is not terrible, foul, miserable, or would you venture to say that they too are happy if they only get enough of what they want?
Are you not ashamed, Socrates, of introducing such topics into the argument?
Well, my fine friend, but am I the introducer of these topics? Or he who says without any qualification that all who feel pleasure in whatever manner are happy, and who admits of no distinction between good and bad pleasures? And I would still ask whether you say that pleasure and good are the same, or whether there is some pleasure which is not a good.
Well then, for the sake of consistency, I will say that they are the same.
You are breaking the original agreement, Callicles, and will no longer be a satisfactory companion in the search after truth if you say what is contrary to your real opinion.
Why, that is what you are doing too, Socrates.
Then we are both doing wrong. Still, my dear friend, I would ask you to consider whether pleasure, from whatever source derived, is the good. For if this be true, then the disagreeable consequences which have been darkly intimated must follow, and many others.
That, Socrates, is only your opinion.
And do you, Callicles, seriously maintain what you are saying?
Indeed I do.
Then, as you are in earnest, shall we proceed with the argument?
By all means.
Well, if you are willing to proceed, determine this question for me. There is something, I presume, which you would call knowledge.
There is.
And were you not saying just now that some courage implied knowledge?
I was.
And you were speaking of courage and knowledge as two things different from one another?
Certainly I was.
And would you say that pleasure and knowledge are the same, or not the same?
Not the same, O man of wisdom.
And would you say that courage differed from pleasure?
Certainly.
Well then, let us remember that Callicles, the Achanian, says that pleasure and good are the same, but that knowledge and courage are not the same, either with one another or with the good.
And what does our friend Socrates of Foxton say? Does he assent to this or not?
He does not assent. Neither will Callicles when he sees himself truly. You will admit, I suppose, that good and evil fortune are opposed to each other.
Yes.
And if they are opposed to each other, then, like health and disease, they exclude one another. A man cannot have them both, or be without them both at the same time.
What do you mean?
Take the case of any bodily affliction. A man may have the complaint in his eyes which is called ophthalmia.
To be sure.
But he surely cannot have the same eyes well and sound at the same time.
Certainly not.
And when he has got rid of his ophthalmia, has he got rid of the health of his eyes too? Is the final result that he gets rid of them both together?
Certainly not.
That would surely be marvellous and absurd.
Very.
I suppose that he is affected by them and gets rid of them in turns.
Yes.
And he may have strength and weakness in the same way, by fits.
Yes.
Or swiftness and slowness.
Certainly.
And does he have and not have good and happiness and their opposites, evil and misery, in a similar alternation?
Certainly he has.
If, then, there be anything which a man has and has not at the same time, clearly that cannot be good and evil. Do we agree? Please not to answer without consideration.
I entirely agree.
Go back now to our former admissions. Did you say that to hunger, I mean the mere state of hunger, was pleasant or painful?
I said painful, but that to eat when you are hungry is pleasant.
I know, but still the actual hunger is painful, am I not right?
Yes.
And thirst, too, is painful.
Yes, very.
Need I adduce any more instances, or would you agree that all wants or desires are painful?
I agree. And therefore you need not adduce any more instances.
Very good. And you would admit that to drink when you are thirsty is pleasant?
Yes.
And in the sentence which you have just uttered, the word thirsty implies pain?
Yes.
And the word drinking is expressive of pleasure and of the satisfaction of the want?
Yes.
There is pleasure in drinking?
Certainly.
When you are thirsty and in pain?
Yes.
Do you see the inference? That pleasure and pain are simultaneous. When you say that being thirsty, you drink. For are they not simultaneous? And do they not affect at the same time the same part, whether of the soul or the body? Which of them is affected cannot be supposed to be of any consequence. Is not this true?
It is.
You said also that no man could have good and evil fortune at the same time.
Yes, I did.
But you admitted that when in pain, a man might also have pleasure.
Clearly.
Then pleasure is not the same as good fortune, or pain the same as evil fortune, and therefore the good is not the same as the pleasant?
I wish I knew, Socrates, what your quibbling means.
You know, Callicles, but you affect not to know.
Well, get on and don't keep fooling. Then you will know what a wiseacre you are in your admonition of me.
Does not a man cease from his thirst and from his pleasure in drinking at the same time?
I do not understand what you are saying.
Nay, Callicles, answer, if only for our sakes. We should like to hear the argument out.
Yes, Gorgias, but I must complain of the habitual trifling of Socrates. He is always arguing about little and unworthy questions.
What matter? Your reputation, Callicles, is not at stake. Let Socrates argue in his own fashion.
Well, then, Socrates, you shall ask these little peddling questions, since Gorgias wishes to have them.
I envy you, Callicles, for having been initiated into the great mysteries before you were initiated into the lesser. I thought that this was not allowable. But to return to our argument, does not a man cease from thirsting and from the pleasure of drinking at the same moment?
True.
And if he is hungry or has any other desire, does he not cease from the desire and the pleasure at the same moment?
Very true.
Then he ceases from pain and pleasure at the same moment.
Yes.
But he does not cease from good and evil at the same moment, as you have admitted. Do you still adhere to what you said?
Yes, I do, but what is the inference?
Why, my friend, the inference is that the good is not the same as the pleasant, or the evil the same as the painful. There is a cessation of pleasure and pain at the same moment, but not of good and evil, for they are different. How then can pleasure be the same as good, or pain as evil? And I would have you look at the matter in another light, which could hardly, I think, have been considered by you when you identified them. Are not the good good because they have good present with them, as the beautiful are those who have beauty present with them?
Yes.
And do you call the fools and cowards good men? For you were saying just now that the courageous and the wise are the good. Would you not say so?
Certainly.
And did you never see a foolish child rejoicing?
Yes, I have.
And a foolish man, too?
Yes, certainly, but what is your drift?
Nothing particular, if you'll only answer.
Yes, I have.
And did you ever see a sensible man rejoicing or sorrowing?
Yes.
Which rejoice and sorrow most, the wise or the foolish?
They are much upon a par, I think, in that respect.
Enough. And did you ever see a coward in battle?
To be sure.
And which rejoiced most at the departure of the enemy, the coward or the brave?
I should say most of both, or at any rate they rejoiced about equally.
No matter. Then the cowards, and not only the brave, rejoice.
Greatly.
And the foolish, so it would seem.
Yes.
And are only the cowards pained at the approach of their enemies, or are the brave also pained?
Both are pained.
And are they equally pained?
I should imagine that the cowards are more pained.
And are they not better pleased at the enemy's departure?
I dare say.
Then are the foolish and the wise, and the cowards and the brave, all pleased and pained, as you are saying, in nearly equal degree, but are the cowards more pleased and pained than the brave?
Yes.
But surely the wise and the brave are the good, and the foolish and the cowardly are the bad.
Yes.
Then the good and the bad are pleased and pained in nearly equal degree?
Yes.
Then are the good and bad in a nearly equal degree, or have the bad the advantage both in good and evil, that is, in having more pleasure and more pain?
I really do not know what you mean.
Why, do you not remember saying that the good were good because good was present with them, and the evil because evil, and that pleasures were goods, and pains evils?
Yes, I remember.
And are not these pleasures or goods present to those who rejoice, if they do rejoice?
Certainly.
Then those who rejoice are good when goods are present with them.
Yes.
And those who are in pain have evil or sorrow present with them?
Yes.
And would you still say that the evil are evil by reason of the presence of evil?
I should.
Then those who rejoice are good, and those who are in pain evil?
Yes.
The degrees of good and evil vary with the degrees of pleasure and of pain?
Yes.
Have the wise man and the fool, the brave and the coward, joy and pain in nearly equal degrees? Or would you say that the coward has more?
I should say that he has.
Help me, then, to draw out the conclusion which follows from our admissions. For it is good to repeat and review what is good twice and thrice over, as they say. Both the wise man and the brave man we allow to be good.
Yes.
And the foolish man and the coward to be evil.
Certainly.
And he who has joy is good.
Yes.
And he who is in pain is evil.
Certainly.
The good and evil both have joy and pain, but perhaps the evil has more of them?
Yes.
Then must we not infer that the bad man is as good and bad as the good, or perhaps even better? Is not this a further inference which follows equally with the preceding from the assertion that the good and the pleasant are the same? Can this be denied, Callicles?
I have been listening and making admissions to you, Socrates, and I remark that if a person grants you anything in play, you, like a child, want to keep hold and will not give it back. But do you really suppose that I, or any other human being, denies that some pleasures are good and others bad?
Alas, Callicles, how unfair you are! You certainly treat me as if I were a child, sometimes saying one thing and then another, as if you were meaning to deceive me. And yet I thought at first that you were my friend, and would not have deceived me if you could have helped. But I see that I was mistaken. And now I suppose that I must make the best of a bad business, as they said of old, and take what I can get out of you. Well then, as I understand you to say, I may assume that some pleasures are good, and others evil?
Yes.
The beneficial are good, and the hurtful are evil?
To be sure.
And the beneficial are those which do some good, and the hurtful are those which do some evil?
Yes.
Take, for example, the bodily pleasures of eating and drinking, which we were just now mentioning. You mean to say that those which promote health or any other bodily excellence are good, and their opposites evil?
Certainly.
And in the same way, there are good pains and there are evil pains.
To be sure.
And ought we not to choose and use the good pleasures and pains?
Certainly.
But not the evil?
Clearly.
Because, if you remember, Polus and I have agreed that all our actions are to be done for the sake of the good. And will you agree with us in saying that the good is the end of all our actions, and that all our actions are to be done for the sake of the good, and not the good for the sake of them? Well, will you add a third vote to our two?
I will.
Then pleasure, like everything else, is to be sought for the sake of that which is good, and not that which is good for the sake of pleasure.
To be sure.
But can every man choose what pleasures are good and what are evil, or must he have art or knowledge of them in detail?
He must have art.
Let me now remind you of what I was saying to Gorgias and Polus. I was saying, as you will not have forgotten, that there were some processes which aim only at pleasure, and know nothing of a better and worse, and there are other processes which know good and evil. And I considered that cookery, which I do not call an art, but only an experience, was of the former class, which is concerned with pleasure, and that the art of medicine was of the class which is concerned with the good. And now, by the god of friendship, I must beg you, Callicles, not to jest, or to imagine that I am jesting with you. Do not answer at random and contrary to your real opinion, for you'll observe that we are arguing about the way of human life. And to a man who has any sense at all, what question can be more serious than this? Whether he should follow after that way of life to which you exhort me, and act what you call the manly part of speaking in the assembly and cultivating rhetoric and engaging in public affairs according to the principles now in vogue, or whether he should pursue the life of philosophy, and in what the latter way differs from the former. But perhaps we had better first try to distinguish them, as I did before, and when we have come to an agreement that they are distinct, we may proceed to consider in what they differ from one another, and which of them we should choose. Perhaps, however, you do not even now understand what I mean.
No, I do not.
Then I will explain myself more clearly, seeing that you and I have agreed that there is such a thing as good, and that there is such a thing as pleasure, and that pleasure is not the same as good, and that the pursuit and process of acquisition of the one, that is pleasure, is different from the pursuit and process of acquisition of the other, which is good. I wish that you would tell me whether you agree with me thus far or not. Do you agree?
I do.
Then I will proceed. And ask whether you also agree with me, and whether you think that I spoke the truth, when I further said to Gorgias and Polus that cookery, in my opinion, is only an experience, and not an art at all, and that whereas medicine is an art, and attends to the nature and constitution of the patient, and has principles of action and reason in each case, cookery, in attending upon pleasure, never regards either the nature or reason of that pleasure to which she devotes herself, but goes straight to her end, nor ever considers or calculates anything, but works by experience and routine, and just preserves the recollection of what she has usually done when producing pleasure. And first, I would have you consider whether I have proved what I was saying, and then whether there are not other similar processes which have to do with the soul, some of them processes of art, making a provision for the soul's highest interest, others despising the interest, and, as in the previous case, considering only the pleasure of the soul, and how this may be acquired, but not considering what pleasures are good or bad, and having no other aim but to afford gratification, whether good or bad. In my opinion, Callicles, there are such processes, and this is the sort of thing which I term flattery, whether concerned with the body or the soul, or whenever employed with a view to pleasure and without any consideration of good and evil. And now I wish that you would tell me whether you agree with us in this notion, or whether you differ.
I do not differ. On the contrary, I agree. for in that way I shall soonest bring the argument to an end, and shall oblige my friend Gorgias.
And is this notion true of one soul, or of two or more?
Equally true of two or more.
Then a man may delight a whole assembly, and yet have no regard for their true interests.
Yes.
Can you tell me the pursuits which delight mankind? Or rather, if you would prefer, let me ask, and do you answer, which of them belong to the pleasurable class, and which of them not? In the first place, what say you of flute-playing? Does that not appear to be an art which seeks only pleasure, Callicles, and thinks of nothing else?
I assent.
And is not the same true of all similar arts, as, for example, the art of playing the lyre at festivals?
Yes.
And what do you say of the choral art and of dithyrambic poetry? Are not they of the same nature? Do you imagine that Canisius, the son of Meles, cares about what will tend to the moral improvement of his hearers, or about what will give pleasure to the multitude?
There can be no mistake about Canisius, Socrates.
And what do you say of his father, Meles, the harp player? Did he perform with any view to the good of his hearers? Could he be said to regard even their pleasure? For his singing was an infliction to his audience. And of harp-playing and dithyrambic poetry in general, what would you say? Have they not been invented wholly for the sake of pleasure?
That is my notion of them.
And as for the muse of tragedy, that solemn and august personage, what are her aspirations? Is all her aim and desire only to give pleasure to the spectators? Or does she fight against them and refuse to speak of their pleasant vices, and willingly proclaim in word and song truths welcome and unwelcome? Which, in your judgment, is her character?
There can be no doubt, Socrates, that tragedy has her face turned towards pleasure and the gratification of the audience.
And is not that sort of thing, Callicles, which we were just now describing as flattery?
Quite true.
Well now, suppose that we strip all poetry of song and rhythm and metre, there will remain speech.
To be sure.
And this speech is addressed to a crowd of people?
Yes.
Then poetry is a sort of rhetoric.
True.
And do not the poets in the theatre seem to you to be rhetoricians?
Yes.
Then now we have discovered a sort of rhetoric which is addressed to a crowd of men, women and children, free men and slaves, and this is not much to our taste, for we have described it as having the nature of flattery.
Quite true.
Very good. And what do you say of that other rhetoric which addresses the Athenian assembly and the assemblies of freemen in other states? Do the rhetoricians appear to you always to aim at what is best? And do they seek to improve the citizens by their speeches? Or are they too, like the rest of mankind, bent upon giving them pleasure, forgetting the public good in the thought of their own interest, playing with the people as with children, and trying to amuse them, but never considering whether they are better or worse for this?
I must distinguish. There are some who have a real care of the public in what they say, while others are such as you describe.
I am contented with the admission that rhetoric is of two sorts. One which is mere flattery and disgraceful declamation, the other which is noble and aims at the training and improvement of the souls of the citizens, and strives to say what is best, whether welcome or unwelcome, to the audience. But have you ever known such a rhetoric? Or if you have, and can point out any rhetorician who is of this stamp, who is he?
But, indeed, I am afraid that I cannot tell you of any such among the orators who are at present living.
Well, then, can you mention any one of a former generation who may be said to have improved the Athenians, who found them worse and made them better from the day that he began to make speeches? For, indeed, I do not know of such a man.
What? Did you never hear that Themistocles was a good man, and Cimon, and Miltiades, and Pericles, who is just lately dead, and whom you heard yourself?
Yes, Callicles, they were good men, if, as you said at first, true virtue consists only in the satisfaction of our desires and those of others. But if not, and if, as we were afterwards compelled to acknowledge, the satisfaction of some desires makes us better, and of others worse, and we ought to gratify the one and not the other, and there is an art in distinguishing them, can you tell me of any of these statesmen who did distinguish them?
No, indeed, I cannot.
Yet surely, Callicles, if you look, you will find such a one. Suppose that we just calmly consider whether any of these was such as I have described. Will not the good man, who says whatever he says with a view to the best, speak with a reference to some standard, and not at random, just as all other artists, whether the painter, the builder, the shipwright, or any other, look all of them to their own work, and do not select and apply at random what they apply, but strive to give a definite form to it. The artist disposes all things in order, and compels the one part to harmonize and accord with the other part, until he has constructed a regular and systematic whole, and this is true of all artists. And in the same way, the trainers and physicians, of whom we spoke before, give order and regularity to the body. Do you deny this?
No, I am ready to admit it.
Then the house in which order and regularity prevail is good, that in which there is disorder, evil?
Yes.
And the same is true of a ship?
Yes.
And the same may be said of the human body?
Yes.
And what would you say of the soul? Will the good soul be that in which disorder is prevalent, or that in which there is harmony and order?
The latter follows from our previous admissions.
What is the name which is given to the effect of harmony and order in the body?
I suppose that you mean health and strength.
Yes, I do. And what is the name which you would give to the effect of harmony and order in the soul? Try and discover a name for this as well as for the other.
Why not give the name yourself, Socrates?
Well, if you had rather that I should, I will, and you shall say whether you agree with me, and if not, you shall refute and answer me. Healthy, as I conceive, is the name which is given to the regular order of the body, whence comes health and every other bodily excellence. Is that true or not?
True.
And lawful and law are the names which are given to the regular order and action of the soul, and these make men lawful and orderly. And so we have temperance and justice, have we not?
Granted.
And will not the true rhetorician, who is honest and understands his art, have his eye fixed upon these, in all the words which he addresses to the souls of men, and in all his actions, both in what he gives and in what he takes away? Will not his aim be to implant justice in the souls of his citizens, and take away injustice, to implant temperance and take away intemperance, to implant every virtue and take away every vice? Do you not agree?
I agree.
For what use is there, Callicles, in giving to the body of a sick man who is in a bad state of health a quantity of the most delightful food or drink, or any other pleasant thing, which may be really as bad for him as if you gave him nothing, or even worse, if rightly estimated? Is not that true?
I will not say no to it.
For, in my opinion, there is no profit in a man's life if his body is in an evil plight. In that case, his life also is evil. Am I not right?
Yes.
When a man is in health, the physicians will generally allow him to eat when he is hungry and drink when he is thirsty, and to satisfy his desires as he likes. But when he is sick, they hardly suffer him to satisfy his desires at all. Even you will admit that.
Yes.
And does not the same argument hold of the soul, my good sir? While she is in a bad state, and is senseless and intemperate and unjust and unholy, her desires ought to be controlled, and she ought to be prevented from doing anything which does not tend to her own improvement.
Yes.
Such treatment will be better for the soul herself.
To be sure.
And to restrain her from her appetites is to chastise her.
Yes.
Then restraint or chastisement is better for the soul than intemperance or the absence of control, which you were just now preferring.
I do not understand you, Socrates, and I wish that you would ask someone who does.
Here is a gentleman who cannot endure to be improved, or to subject himself to that very chastisement of which the argument speaks.
I do not heed a word of what you are saying, and have only answered hitherto out of civility to Gorgias.
What are we to do, then? Shall we break off in the middle?
You shall judge for yourself.
Well, but people say that a tail should have a head and not break off in the middle, and I should not like to have the argument going about without a head. Please, then, to go on a little longer and put the head on.
How tyrannical you are, Socrates. I wish that you and your argument would rest, or that you would get someone else to argue with you.
But who else is willing? I want to finish the argument.
Oh, can you not finish without my help? Either talking straight on, or questioning and answering yourself?
Must I then say with Epicharmus, 2 men spoke before, but now 1 shall be enough? I suppose that there is absolutely no help. But if I am to carry on the inquiry by myself, I will first of all remark that not only I, but all of us should have an ambition to know what is true and what is false in this matter, for the discovery of the truth is a common good. And now I will proceed to argue according to my own notion. But if any of you think that I arrive at conclusions which are untrue, you must interpose and refute me. For I do not speak from any knowledge of what I am saying. I am an inquirer like yourselves, and therefore, if my opponent says anything which is of force, I shall be the first to agree with him. I am speaking on the supposition that the argument ought to be completed, but if you think otherwise, let us leave off and go our ways.
I think, Socrates, that we should not go our ways until you have completed the argument, and this appears to me to be the wish of the rest of the company. I myself should very much like to hear what more you have to say.
I too, Gorgias, should have liked to continue the argument with Callicles, and then I might have given him an Amphion in return for his Zethus. But since you, Callicles, are unwilling to continue, I hope that you will listen and interrupt me if I seem to you to be in error. And if you refute me, I shall not be angry with you, as you are with me, but I shall inscribe you as the greatest of benefactors on the tablets of my soul.
My good fellow, never mind me, but get on.
Listen to me, then, while I recapitulate the argument. Is the pleasant the same as the good? Not the same. Callicles and I are agreed about this. And is the pleasant to be pursued for the sake of the good, or the good for the sake of the pleasant? The pleasant is to be pursued for the sake of the good, and that is pleasant at the presence of which we are pleased, and that is good at the presence of which we are good, to be sure. And we are good, and all good things whatever are good when some virtue is present in us or them. That, Callicles, is my conviction. But the virtue of each thing, whether body or soul, instrument or creature, when given to them in the best way, comes to them not by chance, but as a result of the order and truth and art which are imparted to them. Am I not right? I maintain that I am. And is not the virtue of each thing dependent on order or arrangement? Yes, I say. And that which makes a thing good is the proper order inhering in each thing? Such is my view. And is not the soul, which has an order of her own, better than that which has no order? Certainly. And the soul which has order is orderly? Of course. And that which is orderly is temperate? Assuredly. And the temperate soul is good? No other answer can I give, Callicles dear. Have you any?
Go on, my good fellow.
Then I shall proceed to add that if the temperate soul is the good soul, the soul which is in the opposite condition, that is, the foolish and intemperate, is the bad soul. Very true. And will not the temperate man do what is proper, both in relation to the gods and to men? For he would not be temperate if he did not. Certainly he will do what is proper. In his relation to other men he will do what is just, and in his relation to the gods he will do what is holy, and he who does what is just and holy must be just and holy. Very true. And must he not be courageous? For the duty of a temperate man is not to follow or to avoid what he ought not, but what he ought, whether things or men or pleasures or pains, and patiently to endure when he ought. And therefore, Callicles, the temperate man, being, as we have described, also just and courageous and holy, cannot be other than a perfectly good man. Nor can the good man do otherwise than well and perfectly whatever he does. And he who does well must of necessity be happy and blessed, and the evil man who does evil miserable. Now, this latter is he whom you were applauding, the intemperate, who is the opposite of the temperate. Such is my position, and these things I affirm to be true. And if they are true, then I further affirm that he who desires to be happy must pursue and practice temperance, and run away from intemperance as fast as his legs will carry him. He had better order his life so as not to need punishment. But if either he or any of his friends, whether private individual or city, are in need of punishment, then justice must be done, and he must suffer punishment, if he would be happy. This appears to me to be the aim which a man ought to have, and towards which he ought to direct all the energies both of himself and of the state, acting so that he may have temperance and justice present with him, and be happy, not suffering his lusts to be unrestrained, and in the never-ending desire satisfy them, leading a robber's life. Such a one is the friend neither of God nor man, for he is incapable of communion, and he who is incapable of communion is also incapable of friendship. And philosophers tell us, Callicles, that communion and friendship and orderliness and temperance and justice bind together heaven and earth, and gods and men, and that this universe is therefore called cosmos, or order, not disorder or misrule, my friend. But although you are a philosopher, you seem to me never to have observed that geometrical equality is mighty, both among gods and men. You think that you ought to cultivate inequality or excess, and do not care about geometry. Well then, either the principle that the happy are made happy by the possession of justice and temperance, and the miserable miserable by the possession of vice, must be refuted, or if it is granted, what will be the consequences? All the consequences which I drew before, Callicles, and about which you asked me whether I was in earnest, when I said that a man ought to accuse himself and his son and his friend if he did anything wrong, and that to this end he should use his rhetoric. All those consequences are true, and that which you thought that Polus was led to admit out of modesty is true, viz., that to do injustice, if more disgraceful than to suffer, is in that degree worse. And the other position, which, according to Polus, Gorgias admitted out of modesty, that he who would truly be a rhetorician ought to be just and have a knowledge of justice, has also turned out to be true. And now, these things being, as we have said, let us proceed in the next place to consider whether you are right in throwing in my teeth that I am unable to help myself or any of my friends or kinsmen, or to save them in the extremity of danger, and that I am in the power of another, like an outlaw, to whom any one may do what he likes. He may box my ears, which was a brave saying of yours, or take away my goods, or banish me, or even do his worst and kill me, a condition which, as you say, is the height of disgrace. My answer to you is one which has been already often repeated, but may as well be repeated once more. I tell you, Callicles, that to be boxed on the ears wrongfully is not the worst evil which can befall a man, nor to have my purse or my body cut open, but that to smite and slay me and mine wrongfully is far more disgraceful and more evil. Aye, and to despoil and enslave and pillage, or in any way at all to wrong me and mine, is far more disgraceful and evil to the doer of the wrong than to me who am the sufferer. These truths, which have been already set forth, as I state them in the previous discussion, would seem now to have been fixed and riveted by us, if I may use an expression which is certainly bold, in words which are like bonds of iron and adamant. And unless you or some other still more enterprising hero shall break them, there is no possibility of denying what I say. For my position has always been that I myself am ignorant how these things are, but that I have never met anyone who could say otherwise, any more than you can, and not appear ridiculous. This is my position still, and if what I am saying is true, and injustice is the greatest of evils to the doer of injustice, and yet there is, if possible, a greater than this greatest of evils, in an unjust man not suffering retribution, what is that defence of which the want will make a man truly ridiculous? Must not the defence be one which will avert the greatest of human evils, and will not the worst of all defences be that with which a man is unable to defend himself or his family or his friends? And next will come that which is unable to avert the next greatest evil, thirdly, that which is unable to avert the third greatest evil, and so of other evils. As is the greatness of evil, so is the honour of being able to avert them in their several degrees, and the disgrace of not being able to avert them. Am I not right, Callicles?
Yes, quite right.
Seeing, then, that there are these two evils, the doing injustice and the suffering injustice, and we affirm that to do injustice is a greater, and to suffer injustice a lesser evil, by what devices can a man succeed in obtaining the two advantages, the one of not doing and the other of not suffering injustice? Must he have the power, or only the will, to obtain them? I mean to ask whether a man will escape injustice if he has only the will to escape, or must he have provided himself with the power?
He must have provided himself with the power, that is clear.
And what do you say of doing injustice? Is the will only sufficient, and will that prevent him from doing injustice, or must he have provided himself with power and art? And if he have not studied and practised, will he be unjust still? Surely you might say, Callicles, whether you think that Polus and I were right in admitting the conclusion that no one does wrong voluntarily, but that all do wrong against their will.
Granted, Socrates, if you will only have done.
Then, as would appear, power and art have to be provided in order that we may do no injustice.
Certainly.
And what art will protect us from suffering injustice, if not wholly, yet as far as possible? I want to know whether you agree with me, for I think that such an art is the art of one who is either a ruler or even tyrant himself, or the equal and companion of the ruling power.
Well said, Socrates, and please to observe how ready I am to praise you when you talk sense.
Think, and tell me whether you would approve of another view of mine. To me, every man appears to be most the friend of him who is most like him, like to like, as ancient sages say. Would you not agree to this?
I should.
But when the tyrant is rude and uneducated, he may be expected to fear anyone who is his superior in virtue, and will never be able to be perfectly friendly with him.
That is true.
Neither will he be the friend of anyone who is greatly his inferior, for the tyrant will despise him, and will never seriously regard him as a friend.
That again is true.
Then the only friend worth mentioning, whom the tyrant can have, will be one who is of the same character, and has the same likes and dislikes, and is at the same time willing to be subject and subservient to him. He is the man who will have power in the state, and no one will injure him with impunity. Is not that so?
Yes.
And if a young man begins to ask how he may become great and formidable, this would seem to be the way. He will accustom himself, from his youth upward, to feel sorrow and joy on the same occasions as his master, and will contrive to be as like him as possible.
Yes.
And in this way he will have accomplished, as you and your friends would say, the end of becoming a great man, and not suffering injury?
Very true.
But will he also escape from doing injury? Must not the very opposite be true, if he is to be like the tyrant in his injustice, and to have influence with him? Will he not rather contrive to do as much wrong as possible, and not be punished?
True.
And by the imitation of his master, and by the power which he thus acquires, will not his soul become bad and corrupted, and will not this be the greatest evil to him?
You always contrive, somehow or other, Socrates, to invert everything. Do you not know that he who imitates the tyrant will, if he has a mind, kill him who does not imitate him and take away his goods?
Excellent Callicles, I am not deaf. And I've heard that a great many times from you and from Polus and from nearly every man in the city. But I wish that you would hear me too. I dare say that he will kill him if he has a mind. The bad man will kill the good and true.
And is not that just the provoking thing?
Nay, not to a man of sense, as the argument shows. Do you think that all our cares should be directed to prolonging life to the uttermost, and to the study of those arts which secure us from danger always? like that art of rhetoric which saves men in courts of law, and which you advise me to cultivate?
Yes, truly, and very good advice too.
Well, my friend, but what do you think of swimming? Is that an art of any great pretensions?
No, indeed.
And yet surely swimming saves a man from death, and there are occasions on which he must know how to swim. And if you despise the swimmers, I will tell you of another and greater art, the art of the pilot, who not only saves the souls of men, but also their bodies and properties from the extremity of danger, just like rhetoric. Yet his art is modest and unpresuming. It has no airs or pretences of doing anything extraordinary, and in return for the same salvation which is given by the pleader, demands only 2 obols if he brings us from Aegina to Athens, or for the longer voyage from Pontus or Egypt, at the utmost 2 drachmae. When he is saved, as I was just now saying, the passenger and his wife and children and goods, and safely disembark them at the Piraeus. This is the payment which he asks in return for so great a boon, and he who is the master of the art, and has done all this, gets out and walks about on the seashore by his ship in an unassuming way. For he is able to reflect, and is aware that he cannot tell which of his fellow passengers he has benefited, and which of them he has injured in not allowing them to be drowned. He knows that they are just the same when he has disembarked them as when they embarked, and not a whit better either in their bodies or in their souls, and he considers that if a man who is afflicted by great and incurable bodily diseases is only to be pitied for having escaped, and is in no way benefited by him in having been saved from drowning, much less he who has great and incurable diseases, not of the body but of the soul, which is the more valuable part of him, neither is life worth having, nor of any profit to the bad man, whether he be delivered from the sea, or the law courts, or any other devourer. And so he reflects that such a one had better not live, for he cannot live well. And this is the reason why the pilot, although he is our saviour, is not usually conceited, any more than the engineer, who is not at all behind either the general or the pilot or anyone else in his saving power, for he sometimes saves whole cities. Is there any comparison between him and the pleader? If he were to talk, Callicles, in your grandiose style, he would bury you under a mountain of words, declaring and insisting that we ought all of us to be engine-makers, and that no other profession is worth thinking about. He would have plenty to say. Nevertheless, you despise him and his art, and sneeringly call him an engine-maker, and you will not allow your daughters to marry his son, or marry your son to his daughters. And yet, on your principle, what justice or reason is there in your refusal? What right have you to despise the engine-maker and the others whom I was just now mentioning? I know that you will say, I am better and better born. But if the better is not what I say, and virtue consists only in a man saving himself and his, whatever may be his character, then your censure of the engine-maker, and of the physician, and of the other arts of salvation is ridiculous. Oh, my friend, I want you to see that the noble and the good may possibly be something different from saving and being saved. May not he who is truly a man cease to care about living a certain time? He knows, as women say, that no man can escape fate, and therefore he is not fond of life. He leaves all that with God, and considers in what way he can best spend his appointed term, whether by assimilating himself to the constitution under which he lives, as you at this moment have to consider how you may become as like as possible to the Athenian people, if you mean to be in their good graces and to have power in the state, whereas I want you to think and see whether this is for the interest of either of us. I would not have us risk that which is dearest on the acquisition of this power, like the Thessalian enchantresses, who, as they say, bring down the moon from heaven at the risk of their own perdition. But if you suppose that any man will show you the art of becoming great in the city, and yet not conforming yourself to the ways of the city, whether for better or worse, Then I can only say that you are mistaken, Callicles, for he who would deserve to be the true natural friend of the Athenian Demas, ay, or of Pyrilampes' darling who is called after them, must be by nature like them, and not an imitator only. Then he who will make you most like them will make you as you desire, a statesman and orator, for every man is pleased when he is spoken to in his own language and spirit, and dislikes any other. But perhaps you, sweet Callicles, may be of another mind. What do you say?
Somehow or other, your words, Socrates, always appear to me to be good words, and yet, like the rest of the world, I am not quite convinced by them.
The reason is, Callicles, that the love of Demas which abides in your soul is an adversary to me. But I dare say that if we recur to these same matters, and consider them more thoroughly, you may be convinced for all that. Please then to remember that there are two processes of training all things, including body and soul. In the one, as we said, we treat them with a view to pleasure, and in the other with a view to the highest good. And then we do not indulge, but resist them. Was not that the distinction which we drew?
Very true.
And the one which had pleasure in view was just a vulgar flattery. Was not that another of our conclusions?
Be it so, if you will have it.
And the other had in view the greatest improvement of that which was ministered to, whether body or soul.
Quite true.
And must we not have the same end in view in the treatment of our city and citizens? Must we not try and make them as good as possible? For we have already discovered that there is no use in imparting to them any other good, unless the mind of those who are to have the good, whether money or office or any other sort of power, be gentle and good. Shall we say that?
Yes, certainly, if you like.
Well then, if you and I, Callicles, were intending to set about some public business, and were advising one another to undertake buildings such as walls, docks, or temples of the largest size, ought we not to examine ourselves first, as to whether we know or do not know the art of building, and who taught us? Would not that be necessary, Callicles?
True.
In the second place, we should have to consider whether we had ever constructed any private house, either of our own or for our friends, and whether this building of ours was a success or not. And if, upon consideration, we found that we had had good and eminent masters, and had been successful in constructing many fine buildings, not only with their assistance, but without them, by our own unaided skill, in that case, prudence would not dissuade us from proceeding to the construction of public works. But if we had no master to show, and only a number of worthless buildings, or none at all, then surely it would be ridiculous in us to attempt public works, or to advise one another to undertake them. Is not this true?
Well, certainly.
And does not the same hold in all other cases? If you and I were physicians, and were advising one another that we were competent to practice as state physicians, should I not ask about you, and would you not ask about me? Well, but how about Socrates himself? Has he good health? And was anyone else ever known to be cured by him, whether slave or freeman? And I should make the same inquiries about you. And if we arrived at the conclusion that no one, whether citizen or stranger, man or woman, had ever been any the better for the medical skill of either of us, then by heaven, Callicles, what an absurdity to think that we or any human being should be so silly as to set up as state physicians and advise others like ourselves to do the same without having first practised in private, whether successfully or not, and acquired experience of the art. Is not this, as they say, to begin with the big jar when you are learning the potter's art, which is a foolish thing?
True.
And now, my friend, as you are already beginning to be a public character, and are admonishing and reproaching me for not being one, suppose that we ask a few questions of one another. Tell me then, Callicles, how about making any of the citizens better? Was there ever a man who was once vicious, or unjust, or intemperate, or foolish, and became, by the help of Callicles, good and noble? Was there ever such a man, whether citizen or stranger, slave or freeman? Tell me, Callicles, if a person were to ask these questions of you, what would you answer? Whom would you say that you had improved by your conversation? There may have been good deeds of this sort which were done by you as a private person before you came forward in public. Why will you not answer?
You are contentious, Socrates.
Nay, I ask you, not from a love of contention, but because I really want to know in what way you think that affairs should be administered among us, whether, when you come to the administration of them, you have any other aim but the improvement of the citizens. Have we not already admitted many times over that such is the duty of a public man? Nay, we have surely said so, for if you will not answer for yourself, I must answer for you. But if this is what the good man ought to effect for the benefit of his own state, allow me to recall to you the names of those whom you were just now mentioning, Pericles and Cimon and Miltiades and Themistocles, and ask whether you still think that they were good citizens.
I do.
But if they were good, then clearly each of them must have made the citizens better instead of worse.
Yes.
And therefore, when Pericles first began to speak in the assembly, the Athenians were not so good as when he spoke last.
Well, very likely.
Nay, my friend, likely is not the word, for if he was a good citizen, the inference is certain.
And what difference does that make?
None, only I should like further to know whether the Athenians are supposed to have been made better by Pericles, or, on the contrary, to have been corrupted by him. For I hear that he was the first who gave the people pay, and made them idle and cowardly, and encouraged them in the love of talk and money.
You heard that, Socrates, from the laconizing set who bruise their ears.
But what I am going to tell you now is not mere hearsay, but well known both to you and me, that at first Pericles was glorious, and his character unimpeached by any verdict of the Athenians. This was during the time when they were not so good. Yet afterwards, when they had been made good and gentle by him, at the very end of his life, they convicted him of theft, and almost put him to death, clearly under the notion that he was a malefactor.
Well, but how does that prove Pericles' badness?
Why, surely you would say that he was a bad manager of asses or horses or oxen, who had received them originally neither kicking nor butting nor biting him, and implanted in them all these savage tricks. Would he not be a bad manager of any animals, who received them gentle, and made them fiercer than they were when he received them? What do you say?
I will do you the favour of saying yes.
And will you also do me the favour of saying whether man is an animal?
Certainly he is.
And was not Pericles a shepherd of men?
Yes.
And if he was a good political shepherd, ought not the animals, who were his subjects, as we were just now acknowledging, to have become more just, and not more unjust?
Quite true.
And are not just men gentle, as Homer says? Or are you of another mind?
I agree.
And yet he really did make them more savage than he received them, and their savageness was shown towards himself, which he must have been very far from desiring.
Do you want me to agree with you?
Yes, if I seem to you to speak the truth.
Granted, then.
And if they were more savage, must they not have been more unjust and inferior?
Granted again.
Then upon this view, Pericles was not a good statesman?
That is, upon your view.
Nay, the view is yours, after what you have admitted. Take the case of Cimon again. Did not the very persons whom he was serving ostracize him, in order that they might not hear his voice for 10 years? And they did just the same to Themistocles, adding the penalty of exile, and they voted that Miltiades, the hero of Marathon, should be thrown into the pit of death, and he was only saved by the Protagoras. And yet, if they had been really good men, as you say, these things would never have happened to them. For the good charioteers are not those who at first keep their place, and then, when they have broken in their horses, and themselves become better charioteers, are thrown out. That is not the way either in charioteering or in any profession. What do you think?
I should think not.
Well, but if so, the truth is, as I have said already, that in the Athenian state no one has ever shown himself to be a good statesman. You admitted that this was true of our present statesmen, but not true of former ones, and you preferred them to the others. Yet they have turned out to be no better than our present ones, and therefore, if they were rhetoricians, they did not use the true art of rhetoric or of flattery, or they would not have fallen out of favour.
But surely, Socrates, no living man ever came near any one of them in his performances.
Oh, my dear friend, I say nothing against them, regarded as the serving men of the state. and I do think that they were certainly more serviceable than those who are living now, and better able to gratify the wishes of the state. But as to transforming those desires, and not allowing them to have their way, and using the powers which they had, whether of persuasion or of force, in the improvement of their fellow citizens, which is the prime object of the truly good citizen, I do not see that in these respects they were a whit superior to our present statesmen, although I do admit that they were more clever at providing ships and walls and docks and all that. You and I have a ridiculous way, for during the whole time that we are arguing, we are always going round and round to the same point, and constantly misunderstanding one another. If I am not mistaken, you have admitted and acknowledged more than once that there are two kinds of operations which have to do with the body, and two which have to do with the soul. One of the two is ministerial, and if our bodies are hungry, provides food for them, and if they are thirsty, gives them drink, or if they are cold, supplies them with garments, blankets, shoes, and all that they crave. I use the same images as before intentionally, in order that you may understand me the better. The purveyor of the articles may provide them either wholesale or retail, or he may be the maker of any of them, the baker or the cook or the weaver or the shoemaker or the currier, and in doing so, being such as he is naturally supposed by himself and everyone to minister to the body. For none of them know that there is another art, an art of gymnastic and medicine, which is the true minister of the body, and ought to be the mistress of all the rest, and to use their results according to the knowledge which she has and they have not, of the real good or bad effects of meats and drinks on the body. All other arts which have to do with the body are servile and menial and illiberal, and gymnastic and medicine are, as they ought to be, their mistresses. Now, when I say that all this is equally true of the soul, you seem at first to know and understand and assent to my words, and then a little while afterwards you come repeating, "Has not the state had good and noble citizens?" And when I ask you who they are, you reply, seemingly quite in earnest, as if I had asked, "Who are or have been good trainers?" And you had replied, "Therion, the baker, and Metoicus, who wrote the Sicilian cookery book. Sarambus, the vintner. These are ministers of the body, first-rate in their art, for the first makes admirable loaves, the second excellent dishes, and the third capital wine. To me these appear to be the exact parallel of the statesmen whom you mention. Now, you would not be altogether pleased if I said to you, my friend, you know nothing of gymnastics. Those of whom you are speaking to me are only the ministers and purveyors of luxury, who have no good or noble notions of their art, and may very likely be filling and fattening men's bodies and gaining their approval, although the result is that they lose their original flesh in the long run and become thinner than they were before, and yet they, in their simplicity, will not attribute their diseases and loss of flesh to their entertainers, but when in after years the unhealthy surfeit brings the attendant penalty of disease, he who happens to be near them at the time and offers them advice is accused and blamed by them. And if they could, they would do him some harm, while they proceed to eulogize the men who have been the real authors of the mischief. And that, Callicles, is just what you are now doing. You praise the men who feasted the citizens and satisfied their desires, and people say that they have made the city great, not seeing that the swollen and ulcerated condition of the state is to be attributed to these elder statesmen, for they have filled the city full of harbours and docks and walls and revenues and all that, and have left no room for justice and temperance. And when the crisis of the disorder comes, the people will blame the advisers of the hour, and applaud Themistocles and Cimon and Pericles, who are the real authors of their calamities. And, if you're not careful, they may assail you and my friend Alcibiades, when they are losing not only their new acquisitions, but also their original possessions. Not that you are the authors of these misfortunes of theirs, although you may perhaps be accessories to them. A great piece of work is always being made, as I see and am told, now as of old, about our statesmen. When the state treats any of them as malefactors, I observe that there is a great uproar and indignation at the supposed wrong which is done to them. After all their many services to the state, that they should unjustly perish, so the tale runs. But the cry is all a lie, for no statesman ever could be unjustly put to death by the city of which he is the head. The case of the professed statesman is, I believe, very much like that of the professed sophist. For the sophists, although they are wise men, are nevertheless guilty of a strange piece of folly. Professing to be teachers of virtue, they will often accuse their disciples of wronging them and defrauding them of their pay and showing no gratitude for their services. Yet what can be more absurd than that men who have become just and good, and whose injustice has been taken away from them, and who have had justice implanted in them by their teachers, should act unjustly by reason of the injustice which is not in them? Can anything be more irrational, my friends, than this? You, Callicles, compel me to be a mob orator, because you will not answer.
And you are the man who cannot speak unless there is someone to answer?
I suppose that I can. Just now, at any rate, the speeches which I am making are long enough, because you refuse to answer me. But I adjure you, by the God of friendship, my good sir, do tell me whether there does not appear to you to be a great inconsistency in saying that you have made a man good, and then blaming him for being bad.
Yes, it appears so to me.
Do you never hear our professors of education speaking in this inconsistent manner?
Yes, but why talk of men who are good for nothing?
I would rather say, why talk of men who profess to be rulers and declare that they are devoted to the improvement of the city, and nevertheless, upon occasion, declaim against the utter vileness of the city? Do you think that there is any difference between one and the other? My good friend, the sophist and the rhetorician, as I was saying to Polus, are the same, or nearly the same. But you ignorantly fancy that rhetoric is a perfect thing, and sophistry a thing to be despised, whereas the truth is that sophistry is as much superior to rhetoric as legislation is to the practice of law, or gymnastic to medicine. The orators and sophists, as I am inclined to think, are the only class who cannot complain of the mischief ensuing to themselves from that which they teach others, without, in the same breath, accusing themselves of having done no good to those whom they profess to benefit. Is not this a fact?
Certainly it is.
If they were right in saying that they make men better, then they are the only class who can afford to leave their remuneration to those who have been benefited by them. Whereas, if a man has been benefited in any other way, if, for example, he has been taught to run by a trainer, he might possibly defraud him of his pay if the trainer left the matter to him and made no agreement with him that he should receive money as soon as he had given him the utmost speed. For not because of any deficiency of speed do men act unjustly, but by reason of injustice.
Very true.
And he who removes injustice can be in no danger of being treated unjustly. He alone can safely leave the honorarium to his pupils, if he be really able to make them good. Am I not right?
Yes.
Then we have found the reason why there is no dishonour in a man receiving pay who is called in to advise about building or any other art?
Yes, we have found the reason.
But when the point is how a man may become best himself, and best govern his family and state, then to say that you will give no advice gratis is held to be dishonourable.
True.
And why? Because only such benefits call forth a desire to requite them, and there is evidence that a benefit has been conferred when the benefactor receives a return, otherwise not. Is this true?
It is.
Then, to which service of the state do you invite me? Determine for me. Am I to be the physician of the state, who will strive and struggle to make the Athenians as good as possible, or am I to be the servant and flatterer of the state? Speak out, my good friend, freely and fairly, as you did at first, and ought to do again, and tell me your entire mind.
I say, then, that you should be the servant of the state.
The flatterer? Well, sir, that is a noble invitation.
the Mysian, Socrates, or what you please, for if you refuse, the consequences will be—
Do not repeat the old story, that he who likes will kill me and get my money, for then I shall have to repeat the old answer, that he will be a bad man and will kill the good, and that the money will be of no use to him, but that he will wrongly use that which he wrongly took, and if wrongly, basely, and if basely, hurtfully.
How confident you are, Socrates, that you will never come to harm. You seem to think that you are living in another country and can never be brought into a court of justice, as you very likely may be brought by some miserable and mean person.
Then I must indeed be a fool, Callicles, if I do not know that in the Athenian state any man may suffer anything. And if I am brought to trial and incur the dangers of which you speak, he will be a villain who brings me to trial. Of that I am very sure, for no good man would accuse the innocent. Nor shall I be surprised if I am put to death. Shall I tell you why I anticipate this?
By all means.
I think that I am the only, or almost the only Athenian living who practices the true art of politics. I am the only politician of my time. Now, seeing that when I speak, my words are not uttered with any view of gaining favour, and that I look to what is best, and not to what is most pleasant, having no mind to use those arts and graces which you recommend, I shall have nothing to say in the justice court. And you might argue with me, as I was arguing with Polus. I shall be tried just as a physician would be tried in a court of little boys at the indictment of the cook. What would he reply under such circumstances, if someone were to accuse him, saying, "Oh, my boys, many evil things has this man done to you. He is the death of you, especially of the younger ones among you, cutting and burning and starving and suffocating you until you know not what to do. He gives you the bitterest potions and compels you to hunger and thirst. How unlike the variety of meats and sweets on which I feasted you!" What do you suppose that the physician would be able to reply when he found himself in such a predicament? If he told the truth, he could only say, "All these evil things, my boys, I did for your health." And then would there not just be a clamour among a jury like that? How they would cry out!
I dare say.
Would he not be utterly at a loss for a reply?
He certainly would.
And I, too, shall be treated in the same way, as I well know, if I am brought before the court, for I shall not be able to rehearse to the people the pleasures which I have procured for them, and which, although I am not disposed to envy either the procurers or enjoyers of them, are deemed by them to be benefits and advantages. And if anyone says that I corrupt young men and perplex their minds, or that I speak evil of old men and use bitter words towards them, whether in private or public, it is useless for me to reply, as I truly might, "All this I do for the sake of justice, and with a view to your interest, my judges, and to nothing else." And therefore there is no saying what may happen to me.
And do you think, Socrates, that a man who is thus defenceless is in a good position?
Yes, Callicles, if he have that defence, which, as you have often acknowledged he should have, if he be his own defence, and have never said or done anything wrong, either in respect of gods or men, and this has been repeatedly acknowledged by us to be the best sort of defence. And if anyone could convict me of inability to defend myself or others after this sort, I should blush for shame, whether I was convicted before many or before a few, or by myself alone. And if I died from want of ability to do so, that would indeed grieve me. But if I died because I have no powers of flattery or rhetoric, I am very sure that you would not find me repining at death. For no man who is not an utter fool and coward is afraid of death itself. But he is afraid of doing wrong. For to go to the world below, having one's soul full of injustice, is the last and worst of all evils. And, in proof of what I say, if you have no objection, I should like to tell you a story.
Very well. Proceed, and then we shall have done.
Listen, then, as storytellers say, to a very pretty tale, which I dare say that you may be disposed to regard as a fable only, but which, as I believe, is a true tale, for I mean to speak the truth. Homer tells us how Zeus and Poseidon and Pluto divided the empire which they inherited from their father. Now, in the days of Kronos, there existed a law respecting the destiny of man, which has always been, and still continues to be in heaven, that he who has lived all his life in justice and holiness shall go, when he is dead, to the islands of the blessed, and dwell there in perfect happiness, out of the reach of evil, but that he who has lived unjustly and impiously shall go to the house of vengeance and punishment, which is called Tartarus. And in the time of Kronos, and even quite lately in the reign of Zeus, the judgment was given on the very day on which the men were to die. The judges were alive, and the men were alive, and the consequence was that the judgments were not well given. Then Pluto and the authorities from the islands of the blessed came to Zeus and said that the souls found their way to the wrong places. Zeus said, "I shall put a stop to this. The judgments are not well given, because the persons who are judged have their clothes on, for they are alive, and there are many who, having evil souls, are apparelled in fair bodies, or encased in wealth or rank, and when the day of judgment arrives, numerous witnesses come forward and testify on their behalf that they have lived righteously. The judges are awed by them, and they themselves too have their clothes on when judging. Their eyes and ears and their whole bodies are interposed as a veil before their own souls. All this is a hindrance to them. There are the clothes of the judges and the clothes of the judged. What is to be done? I will tell you. In the first place, I will deprive men of the foreknowledge of death, which they possess at present. This power which they have, Prometheus has already received my orders to take from them. In the second place, they shall be entirely stripped before they are judged, for they shall be judged when they are dead, and the judge too shall be naked, that is to say, dead. He, with his naked soul, shall pierce into the other naked souls, and they shall die suddenly, and be deprived of all their kindred, and leave their brave attire strewn upon the earth. Conducted in this manner, the judgment will be just. I knew all about the matter before any of you, and therefore I have made my sons judges, 2 from Asia, Menos and Rhadamanthus, and 1 from Europe, Aeacus. And these, when they are dead, shall give judgment in the meadow at the parting of the ways, whence the 2 roads lead, one to the islands of the blessed, and the other to Tartarus. Rhadamanthus shall judge those who come from Asia, and Aeacus those who come from Europe. And to Menos I shall give the primacy, and he shall hold a court of appeal, in case either of the 2 others are in any doubt. Then the judgment respecting the last journey of men will be as just as possible. From this tale, Callicles, which I have heard and believe, I draw the following inferences. Death, if I am right, is, in the first place, the separation from one another of 2 things, soul and body, nothing else. And after they are separated, they retain their several natures, as in life. The body keeps the same habit, and the results of treatment or accident are distinctly visible in it. For example, he who by nature or training or both was a tall man while he was alive will remain as he was after he is dead, and the fat man will remain fat, and so on. And the dead man who in life had a fancy to have flowing hair will have flowing hair. And if he was marked with the whip and had the prints of the scourge or of wounds in him when he was alive, you might see the same in the dead body. And if his limbs were broken or misshapen when he was alive, the same appearance would be visible in the dead. And, in a word, whatever was the habit of the body during the life would be distinguishable after death, either perfectly or in a great measure, and for a certain time. And I should imagine that this is equally true of the soul, Callicles, when a man is stripped of the body. All the natural or acquired affections of the soul are laid open to view, and when they come to the judge, as those from Asia come to Rhadamanthus, He places them near him and inspects them quite impartially, not knowing whose the soul is. Perhaps he may lay hands on the soul of the great king, or of some other king or potentate who has no soundness in him, but his soul is marked with the whip, and is full of the prints and scars of perjuries and crimes with which each action has stained him, and he is all crooked with falsehood and imposture, and has no straightness, because he has lived without truth. Him Rhadamanthus beholds, full of all deformity and disproportion, which is caused by licence and luxury and insolence and incontinence, and dispatches him ignominiously to his prison, and there he undergoes the punishment which he deserves. Now, the proper office of punishment is twofold. He who is rightly punished ought either to become better and profit by it, or he ought to be made an example to his fellows, that they may see what he suffers, and fear, and become better. Those who are improved when they are punished by gods and men are those whose sins are curable, and they are improved, as in this world, so also in another, by pain and suffering, for there is no other way in which they can be delivered from their evil. But they who have been guilty of the worst crimes, and are incurable by reason of their crimes, are made examples, for, as they are incurable, the time has passed at which they can receive any benefit. They get no good themselves, but others get good when they behold them enduring forever the most terrible and painful and fearful sufferings as the penalty of their sins. There they are, hanging up as examples in the prison-house of the world below, a spectacle and a warning to all unrighteous men who come thither. And among them, as I confidently affirm, will be found Archelaus, if Polus truly reports of him, and any other tyrant who is like him. Of these fearful examples, most, as I believe, are taken from the class of tyrants and kings and potentates and public men, for they are the authors of the greatest and most impious crimes, because they have the power. And Homer witnesses to the truth of this, for they are always kings and potentates whom he has described as suffering everlasting punishment in the world below. Such were Tantalus and Sisyphus and Titius. But no one has ever described Thersites, or any private person who was a villain, as suffering everlasting punishment, or as incurable. For to commit the worst crimes, as I am inclined to think, was not in his power, and he was happier than those who had the power. No, Callicles, the very bad men come from the class of those who have power. And yet, in that very class there may arise good men, and worthy of all admiration they are, for where there is great power to do wrong, to live and to die justly is a hard thing, and greatly to be praised, and few there are who attain to this. Such good and true men, however, there have been, and will be again, at Athens and in other states, who have fulfilled their trust righteously, and there is one who is quite famous all over Hellas, Aristides, the son of Lysimachus. But in general, great men are also bad, my friend. As I was saying, Rhadamanthus, when he gets a soul of the bad kind, knows nothing about him. Neither who he is, nor who his parents are. He knows only that he has got hold of a villain, and seeing this, he stamps him as curable or incurable, and sends him away to Tartarus, whither he goes and receives his proper recompense. Or again, he looks with admiration on the soul of some just one who has lived in holiness and truth. He may have been a private man or not, and I should say, Callicles, that he is most likely to have been a philosopher who has done his own work and not troubled himself with the doings of other men in his lifetime. Him Rhadamanthus sends to the islands of the blessed. Aeacus does the same, and they both have sceptres and judge, but Minos alone has a golden sceptre, and is seated looking on, as Odysseus in Homer declares that he saw him holding a sceptre of gold and giving laws to the dead. Now I, Callicles, am persuaded of the truth of these things, and I consider how I shall present my soul whole and undefiled before the judge in that day. Renouncing the honours at which the world aims, I desire only to know the truth, and to live as well as I can, and when I die, to die as well as I can. And, to the utmost of my power, I exhort all other men to do the same. And in return for your exhortation of me, I exhort you also to take part in the great combat, which is the combat of life, and greater than every other earthly conflict. And I retort your reproach of me, and say that you will not be able to help yourself when the day of trial and judgment of which I was speaking comes upon you. You will go before the judge, the son of Aegina, and when he has got you in his grip and is carrying you off, you will gape and your head will swim round, just as mine would in the courts of this world, and very likely someone will shamefully box you on the ears and put upon you any sort of insult. Perhaps this may appear to you to be only an old wife's tale which you will condemn, and there might be reason in your condemning such tales, if by searching we could find out anything better or truer. But now you see that you and Polus and Gorgias, who are the three wisest of the Greeks of our day, are not able to show that we ought to live any life which does not profit in another world as well as in this. And of all that has been said, nothing remains unshaken but the saying that to do injustice is more to be avoided than to suffer injustice, and that the reality and not the appearance of virtue is to be followed above all things, as well as in public as in private life, and that when anyone has been wrong in anything, he is to be chastised, and the next best thing to a man being just is that he should become just, and be chastised and punished. Also that he should avoid all flattery of himself as well as of others, of the few or of the many, and rhetoric and any other art should be used by him, and all his actions should be done always with a view to justice. Follow me, then, and I will lead you where you will be happy in life and after death, as the argument shows. And never mind if someone despises you as a fool and insults you, if he has a mind. Let him strike you, by Zeus, and do you be of good cheer, and do not mind the insulting blow, for you will never come to any harm in the practice of virtue, if you are a really good and true man. When we have practised virtue together, we will apply ourselves to politics, if that seems desirable, or we will advise about whatever else may seem good to us, for we shall be better able to judge then. In our present condition, we ought not to give ourselves airs, for even on the most important subjects we are always changing our minds. So utterly stupid are we. Let us, then, take the argument as our guide, which has revealed to us that the best way of life is to practice justice, and every virtue in life and death. This way let us go, and in this exhort all men to follow, not in the way to which you trust, and in which you exhort me to follow you, for that way, Callicles, is nothing worth.
Protagoras. In a short, entertaining, opening dialogue with a companion, Socrates is asked to relate the conversation that took place when, awakened abruptly early one morning by Hippocrates, he is invited to a discussion with the sophist Protagoras, who has just arrived in Athens. Socrates initially engages with the excited Hippocrates about the nature of sophistry, and then they repair to the home of Callicles, where they find Protagoras accompanied by a train of listeners. A debate ensues on sophistry, and whether virtue can be taught. Persons of the dialogue. Socrates, the narrator of the dialogue, and companion who opens the dialogue. Scene, the house of Callicles.
Where do you come from, Socrates? And yet I need hardly ask the question, for I know that you have been in chase of the fair Alcibiades. I saw him the day before yesterday, and he had got a beard like a man. And he is a man, as I may tell you in your ear. But I thought that he was still very charming.
What of his beard, my friend? Are you not of Homer's opinion, who says, "Youth is most charming when the beard first appears, and that is now the charm of Alcibiades.
Well, and how do matters proceed? Have you been visiting him, and was he gracious to you?
Yes, my friend, I thought that he was very gracious, and especially today, for I have just come from him, and he has been helping me in an argument. But shall I tell you a strange thing? I paid no attention to him, and several times I quite forgot that he was present.
What is the meaning of this? Has anything happened between you and him? For surely you cannot have discovered a fairer love than he is. Certainly not in this city of Athens.
Yes, much fairer.
What do you mean? A citizen or a foreigner?
A foreigner.
Of what country?
Of Abdera.
And is this stranger really, in your opinion, a fairer love than the son of Cleinias?
And is not the wiser always the fairer, sweet friend?
But have you really met Socrates with some wise one?
Say rather, with the wisest of all living men, if you are willing to accord that title to Protagoras.
What? Is Protagoras in Athens?
Yes, he's been here 2 days.
And do you just come from an interview with him?
Yes, and I have heard and said many things.
Then, if you have no engagement, suppose that you sit down and tell me what passed, and my attendant here shall give up his place to you.
To be sure, I shall be grateful to you for listening.
Thank you, too, for telling us.
That is, thank you twice over. Listen, then. Last night, or rather very early this morning, Hippocrates, the son of Apollodorus and brother of Phason, gave a tremendous thump with his staff at my door. Someone opened to him, and he came rushing in and bawled out, "Socrates, are you awake or asleep?" I knew his voice and said, "Hippocrates, is that you? And do you bring any news?" "Good news," he said, "nothing but good." "Delightful," I said, "but what is the news, and why have you come hither at this unearthly hour?" He drew nearer to me and said, "Protagoras has come." "Yes," I replied, "he came 2 days ago. Have you only just heard of his arrival?" "Yes, by the gods," he said, "but not until yesterday evening." At the same time he felt for the truckle bed and sat down at my feet, and then he said, "Yesterday, quite late in the evening, on my return from Meno, whither I had gone in pursuit of my runaway slave Satyrus, as I meant to have told you, if some other matter had not come in the way, on my return, when we had done supper and were about to retire to rest, my brother said to me, 'Protagoras is come.' I was going to you at once, and then I thought that the night was far spent. But the moment sleep left me after my fatigue, I got up and came hither direct." I, who knew the very courageous madness of the man, said, "What is the matter? Has Protagoras robbed you of anything?" He replied, laughing, "Yes, indeed he has, Socrates, of the wisdom which he keeps from me." "But surely," I said, "if you give him money and make friends with him, he will make you as wise as himself." "Would to heaven," he replied, "that this were the case. He might take all that I have, and all that my friends have, if he pleased. But that is why I have come to you now, in order that you may speak to him on my behalf, for I am young, and also have never seen or heard him. When he visited Athens before, I was but a child, but all men praised him, Socrates. He is reputed to be the most accomplished of speakers. There is no reason why we should not go to him at once, and then we shall find him at home. He lodges, as I hear, with Callias, the son of Hipponicus. Let us start." I replied, "Not yet, my good friend, the hour is too early. But let us rise and take a turn in the court, and wait about there until daybreak. And when the day breaks, then we will go. For Protagoras is generally at home, and we shall be sure to find him, never fear." Upon this, we got up and walked about in the court, and I thought that I would make trial of the strength of his resolution. So I examined him and put questions to him. "Tell me, Hippocrates," I said, "as you are going to Protagoras, and will be paying your money to him, what is he to whom you are going, and what will he make of you? If, for example, you had thought of going to Hippocrates of Kos, the Asclepiad, and were about to give him your money, and someone had said to you, 'You are paying money to your namesake, Hippocrates? Oh, Hippocrates, tell me, what is he that you give him money? How would you have answered?' 'I should say,' he replied, 'that I gave him money as a physician.' 'And what will he make of you?' 'A physician,' he said. 'And if you resolved to go to Polyclitus, the Argive, or Phidias, the Athenian, and were intending to give them money, and someone had asked you, "What are Polyclitus and Phidias, and why do you give them this money?" how would you have answered?' I should have answered that they were statuaries. And what will they make of you? A statuary, of course. Well now, I said, you and I are going to Protagoras, and we are ready to pay him money on your behalf. If our own means are sufficient, and we can gain him with these, we shall be only too glad. But if not, then we are to spend the money of your friends as well. Now, suppose that while we are thus enthusiastically pursuing our object, someone were to say to us, "Tell me, Socrates, and you, Hippocrates, what is Protagoras, and why are you going to pay him money?" How should we answer? I know that Phidias is a sculptor, and that Homer is a poet, but what appellation is given to Protagoras? How is he designated? "They call him a sophist, Socrates," he replied. "Then we are going to pay our money to him in the character of a sophist?" "Certainly. But suppose a person were to ask this further question, and how about yourself? What will Protagoras make of you if you go to see him?" He answered, with a blush upon his face, for the day was just beginning to dawn so that I could see him, "Unless this differs in some way from the former instances, I suppose that he will make a sophist of me." "By the gods," I said, "and are you not ashamed at having to appear before the Hellenes in the character of a sophist?" "Indeed, Socrates, to confess the truth, I am. But you should not assume, Hippocrates, that the instruction of Protagoras is of this nature. May you not learn of him in the same way that you learn the arts of the grammarian or musician or trainer, not with a view to making any of them a profession, but only as a part of education, and because a private gentleman and freeman ought to know them." "Just so," he said, "and that, in my opinion, is a far truer account of the teaching of Protagoras." I said, "I wonder whether you know what you're doing." "And what am I doing?" "You are going to commit your soul to the care of a man whom you call a sophist, and yet I hardly think that you know what a sophist is. And if not, then you do not even know to whom you are committing your soul, and whether the thing to which you commit yourself be good or evil." "I certainly think that I do know," he replied. "Then tell me, what do you imagine that he is?" "I take him to be one who knows wise things," he replied, "as his name implies." "And might you not," I said, "affirm this of the painter and of the carpenter also? Do they, too, know wise things? But suppose a person were to ask us, in what are the painters wise? We should answer, in what relates to the making of likenesses, and similarly of other things. And if he were further to ask, what is the wisdom of the sophist, and what is the manufacture over which he presides, how should we answer him?" "How should we answer him, Socrates? What other answer could there be but that he provides over the art which makes men eloquent?" "Yes," I replied, "that is very likely true, but not enough. For in the answer a further question is involved. Of what does the sophist make a man talk eloquently? The player on the lyre may be supposed to make a man talk eloquently about that which he makes him understand, that is, about playing the lyre. Is that not true?" "Yes." "Then about what does the sophist make him eloquent? Must he not make him eloquent in that which he understands?" "Yes, that may be assumed." "And what is it which the sophist knows and makes his disciple know?" "Indeed," he said, "I cannot tell." Then I proceeded to say, "Well, but are you aware of the danger which you are incurring? If you were going to commit your body to someone who might do good or harm to it, would you not carefully consider and ask the opinion of your friends and kindred, and deliberate many days as to whether you should give him the care of your body? But when the soul is in the question, which you hold to be of far more value than the body, and upon the good or evil of which depends the well-being of your all, about this you never consulted either with your father or with your brother, or with any one of us who are your companions. But no sooner does this foreigner appear than you instantly commit your soul to his keeping. In the evening, as you say, you hear of him, and in the morning you go to him, never deliberating or taking the opinion of anyone as to whether you ought to entrust yourself to him or not. You have quite made up your mind that you will, at all hazards, be the pupil of Protagoras, and are prepared to expend all the property of yourself and of your friends in carrying out at any price this determination, although, as you admit, you do not know him and have never spoken with him, and you call him a sophist, but are manifestly ignorant of what a sophist is, and yet you are going to commit yourself to his keeping. When he heard me say this, he replied, "No other inference, Socrates, can be drawn from your words." I proceeded, "Is not a sophist, Hippocrates, one who deals wholesale or retail in the food of the soul? To me that appears to be his nature." "And what, Socrates, is the food of the soul?" "Surely," I said, "knowledge is the food of the soul. And we must take care, my friend, that the sophist does not deceive us when he praises what he sells, like the dealers wholesale or retail who sell the food of the body, for they praise indiscriminately all their goods, without knowing what are really beneficial or hurtful. Neither do their customers know, with the exception of any trainer or physician who may happen to buy of them. In like manner, those who carry about the wares of knowledge, and make the round of the cities, and sell or retail them to any customer who is in want of them, praise them all alike, though I should not wonder, my friend, if many of them were really ignorant of their effect upon the soul, and their customers equally ignorant, unless he who buys of them happens to be a physician of the soul. If, therefore, you have understanding of what is good and evil, you may safely buy knowledge of Protagoras or of anyone, but if not, then, O my friend, pause, and do not hazard your dearest interests at a game of chance. For there is far greater peril in buying knowledge than in buying meat and drink. The one you purchase of the wholesale or retail dealer, and carry them away in other vessels, and before you receive them into the body as food, you may deposit them at home, and call in any experienced friend who knows what is good to be eaten or drunken, and what not, and how much, and when, and then the danger of purchasing them is not so great. But you cannot buy the wares of knowledge, and carry them away in another vessel. When you have paid for them, you must receive them into the soul and go your way, either greatly harmed or greatly benefited. And therefore we should deliberate and take counsel with our elders, for we are still young, too young to determine such a matter. And now let us go, as we were intending, and hear Protagoras, and when we have heard what he has to say, we may take counsel of others, for not only is Protagoras of the house of Callicles, but there is Hippias of Elis, and, if I am not mistaken, Prodicus of Chios, and several other wise men. To this we agreed, and proceeded on our way until we reached the vestibule of the house, and there we stopped in order to conclude a discussion which had arisen between us as we were going along, and we stood talking in the vestibule until we had finished and come to an understanding. And I think that the doorkeeper, who was a eunuch, and who was probably annoyed at the great inroad of the sophists, must have heard us talking. At any rate, when we knocked at the door, and he opened and saw us, he grumbled, "They're sophists. He is not at home," and instantly gave the door a hearty bang with both his hands. Again we knocked, and he answered without opening, "Did you not hear me say that he is not at home, fellows?" "But, my friend," I said, "you need not be alarmed, for we are not sophists, and we are not come to see Callicles, but we want to see Protagoras, and I must request you to announce us." At last, after a good deal of difficulty, the man was persuaded to open the door. When we entered, we found Protagoras taking a walk in the cloister, and next to him on the one side were walking Callicles, the son of Hipponicus, and Paralus, the son of Pericles, who by the mother's side is his half-brother, and Charmides, the son of Glaucon. On the other side of him were Xanthippus, the other son of Pericles, Philippides, the son of Philomenus, and Antimurus of Mende, who of all the disciples of Protagoras is the most famous, and intends to make sophistry his profession. A train of listeners followed him. The greater part of them appeared to be foreigners, whom Protagoras had brought with him out of the various cities visited by him in his journeys, he, like Orpheus, attracting them with his voice, and they following. I should mention also that there were some Athenians in the company. Nothing delighted me more than the precision of their movements. They never got into his way at all, but when he and those who were with him turned back, then the band of listeners parted regularly on either side. He was always in front, and they wheeled round and took their places behind him in perfect order. After him, as Homer says, I lifted up my eyes and saw Hippias, the Elean, sitting in the opposite cloister on a chair of state, and around him were seated on benches Eryximachus, the son of Acumenus, and Phaedrus, the Myrrhanusian, and Andron, the son of Androtion, and there were strangers whom he had brought with him from his native city of Elis, and some others. They were putting to Hippias certain physical and astronomical questions, and he, ex cathedra, was determining their several questions to them, and discoursing of them. Also, my eyes beheld Tantalus, for Protagoras the Chian was at Athens. He had been lodged in a room which in the days of Hipponicus was a storehouse, but as the house was full, Callias had cleared this out and made the room into a guest-chamber. Now Protagoras was still in bed, wrapped up in sheepskins and bedclothes, of which there seemed to be a great heap, and there was sitting by him on the couches near Pausanias of the deme of Charameus, and with Pausanias was a youth quite young, who is certainly remarkable for his good looks, and, if I am not mistaken, is also of a fair and gentle nature. I thought that I heard him called Agathon, and my suspicion is that he is the beloved of Pausanias. There was this youth, and also there were the two Adimantuses, one the son of Cepis, and the other of Leucolophides, and some others. I was very anxious to hear what Protagoras was saying, for he seems to me to be an all-wise and inspired man, but I was not able to get into the inner circle, and his fine, deep voice made an echo in the room which rendered his words inaudible. No sooner had we entered than there followed us Alcibiades the beautiful, as you say, and I believe you, and also Critias, the son of Callicles. On entering, we stopped a little in order to look about us, and then walked up to Protagoras, and I said, "Protagoras, my friend Hippocrates and I have come to see you." "Do you wish," he said, "to speak with me alone, or in the presence of the company?" "Whichever you please," I said. "You shall determine when you have heard the purpose of our visit." "And what is your purpose?" he said. "I must explain," I said, "that my friend Hippocrates is a native Athenian. He is the son of Apollodorus, and of a great and prosperous house, and he is himself, in natural ability, quite a match for anybody of his own age. I believe that he aspires to political eminence, and this he thinks that conversation with you is most likely to procure for him. And now you can determine whether you would wish to speak to him of your teaching alone, or in the presence of the company." "Thank you, Socrates, for your consideration of me. For certainly a stranger finding his way into great cities, and persuading the flower of the youth in them to leave company of their kinsmen or any other acquaintances, old or young, and live with him under the idea that they will be improved by his conversation, ought to be very cautious. Great jealousies are aroused by his proceedings, and he is the subject of many enmities and conspiracies. Now, the art of the sophist is, as I believe, of great antiquity, but in ancient times those who practised it, fearing this odium, veiled and disguised themselves under various names, some under that of poets, as Homer, Hesiod, and Simonides, some of hierophants and prophets, as Orpheus and Musaeus, and some, as I observe, even under the name of gymnastic masters, like Icus of Tarentum, or the more recently celebrated Herodicus, now of Selembria, and formerly of Megara, who is a first-rate sophist. Your own Agathocles pretended to be a musician, but was really an eminent sophist, also Pythocleides the Chian, and there were many others, and all of them, as I was saying, adopted these arts as veils or disguises, because they were afraid of the odium which they would incur. But that is not my way, for I do not believe that they effected their purpose, which was to deceive the government, who were not blinded by them, and as to the people, they have no understanding, and only repeat what their rulers are pleased to tell them. Now, to run away, and to be caught in running away, is the very height of folly, and also greatly increases the exasperation of mankind, for they regard him who runs away as a rogue, in addition to any other objections which they have to him, and therefore I take an entirely opposite course, and acknowledge myself to be a sophist and instructor of mankind, and such an open acknowledgment appears to me to be a better sort of caution than concealment. Nor do I neglect other precautions, and therefore I hope, as I may say, by the favour of heaven, that no harm will come of the acknowledgment that I am a sophist. And I have been now many years in the profession, for all my years, when added up, are many. There is no one here present of whom I might not be the father. Wherefore I should much prefer conversing with you, if you want to speak with me, in the presence of the company. As I suspected that he would like to have a little display and glorification in the presence of Protagoras and Hippias, and would gladly show us to them in the light of his admirers, I said, "But why should we not summon Protagoras and Hippias and their friends to hear us?" "Very good," he said. "Suppose," said Callicles, "that we hold a council in which you may sit and discuss." This was agreed upon, and great delight was felt at the prospect of hearing wise men talk. We ourselves took the chairs and benches, and arranged them by Hippias, where the other benches had been already placed. Meanwhile, Callicles and Alcibiades got Protagoras out of bed, and brought in him and his companions. When we were all seated, Protagoras said, "Now that the company are assembled, Socrates, tell me about the young man of whom you are just now speaking." I replied, "I will begin again at the same point, Protagoras, and tell you once more the purport of my visit. This is my friend Hippocrates, who is desirous of making your acquaintance. He would like to know what will happen to him if he associates with you. I have no more to say." Protagoras answered, "Young man, if you associate with me, on the very first day you will return home a better man than you came, and better on the second day than on the first, and better every day than you were on the day before." When I heard this, I said, "Protagoras, I do not at all wonder at hearing you say this. Even at your age, and with all your wisdom, if anyone were to teach you what you did not know before, you would become better, no doubt. But please to answer in a different way. I will explain how by an example. Let me suppose that Hippocrates, instead of desiring your acquaintance, wished to become acquainted with the young man Euthydemus of Heraclea, who has lately been in Athens, and he had come to him as he has come to you, and had heard him say, as he has heard you say, that every day he would grow and become better if he associated with him. And then suppose that he were to ask him, 'In what shall I become better, and in what shall I grow?' Euthydemus would answer, 'In painting.' And suppose that he went to Protagoras the Theban, and heard him say the same thing, and asked him, 'In what shall I become better day by day?' He would reply, 'In flute playing.' Now, I want you to make the same sort of answer to this young man, and to me, who am asking questions on his account. When you say that on the first day on which he associates with you, he will return home a better man, and on every day will grow in like manner, in what, Protagoras, will he be better, and about what?" When Protagoras heard me say this, he replied, "You ask questions fairly, and I like to answer a question which is fairly put. If Hippocrates comes to me, he will not experience the sort of drudgery with which other sophists are in the habit of insulting their pupils, who, when they have just escaped from the arts, are taken and driven back into them by these teachers, and are made to learn calculation and astronomy and geometry and music." He gave a look at Hippias as he said this. "But if he comes to me, he will learn that which he comes to learn, and this is prudence in affairs private as well as public. He will learn to order his own house in the best manner, and he will be able to speak and act for the best in the affairs of the state." "Do I understand you?" I said, "and is your meaning that you teach the art of politics, and that you promise to make men good citizens?" "That, Socrates, is exactly the profession which I make." "Then," I said, "you do indeed possess a noble art, if there is no mistake about this, for I will freely confess to you, Protagoras, that I have a doubt whether this art is capable of being taught, and yet I know not how to disbelieve your assertion. And I ought to tell you why I am of opinion that this art cannot be taught or communicated by man to man. I say that the Athenians are an understanding people, and indeed they are esteemed to be such by the other Hellenes. Now I observe that when we are met together in the assembly, and the matter in hand relates to building, the builders are summoned as advisers. When the question is one of shipbuilding, then the shipwrights, and the like of other arts which they think capable of being taught and learned. And if some person offers to give them advice who is not supposed by them to have any skill in the art, even though he be good-looking and rich and noble, they will not listen to him, but laugh and hoot at him, until either he is clamoured down and retires of himself, or if he persists, he is dragged away or put out by the constables at the command of the Prytanes. This is their way of behaving about professors of the arts. But when the question is an affair of state, then everybody is free to have a say. Carpenter, tinker, cobbler, sailor, passenger, rich and poor, high and low. Anyone who likes gets up, and no one reproaches him, as in the former case, with not having learned and having no teacher, and yet giving advice, evidently because they are under the impression that this sort of knowledge cannot be taught. And not only is this true of the state, but of individuals. The best and wisest of our citizens are unable to impart their political wisdom to others, as, for example, Pericles, the father of these young men, who gave them excellent instruction in all that could be learned from masters, in his own department of politics, neither taught them nor gave them teachers, but they were allowed to wander at their own free will, in a sort of hope that they would light upon virtue of their own accord. Or take another example. There was Cleinias, the younger brother of our friend Alcibiades, of whom this very same Pericles was the guardian, and he being in fact under the apprehension that Cleinias would be corrupted by Alcibiades, took him away, and placed him in the house of Ariphron to be educated. But before 6 months had elapsed, Ariphron sent him back, not knowing what to do with him, and I could mention numberless other instances of persons who were good themselves, and never yet made anyone else good, whether friend or stranger. Now, I, Protagoras, having these examples before me, am inclined to think that virtue cannot be taught. But then, again, when I listen to your words, I waver, and am disposed to think that there must be something in what you say, because I know that you have great experience, and learning, and invention, and I wish that you would, if possible, show me a little more clearly that virtue can be taught. Will you be so good? That I will, Socrates, and gladly. But what would you like? Shall I, as an elder, speak to you as younger men in an apologue or myth, or shall I argue out the question? To this, several of the company answered that he should choose for himself. Well, then, he said, I think that myth will be more interesting. Once upon a time there were gods only, and no mortal creatures. But when the time came that these also should be created, the gods fashioned them out of earth and fire and various mixtures of both elements in the interior of the earth, and when they were about to bring them into the light of day, they ordered Prometheus and Epimetheus to equip them, and to distribute to them severally their proper qualities. Epimetheus said to Prometheus, Let me distribute, and do you inspect. This was agreed, and Epimetheus made the distribution. There were some to whom he gave strength without swiftness, while he equipped the weaker with swiftness. Some he armed, and others he left unarmed, and devised for the latter some other means of preservation, making some large, and having their size as a protection, and others small, whose nature was to fly in the air or burrow in the ground. This was to be their way of escape. Thus did he compensate them, with the view of preventing any race from becoming extinct. And when he had provided against their destruction by one another, he contrived also a means of protecting them against the seasons of heaven, clothing them with close hair and thick skins, sufficient to defend them against the winter cold, and able to resist the summer heat, so that they might have a natural bed of their own when they wanted to rest. Also, he furnished them with hooves and hair and hard and callous skins under their feet. Then he gave them varieties of food, herb of the soil to some, to others fruits of trees, and to others roots, and to some again he gave other animals as food. And some he made to have few young ones, while those who were their prey were very prolific, and in this manner the race was preserved. Thus did Epimetheus, who, not being very wise, forgot that he had distributed among the brute animals all the qualities which he had to give, and when he came to man, who was still unprovided, he was terribly perplexed. Now, while he was in this perplexity, Prometheus came to inspect the distribution, and he found that the other animals were suitably furnished, but that man alone was naked and shoeless, and had neither bed nor arms of defence. The appointed hour was approaching when man in his turn was to go forth into the light of day, and Prometheus, not knowing how he could devise his salvation, stole the mechanical arts of Hephaestus and Athene, and fire with them. They could neither have been acquired nor used without fire, and gave them to man. Thus man had the wisdom necessary to the support of life. But political wisdom he had not, for that was in the keeping of Zeus, and the power of Prometheus did not extend to entering into the citadel of heaven, where Zeus dwelt, who, moreover, had terrible sentinels. But he did enter by stealth into the common workshop of Athene and Hephaestus, in which they used to practice their favourite arts, and carried off Hephaestus's art of working by fire, and also the art of Athene, and gave them to man. And in this way man was supplied with the means of life. But Prometheus is said to have been afterwards prosecuted for theft, owing to the blunder of Epimetheus. Now, man, having a share of the divine attributes, was at first the only one of the animals who had any gods, because he alone was of their kindred, and he would raise altars and images of them. He was not long in inventing articulate speech and names, and he also constructed houses and clothes and shoes and beds, and drew sustenance from the earth. Thus provided, mankind at first lived dispersed, and there were no cities. But the consequence was that they were destroyed by wild beasts, for they were utterly weak in comparison of them, and their art was only sufficient to provide them with the means of life, and did not enable them to carry on war against the animals. Food they had, but not, as yet, the art of government, of which the art of war is a part. After a while, the desire of self-preservation gathered them into cities. But when they were gathered together, having no art of government, they evil entreated one another, and were again in process of dispersion and destruction. Zeus feared that the entire race would be exterminated, and so he sent Hermes to them, bearing reverence and justice to be the ordering principles of cities and the bonds of friendship and conciliation. Hermes asked Zeus how he should impart justice and reverence among men. Should he distribute them as the arts are distributed, that is to say, to a favoured few only, one skilled individual having enough of medicine or of any other art for many unskilled ones? Shall this be the manner in which I am to distribute justice and reverence among men, or shall I give them to all? To all, said Zeus. I should like them all to have a share. For cities cannot exist if a few only share in the virtues as in the arts. And further, make a law by my order that he who has no part in reverence and justice shall be put to death, for he is a plague of the state. And this is the reason, Socrates, why the Athenians, and mankind in general, when the question relates to carpentering or any other mechanical art, allow but a few to share in their deliberations, and when anyone else interferes, then, as you say, they object, if he be not of the favoured few, which, as I reply, is very natural. But when they meet to deliberate about political virtue, which proceeds only by way of justice and wisdom, they are patient enough of any man who speaks of them, and, as is also natural, because they think that every man ought to share in this sort of virtue, and that states could not exist if this were otherwise. I have explained to you, Socrates, the reason of this phenomenon, and that you may not suppose yourself to be deceived in thinking that all men regard every man as having a share of justice or honesty, and of every other political virtue, let me give you a further proof, which is this. In other cases, as you are aware, if a man says that he is a good flute player, or skilful in any other art in which he has no skill, people either laugh at him or are angry with him, and his relations think that he is mad and go and admonish him. But when honesty is in question, or some other political virtue, even if they know that he is dishonest, yet if the man comes publicly forward and tells the truth about his dishonesty, then what in the other case was held by them to be good sense, they now deem to be madness. They say that all men ought to profess honesty, whether they are honest or not, and that a man is out of his mind who says anything else. Their notion is that a man must have some degree of honesty, and that if he has none at all, he ought not to be in the world. I have been showing that they are right in admitting every man as a counsellor about this sort of virtue, as they are of opinion that every man is a partaker of it. And I will now endeavour to show further that they do not conceive this virtue to be given by nature, or to grow spontaneously, but to be a thing which may be taught, and which comes to a man by taking pains. No one would instruct, no one would rebuke, or be angry with those whose calamities they suppose to be due to nature or chance. They do not try to punish or to prevent them from being what they are, they do but pity them. Who is so foolish as to chastise or instruct the ugly, or the diminutive, or the feeble, and for this reason, because he knows that good and evil of this kind is the work of nature and of chance. Whereas if a man is wanting in those good qualities which are attained by study and exercise and teaching, and has only the contrary evil qualities, other men are angry with him and punish him and reprove him. Of these evil qualities, one is impiety, another injustice, and they may be described generally as the very opposite of political virtue. In such cases any man will be angry with another, and reprimand him, clearly, because he thinks that by study and learning the virtue in which the other is deficient may be acquired. If you will think, Socrates, of the nature of punishment, you will see at once that, in the opinion of mankind, virtue may be acquired. No one punishes the evil-doer under the notion or for the reason that he has done wrong. Only the unreasonable fury of a beast acts in that manner. But he who desires to inflict rational punishment does not retaliate for a past wrong which cannot be undone. He has regard to the future, and is desirous that the man who is punished, and he who sees him punished, may be deterred from doing wrong again. He punishes for the sake of prevention, thereby clearly implying that virtue is capable of being taught. This is the notion of all who retaliate upon others, either privately or publicly, and the Athenians too, your own citizens, like other men, punish and take vengeance on all whom they regard as evil-doers, and hence we may infer them to be of the number of those who think that virtue may be acquired and taught. Thus far, Socrates, I have shown you clearly enough, if I am not mistaken, that your countrymen are right in admitting the tinker and the cobbler to advise about politics, and also that they deem virtue to be capable of being taught and acquired. There yet remains one difficulty, which has been raised by you about the sons of good men. What is the reason why good men teach their sons the knowledge which is gained from teachers, and make them wise in that, but do nothing towards improving them and the virtues which distinguish themselves. And here, Socrates, I will leave the apologue and resume the argument. Please to consider, is there or is there not some one quality of which all the citizens must be partakers, if there is to be a city at all? In the answer to this question is contained the only solution of your difficulty. There is no other. For if there be any such quality, and this quality or unity is not the art of the carpenter or the smith or the potter, but justice and temperance and holiness, and, in a word, manly virtue, if this is the quality of which all men must be partakers, and which is the very condition of their learning or doing anything else, and if he who is wanting in this, whether he be a child only or a grown-up man or woman, must be taught and punished until by punishment he becomes better, and he who rebels against instruction and punishment is either exiled or condemned to death under the idea that he is incurable, if what I am saying be true, good men have their sons taught other things and not this, do consider how extraordinary their conduct would appear to be. For we have shown that they think virtue capable of being taught and cultivated both in private and public, and, notwithstanding, they have their sons taught lesser matters, ignorance of which does not involve the punishment of death, but greater things of which the ignorance may cause death and exile to those who have no training or knowledge of them, aye, and confiscation as well as death, and, in a word, may be the ruin of families. Those things, I say, they are supposed not to teach them, not to take the utmost care that they should learn. How improbable is this, Socrates? Education and admonition commence in the first years of childhood, and last to the very end of life. Mother and nurse and father and tutor are vying with one another about the improvement of the child as soon as ever he is able to understand what is being said to him. He cannot say or do anything without their setting forth to him that this is just and that is unjust. This is honourable, that is dishonourable. This is holy, that is unholy. Do this and abstain from that. And if he obeys, well and good. If not, he is straitened by threats and blows, like a piece of bent or warped wood. At a later stage, they send him to teachers, and enjoin them to see to his manners, even more than to his reading and music, and the teachers do as they are desired. And when the boy has learned his letters, and is beginning to understand what is written, as before he understood only what was spoken, they put into his hands the works of great poets, which he reads sitting on a bench at school. In these are contained many admonitions, and many tales and praises, and encomia of ancient famous men, which he is required to learn by heart, in order that he may imitate or emulate them, and desire to become like them. Then again, the teachers of the lyre take similar care that their young disciple is temperate and gets into no mischief, and when they have taught him the use of the lyre, they introduce him to the poems of other excellent poets, who are the lyric poets, and these they set to music, and make their harmonies and rhythms quite familiar to the children's souls, in order that they may learn to be more gentle and harmonious and rhythmical, and so more fitted for speech and action, for the life of man in every part has need of harmony and rhythm. Then they send them to the master of gymnastic, in order that their bodies may better minister to the virtuous mind, and that they may not be compelled through bodily weakness to play the coward in war, or on any other occasion. This is what is done by those who have the means, and those who have the means are the rich. Their children begin to go to school soonest and leave off latest. When they have done with masters, the state again compels them to learn the laws, and live after the pattern which they furnish, and not after their own fancies. And just as in learning to write, the writing-master first draws lines with a style for the use of the young beginner, and gives him the tablet and makes him follow the lines, so the city draws the laws, which were the invention of good lawgivers living in the olden times. These are given to the young man in order to guide him in his conduct, whether he is commanding or obeying, and he who transgresses them is to be corrected, or, in other words, called to account, which is a term used not only in your country, but also in many others, seeing that justice calls men to account. Now, when there is all this care about virtue, private and public, why, Socrates, do you still wonder and doubt whether virtue can be taught? Cease to wonder, for the opposite would be far more surprising. But why then do the sons of good fathers often turn out ill? There is nothing very wonderful in this, for, as I have been saying, the existence of a state implies that virtue is not any man's private possession. If so, and nothing can be truer, then I will further ask you to imagine, as an illustration, some other pursuit or branch of knowledge which may be assumed equally to be the condition of the existence of a state. Suppose that there could be no state unless we were all flute players, as far as each had the capacity, and everybody was freely teaching everybody the art, both in private and public, and reproving the bad player as freely and openly as every man now teaches justice and the laws, not concealing them as he would conceal the other arts, but imparting them, for all of us have a mutual interest in the justice and virtue of one another, and this is the reason why every one is so ready to teach justice and the laws. Suppose I say that there were the same readiness and liberality among us in teaching one another flute-playing, do you imagine, Socrates, that the sons of good flute-players would be more likely to be good than the sons of bad ones? I think not. Would not their sons grow up to be distinguished or undistinguished according to their own natural capacities as flute-players? And the son of a good player would often turn out to be a bad one, and the son of a bad player to be a good one. All flute players would be good enough in comparison of those who were ignorant and unacquainted with the art of flute-playing. In like manner, I would have you consider that he who appears to you to be the worst of those who have been brought up in laws and humanities would appear to be a just man and a master of justice if he were to be compared with men who had no education or courts of justice or laws or any restraints upon them which compelled them to practice virtue. With the savages, for example, whom the poet Pherecrates exhibited on the stage at the last year's Lenaean festival. If you were living among men such as the man-haters in his chorus, you would be only too glad to meet with Eurybates and Phrenondas, and you would sorrowfully long to revisit the rascality of this part of the world. You, Socrates, are discontented. And why? Because all men are teachers of virtue, each one according to his ability, and you say, where are the teachers? You might as well ask, who teaches Greek? For of that too there will not be any teachers found. Or you might ask, who is to teach the sons of our artisans this same art which they have learned of their fathers? He and his fellow workmen have taught them to the best of their ability, but who will carry them further in their arts? And you would certainly have a difficulty, Socrates, in finding a teacher of them, but there would be no difficulty in finding a teacher of those who are wholly ignorant. And this is true of virtue or of anything else. If a man is better able than we are to promote virtue, ever so little, we must be content with the result. A teacher of this sort I believe myself to be, and above all other men to have the knowledge which makes a man noble and good, and I give my pupils their money's worth, and even more, as they themselves confess. And therefore I have introduced the following mode of payment. When a man has been my pupil, if he likes, he pays my price, but there is no compulsion. And if he does not like, he is only to go into a temple and take an oath of the value of the instructions, and he pays no more than he declares to be their value. Such is my apologue, Socrates, and such is the argument by which I endeavour to show that virtue may be taught, and that this is the opinion of the Athenians. And I have also attempted to show that you are not to wonder at good fathers having bad sons, or at good sons having bad fathers, of which the sons of Polyclitus afford an example, who are the companions of our friends here, Paralus and Xanthippus, but are nothing in comparison with their father, and this is true of the sons of many other artists. As yet I ought not to say the same of Paralus and Xanthippus themselves, for they are young, and there is still hope of them. Protagoras ended, and in my ear so charming left his voice, that I the while thought him still speaking, still stood fixed to hear. At length, when the truth dawned upon me that he had really finished, Not without difficulty I began to collect myself, and looking at Hippocrates, I said to him, "O son of Apollodorus, how deeply grateful I am to you for having brought me hither. I would not have missed the speech of Protagoras for a great deal, for I used to imagine that no human care could make men good, but I know better now. Yet I have still one very small difficulty, which I am sure that Protagoras will easily explain, as he has already explained so much. If a man were to go and consult Pericles or any of our great speakers about these matters, he might perhaps hear as fine a discourse, but then, when one has a question to ask of any of them, like books, they can neither answer nor ask, and if anyone challenges the least particular of their speech, they go ringing on in a long harangue like brazen pots, which, when they are struck, continue to sound unless someone puts his hand upon them. Whereas our friend Protagoras can not only make a good speech, as he has already shown, but when he is asked a question he can answer briefly, and when he asks he will wait and hear the answer, and this is a very rare gift. Now, I, Protagoras, want to ask of you a little question, which, if you will only answer, I shall be quite satisfied. You are saying that virtue can be taught. That I will take upon your authority, and there is no one to whom I am more ready to trust. But I marvel at one thing about which I should like to have my mind set at rest. You are speaking of Zeus sending justice and reverence to men, and several times while you were speaking, justice, temperance, and holiness, and all these qualities, were described by you as if together they made up virtue. Now, I want you to tell me truly whether virtue is one whole, of which justice and temperance and holiness are parts, or whether all these are only the names of one and the same thing. That is the doubt which still lingers in my mind. There is no difficulty, Socrates, in answering that the qualities of which you are speaking are the parts of virtue, which is one. And are they parts, I said, in the same sense in which mouth, nose, and eyes and ears are the parts of a face, or are they like the parts of gold, which differ from the whole and from one another only in being larger or smaller? I should say that they differed, Socrates, in the first way. They are related to one another as the parts of a face are related to the whole face. And do men have some one part and some another part of virtue? Or if a man has one part, must he also have all the others? By no means, he said, for many a man is brave and not just, or just and not wise. You would not deny, then, that courage and wisdom are also parts of virtue? Most undoubtedly they are, he answered, and wisdom is the noblest of the parts. And they are all different from one another, I said. Yes. And has each of them a distinct function, like the parts of the face? The eye, for example, is not like the ear, and has not the same functions, and the other parts are none of them like one another, either in their functions or in any other way. I want to know whether the comparison holds concerning the parts of virtue. Do they also differ from one another in themselves and in their functions? For that is clearly what the simile would imply. Yes, Socrates, you are right in supposing that they differ. Then I said, no other part of virtue is like knowledge, or like justice, or like courage, or like temperance, or like holiness. No, he answered. Well then, I said, suppose that you and I inquire into their natures. And first, you would agree with me that justice is of the nature of a thing, would you? That is my opinion. Would it not be yours also? Mine also, he said. And suppose that someone were to ask us, saying, "O Protagoras, and you, Socrates, what about this thing which you are calling justice? Is it just or unjust?" And I were to answer just. Would you vote with me or against me? With you, he said. Thereupon I should answer to him who asked me that justice is of the nature of the just. Would not you? Yes, he said. And suppose that he went on to say, well now, is there also such a thing as holiness? We should answer, yes, if I am not mistaken. Yes, he said, which you would also acknowledge to be a thing. Should we not say so? He assented. And Is this a sort of thing which is of the nature of the holy, or of the nature of the unholy? I should be angry at his putting such a question, and should say, Peace, man, nothing can be holy if holiness is not holy. What would you say? Would you not answer in the same way? Certainly, he said. And then, after this, suppose that he came and asked us, What were you saying just now? Perhaps I may not have heard you rightly, but you seemed to me to be saying that the parts of virtue were not the same as one another. I should reply, You certainly heard that said, but not as you imagine by me, for I only asked the question. Protagoras gave the answer, and suppose that he turned to you and said, Is this true, Protagoras? And do you maintain that one part of virtue is unlike another, and is this your position? How would you answer him? I could not help acknowledging the truth of what he said, Socrates. Well then, Protagoras, we will assume this. And now supposing that he proceeded to say further, then holiness is not of the nature of justice, nor justice of the nature of holiness, but of the nature of unholiness, and holiness is of the nature of the not just, and therefore of the unjust, and the unjust is the unholy. How shall we answer him? I should certainly answer him on my own behalf that justice is holy, and that holiness is just, and I would say in like manner on your behalf also, if you would allow me, that justice is either the same with holiness, or very nearly the same, and above all, I would assert that justice is like holiness, and holiness is like justice, and I wish that you would tell me whether I may be permitted to give this answer on your behalf, and whether you would agree with me. He replied, I cannot simply agree, Socrates, to the proposition that justice is holy and that holiness is just, for there appears to me to be a difference between them. But what matter? If you please, I please, and let us assume, if you will, that justice is holy and that holiness is just. Pardon me, I replied, I do not want this if you wish or if you will sort of conclusion to be proven, but I want you and me to be proven. I mean to say that the conclusion will be best proven if there be no if. Well, he said, I admit that justice bears a resemblance to holiness, for there is always some point of view in which everything is like every other thing. White is in a certain way like black, and hard is like soft, and the most extreme opposites have some qualities in common. Even the parts of the face, which, as we were saying before, are distinct and have different functions, are still, in a certain point of view, similar, and one of them is like another of them. And you may prove that they are like one another on the same principle that all things are like one another, and yet things which are like in some particular ought not to be called alike, nor things which are unlike in some particular, however slight, unlike. And do you think, I said in a tone of surprise, that justice and holiness have but a small degree of likeness? Certainly not, any more than I agree with what I understand to be your view. Well, I said, as you appear to have a difficulty about this, let us take another of the examples which you mentioned instead. Do you admit to the existence of folly? I do. And is not wisdom the very opposite of folly? That is true, he said. And when men act rightly and advantageously, they seem to you to be temperate? Yes, he said. And temperance makes them temperate, certainly. And they who do not act rightly act foolishly, and in acting thus are not temperate? I agree, he said. Then, to act foolishly is the opposite of acting temperately. He assented. And foolish actions are done by folly, and temperate actions by temperance? He agreed. And that is done strongly which is done by strength, and that which is weakly done by weakness? He assented. And that which is done with swiftness is done swiftly, and that which is done with slowness, slowly? He assented again. And that which is done in the same manner is done by the same, and that which is done in an opposite manner by the opposite? He agreed. Once more, I said, is there anything beautiful? Yes. To which the only opposite is ugly. There is no other. And is there anything good? There is. To which the only opposite is the evil? There is no other. And There is the acute in sound. True. To which the only opposite is the grave. There is no other, he said, but that. Then every opposite has one opposite only, and no more? He assented. Then now, I said, let us recapitulate our admissions. First of all, we admitted that everything has one opposite, and not more than one. We did so, and we admitted also that what was done in opposite ways was done by opposites. Yes, and that which was done foolishly, as we further admitted, was done in the opposite way to that which was done temperately. Yes, and that which was done temperately was done by temperance, and that which was done foolishly by folly. He agreed. And that which is done in opposite ways is done by opposites. Yes, and one thing is done by temperance, and quite another thing by folly. Yes, and in opposite ways. Certainly, and therefore by opposites. Then folly is the opposite of temperance. Clearly. And do you remember that folly has already been acknowledged by us to be the opposite of wisdom? He assented. And we said that everything has only one opposite. Yes. Then, Protagoras, which of the two assertions shall we renounce? One says that everything has but one opposite, the other that wisdom is distinct from temperance, and that both of them are parts of virtue, and that they are not only distinct but dissimilar, both in themselves and in their functions, like the parts of a face. Which of these two assertions shall we renounce? For both of them together are certainly not in harmony. They do not accord or agree. For how can they be said to agree if everything is assumed to have only one opposite, and not more than one, and yet folly, which is one, has clearly the two opposites, wisdom and temperance? Is not that true, Protagoras? What else would you say? He assented, but with great reluctance. Then temperance and wisdom are the same, as before justice and holiness appeared to us to be nearly the same. And now, Protagoras, I said, we must finish the inquiry, and not faint. Do you think that an unjust man can be temperate in his injustice? I should be ashamed, Socrates, he said, to acknowledge this, which nevertheless many may be found to assert. And shall I argue with them, or with you? I replied. I would rather, he said, that you should argue with the many first, if you will, whichever you please, if you will only answer me and say whether you are of their opinion or not. My object is to test the validity of the argument, and yet the result may be that I who ask and you who answer may both be put on our trial. Protagoras at first made a show of refusing, as he said that the argument was not encouraging. At length he consented to answer. Now then, I said, begin at the beginning and answer me. You think that some men are temperate, and yet unjust. Yes, he said, let that be admitted. And temperance is good sense? Yes, and good sense is good counsel in doing injustice? Granted. If they succeed, I said, or if they do not succeed? If they succeed. And you would admit the existence of goods? Yes. And is the good that which is expedient for man? Yes, indeed, he said, and there are some things which may be inexpedient, and yet I call them good. I thought that Protagoras was getting ruffled and excited. He seemed to be setting himself in an attitude of war. Seeing this, I minded my business and gently said, When you say, Protagoras, that things inexpedient are good, do you mean inexpedient for man only, or inexpedient altogether? And do you call the latter good? Certainly not the last, he replied, for I know of many things, meats, drinks, medicines, and 10,000 other things, which are inexpedient for man, and some which are expedient, and some which are neither expedient nor inexpedient for man, but only for horses, and some for oxen only, and some for dogs, and some for no animals, but only for trees, and some for the roots of trees, and not their branches, as, for example, manure, which is a good thing when laid about the roots of a tree, but utterly destructive if thrown upon the shoots and young branches. Or I may instance olive oil, which is mischievous to all plants, but generally most injurious to the hair of every animal, with the exception of man, but beneficial to human hair and to the human body generally. And even in this application, so various and changeable is the nature of the benefit, that which is the greatest good to the outward parts of a man is a very great evil to his inward parts. And for this reason, physicians always forbid their patients the use of oil in their food, except in very small quantities, just enough to extinguish the disagreeable sensation of smell in meats and sauces. When he had given this answer, the company cheered him, and I said, Protagoras, I have a wretched memory, and when anyone makes a long speech to me, I never remember what he is talking about. As then, if I had been deaf, and you were going to converse with me, you would have had to raise your voice, so now, having such a bad memory, I will ask you to cut your answers shorter, if you would take me with you. What do you mean? He said. How am I to shorten my answers? Shall I make them too short? Certainly not, I said, but short enough. Yes, I said. Shall I answer what appears to me to be short enough, or what appears to you to be short enough? I have heard, I said, that you can speak and teach others to speak about the same things at such length that words never seem to fail, or with such brevity that no one could use fewer of them. Please, therefore, if you talk with me, to adopt the latter or more compendious method. Socrates, he replied, many a battle of words have I fought, and if I had followed the method of disputation which my adversaries desired, as you want me to do, I should have been no better than another, and the name of Protagoras would have been nowhere. I saw that he was not satisfied with his previous answers, and that he would not play the part of answerer any more if he could help, and I considered that there was no call upon me to continue the conversation. So I said, Protagoras, I do not wish to force the conversation upon you if you had rather not, but when you are willing to argue with me in such a way that I can follow you, then I will argue with you. Now you, as is said of you by others, and as you say of yourself, are able to have discussions in shorter forms of speech as well as in longer, for you are a master of wisdom. But I cannot manage these long speeches. I only wish that I could. You, on the other hand, who are capable of either, ought to speak shorter, as I beg you, and then we might converse. But I see that you are disinclined, and as I have an engagement which will prevent my staying to hear you at greater length, for I have to be in another place, I will depart, although I should have liked to have heard you. Thus I spoke, and was rising from my seat, when Callias seized me by the right hand, and in his left hand caught hold of this old cloak of mine. He said, We cannot let you go, Socrates, for if you leave us, there will be an end of our discussions. I must therefore beg you to remain, as there is nothing in the world that I should like better than to hear you and Protagoras discourse. Do not deny the company this pleasure. Now I had got up, and was in the act of departure. Son of Hipponicus, I replied, I have always admired, and do now heartily applaud and love your philosophical spirit, and I would gladly comply with your request if I could, but the truth is that I cannot, and what you ask is as great an impossibility to me as if you bade me run a race with Chryson of Himera when in his prime, or with some one of the long or day-course runners. To such a request I should reply that I would fain ask the same of my own legs, but they refuse to comply. And therefore, if you want to see Chryson and me in the same stadium, you must bid him slacken his speed to mine, for I cannot run quickly, and he can run slowly. And in like manner, if you want to hear me and Protagoras discoursing, you must ask him to shorten his answers and keep to the point, as he did at first. If not, how can there be any discussion? For discussion is one thing, and making an oration is quite another, in my humble opinion. But you see, Socrates, said Callias, that Protagoras may fairly claim to speak in his own way, just as you claim to speak in yours. Here Alcibiades interposed, and said, That, Callias, is not a true statement of the case. Our friend Socrates admits that he cannot make a speech. In this he yields the palm to Protagoras, but I should be greatly surprised if he yielded to any living man in the power of holding and apprehending an argument. Now, if Protagoras will make a similar admission, and confess that he is inferior to Socrates in argumentative skill, that is enough for Socrates. But if he claims a superiority in argument as well, let him ask and answer, not when a question is asked slipping away from the point, and instead of answering making a speech at such length that most of his hearers forget the question at issue. Not that Socrates is likely to forget, I will be bound for that, although he may pretend in fun that he has a bad memory. And Socrates appears to me to be more in the right than Protagoras. That is my view, and every man ought to say what he thinks. When Alcibiades had done speaking, someone, Critias, I believe, went on to say, "O Prodicus and Hippias, Callias appears to me to be a partisan of Protagoras," and this led Alcibiades, who loves opposition, to take the other side. But we should not be partisans either of Socrates or of Protagoras. Let us rather unite in entreating both of them not to break up the discussion. Prodicus added, "That, Critias, seems to me to be well said, for those who are present at such discussions ought to be impartial hearers of both the speakers, remembering, however, that impartiality is not the same as equality, for both sides should be impartially heard, and yet an equal meed should not be assigned to both of them. But to the wiser a higher meed should be given, and a lower to the less wise. And I, as well as Critias, would beg you, Protagoras and Socrates, to grant our request, which is that you will argue with one another and not wrangle. For friends argue with friends out of good will, but only adversaries and enemies wrangle. And then our meeting will be delightful, for in this way you, who are the speakers, will be most likely to win esteem, and not praise only, among us who are your audience. For esteem is a sincere conviction of the hearers' souls, but praise is often an insincere expression of men uttering falsehoods contrary to their conviction. And thus we, who are the hearers, will be gratified and not pleased, for gratification is of the mind when receiving wisdom and knowledge, but pleasure is of the body when eating or experiencing some other bodily delight." Thus spoke Prodicus, and many of the company applauded his words. Hippias the sage spoke next. He said, "All of you who are here present I reckon to be kinsmen and friends and fellow citizens, by nature and not by law, for by nature like is akin to like, whereas law is the tyrant of mankind, and often compels us to do many things which are against nature. How great would be the disgrace, then, if we, who know the nature of things, and are the wisest of the Hellenes, and as such are met together in this city, which is the metropolis of wisdom, and in the greatest and most glorious house of this city, should have nothing to show worthy of this height of dignity, but should only quarrel with one another like the meanest of mankind. I do pray and advise you, Protagoras, and you, Socrates, to agree upon a compromise. Let us be your peacemakers, and do not you, Socrates, aim at this precise and extreme brevity in discourse, if Protagoras objects, but loosen and let go the reins of speech, that your words may be grander and more becoming to you. Neither do you, Protagoras, go forth on the gale with every sail set out of sight of land into an ocean of words, but let there be a mean, observed by both of you. Do as I say, and let me also persuade you to choose an arbiter, or overseer, or president. He will keep watch over your words, and will prescribe their proper length." This proposal was received by the company with universal approval. Callias said that he would not let me off, and they begged me to choose an arbiter. But I said that to choose an umpire of discourse would be unseemly, for if the person chosen was inferior, then the inferior, or worse, ought not to preside over the better, or if he was equal, neither would that be well, for he who is our equal will do as we do, and what will be the use of choosing him? And if you say, let us have a better, then, to that I answer that you cannot have anyone who is wiser than Protagoras. And if you choose another who is not really better, and whom you only say is better, to put another over him as though he were an inferior person would be an unworthy reflection on him. Not that, as far as I am concerned, any reflection is of much consequence to me. Let me tell you, then, what I will do in order that the conversation and discussion may go on as you desire. If Protagoras is not disposed to answer, let him ask, and I will answer. and I will endeavour to show at the same time how, as I maintain, he ought to answer, and when I have answered as many questions as he likes to ask, let him in like manner answer me. And if he seems to be not very ready at answering the precise question asked of him, you and I will unite in entreating him, as you entreated me, not to spoil the discussion. And this will require no special arbiter. All of you shall be arbiters. This was generally approved, and Protagoras, though very much against his will, was obliged to agree that he would ask questions, and when he had put a sufficient number of them, that he would answer in his turn those which he was asked in short replies. He began to put his questions as follows. "I am of the opinion, Socrates," he said, "that skill in poetry is the principal part of education, and this I conceive to be the power of knowing what compositions of the poets are correct and what are not, and how they are to be distinguished, and of explaining, when asked, the reason of the difference. And I propose to transfer the question which you and I have been discussing to the domain of poetry. We will speak, as before, of virtue, but in reference to a passage of a poet. Now, Simonides says to Scopas, the son of Creon the Thessalian, 'Hardly, on the one hand, can a man become truly good, built foursquare in hands and feet and mind, a work without a flaw.' Do you know the poem, or shall I repeat the whole?" "There is no need," I said, for I am perfectly well acquainted with the ode. I have made a careful study of it. "Very well," he said. "And do you think that the ode is a good composition and true?" "Yes," I said, "both good and true. But if there is a contradiction, can the composition be good or true?" "No, not in that case," I replied. "And is there not a contradiction?" he asked. "Reflect." "Well, my friend, I have reflected. And does not the poet proceed to say, 'I do not agree with the word of Pittacus, albeit the utterance of a wise man, hardly can a man be good'? Now, you will observe that this is said by the same poet." "I know it. And do you think," he said, "that the two sayings are consistent?" "Yes," I said, "I think so." At the same time, I could not help fearing that there might be something in what he said. "And you think otherwise?" "Why," he said, "how can he be consistent in both? First of all, premising as his own thought, 'Hardly can a man become truly good,' and then, a little further on in the poem, forgetting and blaming Pittacus and refusing to agree with him when he says, 'Hardly can a man be good,' which is the very same thing. And yet, when he blames him who says the same with himself, he blames himself, so that he must be wrong either in his first or his second assertion." Many of the audience cheered and applauded this, and I felt at first giddy and faint, as if I had received a blow from the hand of an expert boxer, when I heard his words and the sound of the cheering, and, to confess the truth, I wanted to get time to think what the meaning of the poet really was. So I turned to Prodicus and called him. "Prodicus," I said, "Simonides is a countryman of yours, and you ought to come to his aid. I must appeal to you, like the river Scamander in Homer, who, when beleaguered by Achilles, summons the Simois to aid him, saying, 'Brother dear, let us both together stay the force of the hero.' And I summon you, for I am afraid that Protagoras will make an end of Simonides. Now is the time to rehabilitate Simonides by the application of your philosophy of synonyms, which enables you to distinguish will and wish, and make other charming distinctions like those which you drew just now. And I should like to know whether you would agree with me, for I am of the opinion that there is no contradiction in the words of Simonides. And first of all, I wish that you would say whether, in your opinion, Prodicus, being is the same as becoming." "Not the same, certainly," replied Prodicus. "Did not Simonides first set forth as his own view that hardly can a man become truly good?" "Quite right," said Prodicus. "And then he blames Pittacus, not, as Protagoras imagines, for repeating that which he says himself, but for saying something different from himself. Pittacus does not say, as Simonides says, that hardly can a man become good, but hardly can a man be good, and our friend Prodicus would maintain that being Protagoras is not the same as becoming, and if they are not the same, then Simonides is not inconsistent with himself. I dare say that Prodicus and many others would say, as Hesiod says, on the one hand, hardly can a man become good, for the gods have made virtue the reward of toil, but on the other hand, when you have climbed the height, then to retain virtue, however difficult the acquisition, is easy. Prodicus heard and approved, but Protagoras said, "Your correction, Socrates, involves a greater error than is contained in the sentence which you are correcting." "Alas," I said, Protagoras, "then I am a sorry physician, and do but aggravate a disorder which I am seeking to cure." "Such is the fact," he said. "How so?" I asked. "The poet," he replied, "could never have made such a mistake as to say that virtue, which in the opinion of all men is the hardest of all things, can be easily retained." "Well," I said, "and how fortunate are we in having Prodicus among us at the right moment, for he has a wisdom, Protagoras, which, as I imagine, is more than human, and of very ancient date, and may be as old as Simonides, or even older. Learned as you are in many things, you appear to know nothing of this, but I know, for I am a disciple of his. And now, if I am not mistaken, you do not understand the word hard in the sense which Simonides intended, and I must correct you, as Prodicus corrects me when I use the word awful as a term of praise. If I say that Protagoras, or anyone else, is an awfully wise man, he asks me if I am not ashamed of calling that which is good awful, and then he explains to me that the term awful is always taken in a bad sense, and that no one speaks of being awfully healthy or wealthy or of awful peace, but of awful disease, awful war, awful poverty, meaning by the term awful evil. And I think that Simonides and his countrymen, the Cairns, when they spoke of hard, meant evil, or something which you do not understand. Let us ask Prodicus, for he ought to be able to answer questions about the dialect of Simonides. What did he mean, Prodicus, by the term hard? "Evil," said Prodicus. "And therefore," I said, Prodicus, "he blames Spittacus for saying hard is the good, just as if that were equivalent to saying evil is the good." "Yes," he said, "that was certainly his meaning, and he is twitting Pittacus with ignorance of the use of terms, which in a lesbian who has been accustomed to speak a barbarous language is natural." "Do you hear, Protagoras," I asked, "what our friend Prodicus is saying, and have you an answer for him?" "You are entirely mistaken, Prodicus," said Protagoras, "and I know very well that Simonides, in using the word hard, meant what all of us mean, not evil, but that which is not easy, that which takes a great deal of trouble. Of this I am positive." I said, "I also incline to believe, Protagoras, that this was the meaning of Simonides, of which our friend Prodicus was very well aware, but he thought that he would make fun, and try if you could maintain your thesis, for that Simonides could never have meant the other is clearly proved by the context, in which he says that God only has this gift. Now, he cannot surely mean to say that to be good is evil, when he afterwards proceeds to say that God only has this gift, and that this is the attribute of him and no other. For if this be his meaning, Prodicus would impute to Simonides a character of recklessness which is very unlike his countrymen. And I should like to tell you," I said, "what I imagine to be the real meaning of Simonides in this poem, if you will test what, in your way of speaking, would be called my skill in poetry, or, if you would rather, I will be the listener." To this proposal Protagoras replied, "As you please, and Hippias, Prodicus, and the others told me by all means to do as I proposed." "Then now," I said, "I will endeavour to explain to you my opinion about this poem of Simonides. There is a very ancient philosophy which is more cultivated in Crete and Lacedaemon than in any other part of Hellas, and there are more philosophers in those countries than anywhere else in the world. This, however, is a secret which the Lacedaemonians deny, and they pretend to be ignorant, just because they do not wish to have it thought that they rule the world by wisdom. like the sophists of whom Protagoras was speaking, and not by valour of arms, considering that if the reason of their superiority were disclosed, all men would be practising their wisdom. And this secret of theirs has never been discovered by the imitators of Lacedaemonian fashions in other cities, who go about with their ears bruised in imitation of them, and have the cestus bound on their arms, and are always in training, and wear short cloaks, for they imagine that these are the practices which have enabled the Lacedaemonians to conquer the other Hellenes. Now, when the Lacedaemonians want to unbend and hold free conversation with their wise men, and are no longer satisfied with mere secret intercourse, they drive out all these laconizers and any other foreigners who may happen to be in their country, and they hold a philosophical séance unknown to strangers. And they themselves forbid their young men to go out into other cities. In this they are like the Cretans, in order that they may not unlearn the lessons which they have taught them. And in Lacedaemon and Crete, not only men but also women have a pride in their high cultivation. And therefore you may know that I am right in attributing to the Lacedaemonians this excellence in philosophy and speculation. If a man converses with the most ordinary Lacedaemonian, he will find him seldom good for much in general conversation, but at any point in the discourse he will be darting out some notable saying, terse and full of meaning, with unerring aim, and the person with whom he is talking seems to be like a child in his hands. And many of our own age and of former ages have noted that the true Lacedaemonian type of character has the love of philosophy even stronger than the love of gymnastics. They are conscious that only a perfectly educated man is capable of uttering such expressions. Such were Thales of Miletus, and Pittacus of Mitylene, and Bias of Priene, and our own Solon, and Cleobulus the Lindian, and Myson the Canian, and seventh in the catalogue of wise men was the Lacedaemonian Chilo. All these were lovers and emulators and disciples of the culture of the Lacedaemonians, and anyone may perceive that their wisdom was of this character, consisting of short, memorable sentences which they severally uttered. And they met together and dedicated in the temple of Apollo at Delphi, as the first fruits of their wisdom, the far-famed inscriptions which are in all men's mouths, "Know thyself," and "Nothing too much." Why do I say all this? I am explaining that this Lacedaemonian brevity was the style of primitive philosophy. Now, there was a saying of Pittacus which was privately circulated and received the approbation of the wise, "Hard is it to be good," and Simonides, who was ambitious of the fame of wisdom, was aware that if he could overthrow this saying, then, as if he had won a victory over some famous athlete, he would carry off the palm among his contemporaries. And, if I am not mistaken, he composed the entire poem with the secret intention of damaging Pittacus and his saying. Let us all unite in examining his words, and see whether I am speaking the truth. Simonides must have been a lunatic if, in the very first words of the poem, wanting to say only that to become good is hard, he inserted "on the one hand." There would be no reason for the introduction unless you suppose him to speak with a hostile reference to the words of Pittacus. Pittacus is saying, "Hard is it to be good," and he, in refutation of this thesis, rejoins that the truly hard thing, Pittacus, is to become good, not joining truly with good, but with hard. Not that the hard thing is to be truly good, as though there were some truly good men, and there were others who were good but not truly good. This would be a very simple observation, and quite unworthy of Simonides, but you must suppose him to make a trajection of the word truly, construing the saying of Pittacus thus, and let us imagine Pittacus to be speaking, and Simonides answering him, "O my friend," says Pittacus, "hard is it to be good," and Simonides answers, "In that, Pittacus, you are mistaken. The difficulty is not to be good, but on the one hand to become good, foursquare in hands and feet and mind without a flaw. That is hard truly." This way of reading the passage accounts for the insertion of "on the one hand," and for the position at the end of the clause of the word "truly," and all that follows shows this to be the meaning. A great deal might be said in praise of the details of the poem, which is a charming piece of workmanship and very finished, but such minutiae would be tedious. I should like, however, to point out the general intention of the poem, which is certainly designed in every part to be a refutation of the saying of Pittacus. For he speaks, in what follows a little further on, as if he meant to argue that, although there is a difficulty in becoming good, yet this is possible for a time, and only for a time. But having become good, to remain in a good state and be good, as you, Pittacus, affirm, is not possible and is not granted to man. God only has this blessing. But man cannot help being bad when the force of circumstances overpowers him. Now, whom does the force of circumstance overpower in the command of a vessel? Not the private individual, for he is always overpowered, and as one who is already prostrate cannot be overthrown, and only he who is standing upright, but not he who is prostrate, can be laid prostrate, so the force of circumstances can only overpower him who, at some time or other, has resources, and not him who is at all times helpless. The descent of a great storm may make the pilot helpless, or the severity of the season, the husbandman, or the physician, for the good may become bad. As another poet witnesses, the good are sometimes good and sometimes bad. But the bad does not become bad. He is always bad. So that when the force of circumstances overpowers the man of resources and skill and virtue, then he cannot help being bad. And you, Pittacus, are saying, hard is it to be good. Now, there is a difficulty in becoming good, and yet this is possible. But to be good is an impossibility, for he who does well is the good man, and he who does ill is the bad. But what sort of doing is good in letters, and what sort of doing makes a man good in letters? Clearly, the knowing of them. And what sort of well-doing makes a man a good physician? Clearly, the knowledge of the art of healing the sick. But he who does ill is the bad. Now, who becomes a bad physician? Clearly, he who is, in the first place, a physician, and in the second place, a good physician, for he may become a bad one also. But none of us unskilled individuals can, by any amount of doing ill, become physicians, any more than we can become carpenters, or anything of that sort. And he who by doing ill cannot become a physician at all, clearly cannot become a bad physician. In like manner, the good may become deteriorated by time or toil or disease or other accident. The only real doing ill is to be deprived of knowledge. But the bad man will never become bad, for he is always bad. And if he were to become bad, he must previously have been good. Thus, the words of the poem tend to show that, on the one hand, a man cannot be continuously good, but that he may become good and may also become bad. And again, that they are the best for the longest time whom the gods love. All this relates to Pittacus, as is further proved by the sequel, for he adds, "Therefore, I will not throw away my span of life to no purpose, in searching after the impossible, hoping in vain to find a perfectly faultless man among those who partake of the fruit of the broad-bosomed earth. If I find him, I will send you word." This is the vehement way in which he pursues his attack upon Pittacus throughout the whole poem. But him who does no evil, voluntarily I praise and love. Not even the gods war against necessity. All this has a similar drift, for Simonides was not so ignorant as to say that he praised those who did no evil voluntarily, as though there were some who did evil voluntarily. For no wise man, as I believe, will allow that any human being errs voluntarily, or voluntarily does evil and dishonourable actions, but they are very well aware that all who do evil and dishonourable things do them against their will. And Simonides never says that he praises him who does no evil voluntarily. The word voluntarily applies to himself. for he was under the impression that a good man might often compel himself to love and praise another, and to be the friend and approver of another, and that there might be an involuntary love, such as a man might feel to an unnatural father or mother or country or the like. Now, bad men, when their parents or country have any defects, look on them with malignant joy, and find fault with them, and expose and denounce them to others, under the idea that the rest of mankind will be less likely to take themselves to task and accuse them of neglect, and they blame their defects far more than they deserve, in order that the odium which is necessarily incurred by them may be increased. But the good man dissembles his feelings and constrains himself to praise them, and if they have wronged him and he is angry, he pacifies his anger and is reconciled, and compels himself to love and praise his own flesh and blood. And Simonides, as is probable, considered that he himself had often had to praise and magnify a tyrant or the like, much against his will, and he also wishes to imply to Pittacus that he does not censure him because he is censorious. For I am satisfied, he says, when a man is neither bad nor very stupid, and when he knows justice, which is the health of states, and is of sound mind, I will find no fault with him, for I am not given to finding fault, and there are innumerable fools, implying that if he delighted in censure, he might have abundant opportunity of finding fault. All things are good, with which evil is unmingled. In these latter words, he does not mean to say that all things are good which have no evil in them, as you might say, all things are white which have no black in them, for that would be ridiculous, but he means to say that he accepts and finds no fault with the moderate or intermediate state. I do not hope, he says, to find a perfectly blameless man among those who partake of the fruits of the broad-bosomed earth. If I find him, I will send you word. In this sense I praise no man, but he who is moderately good and does no evil is good enough for me, who love and approve everyone. And here observe that he uses a lesbian word, eponemi, approve, because he is addressing Pittacus, who love and approve everyone voluntarily, who does no evil. And that the stop should be put after voluntarily, but there are some whom I involuntarily praise and love, and you, Pittacus, I would never have blamed if you had spoken what was moderately good and true, but I do blame you because, putting on the appearance of truth, you are speaking falsely about the highest matters. And this, I said, Prodicus and Protagoras, I take to be the meaning of Simonides in this poem. Hippias said, I think, Socrates, that you have given a very good explanation of the poem, but I have also an excellent interpretation of my own, which I will propound to you, if you will allow me. Nay, Hippias, said Alcibiades, not now, but at some other time. At present we must abide by the compact which was made between Socrates and Protagoras, to the effect that as long as Protagoras is willing to ask, Socrates should answer, or that if he would rather answer, then that Socrates should ask. I said, I wish Protagoras either to ask or answer as he is inclined, but I would rather have done with poems and odes, if he does not object, and come back to the question about which I was asking you at first, Protagoras, and by your help make an end of that. The talk about the poets seems to me like a commonplace entertainment to which a vulgar company have recourse, who, because they are not able to converse or amuse one another while they are drinking, with the sound of their own voices in conversation, by reason of their stupidity, raise the price of flute girls in the market, hiring for a great sum the voice of a flute instead of their own breath, to be the medium of intercourse among them. But where the company are real gentlemen and men of education, you will see no flute girls, nor dancing girls, nor harp girls, and they have no nonsense or games, but are contented with one another's conversation, of which their own voices are the medium, and which they carry on by turns, and in an orderly manner, even though they are very liberal in their potations. And a company like this of ours, and men such as we profess to be, do not require the help of another's voice, or of the poets, whom you cannot interrogate about the meaning of what they are saying. People who cite them declaring, some that the poet has one meaning and others that he has another, and the point which is in dispute can never be decided. This sort of entertainment they decline, and prefer to talk with one another, and put one another to the proof in conversation. And these are the models which I desire that you and I should imitate. Leaving the poets and keeping to ourselves, let us try the mettle of one another, and make proof of the truth in conversation. If you have a mind to ask, I am ready to answer, or, if you would rather, do you answer and give me the opportunity of resuming and completing our unfinished argument. I made these and similar observations, but Protagoras would not distinctly say which he would do. Thereupon Alcibiades turned to Callias and said, "Do you think, Callias, that Protagoras is fair in refusing to say whether he will or will not answer? For I certainly think that he is unfair. He ought either to proceed with the argument or distinctly refuse to proceed, that we may know his intention, and then Socrates will be able to discourse with someone else, and the rest of the company will be free to talk with one another." I think that Protagoras was really made ashamed by these words of Alcibiades, and when the prayers of Callias and the company were superadded, he was at last induced to argue, and said that I might ask, and he would answer. So I said, "Do not imagine, Protagoras, that I have any other interest in asking questions of you but that of clearing up my own difficulties. For I think that Homer was very right in saying that when two go together, one sees before the other. For all men who have a companion are readier in deed, word, or thought, but if a man sees a thing when he is alone, he goes about straightway seeking until he finds someone to whom he may show his discoveries, and who may confirm him in them. And I would rather hold discourse with you than with anyone, because I think that no man has a better understanding of most things which a good man may be expected to understand, and, in particular, of virtue. For who is there but you, who not only claim to be a good man and a gentleman, for many are this, and yet have not the power of making others good, whereas you are not only good yourself, but also the cause of goodness in others. Moreover, such confidence have you in yourself, that although other sophists conceal their profession, you proclaim in the face of Hellas that you are a sophist, or teacher of virtue and education, and are the first who demanded pay in return. How then can I do otherwise than invite you to the examination of these subjects, and ask questions and consult with you? I must, indeed, and I should like once more to have my memory refreshed by you about the questions which I was asking you at first, and also to have your help in considering them. If I am not mistaken, the question was this: are wisdom and temperance and courage and justice and holiness 5 names of the same thing, or has each of the names a separate, underlying essence and corresponding thing having a peculiar function, no one of them being like any other of them? And you replied that the 5 names were not the names of the same thing, but that each of them had a separate object, and that all these objects were parts of virtue, not in the same way that the parts of gold are like each other and the whole of which they are parts, but as the parts of the face are unlike the whole of which they are parts and one another, and have each of them a distinct function. I should like to know whether this is still your opinion, or if not, I will ask you to define your meaning, and I shall not take you to task if you now make a different statement. For I dare say that you may have said what you did only in order to make trial of me. I answer, Socrates, he said, that all these qualities are parts of virtue, and that 4 out of the 5 are to some extent similar, and that the 5th of them, which is courage, is very different from the other 4, as I prove in this way. You may observe that many men are utterly unrighteous, unholy, intemperate, ignorant, who are nevertheless remarkable for their courage. Stop, I said. I should like to think about that. When you speak of brave men, do you mean the confident, or another sort of nature? Yes, he said, I mean the impetuous, ready to go at that which others are afraid to approach. In the next place, you would affirm virtue to be a good thing, of which good thing you assert yourself to be a teacher. Yes, he said, I should say the best of all things, if I am in my right mind. And is it partly good and partly bad, I said, or wholly good? Wholly good, and in the highest degree. Tell me then, who are they who have confidence when diving into a well? I should say the divers, and the reason of this is that they have knowledge. Yes, that is the reason. And who have confidence when fighting on horseback, the skilled horseman or the unskilled? The skilled. And who when fighting with light shields, the peltasts or the non-peltasts? The peltasts. And that is true of all other things, he said, if that is your point. Those who have knowledge are more confident than those who have no knowledge, and they are more confident after they have learned than before. And have you not seen persons utterly ignorant, I said, of these things, and yet confident about them? Yes, he said, I have seen such persons far too confident. And are not these confident persons also courageous? In that case, he replied, courage would be a base thing, for the men of whom we are speaking are surely madmen. Then who are the courageous? Are they not the confident? Yes, he said, to that statement I adhere. And those, I said, who are thus confident without knowledge are really not courageous, but mad. And in that case the wisest are also the most confident, and being the most confident are also the bravest, and upon that view again, wisdom will be courage. Nay, Socrates, he replied, you are mistaken in your remembrance of what was said by me. When you asked me, I certainly did say that the courageous are the confident, but I was never asked whether the confident are the courageous. If you had asked me, I should have answered, not all of them. And what I did answer you have not proved to be false, although you proceeded to show that those who have knowledge are more courageous than they were before they had knowledge, and more courageous than others who have no knowledge, and were then led on to think that courage is the same as wisdom. But in this way of arguing, you might come to imagine that strength is wisdom. You might begin by asking whether the strong are able, and I should say yes, and then whether those who know how to wrestle are not more able to wrestle than those who do not know how to wrestle, and more able after than before they had learned, and I should assent. And when I admitted this, you might use my admissions in such a way as to prove that upon my view wisdom is strength, whereas in that case I should not have admitted, any more than in the other, that the able are strong, although I have admitted that the strong are able, for there is a difference between ability and strength. The former is given by knowledge as well as by madness or rage, but strength comes from nature and a healthy state of the body, and in like manner I say of confidence and courage that they are not the same, and I argue that the courageous are confident, but not all the confident courageous, for confidence may be given to men by art, and also, like ability, by madness and rage, but courage comes to them from nature and the healthy state of the soul. I said, you would admit, Protagoras, that some men live well and others ill? He assented. And do you think that a man lives well who lives in pain and grief? He does not. But if he lives pleasantly to the end of his life, will he not in that case have lived well? He will. Then to live pleasantly is a good, and to live unpleasantly an evil? Yes, he said, if the pleasure be good and honourable. And do you, Protagoras, like the rest of the world, call some pleasant things evil and some painful things good? For I am rather disposed to say that things are good in as far as they are pleasant, if they have no consequences of another sort, and in as far as they are painful, they are bad. I do not know, Socrates, he said, whether I can venture to assert in that unqualified manner that the pleasant is the good and the painful the evil. Having regard not only to my present answer, but also to the whole of my life, I shall be safer, if I am not mistaken, in saying that there are some pleasant things which are not good, and that there are some painful things which are good, and some which are not good, and that there are some which are neither good nor evil. And you would call pleasant, I said, the things which participate in pleasure or create pleasure? Certainly, he said. Then my meaning is that in as far as they are pleasant, They are good, and my question would imply that pleasure is a good in itself. According to your favourite mode of speech, Socrates, let us reflect about this, he said. And if the reflection is to the point, and the result proves that pleasure and good are really the same, then we will agree, but if not, then we will argue. And would you wish to begin the inquiry, I said, or shall I begin? You ought to take the lead, he said, for you are the author of the discussion. May I employ an illustration, I said. Suppose someone who is inquiring into the health or some other bodily quality of another. He looks at his face and at the tips of his fingers, and then he says, "Uncover your chest and back to me, that I may have a better view." That is the sort of thing which I desire in this speculation. Having seen what your opinion is about good and pleasure, I am minded to say to you, "Uncover your mind to me, Protagoras, and reveal your opinion about knowledge, that I may know whether you agree with the rest of the world." Now, the rest of the world are of opinion that knowledge is a principle not of strength, or of rule, or of command. Their notion is that a man may have knowledge, and yet that the knowledge which is in him may be overmastered by anger, or pleasure, or pain, or love, or perhaps by fear, just as if knowledge were a slave, and might be dragged about anyhow. Now, is that your view? Or do you think that knowledge is a noble and commanding thing which cannot be overcome, and will not allow a man, if he only knows the difference of good and evil, to do anything which is contrary to knowledge, but that wisdom will have strength to help him? "I agree with you, Socrates," said Protagoras, "and not only so, but I, above all other men, am bound to say that wisdom and knowledge are the highest of human things." "Good," I said, "and true. But are you aware that the majority of the world are of another mind, and that men are commonly supposed to know the things which are best, and not to do them when they might? And most persons whom I have asked the reason of this have said that when men act contrary to knowledge, they are overcome by pain, or pleasure, or some of those affections which I was just now mentioning." "Yes, Socrates," he replied, "and that is not the only point about which mankind are in error. Suppose, then, that you and I endeavour to instruct and inform them what is the nature of this affection, which they call being overcome by pleasure, and which they affirm to be the reason why they do not always do what is best. When we say to them, 'Friends, you are mistaken, and are saying what is not true,' they would probably reply, 'Socrates and Protagoras, if this affection of the soul is not to be called being overcome by pleasure, pray what is it, and by what name would you describe it?' But why, Socrates, should we trouble ourselves about the opinion of the many, who just say anything that happens to occur to them? I believe," I said, "that they may be of use in helping us to discover how courage is related to the other parts of virtue. If you are disposed to abide by our agreement, that I should show the way in which, as I think, our recent difficulty is most likely to be cleared up, do you follow? But if not, never mind." "You are quite right," he said, "and I would have you proceed as you have begun." "Well, then," I said, "let me suppose that they repeat their question. What account do you give of that which, in our way of speaking, is termed being overcome by pleasure?" I should answer thus: "Listen, and Protagoras and I will endeavour to show you. When men are overcome by eating and drinking and other sensual desires which are pleasant, and they, knowing them to be evil, nevertheless indulge in them, would you not say that they were overcome by pleasure? They will not deny this. And suppose that you and I were to go on and ask them again, 'In what way do you say that they are evil? In that they are pleasant and give pleasure at the moment, or because they cause disease and poverty and other like evils in the future?' Would they still be evil if they had no attendant evil consequences, simply because they give the consciousness of pleasure, of whatever nature? Would they not answer that they are not evil on account of the pleasure which is immediately given by them, but on account of the after consequences, diseases, and the like?" "I believe," said Protagoras, "that the world in general would answer as you do. And in causing diseases, do they not cause pain? And in causing poverty, do they not cause pain? They would agree to that also, if I am not mistaken." Protagoras assented. Then I should say to them, in my name and yours, do you think them evil for any other reason, except because they end in pain and rob us of other pleasures? There again, they would agree? We both of us thought that they would. And then I should take the question from the opposite point of view and say, friends, when you speak of goods being painful, do you not mean remedial goods, such as gymnastic exercises and military service, and the physician's use of burning, cutting, drugging, and starving? Are these the things which are good, but painful? They would assent to me? He agreed. And do you call them good because they occasion the greatest immediate suffering and pain, or because afterwards they bring health and improvement of the bodily condition and the salvation of states and power over others and wealth? They would agree to the latter alternative, if I am not mistaken. He assented. Are these things good for any other reason except that they end in pleasure and get rid of and avert pain? Are you looking to any other standard but pleasure and pain when you call them good? They would acknowledge that they were not. I think so, said Protagoras. And do you not pursue after pleasure as a good, and avoid pain as an evil? He assented. Then you think that pain is an evil, and pleasure is a good, and even pleasure you deem an evil when it robs you of greater pleasures than it gives, or causes pains greater than the pleasure. If, however, you call pleasure an evil in relation to some other end or standard, you will be able to show us that standard, but you have none to show. I do not think that they have, said Protagoras. And have you not a similar way of speaking about pain? You call pain a good when it takes away greater pains than those which it has, or gives pleasures greater than the pains. Then, if you have some standard other than pleasure and pain to which you refer when you call actual pain a good, you can show what that is. But you cannot. True, said Protagoras. Suppose again, I said, that the world says to me, why do you spend many words and speak in many ways on this subject? Excuse me, friends, I should reply, but in the first place there is a difficulty in explaining the meaning of the expression overcome by pleasure, and the whole argument turns upon this. And even now, if you see any possible way in which evil can be explained as other than pain, or good as other than pleasure, you may still retract. Are you satisfied, then, at having a life of pleasure which is without pain? If you are, and if you're unable to show any good or evil which does not end in pleasure and pain, hear the consequences. If what you say is true, then the argument is absurd which affirms that a man often does evil knowingly when he might abstain because he is seduced and overpowered by pleasure, or again when you say that a man knowingly refuses to do what is good because he is overcome at the moment by pleasure, and that this is ridiculous will be evident if only we give up the use of various names, such as pleasant and painful and good and evil. As there are two things, let us call them by two names. First, good and evil, and then pleasant and painful. Assuming this, let us go on to say that a man does evil knowing that he does evil. But someone will ask why? Because he is overcome, is the first answer. And by what is he overcome, the inquirer will proceed to ask, and we shall not be able to reply, by pleasure, for the name of pleasure has been exchanged for that of good. In our answer, then, we shall only say that he is overcome. By what? He will reiterate. By the good, we shall have to reply. Indeed we shall. Nay, but our questioner will rejoin with a laugh, if he be one of the swaggering sort. This is too ridiculous, that a man should do what he knows to be evil when he ought not, because he is overcome by good. Is that, he will ask, because the good was worthy or not worthy of conquering the evil? And in answer to that we shall clearly reply, because it was not worthy. For if it had been worthy, then he who, as we say, was overcome by pleasure would not have been wrong. But how? he will reply. Can the good be unworthy of the evil, or the evil of the good? Is not the real explanation that they are out of proportion to one another, either as greater and smaller, or more and fewer? This we cannot deny. But when you speak of being overcome, what do you mean? He will say. But that you choose the greater evil in exchange for the lesser good. Admitted. And now, substitute the names of pleasure and pain for good and evil, and say, not as before that a man does what is evil knowingly, but that he does what is painful knowingly, and because he is overcome by pleasure, which is unworthy to overcome. What measure is there of the relations of pleasure to pain other than excess and defect, which means that they become greater and smaller, and more and fewer, and differ in degree? For if anyone says, yes, Socrates, but immediate pleasure differs widely from future pleasure and pain, to that I should reply, and do they differ in anything but in pleasure and pain? There can be no other measure of them. And do you, like a skilful weigher, put into the balance the pleasures and the pains and their nearness and distance, and weigh them, and then say which outweighs the other? If you weigh pleasures against pleasures, you of course take the more and greater. Or if you weigh pains against pains, you take the fewer and the less. Or if pleasures against pains, then you choose that course of action in which the painful is exceeded by the pleasant, whether the distant by the near, or the near by the distant. And you avoid that course of action in which the pleasant is exceeded by the painful. Would you not admit, my friends, that this is true? I am confident that they cannot deny this. He agreed with me. Well, then, I shall say, if you agree so far, be so good as to answer me a question. Do not the same magnitudes appear larger to your sight when near, and smaller when at a distance? They will acknowledge that. And the same holds of thickness and number, also sounds, which are in themselves equal, are greater when near and lesser when at a distance. They will grant that also. Now, suppose happiness to consist in doing or choosing the greater, and in not doing or in avoiding the less. What would be the saving principle of human life? Would not the art of measuring be the saving principle, or would the power of appearance? Is not the latter that deceiving art which makes us wander up and down and take the things at one time of which we repent at another, both in our actions and in our choice of things, great and small? But the art of measurement would do away with the effect of appearances, and showing the truth would fain teach the soul at last to find rest in the truth, and would thus save our life. Would not mankind generally acknowledge that the art which accomplishes this result is the art of measurement? Yes, he said, the art of measurement. Suppose again the salvation of human life to depend on the choice of odd and even, and on the knowledge of when a man ought to choose the greater or less, either in reference to themselves or to each other, and whether near or at a distance. What would be the saving principle of our lives? Would not knowledge, a knowledge of measuring, when the question is one of excess and defect, and a knowledge of number when the question is of odd and even? The world will assent, will they not? Protagoras himself thought that they would. Well then, my friends, I say to them, seeing that the salvation of human life has been found to consist in the right choice of pleasures and pains, in the choice of the more and the fewer, and the greater and the less, and the nearer and remoter, must not this measuring be a consideration of their excess and defect and equality in relation to each other? This is undeniably true, and this, as possessing measure, must undeniably also be an art and science. They will agree, he said. The nature of that art or science will be a matter of future consideration, but the existence of such a science furnishes a demonstrative answer to the question which you asked of me and Protagoras. At the time when you asked the question, if you remember, both of us were agreeing that there was nothing mightier than knowledge, and that knowledge, in whatever existing, must have the advantage over pleasure and all other things. And then you said that pleasure often got the advantage even over a man who has knowledge, and we refused to allow this. And you rejoined, "O Protagoras and Socrates, what is the meaning of being overcome by pleasure, if not this? Tell us what you call such a state." If we had immediately and at the time answered ignorance, you would have laughed at us. But now, in laughing at us, you will be laughing at yourselves, for you also admitted that men err in their choice of pleasures and pains, that is, in their choice of good and evil, from defect of knowledge. And you admitted further that they err not only from defect of knowledge in general, but of that particular knowledge which is called measuring. And you are also aware that the erring act which is done without knowledge is done in ignorance. This, therefore, is the meaning of being overcome by pleasure, ignorance, and that the greatest. And our friends Protagoras and Protagoras and Hippias declare that they are the physicians of ignorance. But you, who are under the mistaken impression that ignorance is not the cause, and that the art of which I am speaking cannot be taught, neither go yourselves nor send your children to the sophists, who are the teachers of these things. You take care of your money and give them none, and the result is that you are the worse off both in public and private life. Let us suppose this to be your answer to the world in general. And now I should like to ask you, Hippias, and you, Protagoras, as well as Protagoras, for the argument is to be yours as well as ours, whether you think that I am speaking the truth or not. They all thought that what I said was entirely true. "Then you agree," I said, "that the pleasant is the good and the painful evil." And here I would beg my friend Protagoras not to introduce his distinction of names, whether he is disposed to say pleasurable, delightful, joyful. However, by whatever name he prefers to call them, I will ask you, most excellent Protagoras, to answer in my sense of the words. Protagoras laughed and assented, as did the others. "Then, my friends, what do you say to this? Are not all actions honourable and useful, of which the tendency is to make life painless and pleasant? The honourable work is also useful and good?" This was admitted. "Then," I said, "if the pleasant is the good, nobody does anything under the idea or conviction that some other thing would be better and is also attainable when he might do the better. And this inferiority of a man to himself is merely ignorance, as the superiority of a man to himself is wisdom." They all assented. "And is not ignorance the having a false opinion and being deceived about important matters?" To this also they unanimously assented. "Then," I said, "no man voluntarily pursues evil, or that which he thinks to be evil. To prefer evil to good is not in human nature, and when a man is compelled to choose one of two evils, no one will choose the greater when he may have the less." All of us agreed to every word of this. "Well," I said, "there is a certain thing called fear or terror, and here, Protagoras, I should particularly like to know whether you would agree with me in defining this fear or terror as expectation of evil." Protagoras and Hippias agreed, but Protagoras said that this was fear and not terror. "Never mind, Protagoras," I said, "but let me ask whether, if our former assertions are true, a man will pursue that which he fears when he is not compelled. Would not this be in flat contradiction to the admission which has been already made that he thinks the things which he fears to be evil, and no one will pursue or voluntarily accept that which he thinks to be evil?" That also was universally admitted. "Then," I said, "these, Hippias and Protagoras, are our premises, and I would beg Protagoras to explain to us how he can be right in what he said at first. I do not mean in what he said quite at first, for his first statement, as you may remember, was that whereas there were 5 parts of virtue, none of them was like any other of them. Each of them had a separate function. To this, however, I am not referring, but to the assertion which he afterwards made, that of the 5 virtues, 4 were nearly akin to each other, but the 5th, which was courage, differed greatly from the others. And of this he gave me the following proof. He said, You will find, Socrates, that some of the most impious and unrighteous and intemperate and ignorant men are among the most courageous, which proves that courage is very different from the other parts of virtue. I was surprised at his saying this at the time, and I'm still more surprised now that I have discussed the matter with you. So I asked him whether by the brave he meant the confident. Yes, he replied, and the impetuous or goers. You may remember, Protagoras, that this was your answer. He assented. Well then, I said, tell us against what are the courageous ready to go? Against the same dangers as the cowards? No, he answered. Then against something different? Yes, he said. Then do cowards go where there is safety, and the courageous where there is danger? Yes, Socrates, so men say. Very true, I said. But I want to know against what do you say that the courageous are ready to go? Against dangers, believing them to be dangers, or not against dangers? No, said he, the former case has been proved by you in the previous argument to be impossible. That again, I replied, is quite true, and if this has been rightly proven, then no one goes to meet what he thinks to be dangers, since the want of self-control, which makes men rush into dangers, has been shown to be ignorance. He assented. And yet the courageous man and the coward alike go to meet that about which they are confident, so that, in this point of view, the cowardly and the courageous go to meet the same things. And yet, Socrates, said Protagoras, that to which the coward goes is the opposite of that to which the courageous goes. The one, for example, is ready to go to battle, and the other is not ready. And is going to battle honourable or disgraceful? I said. Honourable, he replied, and if honourable, then already admitted by us to be good. For all honourable actions we have admitted to be good. That is true, and to that opinion I shall always adhere. True, I said. But which of the two are they who, as you say, are unwilling to go to war, which is a good and honourable thing? The cowards, he replied. And what is good and honourable, I said, is also pleasant? It has certainly been acknowledged to be so, he replied. And do the cowards knowingly refuse to go to the nobler and pleasanter and better? The admission of that, he replied, would belie our former admissions. But does not the courageous man also go to meet the better and pleasanter and nobler? That must be admitted. And the courageous man has no base fear or base confidence? True, he replied. And if not base, then honourable? He admitted this. And if honourable, then good? Yes. But the fear and confidence of the coward, or foolhardy, or madman, on the contrary, are base. He assented. And these base fears and confidences originate in ignorance and uninstructedness. True, he said. Then, as to the motive from which the cowards act, do you call it cowardice or courage? I should say cowardice, he replied. And have they not been shown to be cowards through their ignorance of danger? Assuredly, he said. And because of that ignorance they are cowards. He assented, and the reason why they are cowards is admitted by you to be cowardice. He again assented. Then the ignorance of what is and is not dangerous is cowardice. He nodded assent. But surely courage, I said, is opposed to cowardice. Yes. Then the wisdom which knows what are and are not dangers is opposed to the ignorance of them. To that again he nodded assent. And the ignorance of them is cowardice? To that he very reluctantly nodded assent. And the knowledge of that which is and is not dangerous is courage, and is opposed to the ignorance of these things? At this point he would no longer nod assent, but was silent. And why, I said, do you neither assent nor dissent, Protagoras? Finish the argument by yourself, he said. I only want to ask one more question, I said. I want to know whether you still think that there are men who are most ignorant and yet most courageous. You seem to have a great ambition to make me answer, Socrates, and therefore I will gratify you and say that this appears to me to be impossible consistently with the argument. My only object, I said, in continuing the discussion, has been the desire to ascertain the nature and relations of virtue, for if this were clear, I am very sure that the other controversy, which has been carried on at great length by both of us, you affirming and I denying that virtue can be taught, would also become clear. The result of our discussion appears to me to be singular, for if the argument had a human voice, that voice would be heard laughing at us and saying, "Protagoras and Socrates, you are strange beings. There you are, Socrates, who were saying that virtue cannot be taught, contradicting yourself now by your attempt to prove that all things are knowledge, including justice and temperance and courage, which tends to show that virtue can certainly be taught. For if virtue were other than knowledge, as Protagoras attempted to prove, then clearly virtue cannot be taught. But if virtue is entirely knowledge, as you are seeking to show, then I cannot but suppose that virtue is capable of being taught. Protagoras, on the other hand, who started by saying that it might be taught, is now eager to prove it to be anything rather than knowledge, and, if this is true, it must be quite incapable of being taught. Now, I, Protagoras, perceiving this terrible confusion of our ideas, have a great desire that they should be cleared up, and I should like to carry on the discussion until we ascertain what virtue is, whether capable of being taught or not, lest haply Epimetheus should trip us up and deceive us in the argument, as he forgot us in the story. I prefer your Prometheus to your Epimetheus, for of him I make use, whenever I am busy about these questions, in Promethean care of my own life. And if you have no objection, as I said at first, I should like to have your help in the inquiry. Protagoras replied, "Socrates, I am not of a base nature, and I am the last man in the world to be envious. I cannot but applaud your energy and your conduct of an argument. As I have often said, I admire you above all men whom I know, and far above all men of your age, and I believe that you will become very eminent in philosophy. Let us come back to the subject at some future time. At present we had better turn to something else." "By all means," I said, "if that is your wish, for I too ought long since to have kept the engagement of which I spoke before, and only tarried because I could not refuse the request of the noble Callias." So the conversation ended, and we went our way.
Meno. Meno is a well-born young man, a student of the sophist Gorgias. Aware of this, Socrates engages him in a discussion about virtue, challenging him to define and justify what he has learned on the subject from his teacher. Socrates draws into the debate a boy, one of Meno's attendants, and then Anytus, a successful worldly figure in Athens, but not one ordinarily given to philosophic discussion. The debate on what is virtue continues. Persons of the dialogue: Socrates, Anytus, boy, and Meno, who opens the dialogue.
Can you tell me, Socrates, whether virtue is acquired by teaching or by practice? Or if neither by teaching nor by practice, then whether it comes to man by nature or in what other way?
"Oh, Meno, there was a time when the Thessalonians were famous among the other Hellenes only for their riches and their riding. But now, if I am not mistaken, they are equally famous for their wisdom, especially at Larissa, which is the native city of your friend Aristippus. This is Gorgias's doing, for when he came there, the flower of the Eleudai, among them your admirer Aristippus, and the other chiefs of the Thessalonians, fell in love with his wisdom. And he has taught you the habit of answering questions in a grand and bold style, which becomes those who know, and is the style in which he himself answers all comers. And any Hellene who likes may ask him anything. How different is our lot, my dear Meno. Here at Athens there is a dearth of the commodity, and all wisdom seems to have emigrated from us to you. I'm certain that if you were to ask any Athenian whether virtue was natural or acquired, he would laugh in your face and say, "Stranger, you have far too good an opinion of me if you think that I can answer your question. For I literally do not know what virtue is, and much less whether it is acquired by teaching or not. And I myself, Meno, living as I do in this region of poverty, am as poor as the rest of the world, and I confess with shame that I know literally nothing about virtue. And when I do not know the quid of anything, how can I know the quale? How, if I knew nothing at all of Meno, could I tell if he was fair, or the opposite of fair, rich and noble, or the reverse of rich and noble? Do you think that I could?"
No, indeed. But are you in earnest, Socrates, in saying that you do not know what virtue is? And am I to carry back this report of you to Thessaly?
"Not only that, my dear boy, but you may say further that I have never known of anyone else who did, in my judgment."
Then you have never met Gorgias when he was at Athens?
"Yes, I have."
And did you not think that he knew?
"I have not a good memory, Meno, and therefore I cannot now tell what I thought of him at the time. And I dare say that he did know, and that you know what he said. Please, therefore, to remind me of what he said, or if you would rather, tell me your own view, for I suspect that you and he think much alike."
Very true.
"Then, as he is not here, never mind him, and do you tell me. By the gods, Meno, be generous, and tell me what you say that virtue is, for I shall be truly delighted to find that I have been mistaken, and that you and Gorgias do really have this knowledge, although I have been just saying that I never found anybody who had."
There will be no difficulty, Socrates, in answering your question. Let us take first the virtue of a man. He should know how to administer the state, and in the administration of it, to benefit his friends and harm his enemies. And he must also be careful not to suffer harm himself. A woman's virtue, if you wish to know about that, may also be easily described. Her duty is to order her house and keep what is indoors and obey her husband. Every age, every condition of life, young or old, male or female, bond or free, has a different virtue. There are virtues numberless, and no lack of definitions of them, for virtue is relative to the actions and ages of each of us, in all that we do. And the same may be said of vice, Socrates.
"How fortunate I am, Meno. When I ask you for one virtue, you present me with a swarm of them, which are in your keeping. Suppose that I carry on the figure of the swarm, and ask of you, what is the nature of the bee? And you answer that there are many kinds of bees, and I reply, but do bees differ as bees because there are many and different kinds of them, or are they not rather to be distinguished by some other quality, as, for example, beauty, size, or shape? How would you answer me?"
I should answer that bees do not differ from one another as bees.
And if I went on to say, "That is what I desire to know, Meno, tell me what is the quality in which they do not differ, but are all alike?" Would you be able to answer?
I should.
And so of the virtues, however many and different they may be, they have all a common nature which makes them virtues, and on this he who would answer the question, "What is virtue?" would do well to have his eye fixed. Do you understand?
I am beginning to understand, but I do not as yet take hold of the question as I could wish.
When you say, Meno, that there is one virtue of a man, another of a woman, another of a child, and so on, does this apply only to virtue, or would you say the same of health and size and strength? Or is the nature of health always the same, whether in man or woman?
I should say that health is the same, both in man and woman.
And is not this true of size and strength? If a woman is strong, she will be strong by reason of the same form and of the same strength subsisting in her which there is in the man. I mean to say that strength, as strength, whether of man or woman, is the same. Is there any difference?
I think not.
And will not virtue, as virtue, be the same? whether in a child or in a grown-up person, in a woman or in a man.
I cannot help feeling, Socrates, that this case is different from the others.
But why? Were you not saying that the virtue of a man was to order a state, and the virtue of a woman was to order a house?
I did say so.
And can either house or state or anything be well ordered without temperance and without justice?
Certainly not.
Then they who order a state or a house temperately or justly order them with temperance and justice.
Certainly.
Then both men and women, if they are to be good men and women, must have the same virtues of temperance and justice.
True.
And can either a young man or an elder one be good if they are intemperate and unjust?
They cannot.
They must be temperate and just.
Yes.
Then all men are good in the same way, and by participation in the same virtues.
Such is the inference.
And they surely would not have been good in the same way unless their virtue had been the same.
They would not.
Then, now that the sameness of all virtue has been proven, try and remember what you and Gorgias say that virtue is.
Will you have one definition of them all?
That is what I'm seeking.
If you want to have one definition of them all, I know not what to say, but that virtue is the power of governing mankind.
And does this definition of virtue include all virtue? Is virtue the same in a child and in a slave, Meno? Can the child govern his father, or the slave his master, and would he who governed be any longer a slave?
I think not, Socrates.
No, indeed. There would be small reason in that. Yet, once more, fair friend, according to you, virtue is the power of governing. But do you not add justly and not unjustly?
Yes, Socrates, I agree there, for justice is virtue.
Would you say virtue, Meno, or a virtue?
What do you mean?
I mean, as I might say about anything, that a round, for example, is a figure, and not simply figure, and I should adopt this mode of speaking because there are other figures.
Quite right, and that is just what I am saying about virtue, that there are other virtues as well as justice.
What are they? Tell me the names of them, as I would tell you the names of the other figures if you asked me.
Courage, and temperance, and wisdom, and magnanimity are virtues. And there are many others.
Yes, Meno, and again we're in the same case. In searching after one virtue, we have found many, though not in the same way as before. But we have been unable to find the common virtue which runs through them all.
Why, Socrates, even now I am not able to follow you in the attempt to get at one common notion of virtue as of other things.
No wonder, but I will try to get nearer, if I can, for you know that all things have a common notion. Suppose, now, that someone asked you the question which I asked before. Meno, he would say, what is figure? And if you answered roundness, he would reply to you, in my way of speaking, by asking whether you would say that roundness is figure or a figure, and you would answer a figure.
Certainly.
And for this reason, that there are other figures.
Yes.
And if he proceeded to ask what other figures are there, you would have told him.
I should.
And if he similarly asked what colour is, and you answered whiteness, and the questioner rejoined, would you say that whiteness is colour or a colour, you would reply a colour, because there are other colours as well.
I should.
And if he had said, tell me what they are, you would have told him of other colours, which are colours just as much as whiteness.
Yes.
And suppose that he were to pursue the matter in my way, he would say, ever and anon we are landed in particulars, but this is not what I want. Tell me then, since you call them by a common name and say that they are all figures, even when opposed to one another, what is that common nature which you designate as figure, which contains straight as well as round, and is no more one than the other? That would be your mode of speaking?
Yes.
And in speaking thus, you do not mean to say that the round is round any more than straight, or the straight any more straight than round.
Certainly not.
You only assert that the round figure is not more a figure than the straight, or the straight than the round.
Very true.
To what, then, do we give the name of figure? Try and answer. Suppose that when a person asked you this question, either about figure or colour, you were to reply, man, I do not understand what you want, or know what you are saying. He would look rather astonished and say, Do you not understand that I am looking for the simile in multis? And then he might put the question in another form. Meno, he might say, what is that simile in multis which you call figure, and which includes not only round and straight figures, but all? Could you not answer that question, Meno? I wish that you would try. The attempt will be good practice with a view to the answer about virtue.
I would rather that you should answer, Socrates.
Shall I indulge you?
By all means.
And then you will tell me about virtue.
I will.
Then I must do my best, for there is a prize to be won.
Certainly.
Well, I will try and explain to you what figure is. What do you say to this answer? Figure is the only thing which always follows colour. Will you be satisfied with it? As I am sure that I should be, if you would let me have a similar definition of virtue.
But, Socrates, it is such a simple answer.
Why simple?
Because, according to you, figure is that which always follows colour.
Granted.
But if a person were to say that he does not know what colour is, any more than what figure is, what sort of answer would you have given him?
I should have told him the truth. And if he were a philosopher of the eristic and antagonistic sort, I should say to him, you have my answer. And if I am wrong, your business is to take up the argument and refute me. But if we were friends, and were talking as you and I are now, I should reply in a milder strain, and more in the dialectician's vein. That is to say, I should not only speak the truth, but I should make use of premises which the person interrogated would be willing to admit. And this is the way in which I shall endeavour to approach you. You will acknowledge, will you not, that there is such a thing as an end, or termination, or extremity, all which words I use in the same sense, although I am aware that Protagoras might draw distinctions about them, but still you, I am sure, would speak of a thing as ended or terminated. That is all which I am saying, not anything very difficult.
Yes, I should, and I believe that I understand your meaning.
And you would speak of a surface, and also of a solid, as, for example, in geometry.
Yes.
Well then, you are now in a condition to understand my definition of figure. I define figure to be that in which the solid ends, or, more concisely, the limit of solid.
And now, Socrates, what is colour?
You are outrageous, Meno, in thus plaguing a poor old man to give you an answer when you will not take the trouble of remembering what is Gorgias's definition of virtue.
When you have told me what I ask, I will tell you, Socrates.
A man who was blindfolded has only to hear you talking, and he would know that you are a fair creature, and have still many lovers.
Why do you think so?
Why? Because you always speak in imperatives, like all beauties when they are in their prime. You are tyrannical, and also, as I suspect, you have found out that I have weakness for the fair, and therefore to humour you I must answer.
Please do.
Would you like me to answer you after the manner of Gorgias, which is familiar to you?
I should like nothing better.
Do not he and you and Empedocles say that there are certain effluences of existence?
Certainly.
And passages into which and through which the effluences pass?
Exactly.
And some of the effluences fit into the passages, and some of them are too small or too large.
True.
And there is such a thing as sight.
Yes.
And now, as Pindar says, read my meaning. Colour is an effluence of form, commensurate with sight, and palpable to sense.
That, Socrates, appears to me to be an admirable answer.
Why, yes, because it happens to be one which you have been in the habit of hearing, and your wit will have discovered, I suspect, that you may explain in the same way the nature of sound and smell, and of many other similar phenomena.
Quite true.
The answer, Meno, was in the orthodox, solemn vein, and therefore was more acceptable to you than the other answer about figure.
Yes.
And yet, O son of Euthydemus, I cannot help thinking that the other was the better, and I am sure that you would be of the same opinion if you would only stay and be initiated, and were not compelled, as you said yesterday, to go away before the mysteries.
But I will stay, Socrates, if you will give me many such answers.
Well then, for my own sake, as well as for yours, I will do my very best. But I'm afraid that I shall not be able to give you very many as good. And now, in your turn, you are to fulfill your promise, and tell me what virtue is in the universal, and do not make a singular into a plural, as the facetious say of those who break a thing, But deliver virtue to me whole and sound, and not broken into a number of pieces. I have given you the pattern.
Well then, Socrates, virtue, as I take it, is when he who desires the honourable is able to provide it for himself. So the poet says, and I say too, virtue is the desire of things honourable and the power of attaining them.
And does he who desires the honourable also desire the good?
Certainly.
Then there are some who desire the evil, and others who desire the good. Do not all men, my dear sir, desire good?
I think not.
There are some who desire evil.
Yes.
Do you mean that they think the evils which they desire to be good, or do they know that they are evil and yet desire them?
Both, I think.
And do you really imagine, Meno, that a man knows evils to be evils and desires them notwithstanding?
Certainly I do.
And desire is of possession?
Yes, of possession.
And does he think that the evils will do good to him who possesses them, or does he know that they will do him harm?
There are some who think that the evils will do them good, and others who know that they will do them harm.
And in your opinion, do those who think that they will do them good know that they are evils?
Certainly not.
Is it not obvious that those who are ignorant of their nature do not desire them, but they desire what they suppose to be goods, although they are really evils, and if they are mistaken, and suppose the evils to be goods, they really desire goods?
Yes, in that case.
Well, and do those who, as you say, desire evils, and think that evils are hurtful to the possessor of them, know that they will be hurt by them?
They must know it.
And must they not suppose that those who are hurt are miserable in proportion to the hurt which is inflicted upon them?
How can it be otherwise?
But are not the miserable ill-fated?
Yes, indeed.
And does anyone desire to be miserable and ill-fated?
I should say not, Socrates.
But if there is no one who desires to be miserable, there is no one, Meno, who desires evil. For what is misery but the desire and possession of evil?
That appears to be the truth, Socrates, and I admit that nobody desires evil.
And yet, were you not saying just now that virtue is the desire and power of attaining good?
Yes, I did say so.
But if this be affirmed, then the desire of good is common to all, and one man is no better than another in that respect.
True.
And if one man is not better than another in desiring good, he must be better in the power of attaining it?
Exactly.
Then, according to your definition, virtue would appear to be the power of attaining good.
I entirely approve, Socrates, of the manner in which you now view this matter.
Then let us see whether what you say is true from another point of view, for very likely you may be right. You affirm virtue to be the power of attaining goods?
Yes.
And the goods which you mean are such as health and wealth, and the possession of gold and silver, and having office and honour in the state. Those are what you would call goods.
Yes, I should include all those.
Then, according to Meno, who is the hereditary friend of the great king, virtue is the power of getting silver and gold. And would you add that they must be gained piously, justly, or do you deem this to be of no consequence? And is any mode of acquisition, even if unjust and dishonest, equally to be deemed virtue?
Not virtue, Socrates, but vice.
Then justice, or temperance, or holiness, or some other part of virtue, as would appear, must accompany the acquisition, and without them the mere acquisition of good will not be virtue.
Why, how can there be virtue without these?
And the non-acquisition of gold and silver in a dishonest manner for oneself or another, or in other words the want of them, may be equally virtue?
True.
Then the acquisition of such goods is no more virtue than the non-acquisition and want of them, but whatever is accompanied by justice or honesty is virtue, and whatever is devoid of justice is vice.
It cannot be otherwise, in my judgment.
And were we not saying just now that justice, temperance, and the like were each of them a part of virtue?
Yes.
And so, Meno, this is the way in which you mock me.
Why do you say that, Socrates?
Why? Because I asked you to deliver virtue into my hands, whole and unbroken, and I gave you a pattern according to which you were to frame your answer, and you have forgotten already, and tell me that virtue is the power of attaining good justly or with justice, and justice you acknowledge to be a part of virtue.
Yes.
Then it follows from your own admissions that virtue is doing what you do with a part of virtue, for justice and the like are said by you to be parts of virtue.
What of that?
What of that? Why, did not I ask you to tell me the nature of virtue as a whole? And you are very far from telling me this, but declare every action to be a virtue which is done with a part of virtue, as though you had told me, and I must already know the whole of virtue, and this too when frittered away into little pieces. And therefore, my dear Meno, I fear I must begin again and repeat the same question. What is virtue? For otherwise I can only say that every action done with a part of virtue is virtue. What else is the meaning of saying that every action done with justice is virtue? Ought I not to ask the question over again? For can anyone who does not know virtue know a part of virtue?
No, I do not say that he can.
Do you remember how, in the example of figure, we rejected any answer given in terms which were as yet unexplained or unadmitted?
Yes, Socrates, and we were quite right in doing so.
But then, my friend, do not suppose that we can explain to anyone the nature of virtue as a whole through some unexplained portion of virtue, or anything at all in that fashion. We should only have to ask over again the old question, what is virtue? Am I not right?
I believe that you are.
Then begin again and answer me. What, according to you and your friend Gorgias, is the definition of virtue?
Oh, Socrates, I used to be told before I knew you that you were always doubting yourself and making others doubt, and now you are casting your spells over me, and I am simply getting bewitched and enchanted, and am at my wit's end. And if I may venture to make a jest upon you, you seem to me, both in your appearance and in your power over others, to be very like the flat torpedo fish, who torpifies those who come near him and touch him, as you have now torpified me, I think. For my soul and my tongue are really torpid, and I do not know how to answer you. And though I have been delivered of an infinite variety of speeches about virtue before now, and to many persons, and very good ones they were, as I thought, at this moment I cannot even say what virtue is. And I think that you are very wise in not voyaging and going away from home, for if you did in other places as you do in Athens, you would be cast into prison as a magician.
You are a rogue, Meno, and had all but caught me.
What do you mean, Socrates?
I can tell why you made a simile about me.
Why?
In order that I might make another simile about you, for I know that all pretty young gentlemen like to have pretty similes made about them, as well they may, but I shall not return the compliment. As to my being a torpedo, if the torpedo is torpid, as well as the cause of torpidity in others, then indeed I am a torpedo, but not otherwise, for I perplex others, not because I am clear, but because I am utterly perplexed myself. And now I know not what virtue is, and you seem to be in the same case, although you did once perhaps know before you touched me. However, I have no objection to join with you in the inquiry.
And how will you inquire, Socrates, into that which you do not know? What will you put forth as the subject of inquiry? And if you find what you want, how will you ever know that this is the thing which you did not know?
I know, Meno, what you mean, but just see what a tiresome dispute you're introducing. You argue that a man cannot inquire either about that which he knows or about that which he does not know. If he knows, he has no need to inquire, and if not, he cannot, for he does not know the very subject about which he is to inquire.
Well, Socrates, and is not the argument sound?
I think not.
Why not?
I will tell you why. I have heard from certain wise men and women who spoke of things divine that—
What did they say?
They spoke of a glorious truth, as I conceive.
What was it? And who were they?
Some of them were priests and priestesses, who had studied how they might be able to give a reason of their profession. There have been poets also who spoke of these things by inspiration, like Pindar, and many others who were inspired. And they say, mark now and see whether their words are true, they say that the soul of man is immortal, and at one time has an end, which is termed dying, and at another time is born again, but is never destroyed. And the moral is that a man ought to live always in perfect holiness. For in the 9th year Persephone sends the souls of those from whom she has received the penalty of ancient crime back again from beneath into the light of the sun above. And these are they who become noble kings and mighty men and great in wisdom, and are called saintly heroes in after ages. The soul, then, as being immortal, and having been born again many times, and having seen all things that exist, whether in this world or in the world below, has knowledge of them all. And it is no wonder that she should be able to call to remembrance all that she ever knew about virtue and about everything, for as all nature is akin, and the soul has learned all things, there is no difficulty in her eliciting, or as men say learning, out of a single recollection all the rest, if a man is strenuous and does not faint. For all inquiry and all learning is but recollection. And therefore we ought not to listen to this sophistical argument about the impossibility of inquiry, for it will make us idle, and is sweet only to the sluggard, but the other saying will make us active and inquisitive. In that confiding, I will gladly inquire with you into the nature of virtue.
Yes, Socrates, but what do you mean by saying that we do not learn, and that what we call learning is only a process of recollection? Can you teach me how this is?
I told you, Meno, just now that you are a rogue, and now you ask whether I can teach you, when I am saying that there is no teaching but only recollection, and thus you imagine that you will involve me in a contradiction.
Indeed, Socrates, I protest that I had no such intention. I only asked the question from habit. But if you can prove to me that what you say is true, I wish that you would.
It will be no easy matter, but I will try to please you to the utmost of my power. Suppose that you call one of your numerous attendants, that I may demonstrate on him.
Certainly. Come hither, boy.
He is Greek, and speaks Greek, does he not?
Yes, indeed. He was born in the house.
Attend now to the questions which I ask him, and observe whether he learns of me, or only remembers.
I will.
Tell me, boy, do you know that a figure like this is a square?
I do.
And you know that a square figure has these 4 lines equal?
Certainly.
And these lines which I have drawn through the middle of the square are also equal?
Yes.
A square may be of any size.
Certainly.
And if one side of the figure be of 2 feet, and the other side be of 2 feet, how much will the whole be? Let me explain. If in one direction the space was of 2 feet, and in the other direction of 1 foot, the whole would be of 2 feet taken once.
Yes.
But since this side is also of 2 feet, there are twice 2 feet.
There are.
Then the square is of twice 2 feet?
Yes.
And how many are twice 2 feet? Count and tell me.
4, Socrates.
And might there not be another square, twice as large as this, and having like this the lines equal?
Yes.
And of how many feet will that be?
Of 8 feet.
And now, try and tell me the length of the line which forms the side of that double square. This is 2 feet. What will that be?
Clearly, Socrates, it will be double.
Do you observe, Meno, that I'm not teaching the boy anything, but only asking him questions? And now he fancies that he knows how long a line is necessary in order to produce a figure of 8 square feet, does he not?
Yes.
And does he really know?
Certainly not.
He only guesses that because the square is double, the line is double.
True.
Observe him while he recalls the steps in regular order. Tell me, boy, do you assert that a double space comes from a double line? Remember that I am not speaking of an oblong, but of a figure equal every way, and twice the size of this, that is to say, of 8 feet, and I want to know whether you still say that a double square comes from double line.
Yes.
But does not this line become doubled if we add another such line here?
Certainly.
And 4 such lines will make a space containing 8 feet?
Yes.
Let us describe such a figure. Would you not say that this is the figure of 8 feet? And are there not these 4 divisions in the figure, each of which is equal to the figure of 4 feet?
True.
And is not that 4 times 4?
Certainly.
And 4 times is not double.
No, indeed.
But how much?
4 times as much.
Therefore, the double line, boy, has given a space not twice, but 4 times as much.
True.
4 times 4 are 16, are they not?
Yes.
What line would give you a space of 8 feet, as this gives one of 16 feet? Do you see?
Yes.
And the space of 4 feet is made from this half line? Good. And is not a space of 8 feet twice the size of this and half the size of the other?
Certainly.
Such a space, then, will be made out of a line greater than this one and less than that one.
Yes, I think so.
Very good. I like to hear you say what you think. And now, tell me, is not this a line of 2 feet and that of 4?
Yes.
Then the line which forms the side of 8 feet ought to be more than this line of 2 feet and less than the other of 4 feet?
It ought.
Try and see if you can tell me how much it will be.
3 feet.
Then, if we add a half to this line of 2, that will be the line of 3. Here are 2, and there is 1. And on the other side, here are 2 also, and there is 1. And that makes the figure of which you speak?
Yes.
But if there are 3 feet this way, and 3 feet that way, the whole space will be 3 times 3 feet?
That is evident.
And how much are 3 times 3 feet?
9.
And how much is the double of 4?
8.
Then the figure of 8 is not made out of a line of 3.
No.
But from what line? Tell me exactly. And if you would rather not reckon, try and show me the line.
Indeed, Socrates, I do not know.
Do you see, Meno, what advances he has made in his power of recollection? He did not know at first, and he does not know now, what is the side of a figure of 8 feet. But then he thought that he knew, and answered confidently as if he knew, and had no difficulty. Now he has a difficulty, and neither knows nor fancies that he knows.
True.
Is he not better off in knowing his ignorance?
I think that he is.
If we have made him doubt, and given him the torpedo shock, have we done him any harm?
I think not.
We have certainly, as would seem, assisted him in some degree to the discovery of the truth, and now he will wish to remedy his ignorance. But then he would have been ready to tell all the world again and again that the double space should have a double side.
True.
But do you suppose that he would ever have inquired into or learned what he fancied that he knew, though he was really ignorant of it, until he had fallen into perplexity under the idea that he did not know and had desired to know?
I think not, Socrates.
Then he was the better for the torpedo's touch.
I think so.
Mark now the farther development. I shall only ask him, and not teach him, and he shall share the inquiry with me. And do you watch, and see if you find me telling or explaining anything to him instead of eliciting his opinion. Tell me, boy, is not this a square of 4 feet which I've drawn?
Yes.
And now I add another square equal to the former one.
Yes.
And a third which is equal to either of them.
Yes.
Suppose that we fill up the vacant corner.
Very good.
Here, then, there are 4 equal spaces.
Yes.
And how many times larger is this space than this other?
4 times.
But it ought to have been twice only, as you will remember.
True.
And does not this line, reaching from corner to corner, bisect each of these spaces?
Yes.
And are there not here 4 equal lines which contain this space?
There are.
Look and see how much this space is.
I do not understand.
Has not each interior line cut off half of the 4 spaces?
Yes.
And how many spaces are there in this section?
4.
And how many in this?
2.
And 4 is how many times 2?
Twice.
And this space is of how many feet?
Of 8 feet.
And from what line do you get this figure?
From this.
That is, from the line which extends from corner to corner of the figure of 4 feet.
Yes.
And that is the line which the learned call the diagonal. And if this is the proper name, then you, Meno's slave, are prepared to affirm that the double space is the square of the diagonal?
Certainly, Socrates.
What do you say of him, Meno? Were not all these answers given out of his own head?
Yes, they were all his own.
And yet, as we were just now saying, he did not know.
True.
But still he had in him those notions of his, had he not?
Yes.
Then he who does not know may still have true notions of that which he does not know.
He has.
And at present these notions have been stirred up in him as in a dream. But if he were frequently asked the same questions in different forms, he would know as well as anyone at last.
I dare say.
Without anyone teaching him, he will recover his knowledge for himself, if he is only asked questions.
Yes.
And this spontaneous recovery of knowledge in him is recollection.
True.
And this knowledge which he now has, must he not either have acquired or always possessed?
Yes.
But if he always possessed this knowledge, he would always have known. Or if he has acquired the knowledge, he could not have acquired it in this life, unless he has been taught geometry, for he may be made to do the same with all geometry and every other branch of knowledge. Now, has anyone ever taught him all this? You must know about him, if, as you say, he was born and bred in your house.
And I am certain that no one ever did teach him.
And yet he has the knowledge.
The fact, Socrates, is undeniable.
But if he did not acquire the knowledge in this life, then he must have had and learned it at some other time.
Clearly he must.
Which must have been the time when he was not a man.
Yes.
And if there have been always true thoughts in him, both at the time when he was and was not a man, which only need to be awakened into knowledge by putting questions to him, his soul must have always possessed this knowledge, for he always either was or was not a man.
Obviously.
And if the truth of all things always existed in the soul, then the soul is immortal. Wherefore be of good cheer, and try to recollect what you do not know, or rather, what you do not remember.
I feel, somehow, that I like what you are saying.
And I, Meno, like what I am saying. Some things I have said, of which I am not altogether confident, but that we shall be better and braver and less helpless if we think that we ought to inquire than we should have been if we indulged in the idle fancy that there was no knowing and no use in seeking to know what we do not know. That is a theme upon which I am ready to fight, in word and deed, to the utmost of my power.
There again, Socrates, your words seem to me excellent.
Then, as we are agreed that a man should inquire about that which he does not know, shall you and I make an effort to inquire together into the nature of virtue?
By all means, Socrates. And yet I would much rather return to my original question, whether, in seeking to acquire virtue, we should regard it as a thing to be taught, or as a gift of nature, or as coming to men in some other way.
Had I the command of you as well as of myself, Meno, I would not have inquired whether virtue is given by instruction or not, until we had first ascertained what it is. But as you think only of controlling me, who am your slave, and never of controlling yourself, such being your notion of freedom, I must yield to you, for you are irresistible. And therefore I have now to inquire into the qualities of a thing of which I do not as yet know the nature. At any rate, will you condescend a little, and allow the question, whether virtue is given by instruction, or in any other way, to be argued upon hypotheses? As the geometrician, when he is asked whether a certain triangle is capable of being inscribed in a certain circle, will reply, I cannot tell you as yet, but I will offer a hypothesis which may assist us in forming a conclusion. If the figure be such that when you have produced a given side of it, the given area of the triangle falls short by an area corresponding to the part produced, then one consequence follows. And if this is impossible, then some other, and therefore I wish to assume a hypothesis before I tell you whether this triangle is capable of being inscribed in the circle. That is a geometrical hypothesis. And we, too, as we know not the nature and qualities of virtue, must ask whether virtue is or is not taught under a hypothesis, as thus, if virtue is of such a class of mental goods, will it be taught or not? Let the first hypothesis be that virtue is or is not knowledge. In that case, will it be taught or not? Or, as we were just now saying, remembered? For there is no use in disputing about the name, but is virtue taught or not? Or rather, does not everyone see that knowledge alone is taught?
I agree.
Then, if virtue is knowledge, virtue will be taught?
Certainly.
Then, now we have made a quick end of this question. If virtue is of such a nature, it will be taught, and if not, not?
Certainly.
The next question is whether virtue is knowledge or of another species.
Yes, that appears to be the question which comes next in order.
Do we not say that virtue is a good? This is a hypothesis which is not set aside.
Certainly.
Now, if there be any sort of good which is distinct from knowledge, virtue may be that good. But if knowledge embraces all good, then we shall be right in thinking that virtue is knowledge.
True.
And virtue makes us good.
Yes.
And if we are good, then we are profitable, for all good things are profitable.
Yes.
Then virtue is profitable.
That is the only inference.
Then now let us see what are the things which severally profit us. Health and strength and beauty and wealth, these and the like of these we call profitable.
True.
And yet these things may also do us harm. Would you not think so?
Yes.
And what is the guiding principle which makes them profitable, or the reverse? Are they not profitable when they are rightly used, and hurtful when they are not rightly used?
Certainly.
Next, let us consider the goods of the soul. They are temperance, justice, courage, quickness of apprehension, memory, magnanimity, and the like.
Surely.
And such as these are not knowledge, but of another sort, are sometimes profitable and sometimes hurtful, as, for example, courage wanting prudence, which is only a sort of confidence. When a man has no sense, he is harmed by courage, but when he has sense, he is profited.
True.
And the same may be said of temperance and quickness of apprehension. Whatever things are learned or done with sense are profitable, but when done without sense, they are hurtful.
Very true.
And in general, all that the soul attempts or endures, when under the guidance of wisdom, ends in happiness, but when she is under the guidance of folly, in the opposite.
That appears to be true.
If, then, virtue is a quality of the soul, and is admitted to be profitable, it must be wisdom or prudence, since none of the things of the soul are either profitable or hurtful in themselves, but they are all made profitable or hurtful by the addition of wisdom or of folly, and therefore, if virtue is profitable, virtue must be a sort of wisdom or prudence.
I quite agree.
And the other goods, such as wealth and the like, of which we were just now saying that they are sometimes good and sometimes evil, do not they also become profitable or hurtful accordingly as the soul guides and uses them rightly or wrongly? Just as the things of the soul herself are benefited when under the guidance of wisdom and harmed by folly.
True.
And the wise soul guides them rightly and the foolish soul wrongly.
Yes.
And is not this universally true of human nature? All other things hang upon the soul, and the things of the soul herself hang upon wisdom, if they are to be good. And so wisdom is inferred to be that which profits, and virtue, as we say, is profitable.
Certainly.
And thus we arrive at the conclusion that virtue is either wholly or partly wisdom.
I think that what you are saying, Socrates, is very true.
But if this is true, then the good are not by nature good.
I think not.
If they had been, there would assuredly have been discerners of characters among us who would have known our future great men, and on their showing we should have adopted them, and when we had got them we should have kept them in the citadel out of the way of harm, and set a stamp upon them far rather than upon a piece of gold, in order that no one might tamper with them. And when they grew up, they would have been useful to the state?
Yes, Socrates, that would have been the right way.
But if the good are not by nature good, are they made good by instruction?
There appears to be no other alternative, Socrates. On the supposition that virtue is knowledge, there can be no doubt that virtue is taught.
Yes, indeed. But what if the supposition is erroneous?
I certainly thought just now that we were right.
Yes, Meno, but a principle which has any soundness should stand firm not only just now, but always.
Well, and why are you so slow of heart to believe that knowledge is virtue?
I will try and tell you why, Meno. I do not retract the assertion that if virtue is knowledge, it may be taught, but I fear that I have some reason in doubting whether virtue is knowledge. For consider now, and say whether virtue, and not only virtue, but anything that is taught, must not have teachers and disciples.
Surely.
And conversely, may not the art of which neither teachers nor disciples exist be assumed to be incapable of being taught?
True, but do you think that there are no teachers of virtue?
I have certainly often inquired whether there were any, and taken great pains to find them, and have never succeeded. And many have assisted me in the search, and they were the persons whom I thought the most likely to know. Here, at the moment when he is wanted, we fortunately have sitting by us Anytus, the very person of whom we should make inquiry. To him, then, let us repair. In the first place, he is the son of a wealthy and wise father, Euthydemus, who acquired his wealth, not by accident or gift, like Ismenias the Theban, who has recently made himself as rich as Callicles, but by his own skill and industry, and who is a well-conditioned, modest man, not insolent or overbearing or annoying. Moreover, this son of his has received a good education, as the Athenian people certainly appear to think, for they choose him to fill the highest offices. And these are the sort of men from whom you are likely to learn whether there are any teachers of virtue, and who they are. Please, Anytus, to help me and your friend Meno in answering our question. Who are the teachers? Consider the matter thus. If we wanted Meno to be a good physician, to whom should we send him? Should we not send him to the physicians?
Certainly.
Or if we wanted him to be a good cobbler, should we not send him to the cobblers?
Yes.
And so forth.
Yes.
Let me trouble you with one more question. When we say that we should be right in sending him to the physicians, if we wanted him to be a physician, do we mean that we should be right in sending him to those who profess the art, rather than to those who do not, and to those who demand payment for teaching the art, and profess to teach it to anyone who will come and learn? And if these were our reasons, should we not be right in sending him?
Yes.
And might not the same be said of flute-playing and of the other arts? Would a man who wanted to make another a flute-player refuse to send him to those who profess to teach the art for money, and be plaguing other persons to give him instruction who are not professed teachers, and who never had a single disciple in that branch of knowledge which he wishes him to acquire? Would not such conduct be the height of folly?
Yes, by Zeus, and of ignorance too.
Very good. And now you are in a position to advise with me about my friend Meno. He has been telling me, Anytus, that he desires to attain that kind of wisdom and virtue by which men order the state or the house, and honour their parents, and know when to receive and when to send away citizens and strangers, as a good man should. Now, to whom should he go in order that he may learn this virtue? Does not the previous argument imply clearly that we should send him to those who profess and avouch that they are the common teachers of all Hellas, and are ready to impart instruction to anyone who likes, at a fixed price?
Whom do you mean, Socrates?
You surely know, do you not, Anytus, that these are the people whom mankind call sophists?
By Heracles, Socrates, forbear. I only hope that no friend or kinsman or acquaintance of mine, whether citizen or stranger, will ever be so mad as to allow himself to be corrupted by them, for they are a manifest pest and corrupting influence to those who have to do with them.
What, Anytus? Of all the people who profess that they know how to do men good, do you mean to say that these are the only ones who not only do them no good, but positively corrupt those who are entrusted to them, and in return for this disservice have the face to demand money? Indeed, I cannot believe you, for I know of a single man, Protagoras, who made more out of his craft than the illustrious Hippias, who created such noble works, or any 10 other statuaries. How could that be? A mender of old shoes, or patcher-up of clothes, who made the shoes or clothes worse than he received them, could not have remained 30 days undetected, and would very soon have starved, whereas during more than 40 years Protagoras was corrupting all Hellas, and sending his disciples from him worse than he received them, and he was never found out. For If I am not mistaken, he was about 70 years old at his death, 40 of which were spent in the practice of his profession, and during all that time he had a good reputation, which to this day he retains, and not only Protagoras, but many others are well spoken of, some who lived before him, and others who are still living. Now, when you say that they deceived and corrupted the youth, are they to be supposed to have corrupted them consciously or unconsciously? Can those who are deemed by many to be the wisest men of Hellas have been out of their minds?
Out of their minds? No, Socrates. The young men who gave their money to them were out of their minds, and their relations and guardians who entrusted their youth to the care of these men were still more out of their minds, and most of all, the cities who allowed them to come in and did not drive them out, citizen and stranger alike.
Has any of the sophists wronged you, Anytus? What makes you so angry with them?
No, indeed. Neither I nor any of my belongings has ever had, nor would I suffer them to have, anything to do with them.
Then you are entirely unacquainted with them.
And I have no wish to be acquainted.
Then, my dear friend, how can you know whether a thing is good or bad, of which you are wholly ignorant?
Quite well. I am sure that I know what manner of men these are, whether I am acquainted with them or not.
You must be a diviner, Anytus, for I really cannot make out, judging from your own words, how, if you are not acquainted with them, you know about them. But I am not inquiring of you who are the teachers who will corrupt Meno. Let them be, if you please, the sophists. I only ask you to tell him who there is in this great city who will teach him how to become eminent in the virtues which I was just now describing. He is the friend of your family, and you will oblige him.
Why do you not tell him yourself?
I have told him whom I suppose to be the teachers of these things, but I learn from you that I am utterly at fault. And I dare say that you are right. And now I wish that you, on your part, would tell me to whom among the Athenians he should go. Whom would you name?
Why single out individuals? Any Athenian gentleman, taken at random, if he will mind him, will do far more good to him than the sophists.
And did these gentlemen grow of themselves, without having been taught by anyone? Were they nevertheless able to teach others that which they had never learned themselves?
I imagine that they learned of the previous generation of gentlemen. Have there not been many good men in this city?
Yes, certainly, Anytus, and many good statesmen also. There always have been, and there are still, in the city of Athens. But the question is whether they were also good teachers of their own virtue. Not whether there are, or have been, good men in this part of the world, but whether virtue can be taught is the question which we have been discussing. Now, do we mean to say that the good men of our own and of other times knew how to impart to others that virtue which they had themselves, or is virtue a thing incapable of being communicated or imparted by one man to another? That is the question which I and Meno have been arguing. Look at the matter in your own way. Would you not admit that Themistocles was a good man?
Certainly. No man better.
And must not he then have been a good teacher, if any man ever was a good teacher of his own virtue?
Yes, certainly, if he wanted to be so.
But would he not have wanted? He would, at any rate, have desired to make his own son a good man and a gentleman. He could not have been jealous of him, or have intentionally abstained from imparting to him his own virtue. Did you never hear that he made his son, Cleophantus, a famous horseman, and had him taught to stand upright on horseback and hurl a javelin, and do many other marvellous things? And in anything which could be learned from a master, he was well trained. Have you not heard from our elders of him?
I have.
Then no one could say that his son showed any want of capacity.
Very likely not.
But did anyone, old or young, ever say in your hearing that Cleophantus, son of Themistocles, was a wise or good man, as his father was?
I have certainly never heard anyone say so.
And if virtue could have been taught, would his father Themistocles have sought to train him in these minor accomplishments, and allowed him, who, as you must remember, was his own son, to be no better than his neighbours in those qualities in which he himself excelled?
Indeed, I think not.
Here was a teacher of virtue, whom you admit to be among the best men of the past. Let us take another, Aristides, the son of Lysimachus. Would you not acknowledge that he was a good man?
To be sure I should.
And did not he train his son Lysimachus better than any other Athenian in all that could be done for him by the help of masters? But what has been the result? Is he a bit better than any other mortal? He is an acquaintance of yours, and you see what he's like. There is Pericles, again, magnificent in his wisdom, and he, as you are aware, had 2 sons, Paralus and Xanthippus.
I know.
And you know also that he taught them to be unrivalled horsemen, and had them trained in music and gymnastics and all sorts of arts. In these respects they were on a level with the best. And had he no wish to make good men of them? Nay, he must have wished it. But virtue, as I suspect, could not be taught. And that you may not suppose the incompetent teachers to be only the meaner sort of Athenians, and few in number, remember again that Thucydides had 2 sons, Milesius and Stephanus, whom, besides giving them a good education in other things, he trained in wrestling, and they were the best wrestlers in Athens. One of them he committed to the care of Xanthias, and the other of Euthydemus, who had the reputation of being the most celebrated wrestlers of that day. Do you remember them?
I have heard of them.
Now, can there be a doubt that Thucydides, whose children were taught things for which he had to spend money, would have taught them to be good men, which would have cost him nothing, if virtue could have been taught? Will you reply that he was a mean man, and had not many friends among the Athenians and allies? Nay, but he was of a great family, and a man of influence at Athens and in all Hellas, and if virtue could have been taught, he would have found out some Athenian or foreigner who would have made good men of his sons, if he could not himself spare the time from cares of state. Once more, I suspect, friend Anytus, that virtue is not a thing which can be taught.
Socrates, I think that you are too ready to speak evil of men. And if you will take my advice, I would recommend you to be careful. Perhaps there is no city in which it is not easier to do men harm than to do them good, and this is certainly the case at Athens, as I believe that you know.
Oh, Meno, think that Anytus is in a rage, and he may well be in a rage, for he thinks, in the first place, that I am defaming these gentlemen, and in the second place he is of opinion that he is one of them himself. But some day he will know what is the meaning of defamation, and if he ever does, he will forgive me. Meanwhile, I will return to you, Meno, for I suppose that there are gentlemen in your region too?
Certainly there are.
And are they willing to teach the young? And do they profess to be teachers? And do they agree that virtue is taught?
No, indeed, Socrates, they are anything but agreed. You may hear them saying at one time that virtue can be taught, and then again the reverse.
Can we call those teachers who do not acknowledge the possibility of their own vocation?
I think not, Socrates.
And what do you think of these sophists who are the only professors? Do they seem to you to be teachers of virtue?
I often wonder, Socrates, that Gorgias is never heard promising to teach virtue, and when he hears others promising, he only laughs at them, but he thinks that men should be taught to speak.
Then do you not think that the sophists are teachers?
I cannot tell you, Socrates. Like the rest of the world, I am in doubt, and sometimes I think that they are teachers and sometimes not.
And are you aware that not you only, and other politicians have doubts whether virtue can be taught or not, but that Theonis, the poet, says the very same thing?
Where does he say so?
In these elegiac verses, "Eat and drink and sit with the mighty, and make yourself agreeable to them. For from the good you will learn what is good, but if you mix with the bad, you will lose the intelligence which you already have." Do you observe that here he seems to imply that virtue can be taught?
Clearly.
But in some other verses he shifts about and says, "If understanding could be created and put into a man, then they who are able to perform this feat would have obtained great rewards." And again, "Never would a bad son have sprung from a good sire, for he would have heard the voice of instruction. But not by teaching will you ever make a bad man into a good one." And this, as you may remark, is a contradiction of the other.
Clearly.
And is there anything else of which the professors are affirmed not only to be teachers of others, but to be ignorant themselves, and bad at the knowledge of that which they are professing to teach? Or is there anything about which even the acknowledged gentlemen are sometimes saying that this thing can be taught, and sometimes the opposite? Can you say that they are teachers in any true sense whose ideas are in such confusion?
I should say certainly not.
But if neither the sophists nor the gentlemen are teachers, clearly there can be no other teachers.
No.
And if there are no teachers, neither are there disciples.
Agreed.
And we have admitted that a thing cannot be taught of which there are neither teachers nor disciples.
We have.
And there are no teachers of virtue to be found anywhere?
There are not.
And if there are no teachers, neither are there scholars.
That, I think, is true.
Then virtue cannot be taught.
Not if we are right in our view. But I cannot believe, Socrates, that there are no good men. And if there are, how did they come into existence?
I'm afraid, Meno, that you and I are not good for much, and that Gorgias has been as poor an educator of you as Protagoras has been of me. Certainly we shall have to look to ourselves, and try to find someone who will help in some way or other to improve us. This I say because I observe that in the previous discussion none of us remarked that right and good action is possible to man under other guidance than that of knowledge. And indeed, if this be denied, there is no seeing how there can be any good men at all.
How do you mean, Socrates?
I mean that good men are necessarily useful or profitable. Were we not right in admitting this? It must be so.
Yes.
And in supposing that they will be useful only if they are true guides to us of action, there we were also right.
Yes.
But when we said that a man cannot be a good guide unless he have knowledge, this we were wrong.
What do you mean by the word right?
I will explain. If a man knew the way to Larissa or anywhere else, and went to the place and led others thither, would he not be a right and good guide?
Certainly.
And a person who had a right opinion about the way, but had never been and did not know, might be a good guide also, might he not?
Certainly.
And while he has true opinion about that which the other knows, he will be just as good a guide if he thinks the truth, as he who knows the truth.
Exactly.
Then true opinion is as good a guide to correct action as knowledge. And that was the point which we omitted in our speculation about the nature of virtue, when we said that knowledge only is the guide of right action, whereas there is also right opinion.
True.
Then right opinion is not less useful than knowledge.
The difference, Socrates, is only that he who has knowledge will always be right, but he who has right opinion will sometimes be right and sometimes not.
What do you mean? Can he be wrong who has right opinion, so long as he has right opinion?
I admit the cogency of your argument, and therefore, Socrates, I wonder that knowledge should be preferred to right opinion, or why they should ever differ.
And shall I explain this wonder to you?
Do tell me.
You would not wonder if you had ever observed the images of Daedalus, but perhaps you have not got them in your country.
What have they to do with the question?
Because they require to be fastened in order to keep them, and if they are not fastened, they will play truant and run away.
Well, what of that?
I mean to say that they are not very valuable possessions if they are at liberty, for they will walk off like runaway slaves. But when fastened, they are of great value, for they are really beautiful works of art. Now, this is an illustration of the nature of true opinions. While they abide with us, they are beautiful and fruitful, but they run away out of the human soul and do not remain long, and therefore they are not of much value until they are fastened by the tie of the cause. And this fastening of them, friend Meno, is recollection, as you and I have agreed to call it. But when they are bound, in the first place they have the nature of knowledge, and in the second place they are abiding. And this is why knowledge is more honourable and excellent than true opinion, because fastened by a chain.
What you are saying, Socrates, seems to be very like the truth.
I, too, speak rather in ignorance. I only conjecture. And yet that knowledge differs from true opinion is no matter of conjecture with me. There are not many things which I profess to know, but this is most certainly one of them.
Yes, Socrates, and you are quite right in saying so.
And am I not also right in saying that true opinion leading the way perfects action quite as well as knowledge?
There again, Socrates, I think you are right.
Then right opinion is not a whit inferior to knowledge, or less useful in action, nor is the man who has right opinion inferior to him who has knowledge.
True.
And surely the good man has been acknowledged by us to be useful.
Yes.
Seeing, then, that men become good and useful to states, not only because they have knowledge, but because they have right opinion, and that neither knowledge nor right opinion is given to man by nature, or acquired by him, do you imagine either of them to be given by nature?
Not I.
Then, if they are not given by nature, neither are the good by nature good?
Certainly not.
And nature being excluded, then came the question whether virtue is acquired by teaching.
Yes.
If virtue was wisdom or knowledge, then, as we thought, it was taught.
Yes.
And if it was taught, it was wisdom.
Certainly.
And if there were teachers, it might be taught. And if there were no teachers, not.
True.
But surely we acknowledged that there were no teachers of virtue.
Yes.
Then we acknowledged that it was not taught and was not wisdom.
Certainly.
And yet we admitted that it was a good.
Yes.
And the right guide is useful and good. And the only right guides are knowledge and true opinion. These are the guides of man. For things which happen by chance are not under the guidance of man, but the guides of man are true opinion and knowledge.
I think so too.
But if virtue is not taught, neither is virtue knowledge.
Clearly not.
Then, of two good and useful things, one, which is knowledge, has been set aside, and cannot be supposed to be our guide in political life.
I think not.
And therefore not by any wisdom, and not because they were wise, did Themistocles and those others of whom Anytus spoke govern states. This was the reason why they were unable to make others like themselves, because their virtue was not grounded on knowledge.
That is probably true, Socrates.
But if not by knowledge, the only alternative which remains is that statesmen must have guided states by right opinion, which is in politics what divination is in religion, for diviners, and also prophets, say many things truly, but they know not what they say.
So I believe.
And may we not, Meno, truly call those men divine, who, having no understanding, yet succeed in many a grand deed and word? Then we shall also be right in calling divine those whom we were just now speaking of as diviners and prophets, including the whole tribe of poets. Yes, and statesmen above all may be said to be divine and illumined, being inspired and possessed of God, in which condition they say many grand things, not knowing what they say.
Yes.
And the women too, Meno, call good men divine, do they not? And the Spartans, when they praise a good man, say that he is a divine man.
And I think, Socrates, that they are right, although very likely our friend Anytus may take offence at the word.
I do not care. As for Anytus, there will be another opportunity of talking with him. To sum up our inquiry, the result seems to be, if we are at all right in our view, that virtue is neither natural nor acquired, but an instinct given by God to the virtuous. Nor is the instinct accompanied by reason, unless there may be supposed to be among statesmen someone who is capable of educating statesmen. And if there be such an one, he may be said to be among the living what Homer says that Tiresias was among the dead. He alone has understanding, but the rest are flitting shades. And he and his virtue in like manner will be a reality among shadows.
That is excellent, Socrates.
Then, Meno, the conclusion is that virtue comes to the virtuous by the gift of God. But we shall never know the certain truth until, before asking how virtue is given, we inquire into the actual nature of virtue. I fear that I must go away. But do you, now that you are persuaded yourself, persuade our friend Anytus, and do not let him be so exasperated. If you can conciliate him, you will have done good service to the Athenian people.
Euthydemus. Euthydemus and Dionysodorus are brothers who appear to excel at everything, including wrestling, fighting with armour, and many other skills, and it is said have recently acquired skill in sophistry and rhetoric. They display these abilities by discussing matters of the learned and the wise with their contemporaries, always seeming to confute or demolish their interlocutors. When Socrates becomes involved, they continue with such total confidence and superiority that at times Socrates is even surprised and amused. This entertaining dialogue is reported by Socrates to his friend Crito. Scene: the Lyceum. Who was the person, Socrates, with whom you were talking yesterday at the Lyceum? There was such a crowd around you that I could not get within hearing, but I caught sight of him over their heads, and I made out, as I thought, that he was a stranger with whom you were talking. Who was he?
There were two, Crito. Which of them do you mean?
The one whom I mean was seated second from you on the right-hand side. In the middle was Cleinias, the young son of Axiacus, who was wonderfully grown. He is only about the age of my own Critobulus, but he is much forwarder and very good-looking. The other is thin and looks younger than he is.
He who you mean, Crito, is Euthydemus, and on my left hand there was his brother, Dionysodorus, who also took part in the conversation.
Neither of them are known to me, Socrates. They are a new importation of sophists, as I should imagine. Of what country are they? And what is their line of wisdom?
As to their origin, I believe that they are natives of this part of the world, and have migrated from Chios to Thurii. They were driven out of Thurii, and have been living for many years past in these regions. As to their wisdom, about which you ask, Crito, they are wonderful, consummate. I never knew what the true pancratiast was before. They are simply made up of fighting. Not like the two Acarnanian brothers who fight with their bodies only, but this pair of heroes, besides being perfect in the use of their bodies, are invincible in every sort of warfare, for they are capital at fighting in armour, and will teach the art to anyone who pays them, and also they are most skilful in legal warfare. They will plead themselves, and teach others to speak and to compose speeches which will have an effect upon the courts. And this was only the beginning of their wisdom. But they have at last carried out the pancratiastic art to the very end, and have mastered the only mode of fighting which had been hitherto neglected by them, and now no one dares even to stand up against them. Such is their skill in the war of words, that they can refute any proposition, whether true or false. Now I am thinking, Crito, of placing myself in their hands, for they say that in a short time they can impart their skill to anyone.
But, Socrates, are you not too old? There may be reason to fear that.
Certainly not, Crito, as I will prove to you, for I have the consolation of knowing that they began this art of disputation which I covet, quite as I may say in old age. Last year, or the year before, they had none of their new wisdom. I am only apprehensive that I may bring the two strangers into disrepute, as I have done Conus, the son of Metrobius, the harp-player, who is still my music-master. For when the boys who go to see him see me going with them, they laugh at me, and call him Grandpa's master. Now I should not like the strangers to experience similar treatment. The fear of ridicule may make them unwilling to receive me, and therefore, Crito, I shall try and persuade some old men to accompany me to them, as I persuaded them to go with me to Conus, and I hope that you will make one, and perhaps we had better take your sons as a bait. They will want to have them as pupils, and for the sake of them willing to receive us.
I see no objection, Socrates, if you like. But first I wish that you would give me a description of their wisdom, that I may know beforehand what we are going to learn.
In less than no time you shall hear, for I cannot say that I did not attend. I paid great attention to them, and I remember and will endeavour to repeat the whole story. Providentially, I was sitting alone in the dressing-room of the Lyceum where you saw me, and was about to depart. When I was getting up, I recognized the familiar divine sign, so I sat down again, and in a little while the two brothers, Euthydemus and Dionysodorus, came in, and several others with them, whom I believed to be their disciples, and they walked about in the covered court. They had not taken more than 2 or 3 turns when Cleinias entered, who, as you truly say, is very much improved. He was followed by a host of lovers, one of whom was Ctesippus the Paeanian, a well-bred youth, but also having the wildness of youth. Cleinias saw me from the entrance as I was sitting alone, and at once came and sat down on the right hand of me, as you describe, and Dionysodorus and Euthydemus, when they saw him, at first stopped and talked with one another, now and then glancing at us, for I particularly watched them, and then Euthydemus came and sat down by the youth, and the other by me on the left hand, the rest anywhere. I saluted the brothers, whom I had not seen for a long time, and then I said to Cleinias, "Here are two wise men, Euthydemus and Dionysodorus, Cleinias, wise not in a small, but in a large way of wisdom, for they know all about war, all that a good general ought to know about the array and command of an army, and the whole art of fighting in armour. And they know about law, too, and can teach a man how to use the weapons of the courts when he is injured." They heard me say this, but only despised me. I observed that they looked at one another, and both of them laughed. And then Euthydemus said, "Those, Socrates, are matters which we no longer pursue seriously. To us they are secondary occupations." "Indeed," I said, "if such occupations are regarded by you as secondary, what must be the principal one? Tell me, I beseech you, what that noble study is." "The teaching of virtue, Socrates," he replied, "is our principal occupation, and we believe that we can impart it better and quicker than any man." "My God," I said, "and where did you learn that?" "I always thought, as I was saying just now, that your chief accomplishment was the art of fighting in armour, and I used to say as much of you, for I remember that you professed this when you were here before. But now, if you really have the other knowledge— Oh, forgive me, I address you as I would superior beings, and ask you to pardon the impiety of my former expressions. But are you quite sure about this, Dionysodorus and Euthydemus? The promise is so vast that a feeling of incredulity steals over me." "You may take our word, Socrates, for the fact." "Then I think you happier in having such a treasure than the great king is in the possession of his kingdom. And please to tell me whether you intend to exhibit your wisdom, or what will you do?" "That is why we have come hither, Socrates, and our purpose is not only to exhibit, but also to teach anyone who likes to learn." "But I can promise you," I said, "that every unvirtuous person will want to learn. I shall be the first. And there is the youth Cleinias and Ctesippus, and here are several others," I said, pointing to the lovers of Cleinias, who were beginning to gather round us. Now Ctesippus was sitting at some distance from Cleinias, and when Euthydemus leaned forward in talking with me, he was prevented from seeing Cleinias, who was between us, and so, partly because he wanted to look at his love, and also because he was interested, he jumped up and stood opposite to us, and all the other admirers of Cleinias, as well as the disciples of Euthydemus and Dionysodorus, followed his example. And these were the persons whom I showed to Euthydemus, telling him that they were all eager to learn, to which Ctesippus and all of them with one voice vehemently assented, and bid him exhibit the power of his wisdom. Then I said, "O Euthydemus and Dionysodorus, I earnestly request you to do myself and the company the favour to exhibit. There may be some trouble in giving the whole exhibition, but tell me one thing. Can you make a good man of him only who is already convinced that he ought to learn of you, or of him also who is not convinced, either because he imagines that virtue is a thing which cannot be taught at all, or that you are not the teachers of it? Has your art power to persuade him, who is of the latter temper of mind, that virtue can be taught, and that you are the men from whom he will best learn it?" "Certainly, Socrates," said Dionysodorus, "our art will do both." "And you and your brother, Dionysodorus," I said, "of all men who are now living, are the most likely to stimulate him to philosophy and to the study of virtue?" "Yes, Socrates, I rather think that we are." "Then I wish that you would be so good as to defer the other part of the exhibition, and only try to persuade the youth whom you see here that he ought to be a philosopher and study virtue. Exhibit that, and you will confer a great favour on me, and on everyone present, for the fact is, I, and all of us, are extremely anxious that he should become truly good. His name is Cleinias, and he is the son of Axirchus, and grandson of the old Alcibiades, cousin of the Alcibiades that now is. He is quite young, and we are naturally afraid that someone may get the start of us and turn his mind in the wrong direction, and he may be ruined. Your visit, therefore, is most happily timed, and I hope that you will make a trial of the young man, and converse with him in our presence, if you have no objection." These were pretty nearly the expressions which I used, and Euthydemus, in a manly and at the same time encouraging tone, replied, "There can be no objection, Socrates, if the young man is only willing to answer questions." "He is quite accustomed to do so," I replied, "for his friends often come and ask him questions and argue with them, and therefore he is quite at home in answering. What followed, Crito, how can I rightly narrate? For not slight is the task of rehearsing infinite wisdom, and therefore, like the poets, I ought to commence my relation with an invocation to memory and the muses. Now, Euthydemus, if I remember rightly, began nearly as follows. "O Cleinias, are those who learn the wise or the ignorant?" The youth, overpowered by the question, blushed, and in his perplexity looked at me for help, and I, knowing that he was disconcerted, said, "Take courage, Cleinias, and answer like a man, whichever you think, for my belief is that you will derive the greatest benefit from their questions." "Whichever he answers," said Dionysodorus, leaning forward so as to catch my ear, his face beaming with laughter, "I prophesy that he will be refuted, Socrates." While he was speaking to me, Cleinias gave his answer, and therefore I had no time to warn him of the predicament in which he was placed, and he answered that those who learned were the wise. Euthydemus proceeded, "There are some whom you would call teachers, are there not?" The boy assented. "And they are the teachers of those who learn. The grammar master and the lyre master used to teach you and other boys, and you were the learners?" "Yes." "And when you were learners, you did not, as yet, know the things which you were learning?" "No," he said. "And were you wise then?" "No, indeed," he said. "But if you were not wise, you were unlearned." "Certainly. And then, learning what you did not know, were unlearned when you were learning." The youth nodded assent. "Then the unlearned learn, and not the wise, Cleinias, as you imagine." At these words, the followers of Euthydemus, of whom I spoke, like a chorus at the bidding of their director, laughed and cheered. Then, before the youth had time to recover his breath, Dionysodorus cleverly took him in hand and said, "Yes, Cleinias, and when the grammar master dictated anything to you, were they the wise boys or the unlearned who learned the dictation?" "The wise," replied Cleinias. "Then, after all, the wise are the learners, and not the unlearned, and your last answer to Euthydemus was wrong." Then once more the admirers of the two heroes, in an ecstasy at their wisdom, gave vent to another peal of laughter, while the rest of us were silent and amazed. Euthydemus, observing this, determined to persevere with the youth, and in order to heighten the effect went on asking another similar question, which might be compared to the double turn of an expert dancer. "Do those," said he, "who learn what they know, or what they do not know?" Again Dionysodorus whispered to me, "That, Socrates, is just another of the same sort." "Good heavens," I said, "and your last question was so good." "Like all our other questions, Socrates," he replied, "inevitable." "I see the reason," I said, "why you are in such reputation among your disciples." Meanwhile, Cleinias had answered Euthydemus that those who learn what they do not know, and he put him through a series of questions, the same as before. "Do you not know letters?" He assented. "All letters?" "Yes." "But when the teacher dictates to you, does he not dictate letters?" To this also he assented. "Then, if you know all letters, he dictates that which you know?" This again was admitted by him. "Then," said the other, "you do not learn that which he dictates, but he only who does not know letters learns." "Nay," said Cleinias, "but I do learn." "Then," said he, "you learn what you know, if you know all the letters?" He admitted that. "Then," he said, "you were wrong in your answer." The word was hardly out of his mouth when Dionysodorus took up the argument, like a ball which he caught, and had another throw at the youth. "Cleinias," he said, "Euthydemus is deceiving you. For tell me now, is not learning acquiring knowledge of that which one learns?" Cleinias assented. "And knowing is having knowledge at the time?" He agreed. "And not knowing is not having knowledge at the time?" He admitted that. "And are those who acquire those who have or have not a thing?" "Those who have not." "And have you not admitted that those who do not know are of the number of those who have not?" He nodded assent. "Then those who learn are of the class of those who acquire, and not of those who have." He agreed. "Then, Cleinias," he said, "those who do not know learn, and not those who know." Euthydemus was proceeding to give the youth a third fall, but I knew that he was in deep water, and therefore, as I wanted to give him a respite, lest he should be disheartened, I said to him consolingly, "You must not be surprised, Cleinias, at the singularity of their mode of speech. This I say because you may not understand what the two strangers are doing with you. They are only initiating you after the manner of the Corybantes and the Mysteries, and this answers to the enthronement, which, if you have ever been initiated, is, as you will know, accompanied by dancing and sport. And now they are just prancing and dancing about you, and will next proceed to initiate you. Imagine, then, that you have gone through the first part of the sophistical ritual, which, as Protagoras says, begins with initiation into the correct use of terms. The two foreign gentlemen, perceiving that you did not know, wanted to explain to you that the word to learn has two meanings, and is used first in the sense of acquiring knowledge of some matter of which you previously have no knowledge, and also, when you have the knowledge, in the sense of reviewing this matter, whether something done or spoken by the light of this newly acquired knowledge. The latter is generally called knowing rather than learning, but the word learning is also used, and you did not see, as they explained to you, that the term is employed of two opposite sorts of men, of those who know and of those who do not know. There was a similar trick in the second question, when they asked you whether men learn what they know or what they do not know. These parts of learning are not serious, and therefore I say that the gentlemen are not serious, but are only playing with you. For if a man had all that sort of knowledge that ever was, he would not be at all the wiser. He would only be able to play with men, tripping them up and oversetting them with distinctions of words. He would be like a person who pulls away a stool from someone when he is about to sit down, and then laughs and makes merry at the sight of his friend overturned and laid on his back. And you must regard all that has hitherto passed between you and them as merely play. But in what is to follow, I am certain that they will exhibit to you their serious purpose, and keep their promise. I will show them how, for they promised to give me a sample of the hortatory philosophy, but I suppose that they wanted to have a game with you first. And now, Euthydemus and Dionysodorus, I think that we have had enough of this. Will you let me see you explaining to the young man how he is to apply himself to the study of virtue and wisdom? And I will first show you what I conceive to be the nature of the task, and what sort of a discourse I desire to hear. And if I do this in a very inartistic and ridiculous manner, do not laugh at me, for I only venture to improvise before you because I am eager to hear your wisdom, and I must therefore ask you and your disciples to refrain from laughing. And now, O son of Exarchus, let me put a question to you. Do not all men desire happiness? And yet perhaps this is one of those ridiculous questions which I am afraid to ask, and which ought not to be asked by a sensible man. For what human being is there who does not desire happiness? There is no one, said Cleinias, who does not. Well then, I said, since we all of us desire happiness, how can we be happy? That is the next question. Shall we not be happy if we have many good things? And this, perhaps, is even a more simple question than the first, for there can be no doubt of the answer. He assented. And what things do we esteem good? No solemn sage is required to tell us this, which may be easily answered, for every one will say that wealth is good. Certainly, he said. And are not health and beauty goods and other personal gifts? He agreed. Can there be any doubt that good birth and power and honours in one's own land are goods? He assented. And what other goods are there? I said. What do you say? Temperance, justice, courage. Do you not verily and indeed think, Cleinias, that we shall be more right in ranking them as goods than in not ranking them as goods? For a dispute might possibly arise about this. What then do you say? They are goods, said Cleinias. Very well, I said. And where in the company shall we find a place for wisdom? Among the goods or not? Among the goods. And now, I said, think whether we have left out any considerable goods. I do not think that we have, said Cleinias. Upon recollection, I said, indeed, I am afraid that we have left out the greatest of them all. What is that? He asked. Fortune, Cleinias, I replied, which all, even the most foolish, admit to be the greatest of goods. True, he said. On second thoughts, I added, how narrowly, O son of Axiochus, have you and I escaped making a laughing-stock of ourselves to the strangers. Why do you say so? Why? Because we have already spoken of good fortune, and are but repeating ourselves. What do you mean? I mean that there is something ridiculous in again putting forward good fortune, which has a place in the list already, and saying the same thing twice over. He asked what was the meaning of this, and I replied, surely wisdom is good fortune. Even a child may know that. The simple-minded youth was amazed, and, observing his surprise, I said to him, do you not know, Cleinias, that flute players are most fortunate and successful in performing on the flute? He assented. And are not the scribes most fortunate in writing and reading letters? Certainly. Amid the dangers of the sea, again, are any more fortunate on the whole than wise pilots? None, certainly. And if you are engaged in war, in whose company would you rather take the risk? In company with a wise general or with a foolish one? With a wise one. And if you are ill, whom would you rather have as a companion in a dangerous illness? A wise physician or an ignorant one? A wise one. You think, I said, that to act with a wise man is more fortunate than to act with an ignorant one? Then wisdom always makes men fortunate, for by wisdom no man would ever err, and therefore he must act rightly and succeed, or his wisdom would be wisdom no longer. We contrived at last, somehow or other, to agree in a general conclusion that he who had wisdom had no need of fortune. I then recalled to his mind the previous state of the question. You remember, I said, our making the admission that we should be happy and fortunate if many good things were present with us? He assented. And should we be happy by reason of the presence of good things if they profited us not, or if they profited us? If they profited us, he said. And would they profit us if we only had them and did not use them? For example, if we had a great deal of food and did not eat, or a great deal of drink and did not drink, should we be profited? Certainly not, he said. Or would an artisan, who had all the implements necessary for his work and did not use them, be any the better for the possession of them? For example, would a carpenter be any the better for having all his tools and plenty of wood, if he never worked? Certainly not, he said. And if a person had wealth and all the goods of which we were just now speaking, and did not use them, would he be happy because he possessed them? No, indeed, Socrates. Then, I said, a man who would be happy must not only have the good things, but he must also use them. There is no advantage in merely having them. True. Well, Cleinias, but if you have the use as well as the possession of good things, is that sufficient to confer happiness? Yes, in my opinion. And may a person use them either rightly or wrongly? He must use them rightly. That is quite true, I said. And the wrong use of a thing is far worse than the non-use, for the one is an evil, and the other is neither a good nor an evil. You admit that? He assented. Now, in the working and use of wood, is not that which gives the right use simply the knowledge of the carpenter? Nothing else, he said, and surely in the manufacture of vessels, knowledge is that which gives the right way of making them. He agreed. And in the use of goods, of which we spoke at first, wealth and health and beauty, is not knowledge that which directs us to the right use of them and regulates our practice about them? Then, in every possession and every use of a thing, knowledge is that which gives a man not only good fortune, but success? He again assented. And tell me, I said, tell me, what do possessions profit a man if he have neither good sense nor wisdom? Would a man be better off having and doing many things without wisdom, or a few things with wisdom? Look at the matter thus. If he did fewer things, would he not make fewer mistakes? If he made fewer mistakes, would he not have fewer misfortunes? And if he had fewer misfortunes, would he not be less miserable? Certainly, he said. And who would do least, a poor man or a rich man? A poor man. A weak man or a strong man? A weak man. A noble man or a mean man? A mean man. And a coward would do less than a courageous and temperate man. Yes, and an indolent man less than an active man, and a slow man less than a quick, and one who had dull perceptions of seeing and hearing less than one who had keen ones. All this was mutually allowed by us. Then, I said, Cleinias, the sum of the matter appears to be that the goods of which we spoke before are not to be regarded as goods in themselves, but the degree of good and evil in them depends on whether they are or are not under the guidance of knowledge. Under the guidance of ignorance, they are greater evils than their opposites, insomuch as they are more able to minister to the evil principle which rules them. And when under the guidance of wisdom and prudence, they are greater goods. But in themselves they are nothing. That, he replied, is obvious. What, then, is the result of what has been said? Is not this the result? That other things are indifferent, and that wisdom is the only good, and ignorance the only evil? He assented. Let us consider a further point, I said. Seeing that all men desire happiness, and happiness, as has been shown, is gained by a use and a right use of the things of life, and the right use of them and good fortune in the use of them is given by knowledge, the inference is that everybody ought by all means to try and make himself as wise as he can. Yes, he said, and when a man thinks that he ought to obtain this treasure, far more than money, from a father or a guardian or a friend or a suitor, whether citizen or stranger, the eager desire and prayer to them that they would impart wisdom to you is not at all dishonourable, Cleinias, nor is anyone to be blamed for doing any honourable service or ministration to any man, whether a lover or not, if his aim is to get wisdom. Do you agree? I said. Yes, he said, I quite agree, and think that you are right. Yes, I said, Cleinias, if only wisdom can be taught, and does not come to a man spontaneously, for this is a point which has still to be considered, and is not yet agreed upon by you and me. But I think, Socrates, that wisdom can be taught, he said. Best of men, I said, I am delighted to hear you say so, and I am also grateful to you for having saved me from a long and tiresome investigation as to whether wisdom can be taught or not. But now, as you think that wisdom can be taught, and that wisdom only can make a man happy and fortunate, will you not acknowledge that all of us ought to love wisdom, and you individually will try to love her? Certainly, Socrates, he said, I will do my best. I was pleased at hearing this, and I turned to Dionysodorus and Euthydemus and said, That is an example, clumsy and tedious, I admit, of the sort of exhortations which I would have you give, and I hope that one of you will set forth what I have been saying in a more artistic style, or at least take up the inquiry where I left off, and proceed to show the youth whether he should have all knowledge, or whether there is one sort of knowledge only which will make him good and happy, and what that is. For, as I was saying at first, the improvement of this young man in virtue and wisdom is a matter which we have very much at heart. Thus I spoke, Crito, and was all attention to what was coming. I wanted to see how they would approach the question, and where they would start in their exhortation to the young man that he should practice wisdom and virtue. Dionysodorus, who was the elder, spoke first. Everybody's eyes were directed towards him, perceiving that something wonderful might shortly be expected. And certainly they were not far wrong, for the man Crito began a remarkable discourse, well worth hearing, and wonderfully persuasive, regarded as an exhortation to virtue. "Tell me," he said, "Socrates, and the rest of you who say that you want this young man to become wise, are you in jest or in real earnest?" I was led by this to imagine that they fancied us to have been jesting when we asked them to converse with the youth, and that this made them jest and play, and, being under this impression, I was the more decided in saying that we were in profound earnest. Dionysodorus said, "Reflect, Socrates. You may have to deny your words." "I have reflected," I said, "and I shall never deny my words." "Well," said he, "and so you say that you wish Cleinias to become wise?" "Undoubtedly." "And he is not wise as yet?" "At least his modesty will not allow him to say that he is." "You wish him," he said, "to become wise, and not to be ignorant?" "That we do." "You wish him to be what he is not, and no longer to be what he is?" I was thrown into consternation at this. Taking advantage of my consternation, he added, "You wish him no longer to be what he is, which can only mean that you wish him to perish. Pretty lovers and friends they must be who want their favourite not to be, or to perish." When Ctesippus heard this, he got very angry, as a lover well might, and said, "Stranger of Thurii, if politeness would allow me, I should say a plague on you! What can make you tell such a lie about me and the others, which I hardly like to repeat, as that I wish Cleinias to perish?" Euthydemus replied, "And do you think, Ctesippus, that it is possible to tell a lie?" "Yes," said Ctesippus, "I should be mad to say anything else." "And in telling a lie, do you tell the thing of which you speak, or not?" "You tell the thing of which you speak." "And he who tells that thing which he tells, and no other?" "Yes," said Ctesippus. "And that is a distinct thing, apart from other things?" "Certainly." "And he who says that thing says that which is?" "Yes." "And he who says that which is says the truth. And therefore Dionysodorus, if he says that which is, says the truth of you, and no lie." "Yes, Euthydemus," said Ctesippus, "but in saying this he says what is not." Euthydemus answered, "And that which is not is not." "True. And that which is not is nowhere?" "Nowhere. And can anyone do anything about that which has no existence, or do to Cleinias that which is not, and is nowhere?" "I think not," said Ctesippus. "Well, but do rhetoricians, when they speak in the assembly, do nothing?" "Nay," he said, "they do something." "And doing is making?" "Yes." "And speaking is doing and making?" He agreed. "Then no one says that which is not, for in saying what is not, he would be doing something, and you have already acknowledged that no one can do what is not, and therefore, upon your own showing, no one says what is false. But if Dionysodorus says anything, he says what is true and what is." "Yes, Euthydemus," said Ctesippus, "but he speaks of things in a certain way and manner, and not as they really are." "Why, Ctesippus," said Dionysodorus, "do you mean to say that anyone speaks of things as they are?" "Yes," he said, "all gentlemen and truth-speaking persons." "And are not good things good, and evil things evil?" He assented. "And you say that gentlemen speak of things as they are?" "Yes." "Then the good speak evil of evil things, if they speak of them as they are." "Yes, indeed," he said, "and they speak evil of evil men. And if I may give you a piece of advice, you had better take care that they do not speak evil of you, since I can tell you that the good speak evil of the evil." "And do they speak great things of the great?" rejoined Euthydemus, "and warm things of the warm?" "To be sure they do," said Ctesippus, and they speak coldly of the insipid and cold dialectician. "You're abusive, Ctesippus," said Dionysodorus. "You're abusive?" "Indeed I am not, Dionysodorus," he replied, "for I love you, and am giving you friendly advice, and if I could, would persuade you, not like a boor, to say in my presence that I desire my beloved, whom I value above all men, to perish." I saw that they were getting exasperated with one another, so I made a joke with him, and said, "Oh, Ctesippus, I think that we must allow the strangers to use language in their own way, and not quarrel with them about words, but be thankful for what they give us. If they know how to destroy men in such a way as to make good and sensible men out of bad and foolish ones, whether this is a discovery of their own, or whether they have learned from someone else this new sort of death and destruction which enables them to get rid of a bad man and turn him into a good one, if they know this, and they do know this, at any rate they said just now that this was the secret of their newly discovered art, let them, in their phraseology, destroy the youth and make him wise, and all of us with him. But if you young men do not like to trust yourselves with them, then fiat experimentum in corpore senis. I will be the carrion on whom they shall operate, and here I offer my old person to Dionysodorus. He may put me into the pot, like Medea the Colchian, kill me, boil me, if he will only make me good." Ctesippus said, "And I, Socrates, am ready to commit myself to the strangers. They may skin me alive, if they please, and I am pretty well skinned by them already, if only my skin is made at last, not like that of Marsyas, into a leathern bottle, but into a piece of virtue. And here is Dionysodorus fancying that I am angry with him, when really I am not angry at all. I do but contradict him when I think that he is speaking improperly to me. And you must not confound abuse and contradiction, O illustrious Dionysodorus, for they are quite different things." "Contradiction," said Dionysodorus. "Why, there never was such a thing." "Certainly there is," he replied. "There can be no question of that. Do you, Dionysodorus, maintain that there is not?" "You will never prove to me," he said, "that you have heard anyone contradicting anyone else." "Indeed," said Ctesippus, "then now you may hear me contradicting Dionysodorus." "Are you prepared to make that good?" "Certainly," he said. "Well, have not all things words expressive of them?" "Yes." "Of their existence or of their non-existence?" "Of their existence." "Yes, Ctesippus, and we have just now proved, as you may remember, that no man could affirm a negative, for no one could affirm that which is not." "And what does that signify?" said Ctesippus. "You and I may contradict all the same for that." "But can we contradict one another," said Dionysodorus, "when both of us are describing the same thing? Then we must surely be speaking the same thing." He assented. "Or when neither of us is speaking of the same thing, for then neither of us says a word about the thing at all." He granted that proposition also. "But when I describe something and you describe another thing, or I say something and you say nothing, is there any contradiction? How can he who speaks contradict him who speaks not?" Here Ctesippus was silent, and I, in my astonishment, said, "What do you mean, Dionysodorus? I have often heard, and have been amazed to hear, this thesis of yours, which is maintained and employed by the disciples of Protagoras and others before them, and which to me appears to be quite wonderful, and suicidal as well as destructive, and I think that I am most likely to hear the truth about it from you. The dictum is that there is no such thing as falsehood. A man must either say what is true or say nothing. Is not that your position?" He assented. "But if he cannot speak falsely, may he not think falsely?" "No, he cannot," he said. "Then there is no such thing as false opinion?" "No," he said. "Then there is no such thing as ignorance, or men who are ignorant, for is not ignorance, if there be such a thing, a mistake of fact?" "Certainly," he said. "And that is impossible?" "Impossible," he replied. "Are you saying this as a paradox, Dionysodorus, or do you seriously maintain no man to be ignorant?" "Refute me," he said. "But how can I refute you, if, as you say, to tell a falsehood is impossible?" "Very true," said Euthydemus. "Neither did I tell you just now to refute me," said Dionysodorus, for how can I tell you to do that which is not? O Euthydemus, I said, I have but a dull conception of these subtleties and excellent devices of wisdom. I am afraid that I hardly understand them, and you must forgive me, therefore, if I ask a very stupid question. If there be no falsehood, or false opinion, or ignorance, there can be no such thing as erroneous action, for a man cannot fail of acting as he is acting. That is what you mean? Yes, he replied. And now, I said, I will ask my stupid question. If there is no such thing as error in deed, word, or thought, then what, in the name of goodness, do you come hither to teach? And were you not just now saying that you could teach virtue best of all men to anyone who was willing to learn? And are you such an old fool, Socrates, rejoined Dionysodorus, that you bring up now what I said at first? And if I had said anything last year, I suppose that you would bring that up too, but are nonplussed at the words which I have just uttered? Why, I said, they are not easy to answer, for they are the words of wise men. And indeed I know not what to make of this word nonplussed, which you used last. What do you mean by it, Dionysodorus? You must mean that I cannot refute your argument. Tell me if the words have any other sense. No, he replied, they mean what you say. And now answer. What, before you, Dionysodorus? I said. Answer, said he. And is that fair? Yes, quite fair, he said. Upon what principle? I said. I can only suppose that you are a very wise man who comes to us in the character of a great logician, and who knows when to answer and when not to answer. And now you will not open your mouth at all, because you know that you ought not. You prate, he said, instead of answering. But if, my good sir, you admit that I am wise, answer as I tell you. I suppose that I must obey, for you are master. Put the question. Are the things which have sense alive or lifeless? They are alive. And do you know of any word which is alive? I cannot say that I do. Then why did you ask me what sense my words had? Why, because I was stupid and made a mistake. And yet, perhaps I was right after all in saying that words have a sense. What do you say, wise man? If I was not in error, even you will not refute me, and all your wisdom will be nonplussed. But if I did fall into error, then again you are wrong in saying that there is no error. And this remark was made by you not quite a year ago. I am inclined to think, however, Dionysodorus and Euthydemus, that this argument lies where it was, and is not very likely to advance. Even your skill in the subtleties of logic, which is really amazing, has not found out the way of throwing another and not falling yourself, now any more than of old. Ctesippus said, Men of Chios, Thurii, or however and whatever you call yourselves, I wonder at you, for you seem to have no objection to talking nonsense. Fearing that there would be high words, I again endeavoured to soothe Ctesippus, and said to him, To you, Ctesippus, I must repeat what I said before to Cleinias, that you do not understand the ways of these philosophers from abroad. They are not serious, but, like the Egyptian wizard Proteus, they take different forms and deceive us by their enchantments, and let us, like Menelaus, refuse to let them go until they show themselves to us in earnest. When they begin to be in earnest, their full beauty will appear. Let us then beg and entreat and beseech them to shine forth. And I think I had better once more exhibit the form in which I pray to behold them. It might be a guide to them. I will go on, therefore, where I left off as well as I can, in the hope that I may touch their hearts and move them to pity, and that when they see me deeply serious and interested, they also may be serious. You, Cleinias, I said, shall remind me at what point we left off. Did we not agree that philosophy should be studied, and was not that our conclusion? Yes, he replied. And philosophy is the acquisition of knowledge? Yes, he said. And what knowledge ought we to acquire? May we not answer with absolute truth, a knowledge which will do us good? Certainly, he said. And should we be any the better if we went about having a knowledge of the places where most gold was hidden in the earth? Perhaps we should, he said. But have we not already proved, I said, that we should be none the better off, even if, without trouble and digging, all the gold which there is in the earth were ours? And if we knew how to convert stones into gold, the knowledge would be of no value to us, unless we also knew how to use the gold. Do you not remember? I said. I quite remember, he said. Nor would any other knowledge, whether of money-making, or of medicine, or of any other art which knows only how to make a thing and not to use it when made, be of any good to us. Am I not right? He agreed. And if there were a knowledge which was able to make men immortal, without giving them the knowledge of the way to use the immortality, neither would there be any use in that, if we may argue from the analogy of the previous instances. To all this he agreed. Then, my dear boy, I said, the knowledge which we want is one that uses as well as makes? True, he said. And our desire is not to be skilful lyre-makers or artists of that sort, far otherwise. For with them the art which makes is one, and the art which uses is another. Although they have to do with the same, they are divided. For the art which makes and the art which plays on the lyre differ widely from one another. Am I not right? He agreed. And clearly we do not want the art of the flute-maker. This is only another of the same sort. He assented. But suppose, I said, that we were to learn the art of making speeches. Would that be the art which would make us happy? I should say no, rejoined Cleinias. And why should you say so? I asked. I see, he replied, that there are some composers of speeches who do not know how to use the speeches which they make, just as the makers of lyres do not know how to use the lyres, and also some who are of themselves unable to compose speeches, but are able to use the speeches which the others make for them. And this proves that the art of making speeches is not the same as the art of using them. Yes, I said, and I take your words to be a sufficient proof that the art of making speeches is not one which will make a man happy. And yet I did think that the art which we have so long been seeking might be discovered in that direction. For the composers of speeches, whenever I meet them, always appear to me to be very extraordinary men, Cleinias, and their art is lofty and divine, and no wonder, for their art is a part of the great art of enchantment, and hardly, if at all, inferior to it. And whereas the art of the enchanter is a mode of charming snakes and spiders and scorpions and other monsters and pests, this art of theirs acts upon dicasts and ecclesiasts and bodies of men for the charming and pacifying of them. Do you agree with me? Yes, he said, I think that you are quite right. Whither then shall we go, I said, and to what art shall we have recourse? I do not see my way, he said. But I think that I do, I replied. And what is your notion? Asked Cleinias. I think that the art of the general is above all others the one of which the possession is most likely to make a man happy. I do not think so, he said. Why not? I said. The art of the general is surely an art of hunting mankind. What of that? I said. Why, he said, no art of hunting extends beyond hunting and capturing, and when the prey is taken, the huntsman or fisherman cannot use it, but they hand it over to the cook, and the geometricians and astronomers and calculators, who all belong to the hunting class, for they do not make their diagrams, but only find out that which was previously contained in them, they, I say, not being able to use, but only to catch their prey, hand over their inventions to the dialectician to be applied by him, if they have any sense in them. Good, I said, fairest and wisest Cleinias. And is this true? Certainly, he said, just as a general who takes a city or a camp hands over his new acquisition to the statesman, for he does not know how to use them himself, or as the quail-taker transfers the quails to the keeper of them. If we are looking for the art which is to make us blessed, and which is able to use that which it makes or takes, the art of the general is not the one, and some other must be found.
And do you mean, Socrates, that the youngster said all this?
Are you incredulous, Crito?
Indeed I am. For if he did say so, then in my opinion he needs neither Euthydemus or anyone else to be his instructor.
Perhaps I may have forgotten, and Ctesippus was the real answerer.
Ctesippus? Nonsense.
All I know is that I heard these words, and that they were not spoken either by Euthydemus or Dionysodorus. I dare say, my good Crito, that they may have been spoken by some superior person. That I heard them, I am certain.
Yes, indeed, Socrates. By someone a good deal superior, as I should be disposed to think. But did you carry the search any further? And did you find the art which you were seeking?
Find, my dear sir, no indeed. And we cut a poor figure. We were like children after larks, always on the point of catching the art, which was always getting away from us. But why should I repeat the whole story? At last we came to the kingly art, and inquired whether that gave and caused happiness. And then we got into a labyrinth, and when we thought we were at the end, came out again at the beginning, having still to seek as much as ever.
How did that happen, Socrates?
I will tell you. The kingly art was identified by us with the political.
Well, and what came of that?
To this royal or political art, all the arts, including the art of the general, seemed to render up the supremacy, that being the only one which knew how to use what they produce. Here, obviously, was the very art which we were seeking, the art which is the source of good government, and which may be described, in the language of Aeschylus, as alone sitting at the helm of the vessel of state, piloting and governing all things, and utilizing them.
And were you not right, Socrates?
You shall judge, Crito, if you are willing to hear what followed, for we resumed the inquiry, and a question of this sort was asked. Does the kingly art, having this supreme authority, do anything for us? To be sure, was the answer. And would not you, Crito, say the same?
Yes, I should.
And what would you say that the kingly art does? If medicine were supposed to have supreme authority over the subordinate arts, and I were to ask you a similar question about that, you would say it produces health.
I should.
And what of your own art of husbandry? Supposing that to have supreme authority over the subject arts, what does that do? Does it not supply us with the fruits of the earth?
Yes.
And what does the kingly art do when invested with supreme power? Perhaps you may not be ready with an answer.
Indeed, I am not, Socrates.
No more were we, Crito. But at any rate you know that if this is the art which we were seeking, it ought to be useful.
Certainly.
And surely it ought to do us some good.
Oh, certainly, Socrates.
And Cleinias and I had arrived at the conclusion that knowledge of some kind is the only good.
Yes, that was what you were saying.
All the other results of politics, and there are many, as for example wealth, freedom, tranquillity, were neither good nor evil in themselves. But the political science ought to make us wise and impart knowledge to us, if that is the science which is likely to do us good and make us happy.
Yes, that was the conclusion at which you had arrived, according to your report of the conversation.
And does the kingly art make men wise and good?
Why not, Socrates?
What, all men, and in every respect, and teach them all the arts, carpenting and cobbling and the rest of them?
I think not, Socrates.
But then what is this knowledge, and what are we to do with it? For it is not the source of any works which are neither good nor evil, and gives no knowledge, but the knowledge of itself. What, then, can it be, and what are we to do with it? Shall we say, Crito, that it is the knowledge by which we are to make other men good?
By all means.
And in what will they be good and useful? Shall we repeat that they will make others good, and that these others will make others again, without ever determining in what they are to be good? For we have put aside the results of politics, as they are called. This is the old song over again, and we are just as far as ever, if not farther, from the knowledge of the art or science of happiness.
Indeed, Socrates, you do appear to have got into a great perplexity.
Thereupon, Crito, seeing that I was on the point of shipwreck, I lifted up my voice and earnestly entreated and called upon the strangers to save me and the youth from the whirlpool of the argument. They were our Castor and Pollux, I said, and they should be serious and show us in sober earnest what that knowledge was which would enable us to pass the rest of our lives in happiness.
And did Euthydemus show you this knowledge?
Yes, indeed. He proceeded in a lofty strain to the following effect. "Would you rather, Socrates," said he, "that I should show you this knowledge about which you have been doubting, or shall I prove that you already have it?" "What?" I said. "Are you blessed with such a power as this?" "Indeed I am." "Then I would much rather that you should prove me to have such a knowledge. At my time of life that will be more agreeable than having to learn." "Then tell me," he said, "do you know anything?" "Yes," I said, "I know many things, but not anything of much importance." "That will do," he said. "And would you admit that anything is what it is, and at the same time is not what it is?" "Certainly not." "And did you not say that you knew something?" "I did." "If you know, you are knowing." "Certainly, of the knowledge which I have." "That makes no difference. And must you not, if you are knowing, know all things?" "Certainly not," I said, "for there are many things which I do not know." "And if you do not know, you are not knowing." "Yes, friend, of that which I do not know." "Still, you are not knowing, and you said just now that you were knowing, and therefore you are and are not at the same time, and in reference to the same things." "A pretty clatter, as men say, Euthydemus, this of yours. And will you explain how I possess that knowledge of which we were seeking? Do you mean to say that the same thing cannot be and also not be, and therefore, since I know one thing, that I know all, for I cannot be knowing and not knowing at the same time, and if I know all things, then I must have the knowledge for which we are seeking? May I assume this to be your ingenious notion?" "Out of your own mouth, Socrates, you are convicted," he said. "Well, but, Euthydemus," I said, "has that never happened to you? For if I am only in the same case with you and our beloved Dionysodorus, I cannot complain. Tell me then, you two, do you not know some things and not know others?" "Certainly not, Socrates," said Dionysodorus. "What do you mean?" I said. "Do you know nothing?" "Nay," he replied, "we do know something." "Then," I said, "you know all things, if you know anything." "Yes, all things," he said, "and that is as true of you as of us." "Oh, indeed," I said. "What a wonderful thing, and what a great blessing! And do all other men know all things, or nothing?" "Certainly," he replied. "They cannot know some things, and not know others, and be at the same time knowing and not knowing." "Then what is the inference?" I said. "They all know all things," he replied, "if they know one thing." "Oh, heavens, Dionysodorus," I said, "I see now that you're in earnest. Hardly have I got you to that point. And you really and truly know all things, including carpentering and leather-cutting?" "Certainly," he said. "And you know stitching?" "Yes, by the gods we do, and cobbling too." "And do you know things such as the numbers of the stars and of the sand?" "Certainly. Did you think we should say no to that?" "By Zeus," said Ctesippus, interrupting, "I only wish that you'd give me some proof which would enable me to know whether you speak truly." "What proof shall I give you?" he said. "Will you tell me how many teeth Euthydemus has, and Euthydemus shall tell how many teeth you have?" "Will you not take our word that we know all things?" "Certainly not," said Ctesippus. "You must further tell us this one thing, and then we shall know that you speak the truth. If you tell us the number, and we count them, and you are found to be right, we will believe the rest." They fancied that Ctesippus was making game of them, and they refused, and they would only say in answer to each of his questions that they knew all things. For at last Ctesippus began to throw off all restraint. No question, in fact, was too bad for him. He would ask them if they knew the foulest things, and they, like wild boars, came rushing on his blows, and fearlessly replied that they did. At last, Crito, I too was carried away by my incredulity, and asked Euthydemus whether Dionysodorus could dance. "Certainly," he replied. "And can he vault among swords and turn upon a wheel at his age? Has he got to such a height of skill as that?" "He can do anything," he said. "And did you always know this?" "Always," he said. "When you were children, and at your birth?" They both said that they did. This we could not believe, and Euthydemus said, You're incredulous, Socrates. Yes, I said, and I might well be incredulous if I did not know you to be wise men. But if you'll answer, he said, I will make you confess to similar marvels. Well, I said, there is nothing that I should like better than to be self-convicted of this. For if I am really a wise man, which I never knew before, and you will prove to me that I know and have always known all things, nothing in life would be a greater gain to me. Answer, then, he said. Ask, I said, and I will answer. Do you know something, Socrates, or nothing? Something, I said. And do you know with what you know, or with something else? With what I know. And I suppose that you mean with my soul? Are you not ashamed, Socrates, of asking a question when you are asked one? Well, I said, but then what am I to do? For I will do whatever you bid. When I do not know what you are asking, you tell me to answer nevertheless, and not to ask again. Why, you surely have some notion of my meaning, he said. Yes, I replied. Well, then, answer according to your notion of my meaning. Yes, I said, but if the question which you ask in one sense is understood, and answered by me in another, will that please you, if I answer what is not to the point? That will please me very well, but will not please you equally well, as I imagine. I certainly will not answer unless I understand you, I said. You will not answer, he said, according to your view of the meaning, because you will be prating and are an ancient. Now I saw that he was getting angry with me for drawing distinctions when he wanted to catch me in his springes of words, and I remember that Conus was always angry with me when I opposed him, and then he neglected me because he thought that I was stupid. And as I was intending to go to Euthydemus as a pupil, I reflected that I'd better let him have his way, as he might think me a blockhead and refuse to take me. So I said, You are a far better dialectician than myself, Euthydemus, for I have never made a profession of the art, and therefore do as you say. Ask your questions once more, and I will answer. Answer, then, he said, again, whether you know what you know with something or with nothing. Yes, I said, I know with my soul. The man will answer more than the question, for I did not ask you, he said, with what you know, but whether you know with something. Again I replied, through ignorance I've answered too much, but I hope that you will forgive me, and now I will answer simply that I always know what I know with something. And is that something, he rejoined, always the same, or sometimes one thing and sometimes another thing? Always, I replied, when I know with this. Will you not cease adding to your answers? My fear is that this word always may get us into trouble. You, perhaps, but certainly not us. And now answer, do you always know with this? Always, since I am required to withdraw the words when I know. You always know with this, or always knowing, do you know some things with this and some things with something else, or do you know all things with this? All that I know, I replied, I know with this. There again, Socrates, he said, the addition is superfluous. Well, then, I said, I'll take away the words, that I know. Nay, take nothing away, I desire no favours of you, but let me ask, would you be able to know all things if you did not know all things? Quite impossible. And now, he said, you may add on whatever you like, for you confess that you know all things. I suppose that is true, I said, if my qualification implied in the words, that I know, is not allowed to stand. And so I do know all things. And have you not admitted that you always know all things with that which you know, whether you make the addition of when you know them or not? For you have acknowledged that you have always and at once known all things, that is to say, when you were a child, and at your birth, and when you are growing up, and before you were born, and before the heaven and earth existed, you knew all things, if you always know them, and I swear that you shall always continue to know all things, if I am of the mind to make you. But I hope that you will be of that mind, Reverend Euthydemus, I said, if you are really speaking the truth. and yet I a little doubt your power to make good your words, unless you have the help of your brother Dionysodorus. Then you may do it. Tell me now, both of you, for although in the main I cannot doubt that I really do know all things, when I am told so by men of your prodigious wisdom, how can I say that I know such things, Euthydemus, as that the good are unjust? Come, do I know that or not?
Certainly you know that.
What do I know?
That the good are not unjust.
Quite true, I said, and that I have always known, but the question is, where did I learn that the good are unjust?
Nowhere, said Dionysodorus.
Then I said, I do not know this.
You are ruining the argument, said Euthydemus to Dionysodorus. He will be proved not to know, and then, after all, he will be knowing and not knowing at the same time.
Dionysodorus blushed. I turned to the other and said, What do you think, Euthydemus? Does not your omniscient brother appear to you to have made a mistake?
What, replied Dionysodorus in a moment, am I the brother of Euthydemus?
Thereupon I said, Please do not interrupt, my good friend, or prevent Euthydemus from proving to me that I know the good to be unjust. Such a lesson you might at least allow me to learn.
You are running away, Socrates, said Dionysodorus, and refusing to answer.
No wonder, I said, I am not a match for one of you, and a fortiori I must run away from two. I am no Heracles, and even Heracles could not fight against the Hydra, who was a she-sophist, and had the wit to shoot up many new heads when one of them was cut off, especially when he saw a second monster of a sea-crab, who was also a sophist, and appeared to have newly arrived from a sea voyage, bearing down upon him from the left, opening his mouth and biting. When the monster was growing troublesome, he called Iolaus, his nephew, to his help, who ably succoured him. But if my Iolaus, who is my brother Patrocles, the statuary, were to come, he would only make a bad business worse.
And now that you have delivered yourself of this strain, said Dionysodorus, will you inform me whether Iolaus was the nephew of Heracles any more than he is yours?
I suppose that I had best answer you, Dionysodorus, I said, for you will insist on asking, that I pretty well know, out of envy, in order to prevent me from learning the wisdom of Euthydemus.
Then answer me, he said.
Well, then, I said, I can only reply that Iolaus was not my nephew at all, but the nephew of Heracles, and his father was not my brother Patrocles, but Iphicles, who was a name rather like his, and was the brother of Heracles.
And is Patrocles, he said, your brother?
Yes, I said, he is my half-brother, the son of my mother, but not of my father.
Then he is, and is not, your brother.
Not by the same father, my good man, I said, for Chaeredemus was his father, and mine was Sophroniscus.
And was Sophroniscus a father, and Chaeredemus also?
Yes, I said, the former was my father, and the latter his.
Then, he said, Chaeredemus is not a father.
He is not my father, I said.
But can a father be other than a father? Or are you the same as a stone?
I certainly do not think that I am a stone, I said, though I am afraid that you may prove me to be one.
Are you not other than a stone?
I am.
And being other than a stone, you are not a stone. And being other than gold, you are not gold?
Very true.
And so Chaeredemus, he said, being other than a father, is not a father.
I suppose he is not a father, I replied.
For if, said Euthydemus, taking up the argument, Chaeredemus is a father, then Sophroniscus, being other than a father, is not a father, and you, Socrates, are without a father.
Ctesippus, here taking up the argument, said, And is not your father in the same case, for he is other than my father?
Assuredly not, said Euthydemus.
Then he is the same?
He is the same.
I cannot say that I like the connection. But is he only my father, Euthydemus, or is he the father of all other men?
Of all other men, he replied.
Do you suppose the same person to be a father and not a father? Certainly I did so imagine, said Ctesippus.
And you suppose that gold is not gold, or that a man is not a man? "They are not in pari materia, Euthydemus," said Ctesippus, "and you had better take care, for it is monstrous to suppose that your father is the father of all." "But he is," he replied. "What, of men only?" said Ctesippus, "or of horses, and of all other animals?" "Of all," he said. "And your mother, too, is the mother of all?" "Yes, our mother, too." "Yes, and your mother has a progeny of sea urchins, then?" "Yes, and yours," he said. "And gudgeons, and puppies, and pigs are your brothers?" "And yours, too." "And your papa is a dog?" "And so is yours," he said. "If you will answer my questions," said Dionysodorus, "I will soon extract the same admissions from you, Ctesippus. You say that you have a dog." "Yes, a villain of a one," said Ctesippus. "And he has puppies?" "Yes, and they are very like himself." "And the dog is the father of them?" "Yes," he said, "I certainly saw him and the mother of the puppies come together." "And is he not yours?" "To be sure he is." "Then he is a father, and he is yours. Ergo, he is your father, and the puppies are your brothers." "Let me ask you one little question more," said Dionysodorus, quickly interposing, in order that Ctesippus might not get in his word. "You beat this dog?" Ctesippus said, laughing. "Indeed I do, and I only wish that I could beat you instead of him." "Then you beat your father," he said. "I should have far more reason to beat yours," said Ctesippus. "What could he have been thinking of when he begat such wise sons? Much good has this father of you and your brethren the puppies got out of this wisdom of yours." "But neither he nor you, Ctesippus, have any need of much good." "And have you no need, Euthydemus?" he said. "Neither I nor any other man. For tell me now, Ctesippus, if you think it good or evil for a man who is sick to drink medicine when he wants it, or to go to war armed rather than unarmed?" "Good, I say, and yet I know that I am going to be caught in one of your charming puzzles." "That," he replied, "you will discover if you answer. Since you admit medicine to be good for a man to drink when wanted, must it not be good for him to drink as much as possible? When he takes his medicine, a cartload of hellebore will not be too much for him?" Ctesippus said, "Quite so, Euthydemus. That is to say, if he who drinks is as big as the statue of Delphi." "And seeing that in war to have arms is a good thing, he ought to have as many spears and shields as possible?" "Very true," said Ctesippus. "And do you think, Euthydemus, that he ought to have one shield only and one spear?" "I do." "And you would arm Geryon and Briareus in that way? Considering that you and your companion fight in armour, I thought that you would have known better." Here Euthydemus held his peace, but Dionysodorus returned to the previous answer of Ctesippus and said, "Do you not think that the possession of gold is a good thing?" "Yes," said Ctesippus, "and the more the better." "And to have money everywhere and always is a good?" "Certainly a great good," he said. "And you admit gold to be a good?" "Certainly," he replied. "And ought not a man, then, to have gold everywhere and always, and as much as possible in himself? And may he not be deemed the happiest of men who has 3 talents of gold in his belly, and a talent in his pate, and a stater of gold in either eye?" "Yes, Euthydemus," said Ctesippus, "and the Scythians reckon those who have gold in their own skulls to be the happiest and bravest of men. That is only another instance of your manner of speaking about the dog and father. And what is still more extraordinary, they drink out of their own skulls, gilt, and see the inside of them, and hold their own head in their hands." "And do the Scythians and others see that which has the quality of vision, or that which has not?" said Euthydemus. "That which has the quality of vision, clearly." "And you also see that which has the quality of vision?" he said. "Of ambiguous propositions the following are instances. I hope that you the enemy may slay. Whom one knows, he knows. Either the person knowing or the person known is here affirmed to know. What one sees, that one sees. One sees a pillar, ergo that one pillar sees. What you are holding, that you are. You are holding a stone, ergo a stone you are, is a speaking of the silent possible. The silent denotes either the speaker or the subject of speech. There are three kinds of ambiguity of term or proposition. The first is when there is an equal linguistic propriety in several interpretations. The second, when one is improper but customary. The third, when the ambiguity arises in the combination of elements that are in themselves unambiguous, as in knowing letters. Knowing and letters are perhaps separately unambiguous, but in combination may imply either that the letters are known or that they themselves have knowledge. Such are the modes in which propositions and terms may be ambiguous. Yes, I do. Then do you see our garments? Yes. Then our garments have the quality of vision. They can see to any extent, said Ctesippus. What can they see? Nothing, but you, my sweet man, may perhaps imagine that they do not see, and certainly, Euthydemus, you do not seem to me to have been caught napping when you are not asleep, and that if it be possible to speak and say nothing, you are doing so. And may there not be a silence of the speaker? Said Dionysodorus. Impossible, said Ctesippus. Or a speaking of the silent? That is still more impossible, he said. But when you speak of stones, wood, iron bars, do you not speak of the silent? Not when I pass a smithy, for then the iron bars make a tremendous noise and outcry if they are touched, so that here your wisdom is strangely mistaken. Please, however, to tell me how you can be silent when speaking. I thought that Ctesippus was put upon his mettle because Cleinias was present. When you are silent, said Euthydemus, is there not a silence of all things? Yes, he said, but if speaking things are included in all things, then the speaking are silent. What? Said Ctesippus. Then all things are not silent. Certainly not, said Euthydemus. Then, my good friend, do they all speak? Yes, those which speak. Nay, said Ctesippus, but the question which I ask is whether all things are silent or speak. Neither and both, said Dionysodorus, quickly interposing. I am sure that you will be nonplussed at that answer. Here Ctesippus, as his manner was, burst into a roar of laughter. He said, That brother of yours, Euthydemus, has got into a dilemma. All is over with him. This delighted Cleinias, whose laughter made Ctesippus 10 times as uproarious, but I cannot help thinking that the rogue must have picked up this answer from them, for there has been no wisdom like theirs in our time. Why do you laugh, Cleinias, I said, at such solemn and beautiful things? Why, Socrates, said Dionysodorus, did you ever see a beautiful thing? Yes, Dionysodorus, I replied, I have seen many. Were they other than the beautiful, or the same as the beautiful? Now, I was in a great quandary at having to answer this question, and I thought that I was rightly served for having opened my mouth at all. I said, however, they are not the same as absolute beauty, but they have beauty present with each of them. And are you an ox because an ox is present with you? Or are you Dionysodorus because Dionysodorus is present with you? God forbid, I replied. But how, he said, by reason of one thing being present with another, will one thing be another? Is that your difficulty? I said, for I was beginning to imitate their skill, on which my heart was set. Of course, he replied, I and all the world are in a difficulty about the non-existent. What do you mean, Dionysodorus? I said. Is not the honourable honourable, and the base base? That, he said, is as I please. And do you please? Yes, he said, and you will admit that the same is the same, and the other, for surely the other is not the same. I should imagine that even a child will hardly deny the other to be the other. But I think, Dionysodorus, that you must have intentionally missed the last question, for in general you and your brother seem to me to be good workmen in your own department, and to do the dialectician's business excellently well. What, said he, is the business of a good workman? Tell me, in the first place, whose business is hammering? The smith's. And whose the making of pots? The potter's. And who has to kill and skin and mince and boil and roast? The cook, I said. And if a man does his business, he does rightly? Certainly. And the business of the cook is to cut up and skin, you have admitted that? Yes, I have admitted that, but you must not be too hard upon me. Then, if someone were to kill, mince, boil, roast the cook, he would do his business, and if he were to hammer the smith and make a pot of the potter, he would do their business. Poseidon, I said, this is the crown of wisdom. Can I ever hope to have such wisdom of my own? And would you be able, Socrates, to recognize this wisdom when it has become your own? Certainly, I said, if you will allow me. What? He said. Do you think that you know what is your own? Yes, I do, subject to your correction, for you are the bottom, and Euthydemus is the top of all my wisdom. Is not that which you would deem your own, he said, that which you have in your own power, and which you are able to use as you would desire? For an example, an ox or a sheep. Would you not think that which you could sell and give and sacrifice to any god whom you pleased to be your own, and that which you would not give or sell or sacrifice, you would think not to be in your own power? Yes, I said, for I was certain that something good would come out of the questions, which I was impatient to hear. Yes, such things and such things only are mine. Yes, he said, and you would mean by animals, living beings? Yes, I said. You agree, then, that those animals only are yours with which you have the power to do all these things which I was just naming? I agree. Then, after a pause, in which he seemed to be lost in the contemplation of something great, he said, Tell me, Socrates, have you an ancestral Zeus? Here, anticipating the final move, like a person caught in a net who gives a desperate twist that he may get away, I said, No, Dionysodorus, I have not. What a miserable man you must be, then, he said. You are not an Athenian at all if you have no ancestral gods or temples or any other mark of gentility. Nay, Dionysodorus, I said, do not be rough. Good words, if you please. In the way of religion, I have altars and temples, domestic and ancestral, and all that other Athenians have. And have not other Athenians, he said, an ancestral Zeus? That name, I said, is not to be found among the Ionians, whether colonists or citizens of Athens. An ancestral Apollo there is, who is the father of Aeon, and a family Zeus, and a Zeus guardian of the phratry, and an Athene guardian of the phratry, but the name of ancestral Zeus is unknown to us. No matter, said Dionysodorus, for you admit that you have Apollo, Zeus, and Athene. Certainly, I said. And they are your gods? He said. Yes, I said, my lords and ancestors. At any rate, they are yours, he said. Did you not admit that? I did, I said. What is going to happen to me? And are not these gods animals? For you admit that all things which have life are animals, and have not these gods life? They have life, I said. And are they not animals? They are animals, I said, and you admitted that of animals those are yours which you could give away or sell or offer in sacrifice as you pleased. I did admit that, Euthydemus, and I have no way of escape. Well then, said he, if you admit that Zeus and the other gods are yours, can you sell them or give them away, or do what you will with them as you would with other animals? At this I was quite struck dumb, Crito, and lay prostrate. Ctesippus came to the rescue. Bravo, Heracles! Brave words, said he. Bravo, Heracles? Or is Heracles a bravo? Said Dionysodorus. Poseidon, said Ctesippus. What awful distinctions! I'll have no more of them. The pair are invincible. Then, my dear Crito, there was universal applause of the speakers and their words, and with what laughing and clapping of hands and rejoicings the two men were quite overpowered. For hitherto their partisans only had cheered at each successive hit, but now the whole company shouted with delight until the columns of the Lyceum returned the sound, seeming to sympathize in their joy. To such a pitch was I affected myself that I made a speech, in which I acknowledged that I had never seen the like of their wisdom. I was their devoted servant, and fell to praising and admiring of them. What marvellous dexterity of wit, I said, enabled you to acquire this great perfection in such a short time. There is much indeed to admire in your words, Euthydemus and Dionysodorus, but there is nothing that I admire more than your magnanimous disregard of any opinion, whether of the many or of the grave and reverend signors. You regard only those who are like yourself, and I do verily believe that there are few who are like you, and who would approve of such arguments. The majority of mankind are so ignorant of their value that they would be more ashamed of employing them in the refutation of others than of being refuted by them. I must further express my approval of your kind and public-spirited denial of all differences, whether of good and evil, white or black, or any other, the result of which is that, as you say, every mouth is sewn up, not excepting your own, which graciously follows the example of others, and thus all ground of offence is taken away. But what appears to me to be more than all is that this art and invention of yours has been so admirably contrived by you that in a very short time it can be imparted to anyone. I observed that Ctesippus learned to imitate you in no time. Now, this quickness of attainment is an excellent thing, but at the same time I would advise you not to have any more public entertainments. There is a danger that men may undervalue an art which they have so easy an opportunity of acquiring. The exhibition would be best of all if the discussion were confined to your two selves. But if there must be an audience, let him only be present who is willing to pay a handsome fee. You should be careful of this, and if you are wise, you will also bid your disciples discourse with no man but you and themselves. For only what is rare is valuable, and water, which, as Pindar says, is the best of all things, is also the cheapest. And now I have only to request that you will receive Clinias and me among your pupils. Such was the discussion, Crito, and after a few more words had passed between us, we went away. I hope that you will come to them with me, since they say that they are able to teach anyone who will give them money. No age or want of capacity is an impediment. And I must repeat one thing which they said, for your especial benefit, that the learning of their art did not at all interfere with the business of money-making.
Truly, Socrates, though I am curious and ready to learn, yet I fear that I am not like-minded with Euthydemus, but one of the other sort, who, as you were saying, would rather be refuted by such arguments than use them in refutation of others. And though I may appear ridiculous in venturing to advise you, I think that you may as well hear what was said to me by a man of very considerable pretensions. He was a professor of legal oratory, who came away from you while I was walking up and down. "Crito," said he to me, "are you giving no attention to these wise men?" "No, indeed," I said to him. "I could not get within hearing of them. There was such a crowd." "You would have heard something worth hearing if you had." "What was that?" I said. "You would have heard the greatest masters of the art of rhetoric discoursing." "And what did you think of them?" I said. "What did I think of them?" he said. "Theirs was the sort of discourse which anybody might hear from men who were playing the fool, and making much ado about nothing." That was the expression which he used. "Surely," I said, "philosophy is a charming thing." "Charming?" he said. "What simplicity! Philosophy is naught, and I think that if you had been present you would have been ashamed of your friend. His conduct was so very strange in placing himself at the mercy of men who care not what they say, and fasten upon every word. And these, as I was telling you, are supposed to be the most eminent professors of their time. But the truth is, Crito, that the study itself and the men themselves are utterly mean and ridiculous. Now, censure of the pursuit, Socrates, whether coming from him or from others, appears to me to be undeserved. But as to the impropriety of holding a public discussion with such men, there I confess that, in my opinion, he was in the right."
"Oh, Crito, they are marvellous men. But what was I going to say? First of all, let me know,
What manner of man was he who came up to you and censured philosophy? Was he an orator who himself practises in the courts, or an instructor of orators who makes the speeches with which they do battle?
He was certainly not an orator, and I doubt whether he had ever been into court. But they say that he knows the business, and is a clever man, and composes wonderful speeches.
Now I understand, Crito. He is one of an amphibious class whom I was on the point of mentioning, one of those whom Protagoras describes as on the border ground between philosophers and statesmen. They think that they are the wisest of all men, and that they are generally esteemed the wisest. Nothing but the rivalry of the philosophers stands in their way, and they are of the opinion that if they can prove the philosophers to be good for nothing, no one will dispute their title to the palm of wisdom, for that they are themselves really the wisest, although they are apt to be mauled by Euthydemus and his friends when they get hold of them in conversation. This opinion which they entertain of their own wisdom is very natural, for they have a certain amount of philosophy and a certain amount of political wisdom. There is reason in what they say, for they argue that they have just enough of both, and so they keep out of the way of all risks and conflicts, and reap the fruits of their wisdom.
What do you say of them, Socrates? There is certainly something specious in that notion of theirs.
Yes, Crito, there is more speciousness than truth. They cannot be made to understand the nature of intermediates. For all persons or things which are intermediate between two other things, and participate in both of them, if one of these two things is good, and the other evil, are better than the one and worse than the other. But if they are in a mean between two good things, which do not tend to the same end, they fall short of either of their component elements in the attainment of their ends. Only in the case when the two compound elements which do not tend to the same end are evil is the participant better than either. Now, if philosophy and political action are both good, but tend to different ends, and they participate in both, and are in a mean between them, then they are talking nonsense, for they are worse than either. Or, if the one be good and the other evil, they are better than the one and worse than the other, only on the supposition that they are both evil, could there be any truth in what they say. I do not think that they will admit that their two pursuits are either wholly or partly evil, but the truth is that these philosopher-politicians who aim at both fall short of both in the attainment of their respective ends, and are really third, although they would like to stand first. There is no need, however, to be angry at this ambition of theirs, which may be forgiven, for every man ought to be loved who says and manfully pursues and works out anything which is at all like wisdom. At the same time, we shall do well to see them as they really are.
I have often told you, Socrates, that I am in a constant difficulty about my two sons. What am I to do with them? There is no hurry about the younger one, who is only a child, but the other, Critobulus, is getting on, and needs someone who will improve him. I cannot help thinking, when I hear you talk, that there is a sort of madness in many of our anxieties about our children. In the first place, about marrying a wife of good family to be the mother of them, and then about heaping up money for them, and yet taking no care about their education. But then again, when I contemplate any of those who pretend to educate others, I am amazed. To me, if I am to confess the truth, they all seem to be such outrageous beings, so that I do not know how I can advise the youth to study philosophy.
Dear Crito, do you not know that in every profession the inferior sort are numerous and good for nothing, and the good are few and beyond all price? For example, are not gymnastic and rhetoric and money-making and the art of the general noble arts?
Certainly they are, in my judgment.
Well, and do you not see that in each of these arts the many are ridiculous performers?
Yes, indeed, that is very true.
And will you on this account shun all these pursuits yourself, and refuse to allow them to your son?
That would not be reasonable, Socrates.
Do you then be reasonable, Crito, and do not mind whether the teachers of philosophy are good or bad, but think only of philosophy herself. Try and examine her well and truly,
And if she be evil, seek to turn away all men from her, and not your sons only. But if she be what I believe that she is, then follow her and serve her, you and your house, as the saying is, and be of good cheer.
Lesser Hippias. Socrates engages with Hippias, a prominent sophist, on matters of falsity, truth, and lies, with reference to the Iliad and the Odyssey, and Homer's great heroes, Achilles and Odysseus. Which is the greater hero in terms of morality, and why? Persons of the dialogue: Socrates, Hippias, and Euthydemus, who opens the dialogue. Why are you silent, Socrates, after the magnificent display which Hippias has been making? Why do you not either refute his words, if he seems to you to have been wrong in any point, or join with us in commending him? There is the more reason why you should speak, because we are now alone, and the audience is confined to those who may fairly claim to take part in a philosophical discussion.
I should greatly like, Euthydemus, to ask Hippias the meaning of what he was saying just now about Homer. I have heard your father, Epimantus, declare that the Iliad of Homer is a finer poem than the Odyssey, in the same degree that Achilles was a better man than Odysseus. Odysseus, he would say, is the central figure of the one poem, and Achilles of the other. Now, I should like to know, if Hippias has no objection to tell me, what he thinks about these two heroes, and which of them he maintains to be the better. He has already told us in the course of his exhibition many things of various kinds about Homer and divers other poets.
I am sure that Hippias will be delighted to answer anything which you would like to ask. Tell me, Hippias, if Socrates asks you a question, will you answer him?
Indeed, Euthydemus, I should be strangely inconsistent if I refused to answer Socrates. When at each Olympic festival, as I went up from my house at Elis to the temple of Olympia, where all the Hellenes were assembled, I continually professed my willingness to perform any of the exhibitions which I had prepared, and to answer any questions which anyone had to ask.
Truly, Hippias, you are to be congratulated, if at every Olympic festival you have such an encouraging opinion of your own wisdom when you go up to the temple. I doubt whether any muscular hero would be so fearless and confident in offering his body to the combat at Olympia as you are in offering your mind.
And with good reason, Socrates. For since the day when I first entered the lists at Olympia, I've never found any man who was my superior in anything.
What an ornament, Hippias, will the reputation of your wisdom be to the city of Elis and to your parents. But to return, what say you of Odysseus and Achilles? Which is the better of the two, and in what particular does either surpass the other? For when you were exhibiting, and there was company in the room, though I could not follow you, I did not like to ask what you meant, because a crowd of people were present, and I was afraid that the question might interrupt your exhibition. But now that there are not so many of us, and my friend Euthydemus bids me ask, I wish you would tell me what you are saying about these two heroes, so that I may clearly understand. How did you distinguish them?
I shall have much pleasure, Socrates, in explaining to you more clearly than I could in public my views about these and also about other heroes. I say that Homer intended Achilles to be the bravest of the men who went to Troy, Nestor the wisest, and Odysseus the wiliest.
Oh, rare Hippias, will you be so good as not to laugh if I find a difficulty in following you, and repeat my questions several times over? Please answer me kindly and gently.
I should be greatly ashamed of myself, Socrates, if I, who teach others, and take money of them, could not, when I was asked by you, answer in a civil and agreeable manner.
Thank you. The fact is that I seemed to understand what you meant when you said that the poet intended Achilles to be the bravest of men, and also that he intended Nestor to be the wisest. But when you said that he meant Odysseus to be the wiliest, I must confess that I could not understand what you are saying. Will you tell me, and then I shall perhaps understand you better, has not Homer made Achilles wily?
Certainly not, Socrates. He is the most straightforward of mankind. And when Homer introduces them talking with one another, in the passage called the Prayers, Achilles is supposed by the poet to say to Odysseus, "The son of Laertes, sprung from heaven, crafty Odysseus, I will speak out plainly the word which I intend to carry out in act, and which will, I believe, be accomplished. For I hate him, like the gates of death, who thinks one thing and says another. But I will speak that which shall be accomplished. Now, in these verses he clearly indicates the character of the two men. He shows Achilles to be true and simple, and Odysseus to be wily and false. For he supposes Achilles to be addressing Odysseus in these lines.
Now, Hippias, I think that I understand your meaning. When you say that Odysseus is wily, you clearly mean that he is false.
Exactly so, Socrates. It is the character of Odysseus, as he is represented by Homer in many passages both of the Iliad and Odyssey.
And Homer must be presumed to have meant that the true man is not the same as the false.
Of course, Socrates.
And is that your own opinion, Hippias?
Certainly. How can I have any other?
Well then, as there is no possibility of asking Homer what he meant in these verses of his, let us leave him. But as you show a willingness to take up his cause, and your opinion agrees with what you declare to be his, will you answer on behalf of yourself and him?
I will. Ask shortly anything which you like.
Do you say that the false, like the sick, have no power to do things, or that they have the power to do things?
I should say that they have the power to do many things, and in particular to deceive mankind.
Then, according to you, they are both powerful and wily, are they not?
Yes.
And are they wily, and do they deceive by reason of their simplicity and folly, or by reason of their cunning and a certain sort of prudence?
By reason of their cunning and prudence, most certainly.
Then they are prudent, I suppose.
So they are, very.
And if they are prudent, do they know or do they not know what they do?
Of course they know very well. And that is why they do mischief to others.
And having this knowledge, are they ignorant or are they wise?
Wise, certainly, at least in so far as they can deceive.
Stop, and let us recall to mind what you are saying. Are you not saying that the false are powerful and prudent and knowing and wise in those things about which they are false?
To be sure.
And the true differ from the false. The true and the false are the very opposite of each other.
That is my view.
Then, according to your view, it would seem that the false are to be ranked in the class of the powerful and wise.
Assuredly.
And when you say that the false are powerful and wise insofar as they are false, do you mean that they have or have not the power of uttering their falsehoods if they like?
I mean to say that they have the power.
In a word, then, the false are they who are wise and have the power to speak falsely.
Yes.
Then a man who has not the power of speaking falsely and is ignorant cannot be false.
You're right.
And every man has power who does that which he wishes at the time when he wishes. I'm not speaking of any special case in which he is prevented by disease or something of that sort, but I'm speaking generally, as I might say of you, that you are able to write my name when you like. Would you not call a man able who could do that?
Yes.
And tell me, Hippias, are you not a skilful calculator and arithmetician?
Yes, Socrates, assuredly I am.
And if someone were to ask you what is the sum of 3 multiplied by 700, you would tell him the true answer in a moment, if you please.
Certainly I should.
Is not that because you are the wisest and ablest of men in these matters?
Yes.
And being, as you are, the wisest and ablest of men in these matters of calculation, are you not also the best?
To be sure, Socrates. I am the best.
And therefore you would be the most able to tell the truth about these matters, would you not?
Yes, I should.
And could you speak falsehoods about them equally well? I must beg, Hippias, that you will answer me with the same frankness and magnanimity which has hitherto characterized you. If a person were to ask you, what is the sum of 3 multiplied by 700, would you not be the best and most consistent teller of a falsehood, having always the power of speaking falsely as you have of speaking truly about these same matters, if you wanted to tell a falsehood and not to answer truly? Would the ignorant man be better able to tell a falsehood in matters of calculation than you would be, if you chose? Might he not sometimes stumble upon the truth when he wanted to tell a lie, because he did not know? Whereas you, who are the wise man, if you wanted to tell a lie, would always and consistently lie.
Yes, There you are quite right.
Does the false man tell lies about other things, but not about number, or when he is making a calculation?
To be sure, he would tell as many lies about number as about other things.
Then may we further assume, Hippias, that there are men who are false about calculation and number?
Yes.
Who can they be? For you have already admitted that he who is false must have the ability to be false. You said, as you will remember, that he who is unable to be false will not be false.
Yes, I remember it was so said.
And were you not yourself just now shown to be best able to speak falsely about calculation?
Yes, that was another thing which was said.
And are you not likewise said to speak truly about calculation?
Certainly.
Then the same person is able to speak both falsely and truly about calculation, and that person is he who is good at calculation, the arithmetician.
Yes.
Who then, Hippias, is discovered to be false at calculation? Is he not the good man? For the good man is the able man, and he is the true man.
That is evident.
Do you not see, then, that the same man is false and also true about the same matters? And the true man is not a whit better than the false, for indeed he is the same with him, and not the very opposite, as you were just now imagining.
Not in that instance, clearly.
Shall we examine other instances?
Certainly, if you are disposed.
Are you not also skilled in geometry?
I am.
Well, and does not the same hold in that science also? Is not the same person best able to speak falsely or to speak truly about diagrams? And he is the geometrician.
Yes.
He and no one else is good at it?
Yes, he and no one else.
Then the good and wise geometer has this double power in the highest degree. And if there be a man who is false about diagrams, the good man will be he, for he is able to be false, whereas the bad is unable, and for this reason is not false, as has been admitted.
True.
Once more, let us examine a third case, that of the astronomer, in whose art, again, you, Hippias, profess to be a still greater proficient than in the preceding, do you not?
Yes, I am.
And does not the same hold of astronomy?
True, Socrates.
And in astronomy, too, if any man be able to speak falsely, he will be the good astronomer. But he who is not able will not speak falsely, for he has no knowledge.
Clearly not.
Then in astronomy also, the same man will be true and false.
It would seem so.
And now, Hippias, consider the question at large about all the sciences, and see whether the same principle does not always hold. I know that in most arts you are the wisest of men, as I have heard you boasting in the agora at the tables of the money-changers, when you were setting forth the great and enviable stores of your wisdom. And you said that upon one occasion, when you went to the Olympic Games, all that you had on your person was made by yourself. You began with your ring, which was of your own workmanship, and you said that you could engrave rings. And you had another seal, which was also of your own workmanship, and a strigil and an oil flask, which you had made yourself. You said that you had made the shoes, which you had on your feet, and the cloak, and the short tunic. But what appeared to us all most extraordinary, and a proof of singular art, was the girdle of your tunic, which you said was as fine as the most costly Persian fabric, and of your own weaving. Moreover, you told us that you had brought with you poems, epic, tragic, and dithyrambic, as well as prose writings of the most various kinds, and you said that your skill was also preeminent in the arts which I was just now mentioning, and in the true principles of rhythm and harmony and of orthography, and, if I remember rightly, there were a great many other accomplishments in which you excelled. I have forgotten to mention your art of memory, which you regard as your special glory, and I dare say that I have forgotten many other things, but, as I was saying, only look to your own arts, and there are plenty of them, and to those of others, and tell me, having regard to the admissions which you and I have made, whether you discover any department of art or any description of wisdom or cunning, whichever name you use, in which the true and false are different and not the same. Tell me, if you can, of any. but you cannot.
Not without consideration, Socrates.
Nor will consideration help you, Hippias, as I believe. But then, if I am right, remember what the consequence will be.
I do not know what you mean, Socrates.
I suppose that you are not using your art of memory, doubtless because you think that such an accomplishment is not needed on the present occasion. I will therefore remind you of what you were saying. Were you not saying that Achilles was a true man and Odysseus false and wily?
I was.
And now do you perceive that the same person has turned out to be false as well as true? If Odysseus is false, he is also true, and if Achilles is true, he is also false. And so the two men are not opposed to one another, but they are alike.
Oh, Socrates, you're always weaving the meshes of an argument, selecting the most difficult point, and fastening upon details instead of grappling with the matter in hand as a whole. Come now, and I will demonstrate to you, if you will allow me, by many satisfactory proofs, that Homer has made Achilles a better man than Odysseus, and a truthful man too, and that he's made the other crafty and a teller of many untruths and inferior to Achilles. And then, if you please, you shall make a speech on the other side, in order to prove that Odysseus is the better man, and this may be compared to mine, and then the company will know which of us is the better speaker.
Oh, Hippias, I do not doubt that you are wiser than I am. But I have a way, when anybody else says anything, of giving close attention to him, especially if the speaker appears to me to be a wise man. Having a desire to understand, I question him, and I examine and analyze and put together what he says in order that I may understand. But if the speaker appears to me to be a poor hand, I do not interrogate him or trouble myself about him, and you may know by this who they are whom I deem to be wise men, for you will see that when I am talking with a wise man, I am very attentive to what he says, and I ask questions of him, in order that I may learn and be improved by him. And I could not help remarking, while you were speaking, that when you recited the verses in which Achilles, as you argued, attacks Odysseus as a deceiver, that you must be strangely mistaken, because Odysseus, the man of wiles, is never found to tell a lie, but Achilles is found to be wily on your own showing. At any rate, he speaks falsely, for first he utters these words which you just now repeated: "He is hateful to me, even as the gates of death, who thinks one thing and says another." And then he says, a little while afterwards, he will not be persuaded by Odysseus and Agamemnon, neither will he remain at Troy. But, says he, "Tomorrow, when I have offered sacrifices to Zeus and all the gods, having loaded my ships well, I will drag them down into the deep. And then you shall see, if you have a mind, and if such things are a care to you, early in the morning, my ships sailing over the fishy Hellespont, and my men eagerly plying the oar. And if the illustrious shaker of the earth gives me a good voyage, on the third day I shall reach the fertile Phthia." And before that, when he was reviling Agamemnon, he said, "And now to Phthia I will go, since to return home in the beaked ships is far better, nor am I inclined to stay here in dishonour and amass wealth and riches for you." But although on that occasion, in the presence of the whole army, he spoke after this fashion, and on the other occasions to his companions, he appears never to have made any preparation or attempt to draw down the ships, as if he had the least intention of sailing home, so nobly regardless was he of the truth. Now, I, Hippias, originally asked you the question because I was in doubt as to which of the two heroes was intended by the poet to be the best, and because I thought that both of them were the best, and that it would be difficult to decide which was the better of them, not only in respect of truth and falsehood, but of virtue generally. For even in this matter of speaking the truth, they are much upon a par.
There you are wrong, Socrates. For insofar as Achilles speaks falsely, the falsehood is obviously unintentional. He is compelled against his will to remain and rescue the army in their misfortune. But when Odysseus speaks falsely, he is voluntarily and intentionally false.
You, sweet Hippias, like Odysseus, are a deceiver yourself.
Certainly not, Socrates. What makes you say so?
Because you say that Achilles does not speak falsely from design, when he is not only a deceiver, but besides being a braggart in Homer's description of him, is so cunning and so far superior to Odysseus in lying and pretending that he dares to contradict himself, and Odysseus does not find him out. At any rate, he does not appear to say anything to him which would imply that he perceived his falsehood.
What do you mean, Socrates?
Did you not observe that afterwards, when he is speaking to Odysseus, he says that he will sail away with the early dawn, but to Ajax he tells quite a different story?
Where is that?
Where he says, "I will not think about bloody war until the son of warlike Priam, illustrious Hector, comes to the tents and ships of the Myrmidons, slaughtering the Argives and burning the ships with fire. And about my tent and dark ship I suspect that Hector, although eager for the battle, will nevertheless stay his hand." Now, do you really think, Hippias, that the son of Thetis, who had been the pupil of the sage Chiron, had such a bad memory, or would have carried the art of lying to such an extent, when he had been assailing liars in the most violent terms only the instant before, as to say to Odysseus that he would sail away, and to Ajax that he would remain, and that he was not rather practising upon the simplicity of Odysseus, whom he regarded as an ancient, and thinking that he would get the better of him by his own cunning and falsehood?
No, I do not agree with you, Socrates. But I believe that Achilles is induced to say one thing to Ajax and another to Odysseus in the innocence of his heart, whereas Odysseus, whether he speaks falsely or truly, speaks always with a purpose.
Then Odysseus would appear, after all, to be better than Achilles.
Certainly not, Socrates.
Why were not the voluntary liars only just now shown to be better than the involuntary?
And how, Socrates, can those who intentionally err and voluntarily and designedly commit iniquities be better than those who err and do wrong involuntarily? Surely there's a great excuse to be made for a man telling a falsehood or doing an injury of any sort of harm to another in ignorance, and the laws are obviously far more severe on those who lie or do evil voluntarily than on those who do evil involuntarily.
You see, Hippias, as I have already told you, how pertinacious I am in asking questions of wise men, and I think that this is the only good point about me, for I'm full of defects and always getting wrong in some way or other. My deficiency is proved to me by the fact that when I meet one of you who are famous for wisdom, and to whose wisdom all the Hellenes are witnesses, I'm found out to know nothing. For speaking generally, I hardly ever have the same opinion about anything which you have, and what proof of ignorance can be greater than to differ from wise men? But I have one singular good quality, which is my salvation. I am not ashamed to learn, and I ask and inquire, and am very grateful to those who answer me, and never fail to give them my grateful thanks. And when I learn a thing, I never deny my teacher, or pretend that the lesson is a discovery of my own, but I praise his wisdom, and proclaim what I have learned from him. And now I cannot agree in what you are saying, but I strongly disagree. Well, I know that this is my own fault, and is a defect in my character, but I will not pretend to be more than I am, and my opinion, Hippias, is the very contrary of what you are saying, for I maintain that those who hurt or injure mankind, and speak falsely and deceive, and err voluntarily, are better far than those who do wrong involuntarily. Sometimes, however, I am of the opposite opinion, for I am all abroad in my ideas about this matter, a condition obviously occasioned by ignorance. And just now I happen to be in a crisis of my disorder, at which those who err voluntarily appear to me better than those who err involuntarily. My present state of mind is due to our previous argument, which inclines me to believe that, in general, those who do wrong involuntarily are worse than those who do wrong voluntarily, and therefore I hope that you will be good to me, and not refuse to heal me, for you will do me a much greater benefit if you cure my soul of ignorance than you would if you were to cure my body of disease. I must, however, tell you beforehand that if you make a long oration to me, you will not cure me, for I shall not be able to follow you. But if you will answer me, as you did just now, you will do me a great deal of good, and I do not think that you will be any the worse yourself.
And I have some claim upon you also, O son of Epimantus, for you incited me to converse with Hippias, and now if Hippias will not answer me, you must entreat him on my behalf.
But I do not think, Socrates, that Hippias will require any entreaty of mine, for he has already said that he will refuse to answer no man. Did you not say so, Hippias?
Yes, I did, but then, Eutychus, Socrates is always troublesome in an argument, and appears to be dishonest.
Excellent Hippias, I do not do so intentionally. If I did, it would show me to be a wise man and a master of wiles, as you would argue, but unintentionally, and therefore you must pardon me, for, as you say, he who is unintentionally dishonest should be pardoned.
Yes, Hippias, do as he says, and for our sake, and also that you may not belie your profession, answer whatever Socrates asks you.
I will answer as you request me, and do you ask whatever you like.
I am very desirous, Hippias, of examining this question, as to which are the better, those who err voluntarily or involuntarily. And if you will answer me, I think that I can put you in the way of approaching the subject. You would admit, would you not, that there are good runners?
Yes.
And there are bad runners.
Yes.
And he who runs well is a good runner, and he who runs ill is a bad runner.
Very true.
And he who runs slowly runs ill, and he who runs quickly runs well.
Yes.
Then in a race, and in running, swiftness is a good, and slowness is an evil quality.
To be sure.
Which of the two, then, is a better runner, he who runs slowly voluntarily, or he who runs slowly involuntarily?
He who runs slowly voluntarily.
And is not running a species of doing?
Certainly.
And if a species of doing, a species of action?
Yes.
Then he who runs badly does a bad and dishonourable action in a race.
Yes. A bad action, certainly.
And he who runs slowly runs badly.
Yes.
Then the good runner does this bad and disgraceful action voluntarily, and the bad involuntarily.
That is to be inferred.
Then he who involuntarily does evil actions is worse in a race than he who does them voluntarily.
Yes, in a race.
Well, but at a wrestling match, which is the better wrestler, he who falls voluntarily or involuntarily?
He who falls voluntarily, doubtless.
And is it worse or more dishonourable at a wrestling match to fall or to throw another?
To fall.
Then, at a wrestling match, he who voluntarily does base and dishonourable actions is a better wrestler than he who does them involuntarily.
That appears to be the truth.
And what would you say of any other bodily exercise? Is not he who is better made able to do both that which is strong and that which is weak, that which is fair and that which is foul, so that when he does bad actions with the body, he who is better made does them voluntarily, and he who is worse made does them involuntarily?
Yes, that appears to be true about strength.
And what do you say about grace, Hippias? Is not he who is better made able to assume evil and disgraceful figures and postures voluntarily, as he who is worse made assumes them involuntarily?
True.
Then voluntary ungracefulness comes from excellence of the bodily frame, and involuntary from the defect of the bodily frame.
True.
And what would you say of an unmusical voice? Would you prefer the voice which is voluntarily or involuntarily out of tune?
That which is voluntarily out of tune.
The involuntary is the worst of the two.
Yes.
And would you choose to possess goods or evils?
Goods.
And would you rather have feet which are voluntarily or involuntarily lame?
Feet which are voluntarily lame.
But is not lameness a defect or deformity?
Yes.
And is not blinking a defect in the eyes?
Yes.
And would you rather also have eyes with which you might voluntarily blink and not see, or with which you might involuntarily blink?
I would rather have eyes which voluntarily blink.
Then in your own case you deem that which voluntarily acts ill better than that which involuntarily acts ill?
Yes, certainly, in cases such as you mention.
And does not the same hold of ears, nostrils, mouth, and of all the senses? Those which involuntarily act ill are not to be desired as being defective, and those which voluntarily act ill are to be desired as being good.
I agree.
And what would you say of instruments? Which are the better sort of instruments to have to do with? Those with which a man acts ill voluntarily or involuntarily? For example, had a man better have a rudder with which he will steer ill voluntarily or involuntarily?
He had better have a rudder with which he will steer ill voluntarily.
And does not the same hold of the bow and the lyre, the flute, and all other things?
Very true.
And would you rather have a horse of such a temper that you may ride him ill voluntarily or involuntarily?
I would rather have a horse which I could ride ill voluntarily.
That would be the better horse.
Yes.
Then, with a horse of better temper, vicious actions would be produced voluntarily, and with a horse of bad temper, involuntarily.
Certainly.
And that would be true of a dog or of any other animal.
Yes.
And is it better to possess the mind of an archer who voluntarily or involuntarily misses the mark?
Of him who voluntarily misses.
This would be the better mind for the purposes of archery.
Yes.
Then the mind which involuntarily errs is worse than the mind which errs voluntarily?
Yes, certainly, in the use of the bow.
And what would you say of the art of medicine? Has not the mind which voluntarily works harm to the body more of the healing art?
Yes.
Then, in the art of medicine, the voluntary is better than the involuntary.
Yes.
Well, and in lute playing, and in flute playing, and in all arts and sciences, is not that mind the better which voluntarily does what is evil and dishonourable, and goes wrong, and is not the worse that which does so involuntarily?
That is evident.
And what would you say of the characters of slaves? Should we not prefer to have those who voluntarily do wrong and make mistakes? And are they not better in their mistakes than those who commit them involuntarily?
Yes.
And should we not desire to have our own minds in the best state possible?
Yes.
And will our minds be better if they do wrong and make mistakes voluntarily or involuntarily?
Oh, Socrates, it would be a monstrous thing to say that those who do wrong voluntarily are better than those who do wrong involuntarily.
And yet that appears to be the only inference.
I do not think so.
But I imagined, Hippias, that you did. Please to answer once more. Is not justice a power, or knowledge, or both? Must not justice, at all events, be one of these? But if justice is a power of the soul, then the soul which has the greater power is also the more just, for that which has the greater power, my good friend, has been proved by us to be the better.
Yes, that has been proved.
And if justice is knowledge, then the wiser will be the juster soul, and the more ignorant the more unjust?
Yes.
But if justice be power as well as knowledge, then will not the soul which has both knowledge and power be the more just, and that which is the more ignorant be the more unjust? Must it not be so?
Clearly.
And is not the soul which has the greater power and wisdom also better and better able to do both good and evil in every action?
Certainly.
The soul, then, which acts ill, acts voluntarily by power and art, and these, either one or both of them, are elements of justice?
That seems to be true.
And to do injustice is to do ill, and not to do injustice is to do well. And will not the better and abler soul, when it does wrong, do wrong voluntarily, and the bad soul involuntarily?
Clearly.
And the good man is he who has the good soul, and the bad man is he who has the bad.
Yes.
Then the good man will voluntarily do wrong, and the bad man involuntarily, if the good man is he who has the good soul.
Which he certainly has.
Then, Hippias, he who voluntarily does wrong and disgraceful things, if there be such a man, will be the good man?
There I cannot agree with you.
Nor can I agree with myself, Hippias. And yet that seems to be the conclusion which, as far as we can see at present, must follow from our argument. As I was saying before, I am all abroad, and being in perplexity, am always changing my opinion. Now, that I or any ordinary man should wander in perplexity is not surprising. But if you, wise men, also wander, and we cannot come to you and rest from our wandering, the matter begins to be serious, both to us and to you.
Greater Hippias. The Greater Hippias is, as its name suggests, a longer dialogue than the Lesser Hippias. featuring again Socrates in debate with the sophist Hippias. The subject here is beauty. What is beauty? What are its definable and distinguishing characteristics? This lively dialogue is heightened by the nature of the two protagonists. Hippias feels totally confident and superior, buttressed by his seeming importance in the world, but is increasingly put on the back foot by the astute Socrates. The greater Hippias is an example of the anatreptic dialogue, one which does not come to a conclusion, but which uncovers and refutes opinions on the subject. Persons of the dialogue: Hippias and Socrates, who opens the dialogue.
Hippias, beautiful and wise, what a long time it is since you have put in at the port of Athens.
I am too busy, Socrates. For whenever Elis needs to have any business transacted with any of the states, she always comes to me first of her citizens and chooses me as envoy, thinking that I am the ablest judge and messenger of the words that are spoken by the several states. So I've often gone as envoy to other states, but most often, and concerning the most numerous and important matters, to Sparta. For that reason, then, since you ask me, I do not often come to the neighbourhood.
That's what it is, Hippias, to be a truly wise and perfect man. For you are both in your private capacity able to earn much money from the young, and to confer upon them still greater benefits than you receive, and in public affairs you are able to benefit your own state, as a man must, who is to be not despised, but held in high repute among the many. And yet, Hippias, what in the world is the reason why those men of old, whose names are called great in respect to wisdom, Pittacus and Bias and Milesian Thales with his followers, and also the later ones, down to Anaxagoras, are all, or most of them, found to refrain from affairs of state?
What else do you suppose, Socrates, than that they were not able to compass by their wisdom both public and private matters?
Then, for heaven's sake, just as the other arts have progressed, and the arts are of no account in comparison with the artisans of today, shall we say that your art has also progressed, and those of the ancients who are concerned with wisdom are of no account in comparison with you?
Yes, you're quite right.
Then, Hippias, if Bias were to come to life again now, he would be a laughing-stock in comparison with you, just as the sculptors say that Daedalus, if he were to be born now and were to create such works as those from which he got his reputation, would be ridiculous.
That, Socrates, is exactly as you say. I, however, am in the habit of praising the ancients and our predecessors, rather than the men of the present day, and more greatly, as a precaution against the envy of the living, and through fear of the wrath of those who are dead.
Yours, Hippias, is a most excellent way, at any rate, of speaking about them, and of thinking. It seems to me, and I can bear you witness, that you speak the truth, and that your art really has progressed in the direction of ability to carry on public together with private affairs. For this man Gorgias, the sophist from Leontini, came here from home in the public capacity of envoy, as being best able of all the citizens of Leontini to attend to the interests of the community, and it was the general opinion that he spoke excellently in the public assembly, and in his private capacity, by giving exhibitions and associating with the young, he earned and received a great deal of money from this city. Or, if you like, our friend here, Protagoras, often went to other places in a public capacity, and the last time, just lately, when he came here in a public capacity from Chios, he gained great reputation by his speaking before the council, and in his private capacity, by giving exhibitions and associating with the young, he received a marvellous sum of money. But none of those ancients ever thought fit to exact the money as payment for his wisdom, or to give exhibitions among people of various places. So simple-minded were they, and so unconscious of the fact that money is of the greatest value. But either of these two has earned more money from his wisdom than any artisan from his art, and even before these Protagoras did so.
Why, Socrates, you know nothing of the beauties of this. For if you were to know how much money I have made, you would be amazed. I won't mention the rest, but once, when I went to Sicily, although Protagoras was staying there and had a great reputation and was the older, I, who was much younger, made in a very short time more than 150 minas, and in one very small place, Inicus, more than 20 minas. And when I came home, I took this and gave it to my father, so that he and the other citizens were overwhelmed with amazement. And I pretty well think I've made more money than any other two sophists together.
That's a fine thing you say, Hippias, and strong testimony to your wisdom and that of the men of today, and to their great superiority to the ancients. For the earlier sophists of the school of Anaxagoras must have been very ignorant, to judge from what is said, according to your view, for they say that what happened to Anaxagoras was the opposite of what happens to you, for though much money was left him, he neglected it, and lost it all, so senseless was his wisdom. And they tell similar tales about others among the ancients. So this seems to me fine testimony that you adduce for the wisdom of the men of today as compared with the earlier men, and many people agree with me that the wise man must be wise for himself especially. And the test of this is, who makes the most money? Well, so much for that. But tell me this, at which of the cities that you go to did you make the most money? Or are we to take it that it was at Sparta, where your visits have been most frequent?
No, by Zeus, it was not, Socrates.
What's that you say? But did you make least there?
Why, I never made anything at all.
That is a prodigious marvel that you tell, Hippias. And say now, is not your wisdom such as to make those who are in contact with it and learn it better men in respect to virtue?
Yes, much better, Socrates.
But you are able to make the sons of the Inicenes better, and had no power to improve the sons of the Spartans?
That is far from true.
Well then, the Celiotes desire to become better, and the Spartans do not?
No, certainly, Socrates, the Spartans also desire it.
Then it was for lack of money that they avoided intercourse with you.
Not at all, since they have plenty of money.
What then could be the reason that when they desired it, and had money, and you had power to confer upon them the greatest benefits, they did not send you away loaded with money? But I see, perhaps the Spartans might educate their own children better than you. Shall we state it so? And do you agree?
Not in the least.
Then were you not able to persuade the young men at Sparta that they would make more progress towards virtue by associating with you than with their own people? Or were you powerless to persuade their fathers that they ought rather to hand them over to you than to care for them themselves, if they are at all concerned for their sons? For surely they did not begrudge it to their children to become as good as possible.
I do not think they begrudged it.
But certainly Sparta is well governed.
Of course it is.
And in well-governed states, virtue is most highly honoured.
Certainly.
And you know, best of all men, how to transmit that to another.
Much best, Socrates.
Well, he who knows best how to transmit horsemanship would be most honoured in Thessaly of all parts of Greece, and would receive most money, and anywhere else where horsemanship is a serious interest, would he not?
Very likely.
Then will not he who is able to transmit the doctrines that are of most value for the acquisition of virtue be most highly honoured in Sparta, and make most money, if he so wishes, and in any other of the Greek states that is well governed? But do you, my friend, think he will fare better in Sicily and at Inicus? Are we to believe that, Hippias? For if you tell us to do so, we must believe it.
Yes, for it is not the inherited usage of the Spartans to change their laws or to educate their children differently from what is customary.
What? For the Spartans, is it the hereditary usage not to act rightly, but to commit errors?
I wouldn't say so, Socrates.
Would they then not act rightly in educating the young men better, but not in educating them worse?
Yes, they would, but it is not lawful for them to give them a foreign education. For you may be sure that if anybody had ever received money there in payment for education, I should have received by far the most. They certainly enjoy hearing me, and they applaud me, but as I say, it is not the law.
But, Hippias, do you say that law is an injury to the state or a benefit?
It is made, I think, with benefit in view, but sometimes, if the law is badly made, it is injurious.
Well, then, is it not true that those who make the law make it as the greatest good to the state, and that without this it is impossible to enjoy good government?
What you say is true.
Then, when those who make the laws miss the good, they have missed the lawful and the law. Or what do you say?
Speaking accurately, Socrates, that is true. However, men are not accustomed to think so.
The men who know, Hippias, or those who do not know?
The many.
Are these, the many, those who know the truth?
Certainly not.
But surely those who know think that, in truth, for all men, that which is more beneficial is more lawful than that which is less beneficial. Or do you not agree?
Yes, I agree that they think it is so in truth.
Well, it actually is, as those who know think it is it not?
Certainly.
But for the Spartans, as you say, it is more beneficial to be educated in your education, which is foreign, than in the local education.
Yes, and what I say is true.
And do you say this also, Hippias, that beneficial things are more lawful?
Yes, I said so.
Then, according to what you say, it is more lawful for the sons of the Spartans to be educated by Hippias, and less lawful for them to be educated by their fathers, if, in reality, they will be more benefited by you.
But certainly they will be benefited, Socrates.
Then the Spartans, in not giving you money and entrusting their sons to you, act contrary to law.
I agree to that, for you seem to be making your argument in my favour, and there is no need of my opposing it.
Then, my friends, we find that the Spartans are lawbreakers, and that, too, in the most important affairs, they who are regarded as the most law-abiding of men. But then, for heaven's sake, Hippias, what sort of discourses are those for which they applaud you, and which they enjoy hearing? Or are they evidently those which you understand most admirably, those about the stars and the phenomena of the heavens?
Not in the least. They won't even endure those.
But they enjoy hearing about geometry.
Not at all, since one might say that many of them do not even know how to count.
Then they are far from enduring a lecture by you on the processes of thought.
Far from it indeed, by Zeus.
Well, then, those matters which you of all men know best how to discuss, concerning the value of letters and syllables and rhythms and harmonies.
Harmonies, indeed, my good fellow, and letters.
But then, what are the things about which they like to listen to you, and which they applaud? Tell me yourself, for I cannot discover them.
They are very fond of hearing about the genealogies of heroes and men, Socrates, and the foundations of cities in ancient times, and, in short, about antiquity in general, so that for their sake I have been obliged to learn all that sort of thing by heart, and practice it thoroughly.
By Zeus, Hippias, it is lucky for you that the Spartans do not enjoy hearing one recite the list of our archons from Solon's time. If they did, you would have trouble in learning it by heart.
How so, Socrates? After hearing them once, I can remember 50 names.
True, but I did not understand that you possess the science of memory, and so I understand that the Spartans naturally enjoy you as one who knows many things, and they make use of you as children make use of old women, to tell stories agreeably.
And by Zeus, Socrates, I have just lately gained reputation there by telling about noble or beautiful pursuits, recounting what those of a young man should be, for I have a very beautiful discourse composed about them, well arranged in its words and also in other respects. And the plan of the discourse and its beginning is something like this. After the fall of Troy, the story goes that Neoptolemus asked Nestor what the noble and beautiful pursuits were, by following which a young man would become most famous. So after that, we have Nestor speaking and suggesting to him very many lawful and most beautiful pursuits. That discourse then I delivered there, and intend to deliver here the day after tomorrow, in Phaedostratus' schoolroom, with many other things worth hearing. For Eutychus, the son of Epaminondas, asked me to do so. Now be sure to be there yourself, and to bring others who are able to judge of discourses that they hear.
Well, that shall be done, God willing, Hippias. Now, however, give me a brief answer to a question about your discourse, for you reminded me of the beautiful just at the right moment. For recently, my most excellent friend, as I was finding fault with some things in certain speeches as ugly and praising other things as beautiful, a man threw me into confusion by questioning me very insolently, somewhat after this fashion. "How, if you please, do you know, Socrates," said he, "what sort of things are beautiful and ugly? For, come now, could you tell me what the beautiful is?" And I, being of no account, was at a loss, and could not answer him properly. And so, as I was going away from the company, I was angry with myself and reproached myself, and threatened that the first time I met one of you wise men, I would hear and learn and practice, and then go back to the man who questioned me to renew the wordy strife. So now, as I say, you have come at the right moment. Just teach me satisfactorily what the absolute beautiful is, and try, in replying, to speak as accurately as possible, that I may not be confuted a second time and be made ridiculous again. For you doubtless know clearly, and this would doubtless be but a small example of your wide learning.
Yes, surely, by Zeus, a small one, Socrates, and I may say of no value.
Then I shall learn it easily, and nobody will confute me any more.
Nobody, surely, for in that case my profession would be worthless and ordinary.
That is good, by Hera, Hippias, if we are to worst the fellow. But may I, without hindering you, imitate him, and when you answer, take exception to what you say, in order that you may give me as much practice as possible, for I am more or less experienced in taking exceptions. So, if it is all the same to you, I wish to take exceptions, that I may learn more vigorously.
Oh, yes, take exceptions, for as I said just now, the question is no great matter. I could teach you to answer much harder ones than this, so that nobody in the world would confute you.
Oh, how good that is! But come, since you tell me to do so, now let me try to play that man's part so far as possible, and ask you questions. For if you were to deliver for him this discourse that you mention, the one about beautiful pursuits, when he had heard it, after you had stopped speaking, the very first thing he would ask about would be the beautiful, for he has that sort of habit, and he would say, "Stranger from Elis, is it not by justice that the just are just?" So answer, Hippias, as though he were asking the question.
I shall answer that it is by justice.
Then this, justice, is something.
Certainly.
Then too, by wisdom the wise are wise, and by the good all things are good, are they not?
Of course.
And justice, wisdom, and so forth are something. For the just, wise, and so forth would not be such by them if they were not something.
To be sure, they are something.
Then are not all beautiful things beautiful by the beautiful?
Yes, by the beautiful.
By the beautiful, which is something.
Yes, for what alternative is there?
Tell me then, stranger, he will say, what is this, the beautiful?
Well, Socrates, does he who asks this question want to find out anything else than what is beautiful?
I do not think that is what he wants to find out, but what the beautiful is.
And what difference is there between the two?
Do you think there is none?
Yes, for there is no difference.
Well, surely it is plain that you know best. But still, my good friend, consider, for he asked you not what is beautiful, but what the beautiful is.
I understand, my good friend, and I will answer and tell him what the beautiful is, and I shall never be confuted. For be assured, Socrates, if I must speak the truth, a beautiful maiden is beautiful.
Beautifully answered, Hippias, by the dog, and notably. Then, if I give this answer, I shall have answered the question that was asked, and shall have answered it correctly, and shall never be confuted.
Yes, for how could you, Socrates, be confuted when you say what everybody thinks, and when all who hear it will bear witness that what you say is correct?
Very well, certainly. Come then, Hippias, let me rehearse to myself what you say. The man will question me in some such fashion as this. Come, Socrates, answer me. All these things which you say are beautiful, if the absolute beautiful is anything, would be beautiful? And I shall say that if a beautiful maiden is beautiful, there is something by reason of which these things would be beautiful.
Do you think, then, that he will still attempt to refute you and to show that what you say is not beautiful? Or, if he does attempt it, that he will not be ridiculous?
That he will attempt it, my admirable friend, I am sure. But whether the attempt will make him ridiculous, the event will show. However, I should like to tell you what he will ask.
Do so.
How charming you are, Socrates, he will say, but is not a beautiful mare beautiful, which even the god praised in his oracle? What shall we say, Hippias? Shall we not say that the mare is beautiful? The beautiful mare, for how could we dare to deny that the beautiful thing is beautiful?
Quite true, Socrates, for what the god said is quite correct too, for very beautiful mares are bred in our country.
Very well, he will say, and how about a beautiful lyre? Is it not beautiful? Shall we agree, Hippias?
Yes.
After this, then, the man will ask, I'm sure, judging by his character, you, most excellent man, how about a beautiful pot? Is it, then, not beautiful?
Socrates, who is this fellow? What an uncultivated person who has the face to mention such worthless things in a dignified discussion.
That's the kind of person he is, Hippias. Not elegant, but vulgar, thinking of nothing but the truth. But nevertheless the man must be answered, and I will declare my opinion beforehand. If the pot were made by a good potter, were smooth and round and well fired, as are some of the two-handled pots, those that hold 6 coeys, very beautiful ones, if that were the kind of pot he asked about, we must agree that it is beautiful, for how could we say that being beautiful it is not beautiful?
We could not at all, Socrates.
Then, he will say, a beautiful pot also is beautiful, is it not? Answer.
Well, Socrates, it is like this, I think. This utensil, when well wrought, is beautiful, but absolutely considered, it does not deserve to be regarded as beautiful in comparison with a mare and a maiden and all the beautiful things.
Very well, I understand, Hippias, that the proper reply to him who asks these questions is, Sir, you are not aware that the saying of Heraclitus is good, that the most beautiful of monkeys is ugly compared with the race of man, and the most beautiful of pots is ugly compared with the race of maidens, as Hippias the wise man says. Is it not so, Hippias?
Certainly, Socrates, you replied rightly.
Listen, then, for I'm sure that after this he will say, Yes, but, Socrates, if we compare maidens with gods, will not the same thing happen to them that happened to pots when compared with maidens? Will not the most beautiful maiden appear ugly? Or does not Heraclitus, whom you cite, mean just this, that the wisest of men, if compared with a god, will appear a monkey, both in wisdom and in beauty and in everything else? Shall we agree, Hippias, that the most beautiful maiden is ugly, if compared with the gods?
Yes, for who would deny that, Socrates?
If, then, we agreed to that, he will laugh and say, Socrates, do you remember the question you were asked? I do, I shall say. The question was, what the absolute beautiful is. Then, he will say, when you are asked for the beautiful, do you give as your reply what is, as you yourself say, no more beautiful than ugly? So it seems, I shall say. Or what do you, my friend, advise me to say?
That is what I advise, for of course, in saying that the human race is not beautiful in comparison with gods, you will be speaking the truth.
But if I had asked you, he will say, in the beginning, what is beautiful and ugly, if you had replied as you now do, would you not have replied correctly? But do you still think that the absolute beautiful, by the addition of which all other things are adorned and made to appear beautiful when its form is added to any of them, do you think that it is a maiden, or a mare, or a lyre?
Well, certainly, Socrates, if that is what he is looking for, nothing is easier than to answer and tell him what the beautiful is, by which all other things are adorned, and by the addition of which they are made to appear beautiful. So the fellow is very simple-minded, and knows nothing about beautiful possessions. For if you reply to him, this that you ask about, the beautiful, is nothing else but gold, he will be thrown into confusion, and will not attempt to confute you. For we all know, I fancy, that wherever this is added, even what before appears ugly will appear beautiful when adorned with gold.
You don't know the man, Hippias, what a wretch he is, and how certain not to accept anything easily.
What of that, then, Socrates? For he must perforce accept what is correct, or if he does not accept it, be ridiculous.
This reply, my most excellent friend, he not only will certainly not accept, but he will even jeer at me grossly, and will say, You lunatic, do you think Phidias is a bad craftsman? And I shall say, Not in the least.
And you will be right, Socrates.
Yes, to be sure. Consequently, when I agree that Phidias is a good craftsman, well then, he will say, do you imagine that Phidias did not know this beautiful that you speak of? Why do you ask that? I shall say, because, he will say,
He did not make the eyes of his Athena of gold, nor the rest of her face, nor her hands and feet, if, that is, they were sure to appear most beautiful, provided only they were made of gold, but he made them of ivory. Evidently he made this mistake through ignorance, not knowing that it is gold which makes everything beautiful to which it is added. When he says that, what reply shall we make to him, Hippias?
That is easy, for we shall say that Phidias did right, for ivory, I think, is beautiful.
Why then, he will say, did he not make the middle parts of the eyes also of ivory, but of stone, procuring stone as similar as possible to the ivory, or is beautiful stone also beautiful? Shall we say that it is, Hippias?
Surely we shall say so, that is, where it is appropriate.
But ugly when not appropriate. Shall I agree or not?
Agree, that is, when it is not appropriate.
What then? Do not gold and ivory, he will say, when they are appropriate, make things beautiful, and when they are not appropriate, ugly? Shall we deny that, or agree that what he says is correct?
We shall agree to this, at any rate, that whatever is appropriate to any particular thing makes that thing beautiful.
Well, then, he will say, when someone has boiled the pot of which you were speaking just now, the beautiful one, full of beautiful soup, is a golden ladle appropriate to it, or one made of fig wood?
Heracles, what a fellow this is that you speak of. Won't you tell me who he is?
You would not know him if I should tell you his name.
But even now I know that he's an ignoramus.
He is a great nuisance, Hippias. But yet, what shall we say? Which of the two ladles shall we say is appropriate to the soup and the pot? Is it not evidently the one of fig wood? For it is likely to make the soup smell better, and besides, my friend, it would not break the pot, thereby spilling the soup, putting out the fire, and making those who are to be entertained go without their splendid soup, whereas the golden ladle would do all those things, so that it seems to me that we must say that the wooden ladle is more appropriate than the golden one, unless you disagree.
No, for it is more appropriate, Socrates. However, I, for my part, would not talk with the fellow when he asks such questions.
Quite right, my friend, for it would not be appropriate for you to be filled up with such words, you who are so beautifully clad, so beautifully shod, and so famous for your wisdom among all the Greeks. But for me, it doesn't matter if I do associate with the fellow. So instruct me, and for my sake answer him. For if the wooden one is more appropriate than the golden one, the fellow will say, would it not be more beautiful, since you agreed, Socrates, that the appropriate is more beautiful than that which is not appropriate? Shall we not agree, Hippias, that the wooden one is more beautiful than the golden?
Do you wish me to tell you, Socrates, what definition of the beautiful would enable you to free yourself from long discussion?
Certainly, but not until after you have told me which of the two ladles I just spoke of I shall reply is appropriate and more beautiful.
Well, if you like, reply to him that it is the one made of fig wood.
Now then, say what you were just now going to say, for by this reply, if I say that the beautiful is gold, it seems to me that gold will be shown to be no more beautiful than fig wood. But what do you now once more say that the beautiful is?
I will tell you, for you seem to me to be seeking to reply that the beautiful is something of such sort that it will never appear ugly anywhere to anybody.
Certainly, Hippias, now you understand beautifully.
Listen then, for mind you, if anyone has anything to say against this, you may say, I know nothing at all.
Then, for heaven's sake, speak as quickly as you can.
I say then, that for every man and everywhere it is most beautiful to be rich and healthy, and honoured by the Greeks to reach old age, and after providing a beautiful funeral for his deceased parents, to be beautifully and splendidly buried by his own offspring.
Bravo, bravo, Hippias! You have spoken in a way that is wonderful and great and worthy of you. And now, by Hera, I thank you, because you are kindly coming to my assistance to the best of your ability. But our shots are not hitting the man. No, he will laugh at us now more than ever, be sure of that.
A wretched laugh, Socrates. For when he has nothing to say to this, but laughs, he will be laughing at himself, and will himself be laughed at by those present.
Perhaps that is so. Perhaps, however, after this reply, he will, I foresee, be likely to do more than laugh at me.
Why do you say that, pray?
Because if he happens to have a stick, unless I get away in a hurry, he will try to fetch me a good one.
What? Is the fellow some sort of master of yours? And if he does that, will he not be arrested and have to pay for it? Or does your city disregard justice and allow the citizens to beat one another unjustly?
Oh, no, that is not allowed at all.
Then he will have to pay a penalty for beating you unjustly.
I do not think so, Hippias. No, if I were to make that reply, the beating would be just, I think.
Then I think so too, Socrates, since that is your own belief.
Shall I then not tell you why it is my own belief that the beating would be just, if I made that reply? Or will you also beat me without trial? Or will you listen to what I have to say?
It would be shocking if I would not listen. But what have you to say?
I will tell you, imitating him in the same way as a while ago, that I may not use to you such harsh and uncouth words as he uses to me. For you may be sure, "Tell me, Socrates," he will say, "do you think it would be unjust if you got a beating for singing such a long dithyramb so unmusically and so far from the question?" "How so?" I shall say. "How so?" he will say. "Are you not able to remember that I asked for the absolute beautiful, by which everything to which it is added has the property of being beautiful, both stone and stick and man and God and every act and every acquisition of knowledge? For what I am asking is this, man, what is absolute beauty? And I cannot make you hear what I say any more than if you were a stone sitting beside me, and a millstone at that, having neither ears nor brain. Would you then not be angry, Hippias, if I should be frightened and should reply in this way? Well, but Hippias said that this was the beautiful, and yet I asked him, just as you asked me, what is beautiful to all and always. What do you say? Will you not be angry if I say that?"
I know very well, Socrates, that this which I said was beautiful is beautiful to all, and will seem so.
"And will it be so, too," he will say, "for the beautiful is always beautiful, is it not?"
Certainly.
"Then was it so, too," he will say.
It was so, too.
"And," he will say, "did the stranger from Elis say also that for Achilles it was beautiful to be buried later than his parents, and for his grandfather, Aeacus, and all the others who were born of gods, and for the gods themselves?"
What's that? Confound it. These questions of the fellows are not even respectful to religion.
Well, then, when another asks the question, perhaps it is not quite disrespectful to religion to say that these things are so?
Perhaps.
Perhaps, then, you are the man, he will say, who says that it is beautiful for everyone and always to be buried by one's offspring and to bury one's parents, or was not Heracles included in everyone, he and all those whom we just now mentioned?
But I did not say it was so for the gods.
Nor for the heroes either, apparently.
Not those who were children of gods.
But those who were not?
Certainly.
Then again, according to your statement, among the heroes it is terrible and impious and disgraceful for Tantalus and Dardanus and Zethus, but beautiful for Pelops and the others who were born as he was.
I think so.
You think, then, what you did not say just now, that to bury one's parents and be buried by one's offspring is sometimes, and for some persons, disgraceful, and it is still more impossible, as it seems, for this to become and to be beautiful for all, so that the same thing has happened to this as to the things we mentioned before, the maiden and the pot, in a still more ridiculous way than to them. It is beautiful for some, and not beautiful for others. And you are not able yet, even today, Socrates, he will say, to answer what is asked about the beautiful, namely, what it is. With these words, and the like, he will rebuke me, if I reply to him in this way. For the most part, Hippias, he talks with me in some such way as that, but sometimes, as if in pity for my inexperience and lack of training, he himself volunteers a question, and asks whether I think the beautiful is so-and-so, or whatever else it is which happens to be the subject of our questions and our discussion.
What do you mean by that, Socrates?
I will tell you. "Oh, my dear Socrates," he says, "stop making replies of this sort and in this way, for they are too silly and easy to refute. But see if something like this does not seem to you to be beautiful, which we got hold of just now. Now reply, when we said that gold was beautiful for those things for which it was appropriate, but not for those for which it was not. and that all the other things were beautiful to which this quality pertains. So examine this very thing, the appropriate, and see if it is perchance the beautiful. Now, I am accustomed to agree to such things every time, for I don't know what to say. But now, does it seem to you that the appropriate is the beautiful?
Yes, certainly, Socrates.
Let us consider, lest we make a mistake somehow.
Yes, we must consider.
See then, do we say that the appropriate is that which, when it is added, makes each of those things to which it is added appear beautiful, or which makes them be beautiful, or neither of these things?
I think so.
Which?
That which makes them appear beautiful. As when a man takes clothes or shoes that fit, even if he be ridiculous, he appears more beautiful.
Then, if the appropriate makes him appear more beautiful than he is, the appropriate would be a sort of deceit in respect to the beautiful, and would not be that which we are looking for, would it, Hippias? For we were rather looking for that by which all beautiful things are beautiful, like that by which all great things are great, that is, excess. For it is by this that all great things are great, for even if they do not appear great, but exceed, they are of necessity great. So then we say, what would the beautiful be, by which all things are beautiful, whether they appear so or not? For it could not be the appropriate, since that, by your statement, makes things appear more beautiful than they are, but does not let them appear such as they are. But we must try to say what that is which makes things be beautiful, as I said just now, whether they appear so or not. For that is what we are looking for, since we are looking for the beautiful.
But the appropriate, Socrates, makes things both be and appear beautiful by its presence.
Is it impossible, then, for things which are really beautiful not to appear to be beautiful, at any rate when that is present which makes them appear so?
It is impossible.
Shall we, then, agree to this, Hippias, that all things which are really beautiful, both uses and pursuits, are always believed to be beautiful by all, and appear so to them, or, quite the contrary, that people are ignorant about them, and that there is more strife and contention about them than about anything else, both in private between individuals and in public between states?
The latter, rather, Socrates, that people are ignorant about them.
They would not be so if the appearance of beauty were added to them, and it would be added if the appropriate were beautiful, and made things not only to be beautiful, but also to appear so. So that the appropriate, if it is that which makes things be beautiful, would be the beautiful which we are looking for, but would not be that which makes things appear beautiful. But if, on the other hand, the appropriate is that which makes things appear beautiful, it would not be the beautiful for which we are looking, for that makes things be beautiful, but the same element could not make things both appear and be beautiful, nor could it make them both appear and be anything else whatsoever. Let us choose, then, whether we think that the appropriate is that which makes things appear or be beautiful.
That which makes them appear so, in my opinion, Socrates.
Phew! Our perception of what the beautiful is has fled away and gone, Hippias, since the appropriate has been found to be something other than the beautiful.
Yes, by Zeus, Socrates. And to me that is very queer.
However, my friend, let us not yet give it up, for I still have hopes that what the beautiful is will be made clear.
Certainly, to be sure, Socrates, for it is not hard to find. Now, I know that if I should go away into solitude and meditate alone by myself, I could tell it to you with the most perfect accuracy.
Ah, don't boast, Hippias. You see how much trouble it has caused us already. I'm afraid it may get angry and run away more than ever, and yet that is nonsense, for you, I think, will easily find it when you go away by yourself. But, for heaven's sake, find it in my presence, or, if you please, join me, as you are now doing, in looking for it. And if we find it, that will be splendid. But if we do not, I shall, I suppose, accept my lot, and you will go away and find it easily. And if we find it now, I shall certainly not be a nuisance to you by asking what that was which you found by yourself. But Now, once more, see if this is, in your opinion, the beautiful. I say, then, that it is, but consider, paying close attention to me, that I may not talk nonsense, for I say, then, whatever is useful shall be for us beautiful. But I said it with this reason for my thought. Beautiful eyes, we say, are not such as seem to be so, which are unable to see, but those which are able and useful for seeing. Is that right?
Yes.
Then, too, in the same way we say that the whole body is beautiful, part of it for running, part for wrestling, and again, all the animals, a beautiful horse or cock or quail, and all utensils and land vehicles, and on the sea freight ships and ships of war, and all instruments in music and in the other arts, and, if you like, customs and laws also, pretty well all these we call beautiful in the same way, looking at each of them, how it is formed by nature, how it is wrought, how it has been enacted. The useful we call beautiful, and beautiful in the way in which it is useful, and for the purpose for which it is useful, and at the time when it is useful. And that which is in all these aspects useless, we say is ugly. Now, is not this your opinion also, Hippias?
It is.
Then are we right in saying that the useful, rather than everything else, is beautiful?
We are right, surely, Socrates.
Now, that which has power to accomplish anything is useful for that which it has power, but that which is powerless is useless, is it not?
Certainly.
Power, then, is beautiful, and want of power is disgraceful or ugly.
Decidedly. Now, other things, Socrates, testify for us that this is so, but especially political affairs. For in political affairs and in one's own state, to be powerful is the most beautiful of all things, but to be powerless is the most disgraceful of all.
Good. Then, for heaven's sake, Hippias, is wisdom also for this reason the most beautiful of all things, and ignorance the most disgraceful of all things?
Well, what do you suppose, Socrates?
Just keep quiet, my dear friend. I'm so afraid, and wondering what in the world we are saying again.
What are you afraid of again, Socrates? Since now your discussion has gone ahead most beautifully.
I wish that might be the case, but consider this point with me. Could a person do what he did not know how, and was utterly powerless to do?
By no means. For how could he do what he was powerless to do?
Then those who commit errors and accomplish and do bad things involuntarily, if they were powerless to do these things, would not do them.
Evidently not.
But yet it is by power that those are powerful who are powerful, for surely it is not by powerlessness.
Certainly not.
And all who do have power to do what they do.
Yes.
Men do many more bad things than good from childhood up, and commit many errors involuntarily.
That is true.
Well then, this power and these useful things, which are useful for accomplishing something bad, shall we say that they are beautiful or far from it?
Far from it, in my opinion, Socrates.
Then, Hippias, the powerful and the useful are not, as it seems, are beautiful.
They are, Socrates, if they are powerful and useful for good.
Then that assertion, that the powerful and useful are beautiful without qualification, is gone. But was this, Hippias, what our soul wished to say? That the useful and the powerful for doing something good is the beautiful?
Yes, in my opinion.
But surely this is beneficial, or is it not?
Certainly.
So by this argument, the beautiful persons and beautiful customs and all that we mentioned just now are beautiful because they are beneficial.
Evidently.
Then the beneficial seems to us to be the beautiful, Hippias.
Yes, certainly, Socrates.
But the beneficial is that which creates good.
Yes, it is.
But that which creates is nothing else than the cause. Am I right?
It is so.
Then the beautiful is the cause of the good.
Yes, it is.
But surely, Hippias, the cause and that of which the cause is the cause are different. For the cause could not well be the cause of the cause. But look at it in this way. Was not the cause seen to be creating?
Yes, certainly.
By that which creates, then, only that is created which comes into being, but not that which creates. Is not that true?
That is true.
The cause, then, is not the cause of the cause, but of that which comes into being through it.
Certainly.
If, then, the beautiful is the cause of good, the good would come into being through the beautiful. And this is why we are eager for wisdom and all the other beautiful things, because their offspring, the good, is worthy of eagerness. And, from what we are finding, it looks as if the beautiful were a sort of father of the good.
Certainly, for what you say is well said, Socrates.
Then is this well said, too, that the father is not the son, and the son not the father.
To be sure, it is well said.
And neither is the cause that which comes into being, nor is that which comes into being the cause.
True.
By Zeus, my good friend, then neither is the beautiful good, nor the good beautiful. Or does it seem to you possible, after what has been said?
No, by Zeus, it does not appear so to me.
Does it please us, and should we be willing to say that the beautiful is not good, and the good not beautiful?
No, by Zeus, it does not please me at all.
Right, by Zeus, Hippias, and it pleases me least of all the things we have said.
Yes, that is likely.
Then there is a good chance that the statement that the beneficial and the useful and the powerful to create something good are beautiful is not, as it appeared to be, the most beautiful of statements, but, if that be possible, is even more ridiculous than the first ones in which we thought the maiden was the beautiful, and each of the various other things we spoke of before.
That is likely.
And, Hippias, I no longer know where to turn. I'm at a loss. But have you anything to say?
Not at the moment, but, as I said just now, I'm sure I shall find it after meditation.
But it seems to me that I am so eager to know that I cannot wait for you while you delay, for I believe I have just now found a way out. Just see, how would it help us towards our goal if we were to say that that is beautiful which makes us feel joy? I do not mean all pleasures, but that which makes us feel joy through hearing and sight. For surely beautiful human beings, Hippias, and all decorations and paintings and works of sculpture which are beautiful, delight us when we see them, and beautiful sounds and music in general and speeches and stories do the same thing, so that if we were to reply to that impudent fellow, "My excellent man, the beautiful is that which is pleasing through hearing and sight," don't you think we should put a stop to his impudence?
To me, at any rate, Socrates, it seems that the nature of the beautiful is now well stated.
But what then? Shall we say, Hippias, that beautiful customs and laws are beautiful because they are pleasing through hearing and sight, or that they have some other form of beauty?
Perhaps, Socrates, these things might slip past the man unnoted.
No, by dog, Hippias, not past the man before whom I should be most ashamed of talking nonsense and pretending that I was talking sense when I was not.
What man is that?
Socrates, the son of Sophroniscus, who would no more permit me to say these things carelessly without investigation than to say that I know what I do not know.
But certainly I also, now that you have mentioned it, think that this about the laws is something different.
Not too fast, Hippias, for very likely we have fallen into the same perplexity about the beautiful in which we were a while ago, although we think we have found another way out.
What do you mean by that, Socrates?
I will tell you what presents itself to me, if perhaps there may be some sense in it. For perhaps these matters of laws and customs might be shown to be not outside of the perception which we have through hearing and sight. But let us stick to the statement that that which is pleasing through the senses is beautiful, without interjecting the matter of laws. But if this man of whom I speak, or anyone else whosoever, should ask us, "Hippias and Socrates, did you make the distinction that in the category of the pleasing, that which is pleasing in the way you mention is beautiful, whereas you say that that which is pleasing according to the other senses, those concerned with food and drink and sexual love and all such things, is not beautiful? Or do you say that such things are not even pleasing, and that there is no pleasure at all in them, nor in anything else except sight and hearing? What shall we say, Hippias?"
Certainly, by all means, Socrates, we shall say that there are very great pleasures in the other things also.
"Why, then," he will say, "if they are pleasures no less than the others, do you take from them this designation and deprive them of being beautiful?
because, we shall say, everybody would laugh at us if we should say that eating is not pleasant, but is beautiful, and that a pleasant odour is not pleasant, but is beautiful, and as to the act of sexual love, we should all, no doubt, contend that it is most pleasant, but that one must, if he perform it, do it so that no one else shall see, because it is most repulsive to see. If we say this, Hippias, I too understand, he will perhaps say, that you have all along been ashamed to say that these pleasures are beautiful, because they do not seem so to people. But that is not what I asked, what seems to most people to be beautiful, but what is so. We shall then, I fancy, say, as we suggested, we say that the part of the pleasant which comes by sight and hearing is beautiful. Do you think the statement is of any use, Hippias? Or should we say something else?
Inevitably, in view of what has been said, Socrates, we must say just that.
Excellent, he will say. Then, if that which is pleasant through sight and hearing is beautiful, that among pleasant things which does not happen to be of that sort would evidently not be beautiful. Shall we agree?
Yes.
Is then that which is pleasant through sight, he will say, pleasant through sight and hearing, or is that which is pleasant through hearing and sight? No, we shall say, that which is pleasant through each of these would not in the least be pleasant through both, for that is what you appear to us to mean. But we said that either of these pleasant things would be beautiful alone, by itself, and both together. Is not that the reply we shall make?
Certainly.
Does then, he will say, any pleasant thing whatsoever differ from any pleasant thing whatsoever by this, by being pleasant? I ask not whether any pleasure is greater or smaller or more or less, but whether it differs by just this very thing, by the fact that one of the pleasures is a pleasure and the other is not a pleasure. We do not think so, do we?
No, we do not.
Is it not, then, he will say, for some other reason than because they are pleasures, that you chose these pleasures out from the other pleasures? It was because you saw some quality in both, since they have something different from the others, in view of which you say that they are beautiful. For the reason why that which is pleasant through sight is beautiful is not, I imagine, because it is through sight, for if that were the cause of its being beautiful, the other pleasure, that through hearing, would not be beautiful. It certainly is not pleasure through sight. Shall we say what you say is true?
Yes, we shall.
Nor again, is the pleasure through hearing beautiful for the reason that it is through hearing, for in that case again the pleasure through sight would not be beautiful. It certainly is not pleasure through hearing. Shall we say, Hippias, that the man who says that speaks the truth?
Yes, he speaks the truth.
But yet both are beautiful, as you say. We do say that, do we not?
We do.
They have, then, something identical which makes them to be beautiful. This common quality which pertains to both of them in common and to each individually, for otherwise they would not both collectively and each individually be beautiful. Answer me as if you were answering him.
I answer, and I think it is as you say.
If, then, these pleasures are both affected in any way collectively, but each individually is not so affected, it is not by this affection that they would be beautiful.
And how could that be, Socrates, when neither of them individually is affected by some affection or other, that then both are affected by that affection by which neither is affected?
You think it cannot be?
I should have to be very inexperienced both in the nature of these things and in the language of our present discussion.
Very pretty, Hippias, but there is a chance that I think I see a case of that kind which you say is impossible, but do not really see it.
There's no chance about it, Socrates, but you quite purposely see wrongly.
And certainly many such cases appear before my mind, but I mistrust them because they do not appear to you, a man who has made more money by wisdom than any one now living, but to me, who never made any money at all, and the thought disturbs me that you are playing with me and purposely deceiving me. They appear to me in such numbers and with such force.
Nobody, Socrates, will know better than you whether I am playing with you or not, if you proceed to tell these things that appear to you. For it will be apparent to you that you are talking nonsense. For you will never find that you and I are both affected by an affection by which neither of us is affected.
What are you saying, Hippias? Perhaps you are talking sense, and I fail to understand, but let me tell more clearly what I wish to say. For it appears to me that it is possible for us both to be so affected as to be something which I am not so affected as to be, and which I am not, and you are not either. And again, for neither of us to be so affected as to be other things which we both are.
Your reply, Socrates, seems to involve miracles again even greater than those of your previous reply. For consider, if we are both just, would not each of us be just also? And if each is unjust, would not both again also be unjust? Or if both are healthy, each of us also? Or if each of us were to be tired, or wounded, or struck, or affected in any other way whatsoever, should we not both of us be affected in the same way? Then, too, if we were to be golden, or of silver, or of ivory, or if you please noble, or wise, or honoured, or old, or young, or whatever else you like of all that flesh is heir to, is it not quite inevitable that each of us be that also?
Absolutely.
But you see, Socrates, you do not consider the entirety of things, nor do they with whom you are in the habit of conversing, but you all test the beautiful and each individual entity by taking them separately and cutting them to pieces. For this reason you fail to observe that embodiments of reality are by nature so great and undivided. And now you fail to observe to such a degree that you think there is some affection or reality which pertains to both of these together, but not to each individually, or again to each, but not to both. So unreasoning and undiscerning and foolish and unreflecting is your state of mind.
Human affairs, Hippias, are not what a man wishes, but what he can, as the proverb goes, which people are constantly citing. But you are always aiding us with admonitions. But now, too, until we were admonished by you of our foolish state of mind, shall I continue to speak and make you a still further exhibition of our thoughts on the subject, or shall I not speak?
You will speak to one who knows, Socrates. For I know the state of mind of all who are concerned with discussions. But nevertheless, if you prefer, speak.
Well, I do prefer. For we, my friend, were so stupid, before you spoke, as to have an opinion concerning you and me, that each of us was one, but that we were not both that which each of us was. For we are not one, but two, so foolish were we. But now we have been taught by you that if we are both two, then each of us is inevitably two, and if each is one, then both are inevitably one. For it is impossible, by the continuous doctrine of reality, according to Hippias, that it be otherwise. But what we both are, that each is, and what each is, both are. So now I have been convinced by you, and I hold this position. But first, Hippias, refresh my memory. Are you and I one, or are you two and I two?
What do you mean, Socrates?
Just what I say. For I am afraid to speak plainly to you, because you are vexed with me when you think you are talking sensibly. However, tell me further, is not each of us one and affected in such a way as to be one?
Certainly.
Then each of us, if one, would be an odd number. Or do you not consider one an odd number?
I do.
Then we are both an odd number, being two.
That could not be, Socrates.
But we are both an even number, are we not?
Certainly.
Then, because we are both even, is each of us on that account even?
No, surely not.
Then it's not absolutely inevitable, as you said just now, that what both are, each is, and what each is, both are.
Not things of this sort, but such as I mentioned before.
That suffices, Hippias, for even this is welcome, since it appears that some things are so, and some are not so. For I said, if you remember the beginning of this discussion, that pleasure through sight and through hearing were beautiful, not by that which each of them was so affected as to be beautiful, but not both, nor both but not each, but by that by which both and each were so affected, because you conceded that both and each were beautiful.
For this reason I thought that if both are beautiful, they must be beautiful by that essence which belongs to both, but not by that which is lacking in each. And I still think so. But tell me, as in the beginning, if pleasure through sight and pleasure through hearing are both and each beautiful, does not that which makes them beautiful belong to both and to each?
Certainly.
Is it then for this reason, because each is a pleasure and both are pleasures, that they would be beautiful? Or would all other pleasures be for this reason no less beautiful than they? For we saw, if you remember, that there were no less pleasures.
Yes, I remember.
But for this reason, because these pleasures were through sight and hearing, it was said that they are beautiful.
Yes, that is what was said.
See if what I say is true. For it was said, if my memory serves me, that this pleasant was beautiful, not all pleasant, but that which is through sight and hearing.
True.
Now, this quality belongs to both, but not to each, does it not? For surely each of them, as was said before, is not through both senses, but both are through both, and each is not. Is that true?
It is.
Then it is not by that which does not belong to each that each of them is beautiful, for both does not belong to each, so that it is possible, according to our hypothesis, to say that they both are beautiful, but not to say that each is so. Or what shall we say? Is that not inevitable?
It appears so.
Shall we say, then, that both are beautiful, but that each is not?
What is to prevent?
This seems to me, my friend, to prevent that there were some attributes thus belonging to individual things, which belonged, we thought, to each, if they belonged to both, and to both, if they belonged to each. I mean all those attributes which you specified, am I right?
Yes.
But those again which I specified did not, and among those were precisely each and both. Is that so?
It is.
To which group, then, Hippias, does the beautiful seem to you to belong? To the group of those that you mentioned? If I am strong, and you also, are we both collectively strong? And if I am just, and you also, are we both collectively just? And if both collectively, then each individually. So, too, if I am beautiful, and you also, are we both collectively beautiful? And if both collectively, then each individually? Or is there nothing to prevent this, as in the case that when given things are both collectively even, they may perhaps individually be odd, or perhaps even, and again, when things are individually irrational quantities, they may perhaps both collectively be rational, or perhaps irrational, and countless other cases, which, you know, I said appeared before my mind. To which group do you assign the beautiful? Or have you the same view about it as I? For to me it seems great foolishness that we collectively are beautiful, but each of us is not so, or that each of us is so, but both are not, or anything else of that sort. Do you choose in this way as I do, or in some other way?
In this way, Socrates.
You choose well, Hippias, that we may be free from the need of further search. For if the beautiful is in this group, that which is pleasing through sight and hearing would no longer be beautiful, for the expression through sight and hearing makes both collectively beautiful, but not each individually, and this was impossible, as you and I agree.
Yes, we agree.
It is, then, impossible that the pleasant through sight and hearing be the beautiful, since in becoming beautiful it offers an impossibility.
That is true.
Then tell us again, he will say, from the beginning, since you failed this time, what do you say that this beautiful, belonging to both the pleasures, is, on account of which you honoured them before the rest and called them beautiful? It seems to me, Hippias, inevitable that we say that these are the most harmless and the best of pleasures, both of them collectively and each of them individually. Or have you anything else to suggest by which they excel the rest?
Not at all, for really they are the best.
This, then, he will say, you say is the beautiful, beneficial pleasure? It seems that we do, I shall say. And you?
I also.
Well, then, he will say, beneficial is that which creates the good. But that which creates and that which is created were just now seen to be different. And our argument has come round to the earlier argument, has it not? For neither could the good be beautiful, nor the beautiful good, if each of them is different from the other. Absolutely true, we shall say, if we are reasonable, for it is inadmissible to disagree with him who says what is right.
But now, Socrates, what do you think all this amounts to? It is mere scrapings and shavings of discourse, as I said a while ago, divided into bits. But that other ability is beautiful and of great worth, the ability to produce a discourse well and beautifully in a court of law, or a council house, or before any other public body before which the discourse may be delivered, to convince the audience, and to carry off not the smallest but the greatest of prizes, the salvation of oneself, one's property, and one's friends. For these things, therefore, one must strive, renouncing these petty arguments, that one may not, by busying oneself as at present with mere talk and nonsense, appear to be a fool.
My dear Hippias, you are blessed, because you know the things a man ought to practice, and have, as you say, practised them satisfactorily. But I, as it seems, am possessed by some accursed fortune, so that I'm always wandering and perplexed, and exhibiting my perplexity to you, wise men, am in turn reviled by you in speech whenever I exhibit it. For you say of me what you are now saying, that I busy myself with silly little matters of no account, but when in turn I am convinced by you, and say what you say, that it is by far the best thing to be able to produce a discourse well and beautifully, and gain one's end in a court of law or in any other assemblage. I am called everything that is bad by some other men here, and especially by that man who is continually refuting me, for he is a very near relative of mine, and lives in the same house. So whenever I go home to my own house, and he hears me saying these things, he asks me if I'm not ashamed that I have the face to talk about beautiful practices, when it is so plainly shown, to my confusion, that I do not even know what the beautiful itself is. And yet how are you to know, he will say, either who produced a discourse or anything else whatsoever, beautifully or not, when you are ignorant of the beautiful? And when you are in such a condition, do you think it is better for you to be alive than dead? So it has come about, as I say, that I am abused and reviled by you and by him. But perhaps it is necessary to endure all this, for it is quite reasonable that I might be benefited by it. So I think, Hippias, that I have been benefited by conversation with both of you, for I think I know the meaning of the proverb, "Beautiful things are difficult."